Chapter 1. Our child has come of age. Let's get a divorce. Our child has come of age. Let's get a divorce. Luna declared. Fine. Jang Chun replied emotionlessly. That night, Jang Chun got thoroughly drunk alone, feeling completely liberated. 20 years. He had been with Luna for a full 20 years. These 20 years felt literally like enduring each year minute by minute. Because he hadn't married Luna out of love. He didn't enter marriage guided by love. The post-marriage life could be easily imagined. Before marriage, he believed the meaning of marriage should be: when something happens, there's someone to discuss with. When bored, there's someone to chat idly with. After a tiring day, you can squeeze around the same table sharing a meal. Life is too long. Someone must accompany you. Accompany openly, miss genuinely. But since graduation from university, his girlfriends kept getting worse one after another. This truly confirmed an old saying circulating online back then. Female students could meet better guys outside of school, while male students would struggle to find better girls than those in campus. Back then, he didn't understand this saying. But later, he did. Exactly because he understood and consistently failed to meet the right person, he ended up marrying Luna just to live together in companionship. This marriage, for him, felt like stepping into hell, mentally tortured every single day. I, Jang Chun, have lived half my life, started from nothing, and now own assets worth billions. Others think I'm truly a successful man, but who knows how utterly I failed in my marriage. Jang Chun muttered self-mockingly, then picked up a bottle of white spirit and started gulping. I'm still the same Xiaonan from before, not the slightest change. Time is merely a test. The belief planted in my heart has not diminished. Hearing the song, Jang Chun blearily opened his eyes. When his vision gradually cleared, his pupils instantly focused, and his sleepiness vanished entirely. He abruptly sat up and scanned the room. While observing, his breathing became slightly rapid, his heartbeat quickened, and unconsciously, memories from 20 years ago surged in his mind. A dream? Or a rebirth? Jang Chun pinched his thigh hard, instantly feeling the pain, leaving him momentarily stunned. He'd really been reborn. Reading novels for over a decade had made him immune to the idea of reincarnation, but he never expected rebirth could be real. Perhaps it's better this way. His marital life from his past life made each day feel endless, nothing worth yearning for. The only thing he missed was his daughter. But now that he's been reborn, even if he stays with Luna in this life, their past daughter could never be born again. Since I've been reborn, this lifetime will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. His eyes gleamed with determination. In this life, if he were to marry, he would definitely marry out of love. Otherwise, marriage is nothing but a grave. I'm still the same Xiaonan from before. The phone's ringtone continued, and gradually Jang Chun came back to senses. Looking at the caller ID, it was a call from his mother. Answering. Hello, Mom. Jang Chun greeted. Have you overslept again? I've called 8 times, and you didn't pick up. Do you even know what time it is now? Don't you remember your blind date at noon today? His mother's angry voice erupted through the phone. Blind date. Jang Chun hesitated slightly. He remembered that his blind dates began around 2021. It was since that year he gradually gave in. In 2020, he had 5 girlfriends, each worse than the last, making him believe he'd never find true love in this life. So in 2021, he started the process of blind dates, met 10 different women, eventually lost all hope, and finally married the last one. Luna? What did you do last night? Have you forgotten about today's blind date? Upon hearing her son's tone, Jang Chun's mother instantly realized her son had actually forgotten about the appointment. Her temper flared. 5 minutes later, the call ended. Just this one date. Jang Chun had absolutely no interest in blind dates. Before, he thought a blind date meant offering each other a chance to get to know one another. If there was a connection, they could develop further. But when he actually attended these dates, he discovered that most participants didn't think that way. To them, a blind date was all about weighing advantages and disadvantages, taking what each side needs in equal exchange. Even some female participants tried to marry wealthy men through these blind dates. The main issue was that many of these women had average, or even poor personal attributes, yet they lived in a dream world, aspiring to completely change their fate through blind dates. Not even reaching equal exchange. Even worse, those women with poor qualities often believed they truly deserved top-tier men. Just thinking about the blind date experiences from his past life made Jang Chun feel nauseous to this day. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuations detected. Matchmaking Check-In System is activating. Ding. Activation successful. The host can score a point for men during blind dates. Successfully scoring a point will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Check-in successful, rewards will be obtained. Successfully score 10 points for men, and you may upgrade the system. Huh. Jang Chun's mind echoed with a mechanical voice, causing him to tremble with shock. A system from a novel? Jang Chun felt both confused and astonished. As a seasoned novel reader, he naturally understood what a system was. He just hadn't expected it would actually bind to him. If reincarnation exists, then a system shouldn't be strange. Jang Chun quickly accepted the presence of the system, although his heart still felt unsettled. He asked curiously, why bind to me? Ding. Due to the current societal imbalance favoring females, divorce rates have continuously risen significantly over recent years, while marriage rates have continually declined sharply year after year. The mission of this system is to promote harmonious marriages, to increase marital happiness index. After a comprehensive system evaluation, host fully meets the system's basic binding requirements, as well as specific conditions. After hearing that, Jang Chun deeply resonated. In his previous life, Divorce rates had indeed increased steadily for many years, and marriage rates had similarly declined persistently for years. He fully understood the true reasons behind all this. Ding-ling. Just then, a notification tone from Jang Chun's WeChat interrupted his thoughts. Looking at the message, it was from his mother, urging him to head to the blind date location. Glancing at the previous chat history with his mother, Jang Chun couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He remembered how during his first blind date in his previous life, his date had been 40 minutes late. Her excuse was heavy traffic on the road. But when he checked whether that road section had been jammed previously, the result was a clear no traffic jam occurred. Later, he felt the woman didn't take this blind date seriously at all, making up a traffic jam excuse to brush him off, so he left immediately. Saying nothing, Jang Chun proceeded to wash up. Initially, he thought since his mother had already arranged this blind date, it was better to attend it to give his family an explanation. But now, having bound to the system, things were different. Fortunately, I only need to attend 10 blind dates. Jang Chun thought. If he had to continue blind dates endlessly, he would surely become annoyed. Chapter 2. Does someone who arrives late to a blind date even deserve to talk about respect? After finishing his morning routine, Jang Chun checked the time. It was 10:30 a.m. The arranged meeting time for the blind date was 11 o'clock. Jang Chun left his rented apartment and drove to the meeting place, Wangyuan Mansion, in his second-hand cruise. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at Wangyuan Mansion and parked the car. Then he walked toward the entrance. Good morning, sir. How many in your party? A smiling waiter at the door asked. One. Jang Chun replied briefly. Please follow me, sir. With a slight smile, the waiter led Jang Chun to table A1. Jang Chun sat down and immediately began ordering food, checking off a few items from the menu. 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a bottle of soda. He handed the ordered menu back to the waiter. The waiter smiled as she took the menu, then walked away. Within 15 minutes, the first dish arrived. Jang Chun immediately began eating. He knew Chen Ting, the woman from the blind date setup, wouldn't arrive until 11:40. There was no way he would just sit and wait around foolishly. Another 10 minutes passed, and all the dishes were finally served. Jang Chun glanced at the time again. It was 11:20. The woman from the blind date still wouldn't show up for another 20 minutes. He had nearly finished his meal in this time. At 11:37. Outside Wangyuan Mansion, a young woman in her mid-20s stepped out of a taxi. She stood about 165 centimeters tall, was slender, wearing a white dress, a pair of stylish sunglasses, and a sun hat. She glanced at the entrance of Wangyuan Mansion, then looked down at her phone. Inside was a photo of Jang Chun along with some basic personal details. Name, Jang Chun. Age, 24. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 139 pounds. Education, graduated from a second-tier university. Physical condition, healthy. Phone number, 153. Parents, alive and well. Younger sister, a junior in college. Family business, a small 80-square-meter grocery store. Occupation, temporary nanny. Owns a used car. This family background is a bit worse than previous blind date guys, but he's definitely much better looking. Still, being a temporary nanny seems kind of undignified. Generally speaking, this Jang Chun would make a suitable husband, but I prefer a man who is obedient. After marriage, control of the family finances must absolutely be mine. Chen Ting moved her gaze toward the entrance of Wangyuan Mansion, radiating confidence from within. Before arriving, she had fully prepared. She had analyzed Jang Chun from every angle and had already developed a mental control plan, a method of psychological dominance to achieve her goal. Jang Chun's overall qualities were quite impressive. Logically, someone like him shouldn't have fallen to the point of needing blind dates. After all, boys who are good-looking and have strong personal qualities rarely find themselves without female company. Yet, Jang Chun had reached the point of going on blind dates. She guessed that his social circle must be small, preventing him from regularly meeting girls. Another possibility could be related to his personality. No matter why Jang Chun ended up at this point, his position is clearly disadvantageous. Most men attending blind dates are eager to settle down quickly and want to solve their lifetime matters as soon as possible. I deliberately arrived 40 minutes late, yet Jang Chun is still waiting here, proving that he urgently hopes to settle his future through this date. It's very likely that Jang Chun has dog-like tendencies. After all, most boys with self-esteem would have left long ago if treated this disrespectfully. Good-looking, decent background, and dog-like tendencies. He's practically perfect. Chen Ting couldn't help feeling delighted. Ever since she first saw Jang Chun's information, she had been quite taken with him. However, she preferred men who were obedient. She wanted to be the head of the household. That's why she intentionally arrived late, to give Jang Chun an icy welcome. She wanted him to understand that she didn't have a strong need for this meeting, whereas he would naturally develop a strong desire to pursue her. This would automatically place her in a higher position. Meanwhile, Jang Chun would unconsciously lower his own self-positioning. By doing this, she could achieve an overwhelming dominance. Chen Ting stopped thinking further and confidently walked through the entrance. Good day, madam. How many in your party? The smiling waiter at the entrance asked. I'm here to meet someone, Chen Ting said, then walked in. Her eyes scanned the main hall and eventually fixed upon a young man seated at table A1. Jang Chun. Chen Ting's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that Jang Chun would already be eating and nearly finished. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had planned to display her dominance and put him in his place with an air of superiority. But now, her plan was completely thrown off. At the same time, it also greatly angered her. He actually started eating without even waiting for her to arrive. And look at the little bit of leftovers on the table. This Jang Chun probably ordered his food right after he arrived. Damn it. Filled with anger, Chen Ting hurried to table A1 and forcefully dropped the handbag she was carrying onto the table. Jang Chun, you started eating before I even got here? Don't you understand the meaning of respect? Chen Ting raised her voice, her tone furious. Her loud outburst immediately drew the attention of all the guests in the hall, all of whom turned to look toward their table. You're the one who was 40 minutes late. Who are you to talk about respect? Jang Chun glanced at her. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust in his heart. When someone like her spoke the word respect, Jang Chun felt like the word itself was being insulted. After hearing this, Chen Ting's face turned dark. However, with so many guests in the hall watching the scene, she felt pressured and glared at Jang Chun as she angrily shot back. The matchmaking arrangement included my phone number. Why didn't you call me to ask what was going on? Why didn't you call me to explain yourself? Jiang Chun looked at Chen Ting and felt even more disgust. This Chen Ting was really skilled at turning logic on its head. After hearing this, Chen Ting's face darkened even further. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, her face turning red from frustration. She glanced around the dining hall and saw that the guests' eyes were still focused on her, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, she silently grew hatred toward Jiang Chun. 5 seconds later, Chen Ting came up with an excuse. She stared at Jiang Chun and said coldly, I was stuck in traffic, and my phone was dead. How could I contact you? Which road did you take? Jiang Chun asked indifferently. Dongyang Middle Road. Chen Ting replied offhandedly. Jiang Chun had waited here for 40 minutes. There was no way he could know the traffic condition on Dongyang Middle Road. I came from Dongyang Middle Road myself, and there was no traffic jam at all. At this moment, a middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up. He had just arrived and had witnessed the entire scene. He now understood that Chen Ting had been late for the blind date, and then lied to cover it up. After hearing this, many guests in the hall began to look at Chen Ting with knowing, almost mocking expressions. Initially, they had thought that Chen Ting really had a legitimate reason for being late, and that she just couldn't contact Jiang Chun in time. But now, her lie was exposed in just 1 second. Chapter 3. Anything else to say? When she saw someone trying to undermine her, Chen Ting's expression immediately turned even uglier. Filled with rage, she glared at the middle-aged man and coldly said, You probably hadn't even reached Dongyang Middle Road when I got stuck in traffic. You must have only arrived at Dongyang Middle Road after traffic cleared up, right? After hearing her words, the middle-aged man's expression became somewhat unnatural. Originally, he had wanted to publicly expose Chen Ting's lie. But what Chen Ting said could also be possible. It was possible that Dongyang Middle Road was blocked off half an hour earlier, and when he drove through, the road had already been cleared. The guests who previously watched Chen Ting with amusement, waiting for her embarrassment, now felt there was a chance her story was true. At this moment, Jiang Chun had already dialed a call. Uncle Lu, I want to ask you something. You're on duty at Dongyang Middle Road, right? In the past 40 minutes or so, did Dongyang Middle Road have any traffic jams? No. Why are you asking about this? Uncle Lu from the other end of the line asked curiously. They spoke a few more sentences and hung up. And at this very moment, the dining hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes focused on Chen Ting. While Jiang Chun was making the call, no one made a sound. And Jiang Chun had the speakerphone on. Everyone in the hall heard the conversation clearly. Uncle Lu is on duty at Dongyang Middle Road? He must be a traffic police officer or an auxiliary cop. If Chen Ting's previous words made people somewhat doubtful, yet partially convinced. Now everyone thought Chen Ting was disgusting. Liar after liar. Any other words to say? Should I accompany you to Dongyang Middle Road to verify? Jiang Chun looked at Chen Ting indifferently. At this moment, Chen Ting's face turned bright red. She felt like a grasshopper in a frying pan, burning alive, wishing she could leave immediately. She had tried repeatedly to cover up her lies. But first, a random guest disrupted her. Now, Jiang Chun completely exposed her again. She had absolutely no face to stay here any longer. Before leaving, she shot a venomous glare at Jiang Chun, picked up her bag, and turned around quickly, walking away. After Chen Ting left, the guests finally started murmuring among themselves. This girl can lie without even blushing. Seems like she lies often, commented a middle-aged customer. What this girl did was really shameful, sigh. People whispered here and there, all criticizing Chen Ting. As for Jiang Chun, it was merely a brief annoyance. He paid no further attention. Ding. Congratulations, host. You successfully defended a man's honor. You now have one check-in opportunity. Check in now. Check in. Jiang Chun silently responded, feeling a little curious about what kind of reward this check-in might grant. Ding. Congratulations. You've successfully checked in. You have obtained the supreme cooking talent skill. In an instant, Jiang Chun's mind flooded with numerous recipes, and a new feeling surged within him. He seemed capable of cooking every dish effortlessly, creating flavors so delightful that a single bite would leave people yearning for more. This check-in reward isn't bad either. Jiang Chun thought to himself. Being able to enjoy delicious food daily would definitely uplift his mood. Waiter, check please. After paying his bill, Jiang Chun walked outside. As he got into his car, fastened his seatbelt, his phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat notification. Looking at the WeChat message, the contact name made his heart shudder slightly. The message read, Chinran, there's something urgent at the company. I have to go handle it. Aunt Chin took a leave due to family matters. Could you come over and look after the kid? Alongside the message, Chinran had transferred 1,000 yuan to him. The memo on the transfer, overtime pay. Seeing Chinran's name and her message made memories from his previous life surface in Jiang Chen's mind. Back in his past life, Chinran approached him, saying that her child fell in love with him after just one glance on the street, and the kid constantly spoke of wanting to see him. Then Chinran directly offered him a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, working 6 days a week with 1 day off, requesting him to babysit the kid. At the time, he had fallen for the offer immediately. After all, 30,000 yuan a month was highly tempting for a recent graduate from a second-tier university. He agreed instantly, thinking that he could first save some money, and when an opportunity came along, he'd have some capital to start his own business. 2021. Jiang Chun murmured softly, his eyes filled with reminiscence. 2021 was the most unforgettable year of his life. In his previous life, during that year, he married Lu Na, a girl from an arranged date. Also in that same year, after working for a few months at Chinran's home, constantly influenced by her lifestyle, he got a glimpse into a higher realm of living, coupled with the fact that Chinran was only 2 years older than him, yet surpassed him in many aspects. Living alongside someone of similar age but light years ahead of him, transformed him and inspired him to reshape his life path. Years of relentless efforts later, he eventually built a multi-billion fortune. Yet, when he achieved great success in his 30s, he casually scrolled through his social media feed and saw photos of Chinran's 2 daughters. At that time, his younger sister was beside him. He still remembered clearly what his sister had said. These two little girls kind of look like you. The speaker spoke without intention, but the listener took it to heart. It immediately triggered countless thoughts in his mind. In 2017, he had donated sperm at a hospital. And in 2021, Chin Ran had approached him, asking him to play with her child. At that time, the twins conceived through IVF were also 4 years old. The timeline perfectly matched with when he had donated his sperm. At the time, many wild thoughts had filled his mind. Back then, was Chin Ran really looking for him just so her child could play with him? This wild idea kept him awake the entire night. Later, he used his network connections to investigate who had used the sperm he had donated. The investigation led directly to Chin Ran. This shocking result felt like a bolt of lightning striking his heart, leaving him stunned for a long time. At that moment, he understood, when Chin Ran had approached him back then, it was probably not truly for the purpose of having him play with the child, but instead to. Jang Chun shook his head and stopped thinking further. He sent Chin Ran a message. I'm in the downtown area. I'll arrive in 15 minutes. 10 seconds later, Chin Ran replied, I'll head to the company first. The kids are watching TV on the sofa. Jang Chun, okay. He put away his phone and drove toward Chin Ran's residence, the Tianjin Garden Villa complex. In just 13 minutes, Jang Chun arrived at the south entrance of Tianjin Garden. At this gate, vehicles not belonging to residents were not allowed in unless approved by the homeowner. After registering the information, access was granted freely. With no obstacles along the way, Jang Chun drove straight to Villa 001 of Tianjin Garden, parked the car, and after successfully facial recognition, walked inside. As he entered, he immediately saw the two kids. The moment he saw them, an indescribable feeling surged up from the depths of his heart. Biologically speaking, these two children were his own flesh and blood. Dad. The two kids, who had originally been sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, became visibly excited when they saw Jang Chun. They immediately sprinted toward him, running straight into his arms. Chapter 14 ran. When Jang Chun heard the two girls call him Dad, he was initially taken aback, but soon he recalled why they had called him that. It had happened 2 days ago. When he picked up the two girls from kindergarten, one of their classmates asked them, why have we never seen your dad come to pick you up before? After that question was raised, he noticed the girls' expressions instantly darken, as if a sense of inferiority had stirred deep within because they didn't have a father. Later, unwilling to see such a scene again, he walked up beside them. But then, as soon as they saw him, the two girls grabbed his hand tightly and proudly declared to their classmates, this is our dad. Since that incident 2 days ago, the two girls had begged him to pick them up from school in the future under the identity of their father. And since he couldn't bear to refuse, he agreed. Sigh. Jang Chun sighed inwardly, a subtle ache stirring in his chest. In his previous life, he had only stayed at Chin Ran's home for 3 months. When he parted from the girls back then, they had cried for a long time. Back in his past life, even without knowing the truth, he had already felt pain means compassion or inability to bear someone else's suffering. But it's not appropriate in English without context, perhaps rephrased as he couldn't bear to see them so upset. So how could he possibly feel anything but more sorrow now, knowing he was their biological father? Dad, where did you go today? The one who spoke was Qin Jingyan. Just from her name, one could sense a kind of ethereal, fairy-like aura. Though still young, Qin Jingyan already showed signs of becoming a beauty, clearly among the most adorable, prettiest, and most enchanting girls her age. Her attire also matched that magical essence, an outfit of blue and white hanfu, complemented by her Jingdika Landan, refined and adorable face, and her long shoulder-length hair, making her look like a little fairy straight out of a painting. Jang Chun squatted down, a loving smile spreading across his face as he gently pinched her soft and tender cheeks. Going to play with friends. Going out to play and not taking us along. The second girl to speak was Qin Ziyuan. Her name, too, carried a classical charm. Like her sister, she already showed signs of becoming a beauty, also ranking among the cutest and most beautiful girls her age, radiating that same fairy-like elegance. She also wore hanfu, giving off an aura of someone untouched by the mundane world. At this moment, Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan clearly seemed a bit unhappy. Dad had gone out to play without bringing them along. Seeing their expressions, Jang Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'll bring you two with me wherever I go from now on. Really? The two girls' faces instantly brightened, looking at him joyfully. Really? He replied with a loving smile. Smooch, smooch. Upon hearing his words, the two girls gleefully planted kisses on each side of Jang Chun's face. Jang Chun said nothing. Then, Jang Chun spent the entire afternoon playing with the two girls. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that he smiled and said to them, Dad is going to cook dinner. You two just sit here and watch cartoons. Qin Jingyan lifted her head curiously and looked at Jang Chun, asking, Can Dad cook? Dad's cooking is amazing, he replied with a smile. Go watch your cartoons now. Dad will make dinner. Okay, I want to eat Dad's food. Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan both replied excitedly. Jang Chun smiled gently before heading into the kitchen. He glanced at the ingredients in the fridge and finally decided to prepare 3 dishes and 1 soup. Braised pork, mixed vegetables, literally family happiness, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and seaweed egg soup. Although these were all standard homestyle dishes, Jang Chun had unlocked an ultimate cooking skill. He was confident that every dish he made would be unforgettable to those who tasted them. Jang Chun began preparing dinner. At exactly 5:40 p.m., a tall figure walked into the villa. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this figure could capture people's attention immediately wherever she appeared. If she stepped into a broken down, desolate place, the place would instantly come to life with color. If she entered a beautiful setting, the surrounding scenery would suddenly pale in comparison, as if wherever she went, she was the leading star, captivating everyone's gaze. Her figure was impeccable, curves in just the right places, perfectly proportioned without a single extra or lacking inch. As for her face, one could only describe it as breathtaking. Perhaps even breathtaking still didn't quite capture her beauty. In addition to her perfect, godlike looks, her chi-drew, demeanor, or aura, was equally captivating. She wore a light mature style long dress and blouse that, along with her inherent demeanor, gave off a sense of elegance and intelligence. In addition to being elegant and intelligent, she also carried an elusive, indescribable charm. She appeared noble, so much so that people could only admire her from a distance. There was a feeling that you could get close to her, yet also a sense that she kept everyone at arm's length. This figure belonged to Qin Ran. Mom. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziwan were originally watching cartoons when they noticed Qin Ran entering, and they immediately ran over joyfully. Mom, Dad can cook. Wait a bit longer, and we'll get to taste Dad's food. After hearing that, Qin Ran's eyes flickered with a hint of mild surprise. She hadn't expected Jang Chun to know how to cook. Glancing toward the kitchen, though slightly curious about his cooking skills, she didn't go to check it out. Instead, she sat on the sofa and kept the two girls company. Another 10 minutes passed. The kitchen door opened, and as it did, a wave of rich, mouth-watering aroma immediately drifted out. The two girls caught the scent and instantly felt extremely hungry, longing to taste the food right away. Qin Ran also smelled the enticing aroma. She felt a bit surprised at how strong and inviting the fragrance of Jiang Chun's cooking was. At that moment, Jang Chun walked out of the kitchen. When he saw Qin Ran, his gaze paused slightly. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, seeing her in person still brought back many memories from his past life. In his previous life, he had harbored feelings for Qin Ran. However, there had been a vast gap between them, and faced with her, he had felt a sense of inferiority. He also knew back then that there was no possibility between them. Thus, he had quickly suppressed the unrealistic fantasies arising in his heart. Dad, can we eat now? The two girls, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to Jiang Chun's side as soon as they smelled the delicious aroma. Jiang Chun felt a bit awkward. When Qin Ran wasn't around, he could respond to being called Dad without hesitation, but now with her present, it felt slightly unnatural. Although Qin Ran had reluctantly accepted the girls calling him Dad. Wash your hands first, then we'll eat, Jiang Chun lovingly said. He took the two girls to wash their hands, and then headed toward the kitchen to bring out the dishes, only to see that Qin Ran was already doing that. Jiang Chun didn't say anything. He took out a few sets of bowls and chopsticks, scooped 4 bowls of rice, and then sat down. Since the two girls were still quite young and found it a bit inconvenient to serve themselves, he placed several dishes within their reach. The two girls took a few bites first, and then, their eyes lit up. Their eating pace noticeably quickened. Eat slowly. Don't choke, Jiang Chun said gently as he poured each girl a bowl of soup to help in case they did choke. Chapter 5. Mom will ask the matchmaker again to find you someone else. Meanwhile, Qin Ran, sitting across from Jiang Chun, felt a rising sense of confusion in her heart. According to what she had researched earlier, Jiang Chun wasn't a chef, nor had he systematically studied cooking. Yet the dishes he made were perfect in color, aroma, and taste, and even surpassed those of many professional chefs in terms of flavor. Without long-term kitchen experience, how could his culinary skills be so exceptional? Was it talent? Or perhaps Jiang Chun had only focused on mastering these few dishes, which was why he did them so well. Qin Ran could only think of these explanations. She raised her eyes to look at Jiang Chun, which made her gaze linger slightly. From Jiang Chun's expression and behavior, she clearly sensed an attitude of indulgent affection usually reserved for a biological daughter. His demeanor was just too convincing. After observing for a while, Qin Ran reached a conclusion in her mind. It must be because Jiang Chun genuinely likes daughters, so he behaves like this, rather than discovering that she had once used his donated essence to conceive a test tube baby. I'm still the same boy as before, not the slightest bit changed. Time is just a test. The belief planted in my heart has not weakened even a bit. Just then, Jiang Chun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from his mom. Jiang Chun didn't even need to think to know why his mother was calling. She was sure to ask about the matchmaking meeting earlier in the day. Jiang Chun glanced at Qin Ran. I'm going to take this call. Just take it here. Qin Ran replied quietly. Jiang Chun softly hummed his agreement and answered the call. Hello, Mom. How did today's match go? His mother's voice sounded a bit tense on the phone. She was worried her son's first blind date had already fallen through. After hearing this, Jiang Chun answered truthfully. The meeting was set for 11 a.m. She was 40 minutes late and lied to me, saying Danyang Middle Road was jammed and her phone had died, so she couldn't contact me. So I immediately called Uncle Lu and asked if there had been any traffic jams on Danyang Middle Road during that time. Jiang Chun stopped there and didn't continue. That was enough information to convey. Though his parents wanted him to settle down quickly, they weren't unreasonable people. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before his mother spoke in clear displeasure. This girl was late and lied. Her character is no good. Don't have any further contact with her. Mom will go to the matchmaker again and get you someone else. Jiang Chun smiled. All right, I'll hang up now, said his mother. Go ahead. Jiang Chun ended the call and put his phone away. At that moment, Qin Ran, who was sitting opposite him, eyes flickered with a faint trace of unusual interest, as the living room was quiet, and Jiang Chun wasn't far from her. She had clearly heard everything his mother said. Matchmaking. She hadn't expected Jiang Chun to have a date today. Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun and asked calmly, do you really think blind dates are reliable? Jiang Chun hesitated a moment before replying. It depends on your perspective. Some people think matchmaking allows you to choose someone you like from a pool of compatible candidates, where you know each other's backgrounds thoroughly. Meanwhile, dating on your own is about selecting a compatible partner from people you're attracted to, but there might be instability in that foundation. Jiang Chun continued. Some see blind dates as simply giving each other a chance to get to know one another. If things click, then you proceed to a deeper level. Compared with regular dating, the difference is that in a blind date, you already know something about the other's family background beforehand. If you do end up together, it helps avoid conflicts later related to housing, cars, or dowries. After listening, Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun with some surprise. She hadn't expected him to hold such insightful views on the subject, and now, confusion grew in her as well. She had spent a week with Jiang Chun, and her impression of him today seemed quite different from the one she'd formed before. Earlier, Jiang Chun seemed somewhat inferior when he was around her. Yet now, she detected no sense of inferiority in him. He now appeared confident, poised, neither overbearing nor impetuous. What surprised her even more was that Jiang Chun seemed to have a surprisingly deep understanding of the concept of blind dating. Another unexpected trait was his cooking. His food was more flavorful than many chefs. Puzzled, Qin Ran thought that her earlier judgment about Jang Chun should have been accurate, yet now, he gave her a completely different impression. Qin Ran paused thoughtfully and calmly responded. From what I know, quite a few people who marry through matchmaking don't really have love as a foundation. They just look for someone to partner with through life, and some have even ulterior motives. Jang Chun nodded lightly. Where there's a big forest, there are all sorts of birds. It's normal. Qin Ran lightly hummed in agreement without speaking further, but thoughts churned in her mind. A week ago, she had approached Jang Chun, using the pretext that her daughter liked him, to hire Jang Chun to spend time with her child. However, that wasn't really why she had approached Jang Chun. If it were only because her daughter liked him, she would never allow a strange man into her home. The fact that she allowed Jang Chun into her home, and even live in it, meant her true intentions must be far deeper. She had conducted thorough research beforehand and hadn't made this decision on a whim. Qin Ran took a sip of water. Glancing at Jang Chun, who was currently serving food to her daughter, thoughts swirled in her mind. For years ago, she had undergone in vitro fertilization, using the sperm donated by Jang Chun. Now, her daughter had started kindergarten. At the kindergarten, the two little girls realized that the closest family members in this world aren't only moms, but also dads. The two girls often asked her why they didn't have a father. When she first heard her daughters ask that, a sense of urgency stirred within her. After all, once children become aware that there's such a thing as a father in the world, yet they themselves don't have one, it could potentially cause them to feel slightly inferior when facing other children. That would be detrimental to their growth. Beyond the reason of her daughters, there was also her own personal reason. Though her social status and wealth already carried a certain level of influence within the province, ultimately, she was still just a person. She still wanted to experience love. She still hoped to meet someone she could confide in when something happened, someone who could sit down with her for dinner after work, and someone who could warmly embrace her when she felt exhausted from work. Once the two girls got married, she wanted to spend the rest of her life with a life partner. However, the imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Because of her status and wealth, people who approached her always had ulterior motives. Moreover, her company's new cancer drug was nearing the end of its trial phase. At a time like this, anyone who got close to her made her even more cautious. Unless she was the one taking the initiative to reach out, could she possibly relax her guard slightly? Jang Chun was someone she took the initiative to approach, the one who triggered the least wariness in her, and currently the most suitable candidate for a potential spouse. After all, Jang Chun was the biological father of her two daughters. One could say that if she wasn't able to develop mutual feelings with Jang Chun, she wouldn't be able to form such feelings with anyone else. First, because she already had children. Other men wouldn't be able to fully accept her daughters. In addition, her company's cancer treatment drug was about to be completed. Once launched, it would definitely sweep across the globe. At that point, it would be even harder for her to trust anyone approaching her. Chapter 6. Tired from work. When you return home, you'll find that home is cold. Qin Ran shook his head inwardly, pushing away stray thoughts. The most important thing now was to learn more about Jang Chun. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and said, "Your mom said she'll continue setting you up on blind dates." Jang Chun lightly nodded without saying anything. Qin Ran remained silent for a moment before asking him, "If you keep failing to meet someone you mutually like through blind dates, would you end up settling down with someone just because your parents are pressuring you to get married, or because you've reached a certain age?" "No." Jang Chun lightly shook his head. Hearing this, Qin Ran looked surprised. Normally speaking, if someone hadn't found mutual affection despite many blind dates and faced parental pressure and aging, most people would choose to settle down with someone convenient and compatible. Yet, Jang Chun said no. Looking at him, Jang Chun had spoken that no, with calmness yet firmness, which piqued her curiosity. She looked at him and said indifferently, "That's certain." Jang Chun glanced at her and couldn't help but recall his marital life from his previous life. While reminiscing, he gently shook his head and said, "What do you think married life would be like if one didn't marry out of love?" Qin Ran didn't respond immediately. She wanted to know how Jang Chun viewed marriage. Looking at him, she asked, "What would it be like?" Jang Chun's eyes were deep as he said slowly, "Tired from work, you return home, only to find that home is cold. Gradually, even when tired from work, you wouldn't want to go home anymore. Eventually, it turns into a loveless, silent marriage filled with mistrust, suspicion, and constant vigilance. Although you're husband and wife, your relationship deteriorates to being worse than strangers." As Jang Chun spoke, his expression and tone of voice gave Qin Ran a strange illusion, as if he had personally experienced it. Although, of course, it could just be imagined or observed from others. However, what Jang Chun described was something she had also thought about. If she married someone she didn't like, it was absolutely unacceptable for her. At this moment, Jang Chun's phone beeped with a WeChat notification. Jang Chun looked at it. It was a message from his mother. "Mom, I've contacted the matchmaker. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., another blind date." Then, Mom sent over the basic information of the woman he was being set up with. Name, Yang Jing. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Education, secondary vocational school. Occupation, nail technician. Health, good. Contact info, 18,912. Along with a few photos of Yang Jing's daily life. After glancing at them, Jang Chun replied to his mom, "Okay. Mom, same venue, 1-1 building." Jang Chun, "Okay." They exchanged a few more messages, then Jang Chun put away his phone. Since the moment Jang Chun's phone rang, Qin Ran had been paying attention, though from her angle, she couldn't clearly see the content of the messages. But she still caught a general idea. "Your mom arranged another blind date for you?" Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun slightly nodded. "Tomorrow at 11 a.m. at 1-1 building." Qin Ran softly said, "Okay," and remained calm in expression but was deep in thought. If, during future blind dates, Jang Chun met someone they mutually liked, then there was a great chance that she'd remain alone for the rest of her life. However, if she were to stop Jang Chun from dating now, she realized she wasn't feeling the urge to do so. Thinking for a while, Qin Ran reached a decision. If in the future, Jang Chun met someone he mutually liked during blind dates, then she'd give up. Her relationship with Jang Chun would end there. After all, her feelings toward Jang Chun currently weren't particularly strong. It was just that today's conversation made her feel that Jang Chun shared some similar perspectives with her. After dinner, Jang Chun and Qin Ran washed the dishes together. Then Jang Chun returned to his bedroom to take a shower first while Qin Ran took the two kids back to her own room to shower. That night, Jang Chun lay on the bed with eyes wide open, deep in thought. Reincarnated, how should I plan this life? After his reincarnation, the one thing he most wanted was to meet someone he mutually liked, then walk down the aisle. But now, Qin Jingyan and Qin Xing were his own biological daughters. He had also roughly figured out Qin Ran's intentions. Hiring him to take care of the kids, she must have wanted to observe him more through daily interactions. She was also testing whether feelings might develop between the two of them. But it didn't mean that, simply because he was the children's biological father, Qin Ran would agree to marry him. Qin Ran would also observe his character and feelings. As for him, although these two daughters were truly his flesh and blood, if he were to stay with Qin Ran only because of this, wouldn't he be repeating his past mistakes? How would it differ from his marriage in his previous life? Though he had loved Qin Ran in his previous life, too much time had passed. Some feelings had already faded away. This life, I must marry someone I mutually like. After thinking for a while, Jang Chun made his decision. Just thinking about his marital life in his previous life still left him with a shadow. He wouldn't marry Qin Ran just because the children were his. Likewise, Qin Ran wouldn't marry him simply because he was the children's father. Both he and Qin Ran wanted to marry someone they mutually liked. Career can't be neglected either. Jang Chun murmured softly. Besides marriage, career was also very important in life. After 10 blind dates, then I'll think about completing the system mission. Jang Chun thought to himself. Perhaps the daily check-in rewards might even grant something useful for his career. The next day, Qin Ran went to the company. Jang Chun took Qin Jingyan and Qin Xing to kindergarten. After dropping them off, Jang Chun returned home. At 10:30 a.m., Jang Chun drove toward Wanyuan Building. Good afternoon, sir. May I ask how many people in your party? The waitress at the entrance of Wanyuan Building smiled at Jang Chun. She seemed a bit surprised seeing him. After all, the blind date yesterday had caused quite a stir, and she hadn't expected him to return so soon. 2. Jang Chun smiled. The waitress led him inside and seated him at table A9. Jang Chun sat down, idly playing with his phone. Less than 5 minutes later, at the entrance of Wanyuan Building, a tall, attractive young woman dressed in professional attire appeared. The signal shows Jang Chun is here, so this must be where he's having another blind date. The young woman, Ning Ruoyan, thought to herself. Half a month ago, Chairwoman Qin had instructed her to investigate Jiang Chen's personal information. During the investigation, she had secretly placed a tracker inside Jiang Chen's car, an audio recorder with automatic tracking function. A little over half an hour ago, Jiang Chen had received a phone call mentioning blind date. Through the mobile app, she had obtained the location and voice recording data and heard everything he said. The child was created through IVF using sperm donated by Jiang Chen. Though the chairwoman didn't say it outright, I guess she must have considered Jiang Chun as a potential marital candidate. In her mind, Jiang Chun wasn't worthy of the chairwoman at all. Jiang Chun came from an ordinary family and had average personal qualities. Compared to the chairwoman, he fell far behind. But since the chairwoman had taken the initiative to find Jiang Chun, there must be her own reasons. As the chairwoman's trusted secretary, she had to find out what kind of person Jiang Chun really was. Chapter 7. The child wasn't born just for me, but also for yourself. From the previous investigation, she hadn't found any issues. But sometimes, these kinds of things required long-term observation. After all, this was about choosing a spouse, chairman's spouse. If the chairman happened to choose unwisely, just imagine what their married life would be like. By then, not only would the chairman's body be ruined by Jiang Chun, the money the chairman earned would also be split, with half going to Jiang Chun. That would be an outrageous loss. Whether the chairman would end up spitting blood or not, she didn't know. But if the worst really happened, as the chairman's fan and trusted secretary, she'd probably be the one to die of fury first. In her heart, the chairman was the most perfect person in the world. Even though she'd undergone IVF and already had a child, the chairman still retained her virginity. If Jiang Chun turned out to be a womanizer, then the chairman would be too much of a victim. The experimental phase of the cancer drug will completely end next week. The cancer drug will be officially announced next month, and in mid-next month, it will officially launch in hospitals nationwide. Our company's cancer drug can cure early-stage cancer with a 100% success rate, while curing mid-stage cancer at a 95% success rate. Even late-stage cancer patients have a fluctuating cure rate between 55% and 70%. If this cancer drug hits the market, it will shock the entire world. When that happens, the chairman's social status will shoot straight up into the highest echelons. At the same time, the amount of money earned daily will be measured in hundreds of millions. Earning so much money, only to later discover that Jiang Chun is a jerk, then getting divorced, and having to give him hundreds of millions? That's way too much of a loss. Although there are other ways to ensure Jiang Chun doesn't get a single penny. But, the chairman's perfect body can't be ruined by Jiang Chun either. Good morning, madam. May I ask how many in your party? The waitress at the entrance smiled at Ning Ruoyan. Hearing that, Ning Ruoyan finally snapped back to reality. She glanced at the waitress and replied coolly, 1. The waitress led Ning Ruoyan to seat A8. Jiang Chun was seated at A9. Ning Ruoyan sat right at the table behind Jiang Chun. She glanced at Jiang Chun, who was sitting ahead of her, his back facing her, and then she opened the video recording app on her phone. The Jiang Chun in front was playing on his phone, reminiscing about his past blind date experiences from his previous life. However, it had been so long ago that his memories were somewhat blurred. He only clearly remembered the very first and last blind dates. Jiang Chun glanced at the time. It was 10:55 a.m. In 5 more minutes, Yang Jing, the blind date, should arrive shortly. Meanwhile, outside Wanyuan Tower, a young woman appeared wearing skinny jeans and a white shirt, with high heels on her feet, looking tall and slim. She had heavy makeup on, curly hair, and overall, she could be considered average-looking. She walked into the hall and swept her gaze across the dining area, finally locking onto Jiang Chun at table A9. The moment Yang Jing first saw Jiang Chun, Her eyes lit up. Not bad. He looks even better than in the pictures, and his height didn't shrink either. Yang Jing thought inwardly, then she walked over. Hello, are you Jang Chun? Yang Jing smiled at Jang Chun. Seeing Yang Jing, Jang Chun gave a slight smile. Yang Jing smiled again, then sat down. Looking at Jang Chun with a smile, Yang Jing said, my first impression of you is pretty good. Jang Chun chuckled slightly. From his past memories, he could only clearly recall 10 blind date experiences, all of which irritated him. Although it had been too long and some of those experiences were already hazy, he knew one thing for sure. The events following each time always ended up in unpleasantness. Jang Chun looked at her and said, since it's a blind date, let's get straight to the point. If that's fine with you, we can get to know each other better later. How about that? Yang Jing smiled. That's exactly what I want. Yang Jing gradually reined in her smile, turning slightly serious. She looked at Jang Chun and asked, in your dating profile, it mentioned you own a house, but didn't specify clearly. Does it refer to the house you live in with your family, or is it your personal marital home? My marital home, Jang Chun said simply. All paid in full. Yang Jing's eyes lit up slightly. All paid in full. Jang Chun replied simply. His family's financial situation wasn't particularly great. The marital home his family bought for him was paid in full, but it consumed the entire family's savings accumulated over the years, and they even had to borrow some money from relatives and friends. But over the past 2 years, the family had basically repaid all those debts. After hearing that, Yang Jing's eyes sparkled. Nowadays, most families bought houses with loans. Those who could afford full payment were still in the minority. That showed that Jang Chun's family did have a certain amount of wealth. Unexpectedly, even though the supermarket Jang Chun's family ran wasn't big in scale, they still managed to earn some decent money. However, suddenly, Yang Jing felt something was off. Jang Chun's marital home was fully paid for. If she divorced him, wouldn't that house have nothing to do with her at all? After all, it was his prenuptial property. Thinking of this, Yang Jing's expression darkened slightly. She looked at Jang Chun and said, if we get married, I want a dowry of 680,000 yuan. If you can't afford 680,000 yuan, then we can go to a law firm and have half of the marital home, which is under your name, transferred to me. Then, you just need to give me 188,000 yuan as dowry. After hearing that, Jang Chun's expression grew slightly colder. Even though he had lived another life, upon hearing Yang Jing's shameless demands, he couldn't help but feel anger rising inside him. The house my parents bought for me. Why do you think you're entitled to half of it just because you're marrying me? Jang Chun's tone had become somewhat colder. He remembered that many women would look down on men whose marital home was purchased with a loan. But now, he realized that some women were simply insatiable. His marital home was paid in full, yet she actually wanted to take half of it away from him. He looked at Yang Jing, waiting to hear her reasoning. Upon hearing Jang Chun's words, Yang Jing's face darkened as well. She stared at him coldly and said, it's because I can bear children. If I give birth to your child and take care of you normally, asking for half of your house isn't unreasonable, is it? Jang Chun sneered inwardly. He looked at Yang Jing coldly and replied, you say you're having my child. I'd like to ask, when the child is born, won't it call you mom as well? The child isn't just for me. It's also for yourself. Jang Chun continued. As for you saying that you have to take care of me, according to what I know, when a man turns 30, what matters most to him is money, and when a woman turns 30, what matters most to her is sex. And as for your so-called taking care of me, isn't that stretching it a bit? This kind of thing is mutual between both parties. It's not just you taking care of me. I also take care of you. Jang Chun finished, glancing at Yang Jing with indifference. At this moment, Yang Jing's face was extremely cold, her eyes sharp as she stared at Jang Chun icily. So what you're saying is, you want to sleep with me for free? I won't shortchange you a penny of what you deserve. As for sleeping for free, if you regard those who go on blind dates with you as clients and compare yourself to a prostitute, that's your problem. Jang Chun felt a wave of disgust. On a blind date, he had somehow been branded a client, while Yang Jing likened herself to a prostitute. After hearing that, Yang Jing's eyes became icy cold. She stared at Jang Chun coldly and said with a chill in her voice, even if I were a prostitute, nowadays, a visit to an upscale club would still cost 368 or 498 yuan. At least 500 yuan per day, 365 days a year would be 182,000 yuan, and you won't even give me half of your house. Chapter 8 Mom and Dad, can we do this too? Listening to Yang Jing's words, Jang Chun felt like his entire worldview had been shaken. What Yang Jing implied was essentially that a woman getting married is equivalent to long-term prostitution, and a man getting married is long-term patronizing a prostitute. Jiang Chen's face turned slightly cold as he stared at Yang Jing and replied indifferently, since you compare yourself to a prostitute and charge per day, why not just become one directly? Due to their expressions and heightened emotions, their voices were not held back. Though not particularly loud, the conversation reached the ears of those around them. The surrounding guests, the cashier at the bar counter, and several waitresses in different sections were all staring at Yang Jing in shock. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Is there really a woman like this on a blind date? She's seriously shattering minds. Holy shit. Everyone was astonished. From Yang Jing's words, they sensed something even more outrageous. It seemed as if she implied that getting married was equivalent to a woman selling herself permanently, and her future husband was no different than a permanent client paying for her services. This seriously shattered minds. Among the onlookers, a few women even felt that Yang Jing's points made some sense, but they also felt like something was fundamentally off. Sitting at table A8, Ning Ruoyan was equally stunned. She never expected that the blind date scene she had secretly followed and recorded would end up like this. Yang Jing's remarks were just mind-blowingly unreasonable. What she implied was essentially equating marriage with long-term prostitution for women and long-term patronizing for men. But did she even consider Jang Chun was tall, handsome, in his prime 20s, with his physical condition at its peak? And Yang Jing, at best, only middle-level attractiveness, and even that was with makeup on. Who knew what she looked like without it? Even with makeup, perhaps it wasn't Yang Jing who was selling, but rather Jang Chun himself. After all, looks decided who was the prostitute and who was the client. At this moment, Yang Jing's face was extremely dark. She almost wanted to slap Jang Chun right then and there, but she noticed that everyone was staring at her, and some had even begun recording with their phones. This only deepened her fury. She glared viciously at Jang Chun, grabbed her bag, and left directly. After Yang Jing left, the restaurant patrons started whispering amongst themselves. This blind date girl is truly mind-blowingly unreasonable. Although we often hear of unreasonable demands from some women, this one takes the cake. Her words shattered minds. So mind-blowing. Many in the crowd kept glancing at Jang Chun approvingly, believing he didn't disgrace men. Unlike those submissive male dogs who are inherently lowly, desperately trying to please women. Little did they know, the so-called goddesses didn't even regard these dogs as equals. Even if they occasionally said something kind to them, it was always for a reason, like making the dogs buy this and that for them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fighting back a point for men. You now have a sign-in reward. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Jang Chun whispered inwardly, filled with anticipation. Ding! Sign-in successful. Obtain tenfold pleasure endowment. Jang Chun was filled with confusion. Tenfold pleasure endowment? What is this tenfold pleasure endowment? Jang Chun asked mentally. Ding! The tenfold pleasure endowment enhances a person's sensations by tenfold. Jang Chun imagined what it would be like if this tenfold pleasure ability was applied to his future wife. Then wouldn't that mean? Jang Chun lightly shook his head and discarded such stray thoughts. This sign-in reward was incredibly useful, though he couldn't make use of it yet. After all, he didn't have a wife yet. At this moment, Jang Chun ordered 2 dishes and decided to eat before leaving. As for Ning Ruoyan at table A8, ever since the blind date girl Yang Jing had left, she had already stopped recording and put her phone away. She ordered 2 dishes at random and planned to eat and then go home. After finishing his meal, Jang Chun returned home first. It wasn't until 2:40 p.m. when he drove to the kindergarten to pick up Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyan. Inside the kindergarten, the teacher was already lining up the children, waiting for parents to arrive and pick them up. In the crowd, Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyan watched the parents picking up their children. They came in all genders and ages, some were even couples. A couple would walk hand in hand with their child, looking very warm and harmonious. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyan gazed longingly, their eyes practically shining with envy. They desperately wanted to go home and have their parents hold their hands like that too. At this moment, Jang Chun approached with a smile. Jinyan, Ziyan, Dad. Upon seeing Jang Chun, the 2 kids were immediately filled with joy. They smiled broadly and sprinted toward him. Dad, I want a hug, said Qin Jinyan. I want one too, Qin Ziyan added immediately. Jang Chun indulgently smiled, then picked up the 2 kids with both arms, each in one hand, and the children naturally wrapped one arm around his neck. At this moment, the teacher walked over. She smiled at Jang Chun and asked, recently, how come Jinyan and Ziyuan's mom hasn't come to pick them up anymore? Jang Chun smiled and replied, she's been busy at work, so I've been picking them up lately. The teacher nodded with a smile, and the 2 chatted for a while. Then, Jang Chun took the 2 kids and went home. Back at home, he spent 2 hours playing with them before smiling at the 2 kids and saying, Dad is going to cook. You 2 can watch cartoons for now. Dad, I want to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms, Qin Ziyuan said. She had tasted Jang Chun's chicken stewed with mushrooms the previous day and instantly fell in love with it. Dad, I want chicken stewed with mushrooms too, Qin Jinyan chimed in. Dad will make it for you. Jang Chun smiled and went into the kitchen to begin cooking. It was nearly 5:30 p.m. when Qin Ran returned home. She glanced toward the kitchen, then looked at her 2 daughters watching cartoons on the sofa. Afterward, she sat down beside the 2 girls. At that moment, Jang Chun also walked out of the kitchen. Seeing that Qin Ran had returned, he said, go wash your hands. Time for dinner. Qin Ran lightly nodded and took the kids to wash their hands. A while later, the 4 of them sat down to eat. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan happily dug into the dishes. Qin Ran and Jang Chun were also eating. Halfway through the meal, the 2 kids filled their stomachs first. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan exchanged glances, thinking back to what they had seen at the kindergarten dismissal earlier that day. Many young parents holding their child's hand as they left, the scene filled with warmth. But they had never experienced anything like that. Mom and Dad, when we were dismissed from school today, a lot of our classmates' parents were holding their child's hand while walking together. We've never done that before. Qin Jinyan looked at Jang Chun and Qin Ran as she spoke. Qin Ran, Jang Chun. Mom, can we do that too? Qin Ziyuan gazed hopefully at Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Jang Chun looked into the hopeful eyes of the 2 children, a faint ache stirring in his heart. In their past lives, these 2 had been fatherless, and Qin Ran had remained single all along. Their childhood lacked a father's presence, which had already made the kids feel inferior in front of their kindergarten classmates. Chapter 9. Mom and Dad, can we sleep together? However, although he wanted to agree to the child's request, such a matter also required Qin Ran's approval. Moreover, he didn't want to be the one to bring it up first, lest Qin Ran thought he was trying to take advantage of the situation. Beside him, Qin Ran saw the anticipation in her 2 daughters' eyes and felt a faint ache in her heart. Since the girls had started kindergarten, they had come to understand that there was something called a father in this world, yet they had never met their own. From that time on, they began to feel inferior. Jiang Chen's arrival had subconsciously led the 2 girls to regard him as their father. But the care and affection only a father could offer, they hadn't fully experienced yet. Now that they had seen how other kids' fathers treated them at kindergarten, the 2 girls couldn't help but think more about it. Mom and Dad, okay? Qin Ziyuan looked at Jiang Chun and Qin Ran, and her eyes slowly turned from hopeful to pleading. This made Qin Ran feel even more upset. Qin Ran lightly hummed in agreement. Upon seeing this, the 2 children joyfully grabbed Jiang Chen's and Qin Ran's hands and shouted, Mom and Dad. Qin Ran and Jiang Chun exchanged glances, but said nothing. The 4 of them walked to an open area. Jiang Chun stood at the very left, Qin Ran at the very right, while Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan stood in the middle. Mom, can we take a photo with your phone? Qin Ziyuan raised her head and said to Qin Ran. Qin Ran hesitated for a moment, but, under the persistent urging of the 2 daughters, reluctantly agreed. She set the phone on the timer mode and placed it in front of them. Then she returned to her spot. The 4 looked at the camera. Click, 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 click. 5 photos in a row taken. Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan cheerfully ran over to grab the phone and looked at the pictures on the screen, beaming. Oh right, I've seen many parents hug when they take photos. They also hold hands. Mom and Dad haven't even held hands yet. Qin Jingyan raised her head and said to Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Jang Chun. Qin Ran glanced at Qin Jingyan. She wanted to say, Jang Chun isn't even your real father. But thinking again, Jang Chun really was the biological father of the 2 girls. Still, Qin Ran felt her 2 daughters were getting too deeply into the act, truly starting to regard Jang Chun as their father. If she said anything inappropriate at this point, the 2 little girls might find it difficult to accept. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan walked over. She took Jang Chun's hand and said, Dad, you and Mom stand together. I'll take a picture of you two. Jang Chun. Qin Ran. The 2 exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. They simply stood together, though still keeping a certain distance, their clothes not even touching. Seeing this, Qin Ziyuan frowned as she prepared to take the photo and complained, Mom and Dad, I told you to hold hands. Meanwhile, Qin Jingyan also grew impatient. Without a word, she stepped forward, grabbed both Qin Ran's and Jiang Chen's hands, and forcibly linked them together. Jiang Chun. Qin Ran. The 2 remained silent, not even looking at each other, but each felt a strange sensation in their heart. Jiang Chun found Qin Ran's hand incredibly soft, giving off a feeling of delicate tenderness. It was a pleasant sensation. As for Qin Ran, she had originally remained calm, but when her hand came into contact with Jiang Chen's, she couldn't help but feel warmth and a sense of security radiating from that hand, larger than her own. Qin Ran couldn't understand why this was happening. She had previously viewed Jiang Chun completely normally, so why had her feelings suddenly changed just because of a handhold? Could it really be, as described in novels said, that physical contact between man and woman can rapidly escalate their emotions? Click, click, click. Qin Ziyuan kept taking photos in front, snapping several shots in a row, before saying, Dad, you should hug Mom around the waist. Jiang Chun. Qin Ran could barely accept holding hands. It was already her biggest compromise. As for a waist hug, no way. But she also couldn't directly reject the 2 daughters, so she gently rubbed her forehead and said to them, Mom doesn't feel well. We'll take pictures another day. Without giving the 2 daughters any chance to respond, Qin Ran walked a few steps forward, grabbed the phone, and returned to her bedroom. Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan looked a bit disappointed, but thought to themselves that once their mother felt better, they could take more pictures. Dad, I want a hug. Me too. The 2 kids walked up to Jiang Chun and said, somehow, since their father had carried them on the way home from school today, they felt very comfortable in their father's arms. Jiang Chun said nothing, simply pulling the 2 into his arms. Still, he felt something slightly off. Though the 2 girls had always clung to him a bit before, they seemed even more attached today. Could it be? Jiang Chun suddenly recalled the tenfold sensation talent he had activated today during the matchmaking session, which could amplify one's sensory perception tenfold. In other words, normal physical contact could feel extremely pleasant. So just now when he held hands with Qin Ran, what kind of feeling did Qin Ran have? Inside the room, Qin Ran's heart was somewhat unsettled. After holding hands with Jiang Chun earlier, she had developed a peculiar emotion deep inside, one clearly directed toward Jiang Chun. But this shift in feeling felt too sudden. Lying on her side, Qin Ran looked at the photos she had just taken on her phone. In the photos, her expressions and reactions when she was holding hands with Jiang Chun were all captured. She first looked at Jiang Chun in the photos. He appeared calm, but somehow there seemed to be a trace of inner disturbance. Qin Ran couldn't help but wonder. If she felt such a strong sensation from just holding his hand, how did Jiang Chun feel? Qin Ran lightly shook her head, trying to dismiss the distracting thoughts. Then she flipped through the photos again and came across the group pictures of her, Jiang Chun, and their 2 daughters together. Looking at the photos, Qin Ran experienced a strange illusion, as if she and Jiang Chun were actually a married couple. I won't think about it anymore, my head hurts. She placed the phone aside and closed her eyes to rest. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that Qin Ran walked out of the room. She looked at the 2 children watching cartoons and said, Come on, time for a bath. Hearing that, Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan went over to Qin Ran. As for Jiang Chun, he also went to take a shower. After finishing their baths, they all sat in the living room watching TV. Half an hour later, Qin Ran came out with the 2 girls, all wearing pajamas. Dad, can I sleep with you tonight? Qin Jingyan walked over and asked. Qin Ziyuan chimed in. I want to sleep with Dad too. Jiang Chun. Qin Ran looked at her 2 daughters. A slight pang struck her heart. How come, after knowing Jiang Chun for such a short time, they already wanted to sleep with him? Dad, please? Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan looked at Jiang Chun with their large, sparkling eyes filled with expectation. Jiang Chun glanced at Qin Ran, silently seeking her approval. Qin Ran didn't say anything. She simply gave a slight nod. Mom and Dad, can we all sleep together tonight? Qin Jingyan suddenly said, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran's brows slightly furrowed, and she immediately refused. No. Chapter 10, Investigation. Qin Ran's expression was slightly darkened at this moment. She felt that if she didn't show some authority to the 2 little girls soon, in a while they might force her to kiss Jiang Chun. Qin Ran now clearly looked upset, and had become somewhat more imposing, which frightened the 2 children into silence. The girls felt a bit afraid of Qin Ran, and instinctively walked in front of Jiang Chun, leaning into his arms. They felt only in Jiang Chun's embrace could they feel safe enough. Jiang Chun gently hugged the 2 children, not knowing what to say. Qin Ran sat down at this moment, also at a loss for words, and just watched the TV. An awkward silence fell. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Jiang Chun's mobile phone rang with a WeChat notification. Jiang Chun glanced at it. It was from his mom. Mom, the matchmaker introduced another one for you. Still tomorrow at 11 in the morning for the blind date. Location remains the Won Yuan restaurant. Then, Madame Zhang sent over the information of the prospective date. Jiang Chun gave it a cursory glance and read no further. To him, blind dates at this stage were only to complete system missions and check in for some rewards. What he truly wanted was to find someone compatible, to marry out of love. Additionally, there was his career. As for his career, he would focus on it once the system mission was completed. As for finding a partner, Jang Chun fell into deep thought. On the sofa, Jang Chun sat between the two kids, with the girls leaning on him watching TV. As for Qin Ran, she sat on the far right end, but there was only a child separating her from Jang Chun, so the two weren't very far apart. From the moment Jang Chun's phone rang earlier, Qin Ran had noticed, and also remembered that Jang Chun had gone on a blind date earlier that day. She used to adopt a natural, laid-back attitude regarding Jang Chun going for blind dates. If Jang Chun met someone compatible during the meetings, her relationship with him would end there. After all, yesterday her impression of Jang Chun had been entirely normal. She had just found that he could talk to her well on some topics. But after recently taking family photos together and holding hands with Jang Chun, Qin Ran kept feeling something was off about her own emotions. Deep down, she felt a desire to know how Jang Chun's blind date went during the day. Earlier, while resting with eyes closed in the bedroom, she had been thinking about her feelings toward Jang Chun, but she hadn't reached a conclusion. After all, she had only taken a few photos with Jang Chun, then held hands. Surely it couldn't have made her fall for him just from that? Looking at the TV, Qin Ran remained silent for 2 minutes before finally asking Jang Chun in a casual tone, "How did the blind date go today?" Upon hearing that, Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran, then fixed his gaze back on the TV, replying to her, "It fell apart." Fell apart. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun for a moment, puzzled. Earlier, Jang Chun had also failed during a blind date. Was this second one today another failure? Although she knew modern blind dates had gone astray in general, having 2 in a row fail immediately in person was intriguing. "So what happened?" Qin Ran asked. Jang Chun, with nothing better to do, just chatted casually with Qin Ran. Deep down, he also genuinely wanted to know what Qin Ran thought. He replied indifferently. "She first asked me for a dowry of 680,000 yuan. If I couldn't provide that, she wanted half the ownership of my marital home, plus an additional dowry of 188,000 yuan. Qin Ran slightly raised her eyebrows. A dowry of 680,000 yuan? Or else transfer half the property to the girl and pay another 188,000 yuan. This blind date girl truly dared to ask. "And what did you say?" Qin Ran was somewhat curious and wanted to know exactly how Jang Chun responded, because the way someone speaks, and the words they actually say, are driven by some internal logic. Understanding this logic could allow her to comprehend Jang Chun more clearly. Jang Chun kept his eyes on the TV, and replied flatly, "I asked her why I should give half of the house we bought for my parents to her when getting married. She said she could give birth, and after marriage she'd take care of me. Then I asked, does the child need to call you mom?" Jang Chun narrated the whole experience of the day's date to Qin Ran word for word. Finally, he looked at Qin Ran for a moment and said, "That girl clearly didn't plan to live together seriously after marriage. Especially after she mentioned that a single visit to a high-end club costs 368 or 498 yuan now. I even suspected she worked as a technician in some club before. Worse, she compared herself to a prostitute and the men she dates to Johns. That part was particularly disgusting." After hearing that, 4 words appeared in Qin Ran's mind. Now I've seen it all. From what Jang Chun had described, she felt that this girl literally saw herself as nothing more than a prostitute, and the men going on blind dates with her as Johns. Meeting someone like this at a blind date was just bad luck. "Have you told your parents about this?" Qin Ran asked. Jang Chun nodded slightly. "I went back home this afternoon. Just now my mom sent me a message saying I have another blind date tomorrow." Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun for a moment, her eyebrows slightly raised. "Another blind date tomorrow?" Upon hearing the news, Qin Ran felt a faint discomfort deep inside, but it wasn't obvious. She said nothing, nor did she know what exactly she was thinking. Jang Chun said nothing either. The 2 adults and the 2 children just sat there watching TV, but Qin Ran was clearly absent-minded, continuously thinking about Jang Chun's upcoming blind date tomorrow. About half an hour passed. Qin Ran's phone beeped with a WeChat notification. Qin Ran glanced at it. It was from her secretary, Ning Ruoyan. She opened and checked it. Ning Ruoyan had sent a video first, and in one glance, Qin Ran recognized Jang Chun in the video, although he was facing away from the camera. Qin Ran looked at the real Jang Chun sitting on the sofa watching TV, then stood up and returned to her own bedroom. She watched the video inside the bedroom. After finishing the video, Ning Ruoyan also sent a message. "Ning Ruoyan, Chairman, this is the video of Jang Chun's blind date today. It might help you understand Jang Chun more clearly. Qin Ran, I asked you to investigate Jang Chun earlier, but I didn't ask you to continue later. Ning Ruoyan, I thought you wanted me to keep going. Ning Ruoyan, then I'll stop." Qin Ran felt somewhat conflicted. Yesterday, she hadn't felt any urge to continue investigating Jang Chun, because yesterday, her feelings toward Jang Chun were in a completely normal state. However, some things happened today that sparked her urge to continue. 2 minutes later, Qin Ran sent a message to Ning Ruoyan, "Continue investigating." Finally, Qin Ran decided to follow her heart. If she wanted to know more, then so be it. Although secretly investigating Jang Chun might make Jang Chun dislike her if he found out. But she couldn't help it. She needed to find someone who truly loved her and could marry her, and the prerequisite was to investigate the person's past to determine his character. If the character wasn't good, then nothing else mattered. Moreover, if she didn't investigate thoroughly and misjudged Jang Chun, she wouldn't be able to accept the consequences. Raise his monthly salary from 30,000 to 50,000. Such covert investigation of Jang Chun was essentially not a good act, so she could only compensate him in monetary terms. Chapter 11. Let's split the bill. At this moment, Ning Ruoyan sent a message. "Okay." Qin Ran didn't say anything, put away his phone, walked out, and sat on the sofa watching TV. It was already 9 p.m. The 2 kids were getting sleepy. "Dad, I'm tired," Qin Jinyan said with her eyes half closed, clearly exhausted. "I want to sleep," Qin Zian also said with her eyes half closed. At this moment, Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran. "I'll take the kids to sleep first." Qin Ran simply responded. Then Jang Chun took the 2 children back to the room. Qin Ran didn't stay in the living room any longer and went back to his room as well. The next morning at 10:50 a.m., Jang Chun arrived at Wanyuan Building. "Good noon, sir. How many in your party?" the waiter at the entrance asked with a smile. When the waiters saw Jang Chun, an expression of surprise flickered in her eyes. Jang Chun had come to Wanyuan building both yesterday and the day before, and both times had caused quite a commotion. Now many of the staff at Wanyuan building recognized Jang Chun. They had been gossiping about his dating experiences with matchmakers over the past couple of days. 2 people, Jang Chun replied briefly. He noticed the flicker of surprise in the waiter's eyes. He decided that he would no longer choose Wanyuan building for future blind dates. This way please, sir. The waiter led the way with a professional smile. They arrived at table A1 near the window, where Jang Chun sat down and checked the information about the woman sent by his mother yesterday on his phone. Name, Su Yao. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Education, associate degree. Occupation, bank teller. Monthly salary, base salary 4,500 plus performance bonus. Good health, no hereditary diseases. There were also some personal photos of Su Yao. Jang Chun glanced through the profile, but didn't look further. Most of his memories of blind dates from his previous life were hazy, except that he remembered clearly that during his first blind date, the woman was 40 minutes late and made excuses. And then the last one, Lu Na. Thinking of Lu Na, his expression darkened slightly. He forced himself to stop thinking about it. At this moment, outside the Wanyuan building, a tall and slim young woman appeared. She wore a wide-brimmed straw hat on her head and sunglasses on her eyes. Jang Chun is dating so frequently? The chairman told me to keep investigating Jang Chun. I need to dig deeper. Ning Ruoyan thought to herself. She was now convinced that the chairman was observing Jang Chun, and if he proved to be satisfactory in all aspects, there was a great chance that the chairman would marry him. Therefore, she needed to investigate thoroughly. Good noon, madam. How many in your party? The waiter smiled when she saw Ning Ruoyan. Ning Ruoyan glanced at the waiter. 1 person. Then, Ning Ruoyan followed the waiter into the restaurant. She swept a glance over the dining hall, and finally gave a subtle glance at Jang Chun at table A1 without drawing attention. Then she walked to table A2 behind Jang Chun and sat down. She randomly ordered 2 dishes and began playing with her phone. Once the matchmaker's female guest arrived, she would start recording. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of Wanyuan building, a young woman appeared. She wore a light beige long dress and high heels, with sunglasses on her face. She looked at the entrance and exit of Wanyuan building, feeling quite unhappy. Her mother had introduced a blind date guy, Jang Chun, to her through a matchmaker. Although this blind date match, Jang Chun, was tall and handsome, meeting her standards in appearance. However, she was already 26 years old. At the ages of early teens or early 20s, she preferred dating someone who was tall and handsome, because showing off with him would make her look good and enviable to her girlfriends. But now, at 26 years old, having worked for a few years, she clearly realized that nowadays, good looks and height meant little in finding a boyfriend. When meeting with girlfriends, they brought boyfriends or husbands who were either civil servants or entrepreneurs running businesses. Men with money and status had a completely different aura from those who only looked good. In comparison, a boyfriend who had good looks but lacked wealth and social standing seemed to pale in front of civil servants and wealthy men. When girls talk, the topics have also changed. They now mostly talk about what the man does. They no longer chat about how tall and handsome someone's boyfriend is, like before. Now, she wanted a partner who not only met her looks expectations but also had a decent job, to be able to feel proud introducing him around. In his profile, Jang Chun's job is listed as a housekeeper. Su Yao couldn't help but scoff. If her girlfriends found out her boyfriend was a housekeeper, she would probably be laughed at by all her friends. What's wrong with being a housekeeper? Isn't it just like delivering food or construction work? Nothing to be proud of. The only reason she was even here was because her family was pressuring her to get married urgently. Good afternoon, madam. How many people are in your party? The receptionist at the door greeted Su Yao with a smile. Looking for someone. Su Yao responded coldly and walked in. She glanced around the hall and finally locked her gaze on Jang Chun at table A1. She walked over. Jang Chun sensed someone approaching and lifted his head, recognizing the woman in front of him as Su Yao, his matchmaker date for today. Sit down, Jang Chun said briefly. At the same time, Ning Ruoyan, seated at the table behind Jang Chun, turned on her phone's video recording function and began secretly recording everything. Su Yao sat down. As she looked at Jang Chun, she couldn't help but admit that his appearance was indeed quite good. Back when she was in her teens and early 20s, she wouldn't have minded having some fun with someone like him. But after starting her job at the bank, she frequently encountered clients who would deposit $1 million, even several million, at once. Plus, she dealt with large amounts of cash every single day. Now, encountering a guy like Jang Chun, though he was tall and handsome, she no longer had any interest. To her, only a strong, successful man was worthy of her. I heard you own a car. What kind? She asked, her tone slightly cold. A cruise, Jang Chun replied briefly. A cruise. A flicker of disdain passed through Su Yao's eyes behind her sunglasses. Cruise? She'd never even heard of it. Just the name suggested it was probably a car worth just several, or 10,000 yuan. Su Yao had already lost interest in chatting with Jang Chun. She casually picked up the menu and ordered 4 of her favorite dishes, followed by a bottle of Sprite. She pushed the menu across to Jang Chun without much care. Order something. Jang Chun didn't place an order. 4 dishes from the menu were enough. He handed the menu back to the waitress. Then he looked at Su Yao and said indifferently, "Nothing else you want to ask?" A look of contempt flickered in Su Yao's eyes. Her tone slightly scornful, she said, "If it weren't for my parents pushing me to get married, I wouldn't even come here to meet you for a blind date. I came here not for matchmaking, but just to humor my parents. After dinner, we each go our separate ways." "Fine," Jang Chun simply replied. The two remained silent afterward. Until 40 minutes later, Su Yao finished her meal, as did Jang Chun. Su Yao grabbed her bag and stood up, preparing to leave. "Stop." At this moment, Jang Chun spoke in his usual indifferent tone. He looked at Su Yao and said, "You said you came here not for a blind date, but to satisfy your parents. You wasted my time. Are you just going to leave after finishing dinner?" Su Yao frowned, glancing at him with slight coldness in her eyes. "What exactly are you implying?" "This meal is on you," Jang Chun said plainly. Chapter 12. You wasted my time, and now you expect me to pay everything? Split the bill. Su Yao asked in disbelief after hearing that. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Just having a meal. yet he wanted to split the bill? In normal situations, when a guy and girl go out to eat, wouldn't the guy pay? Jang Chun looked at her, speaking in a calm manner. Between two strangers, you've wasted my time. Are you expecting me to pay the entire bill? The customers at nearby tables had overheard the conversation between Su Yao and Jang Chun more than tens of minutes ago. They heard that Su Yao had come to meet Jang Chun merely to satisfy her parents, while Jang Chun was here for an arranged meeting. So, didn't Su Yao waste Jang Chun's time? After finishing the meal, did she plan to just leave? Normally, if you've wasted someone else's time, aside from other things, at the very least you should apologize and then pay for the bill, right? Yet the way Su Yao acted, it felt as if having a meal with Jang Chun was supposed to be a privilege for him. At this moment, Su Yao's expression became quite unpleasant. She stared at Jang Chun, her tone slightly sharp. You're just average in every aspect. Going out to eat with a girl, and you still insist on splitting the bill. I doubt you'll ever find a wife this way. She came for an arranged meeting while you're here to meet your parents' expectations. According to logic, you have wasted his time. Shouldn't you at least apologize and pay for the meal? At this moment, a customer from a nearby table couldn't help but speak up. One person started talking, and others also began chiming in. You really have bad character. If my son dares to marry such a morally deficient woman in the future, I'll break his legs. Su Yao heard what the customers were saying, and her expression turned even more grim. However, with so many people speaking out, she was unable to refute them. Waiter, bring the bill. Su Yao said coldly with a dark expression. After paying the bill, she left directly. As for Jang Chun, he remained calm. He had met far too many women who believed that a guy should always pay when a man and woman eat together. Jang Chun looked out the window, his eyes somewhat melancholic. Having lived through one life already, he had seen far too many people. He had encountered women of poor character, selfish and self-centered. He had seen girls who believed men should naturally foot the bill without question. He saw girls who thought on Valentine's Day, men should send 520 yuan red packets and provide gifts, while they themselves didn't think it necessary to give the same to men. Everything centered around themselves, completely ignoring men's feelings. Likewise, he had also met many women with excellent character and manners. He met girls who would send men red packets and prepare gifts on Valentine's Day. Yet, he didn't know whether he was simply plagued with bad luck or what. Since breaking up with his first love back in high school, all the good girls he met afterward were already someone else's girlfriend. Wait, Jang Chun suddenly recalled Qin Ran. In his past life, Qin Ran was quite remarkable. Back then, he had feelings for her. Qin Ran not only looked flawless, but also possessed impeccable morals and manners. However, because of the huge gap between him and her, in his past life he felt a bit inferior in front of Qin Ran, so he quickly dismissed those inappropriate thoughts. Past life, this life. Jang Chun lit a cigarette and looked out the window. In his previous life, he had feelings for Qin Ran, yet this life, meeting her again, didn't evoke that same heart-pounding sensation. Though there was still a peculiar feeling. Yesterday, when they held hands for the photo, he felt her hand was soft and boneless, pleasant to hold. Jang Chun gently shook his head, unwilling to think further. For him, completing the system task was his main focus now. So far, he had already gone through 3 blind dates, and there were still 7 more to go. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully improved the male image by 1 point. You now have a check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in? Check in. Jang Chun silently responded in his mind. Ding! Master checked in successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained world-class martial arts skills. World-class martial arts skills include Tai Chi, Mysterious Fist, Jeet Kune Do, Sunda, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, and various other martial arts. Each of them has reached the master level. After hearing that, Jang Chun remained expressionless. Although the world-class martial arts skills were useful, practically, he would rarely need them. Time to go home. After finishing his cigarette, Jang Chun stood up and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Ning Ruoyan, sitting at table A2, sent a WeChat message to someone, he's leaving. Xiaoying got it. Ning Ruoyan put her phone away. She looked at Jang Chun's back seated at the front table, thinking in her mind, I hope Jang Chun can get through this test, or else the chairman will end up living a lonely life forever. Not long ago, Ning Ruoyan thought that by secretly following and recording Jang Chun's blind dates, trying to understand his personality and behavior, it was still insufficient. Thus, she sought out her best friend's younger sister, Xiaoying. Xiaoying studied at the art academy, aspiring to become an actress and a star. She had once seen Xiaoying acting so convincingly in a role, and believed that using Xiaoying to seduce Jang Chun with a beauty trap would be hard to detect. If during this process Jang Chun developed any intentions towards Xiaoying and made clear moves toward her, then that would mean Jang Chun was emotionally promiscuous. He couldn't resist temptation, and such a Jang Chun would not be worthy of the chairman. The chairman would certainly not marry someone like Jang Chun who couldn't resist temptation. After all, if Jang Chun married the chairman, he would gain more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime. With unlimited money, people become empty inside and seek excitement, like finding other beautiful women for novelty. The chairman could never marry someone who might one day cheat after marriage. After Jang Chun walked out, as soon as he reached the restaurant parking lot, he saw a tall approaching figure. This figure had a great build, beautiful appearance, looked around 23 years old, and possessed a charming demeanor. But Jang Chun merely glanced once. When the tall figure approached Jang Chun closely, Xiaoying stopped her steps. She looked at Jang Chun with eyes filled with slight sadness and determination. Wait. Jang Chun stopped walking. He looked at Xiaoying and calmly asked, something wrong? Xiaoying's eyes conveyed a touch of sorrow and firmness, appearing as if she had experienced something traumatic. I want to invite you for dinner. Xiaoying looked straight at Jang Chun and softly said, invite me for dinner? Jang Chun calmly observed Xiaoying's expression as he spoke. Xiaoying was silent for a few seconds, her expression bleak. I just got dumped. My boyfriend cheated on me, and I want someone to be with me. Looking at Xiaoying's expression, her sorrowful eyes, deep gaze, and determined tone, she wanted to invite him for dinner. She told him she had just been heartbroken, that her boyfriend cheated, and that she wanted someone to accompany her. What she was really implying wasn't just wanting someone to talk to, but perhaps something more might happen. Based on Jang Chun's experiences from his past life, one-night stands usually happened with women who had recently broken up, recently divorced, or had been lonely for a long time. And this woman was clearly someone who had just experienced heartbreak. And worse, her boyfriend had cheated on her. Chapter 13. Stay to the right. Watch out for cyclists bumping into you. There was another possibility. It might be a setup. First lure him with seduction, then take him to a hotel room. Once the room was booked, and they had taken a shower, right when they were about to get down to business, suddenly a group of people would kick the door open. Then they'd shout loudly, "What the hell? Dare to mess with my wife?" And then would come all sorts of threats. The ultimate goal would be to extort money. To Jang Chun, whether Xia Ying was truly heartbroken and just wanted someone to accompany her, or if it was a setup, was of no concern. He was just slightly curious. In his past life, after his third blind date ended, he hadn't met the beautiful young woman before him now, nor had anything happened about heartbreak, cheating, or looking for someone to accompany her. After reincarnation, the general path remains unchanged, but some people and events around me have produced a butterfly effect, gradually changing things. What puzzled Jang Chun was, how could the butterfly effect caused by his reincarnation affect this young woman before him? After all, he had had no contact with her whatsoever. "Let's just walk for now," Jang Chun said lightly. Xia Ying didn't say anything, but followed Jang Chun's pace, strolling slowly. About a minute passed. Whether intentionally or not, Xia Ying's and Jang Chun's shoulders and clothes touched slightly as they walked side by side. Jang Chun continued walking leisurely, eyes looking straight ahead, and calmly asked, "Why did you want me to keep you company?" Xia Ying lowered her head slightly, and after a few seconds' silence, softly replied, "You seem to be around my age." Jang Chun didn't respond. About a minute later, Jang Chun decided to test Xia Ying's reaction. At this time, more people riding electric bikes were passing by. Naturally, Jang Chun reached out and took Xia Ying's left hand, saying, "Stay to the right. Watch out for cyclists bumping into you." Xia Ying slightly lowered her head. Jang Chun didn't let go of her hand. He waited for Xia Ying to push his hand away. If after 20 seconds, Xia Ying still hadn't tried to push his hand away, that would indicate that she accepted his behavior. The 20 seconds quickly passed. At this point, Jang Chun slowed his pace and gently placed his hand on Xia Ying's shoulder. At the same time, he glanced at her. He found that Xia Ying allowed him to do so without showing any sign of resistance. This left Jang Chun somewhat puzzled. How could the butterfly effect triggered by his reincarnation influence Xia Ying? Could it be a time difference? The memory of his blind date with Su Yao in this life, due to this reincarnation, was gradually becoming clearer. He remembered in his past life, the time of finishing the date with Su Yao, and now, the error between the end time of that date and this one should not be more than 2 minutes. Yet just now, at the parking lot of the restaurant, there was clearly traffic congestion. In other words, whether in the past life or in this one, that 2-minute difference wouldn't have made much of a difference. "You've already eaten?" Jang Chun glanced at Xia Ying and asked calmly. Xia Ying slightly shook her head. "I can smell leaks from your breath," Jang Chun remarked indifferently. Xia Ying remained silent. They walked for a few more seconds before Jang Chun suddenly stopped. He pointed at a hotel across the street and said calmly, "It's hot, and we're sweaty. Let's go to the hotel and take a shower. Come with me, and after we wash up, I'll take you somewhere fun." Xia Ying was silent. 20 meters away, Ning Ruan was secretly recording video with her phone, and since Xia Ying had a very small earpiece in her ear, everything that Jang Chun and Xia Ying had talked about could be clearly heard. This Jang Chun, sure enough, couldn't resist temptation. A flicker of coldness passed through Ning Ruan's eyes. At the same time, she felt annoyed. Jang Chun failing this test meant that the chairman would end up alone for the rest of his life. "Stop," Ning Ruan instructed Xia Ying through the phone. A voice rang in Xia Ying's ears. After receiving the order, she looked at Jang Chun and softly said, "No, I think I should go home." Jang Chun looked at Xia Ying. She had just appeared willing to let him do as he pleased, but at a critical moment, she suddenly said she wanted to go home. What had caused Xia Ying to suddenly change her mind? Had he moved too quickly? However, based on previous experience, generally once a girl showed willingness to go along, they would basically follow to the hotel. It was just a matter of phrasing it more tactfully. You couldn't directly say that you wanted to go to a hotel to do something specific. But since Xia Ying wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. "Okay," Jang Chun said indifferently. Far away, Ning Ruan heard how quickly Jang Chun had agreed to let Xia Ying go home, and a flash of confusion appeared in her eyes. Normally, shouldn't he try to coax and talk Xia Ying into going to the hotel? Asked Jang Chun why he was so quick to agree to let you go, Ning Ruan said to Xia Ying through the phone. In truth, Xia Ying herself was also puzzled. Earlier, Jang Chun had first taken her hand for no apparent reason and had tested her reaction. She had let him. After all, out on the street like this, Jang Chun wouldn't dare to go too far. Then, Jang Chun had casually draped his arm over her shoulder, continuously testing her reaction, and soon after suggested going to a hotel. Now she suddenly said she wanted to go home, yet Jang Chun agreed so readily, leaving her very confused. "You agreed so easily?" Xia Ying looked at Jang Chun, observing his expression. "I won't force you." Jang Chun glanced at her and replied indifferently. Xia Ying stared at him. "You first held my hand to test me, then draped your arm over my shoulder again. Your actions just now clearly showed you wanted something to happen between us." Jang Chun looked at her. At this moment, he couldn't detect even a trace of sadness or determination in Xia Ying's eyes. Only curiosity remained. This Xia Ying's appearance clearly wasn't coincidental. Jang Chun gazed at her and spoke lightly. "From the beginning, you pretended to be heartbroken, hinting all around that something could happen between us. Now at a crucial moment, suddenly you say you want to leave. What is your real purpose?" Xia Ying looked at him in surprise. Although her acting wasn't exceptionally good, even her teachers had said her performance was decent. Plus, with the way she had subtly approached Jang Chun, most men would already have their judgment clouded by hormonal reactions. But from Jang Chun's words, it seemed as though he had seen through her act right from the start. That's right, she realized that from beginning to end, Jang Chun had remained unusually calm, each step forward preceded by careful testing. You knew I was pretending right from the beginning?" Xia Ying looked at Jang Chun. If that were truly the case, either her acting wasn't skillful enough, or Jang Chun was simply too calm and calculating. Jang Chun looked at her and said faintly, "Right now, Not a hint of sadness remains in your eyes. Anyone would notice how drastically different you are. Xia Ying fell silent. What was your purpose in approaching me? Jang Chun asked calmly. That calm gaze, that composed tone, it somehow unsettled her. You haven't answered my question yet. If just now I had really gone to the hotel room with you, once I stepped inside, wouldn't you have let me leave so easily? Xia Ying fixed her eyes on Jang Chun's, trying to decipher his true intentions through his expression. Chapter 14. The world's richest person's throne after 10 years. Upon hearing Xia Ying's words, Jang Chun gently shook his head. In his previous life, he had given up on himself completely. If he met a woman he could talk to, someone who intrigued him a little, someone he wanted to have something happen with, he wouldn't have hesitated. But now, having been reborn, his mindset had changed as well. Now, he simply wanted a partner who would genuinely care for him. And before he found that special someone, he wouldn't get involved with anyone. Not that he considered himself to be particularly noble. He just felt that once he opened that door, his idea of entering marriage because of love would become a joke. And if that were the case, even he himself would despise who he'd become. Even though he currently had no girlfriend, not to mention a wife. Even if he did something with anyone else, it wouldn't mean betraying someone. But Jang Chun had another peculiar feeling. Whether it was from psychological suggestion or something else, there was a voice in his mind telling him not to do this. Xia Ying had been watching Jang Chun's expression closely. When he shook his head slightly and rejected her statement just now, this Jang Chun seems to lack any of the vitality of a young man. He's too mature, Xia Ying thought to herself. She always felt as though Jang Chun's eyes held layers of stories inside, as if he had experienced countless unknown things. Speak. What's your real motive for approaching me? Jang Chun stared at Xia Ying. From a distance, Ning Ruan spoke through her phone to Xia Ying. Don't say too much. Flirt with him, distract him, and take the chance to escape. My car is right across the street. After hearing Ning Ruan's words, Xia Ying looked at Jang Chun and softly replied. My motive for approaching you is simple. Just look at the sun in the sky, and you'll understand. Jang Chun glanced at Xia Ying briefly, then turned his gaze upward to the sun. Just at this moment, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Xia Ying suddenly turn around, trying to flee. But it was pointless. Jang Chun had signed in to master world-class martial arts skills, and his perception in all aspects had greatly enhanced. Like his acute observation ability, his reaction speed, his predictive capabilities. In that instant, Jang Chun's hand moved like lightning, immediately seizing Xia Ying's arm. Ah! Xia Ying cried out in pain. Jang Chun calmly stared at her. Xia Ying trying to run only convinced him further that her approaching him was no coincidence. There must be an unknown purpose. He was very curious. Whose plans had been affected by the butterfly effect of his rebirth? Painful, painful, please be gentle. Xia Ying winced, begging. Jang Chun still gripped tightly. As a kind of punishment for Xia Ying's attempt to flee, he said coldly, Talk. What's the real reason you approached me? Jang Chun recalled the direction Xia Ying had turned to escape just now. She had run toward the opposite side of the road. He glanced toward the opposite side of the road a few times and finally fixed his gaze on a temporary parking spot across the street. At the parking spot, one of the cars had its window open. Inside sat a woman. His first glance at her felt oddly familiar, like he'd seen her before. He thought hard for about 10 seconds. Ning Ruoyan. Jang Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Ruoyan was Qin Ran's personal secretary and also his trusted aide. Many tasks had been assigned by Qin Ran to her. In his previous life, after marrying Lu Na, he started to establish his business. But to start a business, he needed funds. He drafted a business plan and then sought out Qin Ran, hoping he would invest. In the end, Qin Ran had invested and instructed him to contact Ning Ruoyan for anything else. One could say that after his marriage in his previous life, he had numerous interactions with Ning Ruoyan. Ning Ruoyan. At this moment, Jang Chun pointed his finger toward Ning Ruoyan's car across the street and coldly questioned Xia Ying. Is the woman in that car across the street your accomplice? Xia Ying, still wincing in pain, shook her head and denied it. No, I don't have any accomplice. I just impulsively wanted to practice my acting skills. I study at an arts college. Sorry. Jang Chun gave her a look before forcibly pulling Xia Ying with him toward Ning Ruoyan's car across the street. Across the street, inside Ning Ruoyan's car. When Jang Chun had first looked over, she quickly rolled up her windows. After all, she was secretly investigating Jang Chun now, so she couldn't let him remember her face. Now seeing that Jang Chun had captured Xia Ying and was walking toward her, her heart pounded with extreme anxiety. She didn't know what to do. Finally, Ning Ruoyan made a small turn, pressed the gas pedal, and sped away. Through her phone, she said to Xia Ying, He won't do anything to you. I've stopped nearby. I'll call the police soon. After hearing that, Xia Ying strongly wanted to beat Ning Ruoyan up. But recalling that Ning Ruoyan had sent her to test Jang Chun and seemed mysterious, sneaky, and cautious not to expose her true identity, Xia Ying stopped complaining. You still say she's not your accomplice? Jang Chun saw that Ning Ruoyan had driven off directly. He couldn't help but understand something too. Ning Ruoyan had used Xia Ying to test him. Could this be secretly orchestrated by Qin Ran? After all, he now knew that Qin Ran had approached him before with the intention of observing him up close, and even possibly trying to develop a connection with him. If she had confirmed his character was trustworthy, and if there had been mutual feelings between them, what would have happened between him and Qin Ran? At that thought, Jang Chun loosened his grip on Xia Ying's arm, and Xia Ying seized the opportunity to immediately run off. Jang Chun didn't chase her, but stood there in deep thought, staring in the direction Xia Ying had fled. It seems that Qin Ran's secret investigation on me hasn't just started today, Jang Chun murmured quietly. For others, being secretly watched by someone else would feel unpleasant. After all, having one's movements monitored was never a comfortable thing. However, having earned billions of dollars through his own efforts in his previous life, Jang Chun understood that once someone reaches that level, many things need to be carefully investigated and handled without any mistakes. Qin Ran secretly investigating him also indirectly proved that Qin Ran treated marriage with caution and seriousness. Qin Ran's image surfaced in Jang Chun's mind. Deep down, he truly admired her. Back in his past life, his daughter had already been in her teens, while Qin Ran had remained unmarried all along. After all, normal people naturally have certain needs, let alone an aging woman. Yet, Qin Ran had remained single all these years, something that wasn't easy to achieve. Perhaps precisely because of this, Qin Ran had poured even more of her energy into pharmaceutical research and development. That's exactly why, 10 years later, she had claimed the throne as the richest person in the world. Although Jang Chun and Qin Ran were both company executives, the scale and influence of Qin Ran's company were nowhere near comparable to his own. He recalled a conversation he had with Qin Ran back in his previous life. Qin Ran had once told him that the internet industry had already been divided among several major giants, and breaking through in that sector would be extremely difficult. Instead, Qin Ran had primarily focused her strategies on the pharmaceutical industry. Jang Chun remembered clearly. This year, more precisely next month, Qin Ran's company would shock the world with a newly released cancer drug. And 3 years later, her company would introduce several new medications specifically for treating autoimmune diseases, including rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, ankylosing spondylitis, and others. Chronic illnesses had always been major global challenges. In the years that followed, almost all of these chronic diseases were conquered by Qin Ran's company. Chapter 15. They don't seem very affectionate. In his past life, many people took pride in Qin Ran. Whenever his name was mentioned, everyone expressed admiration without exception. Even online trolls struggled to find anything negative to say about him. He still clearly remembered how mentioning Qin Ran's name would make people feel proud and deeply honored. Qin Ran had also been dubbed the national goddess by netizens. Many netizens said that no man in the world seemed worthy of Qin Ran. As Qin Ran remained unmarried and no one had ever heard of him having a boyfriend, discussions and speculations became widespread among netizens. For example, when will Qin Ran get married? Who can marry Qin Ran? What will Qin Ran's future partner be like? Whose sperm was used for Qin Ran's test tube baby? These topics became the longest-lasting trending discussions in history. Let's go back. Jang Chun lightly shook his head. He planned to buy some vegetables first and cook something delicious for the two kids tonight. Previously, Qin Ran had a housemaid, but she stopped working after her family encountered an emergency. Now, all the chores like buying groceries and cooking fell on his shoulders. At this moment, Jiang Chen's WeChat notification rang. He checked and saw that it was from Qin Ran. Qin Ran, I forgot to mention this earlier. Chen Annie has resigned because of a family issue. From now on, you'll be handling grocery shopping and cooking. I've increased your monthly salary to 50,000, plus monthly bonuses. Jiang Chun, alright. Jiang Chun didn't refuse. Although Qin Ran had helped him in their past life, he currently had no reason to decline. Refusing might cause unnecessary suspicion. For now, it was better to interact with Qin Ran in a strictly professional manner. Meanwhile, Qin Ran sat in her office, looking at the chat history with Jiang Chun on WeChat. She had just told Jiang Chun about raising his monthly salary to 50,000. Partly as compensation after secretly investigating his background, but also because Chun Annie had left, making grocery shopping and cooking his responsibility now. However, the salary increase wasn't her real intention. She was merely looking for an opening to start a conversation. She wanted to try talking to Jiang Chun about non-work related matters, like asking how his blind date went today. But, since they didn't usually chat much on WeChat, bringing up his blind date suddenly might make him think too much. He might even misinterpret that she had feelings for him. After all, their relationship wasn't at that level yet. Qin Ran looked at the chat for a moment, then switched away and messaged Ning Ruoyan. How did Jiang Chen's blind date go today? Less than 10 seconds later, Ning Ruoyan sent over 2 videos. The first was the video of Jiang Chen's blind date. Qin Ran watched that one first. After watching, she was speechless. Why were all the people Jiang Chen met during blind dates like this? At the same time, a part of her secretly relaxed. Qin Ran then opened the second video. Her eyebrows slightly lifted as she focused on watching. When she saw Xia Ying approaching Jiang Chun, her brows slightly furrowed. When she saw Jiang Chun respond to Xia Ying and finally even hold her hand, then not letting go afterward, her expression darkened slightly. She clicked further and watched as Jiang Chun casually draped his arm over Xia Ying's shoulder. At this point, her face grew colder, her gaze sharper. She hadn't expected Jiang Chun to be this kind of person. A pretty girl, pretending to be heartbroken and cheated on, clearly hinting at something more. Jiang Chun had used the excuse of an approaching scooter to casually pull Xia Ying closer to the curb, then held her hand without letting go. This was undoubtedly a second, deeper test. He kept holding her hand for 20 seconds. Xia Ying didn't push him away, which was essentially giving consent. So Jiang Chun took the third step forward, casually placing his arm around Xia Ying's shoulder. And she didn't resist at all. When a girl doesn't object to such physical contact, any man would naturally assume something might happen. Qin Ran, with a cold face, continued watching until she saw Jiang Chun suggest checking into a hotel, using the excuse that it was hot and he was sweaty. She kept watching. Though her face remained cold, the anger in her eyes softened slightly. When it finished, her expression returned to normal. She closed the video and read the message from Ning Ruoyan again. Ning Ruoyan, this is Jiang Chen's blind date video today. The female lead in the second video is my best friend's younger sister. I asked her to seduce Jiang Chun as a test, but Jiang Chun saw right through it. Qin Ran, no need for tests. Observe normally. Jiang Chun held Xia Ying's hand and even casually draped his arm over her shoulder, making her feel slightly uncomfortable. Ning Ruoyan, okay. Ning Ruoyan, by the way, Chairman, I noticed today that Jiang Chun appeared very calm around Xia Ying. His way of testing her was also very natural. He seemed like a seasoned pro, maybe even a playboy. Should I look into his romantic history? Qin Ran read the message thoughtfully. Since she had already decided to dig deeper, she might as well investigate thoroughly. Dig deeper, Qin Ran replied. Ning Ruoyan, understood. It should take no more than 15 days. We'll check his romantic life from junior high school all the way up to the present. Qin Ran responded with a simple Understanding Jiang Chen's romantic history would help accurately determine his attitude toward relationships, and reveal the reasons behind past breakups and how those relationships had started. Those 2 points were very important. At this moment, Qin Ran opened the video where Xia Ying had approached Jiang Chun. Based on Jiang Chen's expressions and the way he had tested Xia Ying, he truly seemed experienced. However, when Xia Ying later asked Jiang Chun whether he would allow her to leave easily if they had checked into a hotel, Jiang Chun had simply shaken his head lightly. His expression and eyes gave the impression that he had gone through something. But Qin Ran could sense that Jiang Chun hadn't truly intended to do anything to Xia Ying. There's something off. Frowning, Qin Ran thought back. When she first met Jang Chun, he had seemed somewhat insecure around her. But starting a few days ago, Jang Chun suddenly gave off a sense of maturity, as if he had grown up overnight. His demeanor and tone of voice were unusually calm. Shaking those stray thoughts away gently, Qin Ran put them aside for now. In the afternoon, Jang Chun returned to Villa 001 of Tianjin Garden after grocery shopping. He washed and chopped the vegetables, tidied everything up, and then took a short rest. At 2:40 p.m., Jang Chun drove to the kindergarten to pick up the two kids. At the kindergarten, the children were lined up, waiting for their parents to pick them up. "Daddy, Mommy." A child, seeing his parents, happily opened his arms and ran straight into their embrace. "My treasure, we're taking you out for a nice dinner tonight." The child's mother lovingly smiled, then planted a big kiss on his cheek. "Kiss for Mommy, kiss for Daddy." The child cheerfully kissed his parents' faces. Watching this scene from the line, Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan felt a tinge of envy. They both felt how loving that child's parents were, yet their own parents somehow didn't seem quite right. They didn't seem particularly affectionate at all. Chapter 16. How could they feel anything? Let's go home. At this moment, the child's father picked the kid up, while the mother linked arms with the father, appearing quite affectionate and sweet. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyan watched the scene with confusion in their eyes. Why did their own parents rarely smile when they were together? In fact, they had never even seen them act affectionately toward each other. Just then, the two kids noticed Jang Chun, and smiles instantly lit up their faces. "Daddy." They stretched out their arms. Jang Chun smiled gently upon seeing this. He squatted down and scooped both children into his arms, one on each side. Being held by Jang Chun felt so comfortable that the two kids wished they could stay in his embrace forever. "Daddy, kiss me." After saying this, Qin Jinyan puckered her lips and kissed Jang Chun on the cheek. "I want a kiss too." Qin Ziyan followed suit, planting a kiss as well. Jang Chun let the kids kiss him as they pleased, his heart full of happiness. In his previous life, after marrying Luna, he rarely visited Qin Ran, and therefore hadn't seen the two girls often. Each time he did see them back then, they cried uncontrollably when it was time for him to leave. Now he knew they were his own daughters. When he thought of the years they had lived without a father before, his heart ached slightly. In this life, within the limited time he had, he would make sure both girls were happy every single day. But soon, Jang Chun became confused, because the two kids wouldn't stop kissing him. Smooch, smooch, smooch. Jang Chun broke into a slight sweat, and couldn't help but say, "Can you kiss me later at home? Daddy needs to drive now." "Okay." The two kids gave him a final hard kiss and finally stopped. Back home, the two children started clinging to Jang Chun again. Jang Chun was speechless. "System, can I control the tenfold pleasure point talent I received from check-in at will?" Jang Chun communicated with the system through thoughts. Thanks to the tenfold pleasure talent, anyone who had physical contact with him would feel extremely comfortable. Now the kids were starting to get carried away and addicted. No, to be precise, they were now completely infatuated and addicted to him, constantly clinging to him, which made him feel rather awkward. Ding! The reward talent from check-in is engraved into your genes and cannot be revoked. Jang Chun sighed inwardly. Luckily, the kids calmed down after a while, though they still wanted to lie in his arms and watch TV, feeling it was very comfortable that way. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jang Chun glanced at the two girls and said, "Daddy needs to start cooking. Behave and watch TV." The two girls felt a little reluctant because lying in Daddy's arms truly felt amazing. But since Daddy needed to cook, there was nothing they could do. "Okay." The two nodded reluctantly. Jang Chun smiled and gently ruffled the two kids' hair, then headed into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. At 5:30, Qin Ran returned. When she saw the two daughters lying in Jang Chun's arms watching TV, a sense of unease stirred in her heart. She had raised these kids for 4 years, yet they never acted this affectionate toward her. Jang Chun turned around and said, "Wash your hands. Time to eat." Qin Ran nodded slightly. "Daddy, take me to wash hands," Qin Jinyan said. "All right." Jang Chun smiled affectionately and led the two kids to wash their hands. Qin Ran was speechless. The girls always called for her when they needed to wash hands. Now they were calling for Jang Chun. The problem was, Jang Chun had only been in her home for a little over a week. Yet now the two girls were completely attached to him. After washing hands, the dishes were set on the table, and the four sat down. The two girls insisted on sitting next to Jang Chun, while Qin Ran sat alone on the opposite side. Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun and the girls. Why did she feel like an outsider all of a sudden? "Daddy, I want some braised pork," Qin Ziyan sweetly requested. "Daddy, I want vermicelli noodles," Qin Jinyan said. Jang Chun smiled and served the two girls. Seeing this, Qin Ran's heart was filled with both speechlessness and a vague discomfort. It felt like betrayal. The two girls took a few bites, then suddenly remembered something. Qin Jinyan looked at Jang Chun and Qin Ran and said, "Mommy and Daddy, today at kindergarten, I saw my friend's parents being really sweet and affectionate. Why don't our parents smile often when they're together?" Qin Ran, what was there to smile about? Jang Chun smiled slightly and explained, "Daddy does smile quite a bit. But Mommy rarely smiles, and I don't think I've ever seen Mommy smile," Qin Jinyan said. "Yeah, I don't remember seeing Mommy smile either," Qin Ziyan recalled briefly. She looked at Qin Ran curiously and asked, "Mommy, why don't you smile? Is it because you haven't encountered anything happy?" Qin Ran was silent. Hearing the two kids' words, Jang Chun couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Qin Ran. She had never smiled. He recalled his time with Qin Ran in his previous life. She truly hadn't seemed to smile much. Not smiling for a long time didn't necessarily mean life was bad, but it definitely indicated she wasn't living happily. Combining this with her circumstances and experiences, it really was hard for her to smile. He remembered Qin Ran's parents had died in a car accident back in 2015. Later, he found out that her relatives, using Qin Ran's young age and lack of business experience as an excuse, tried every possible means to take control of her parents' company. Because of this, Qin Ran had a falling out with her relatives. Then afterward, he remembered that many rich second-generation guys pursued Qin Ran. Their intentions were obvious. First, to win her over, and second, to gain control of the two companies she managed. One was an investment company, the other a pharmaceutical company. But Qin Ran saw through their motives. Later, for unknown reasons, Qin Ran had undergone in vitro fertilization. "Eat your food." Qin Ran gave the two kids a sharp glance. Seeing the slightly stern expression on Qin Ran's face, the two girls dared not say anything else and bowed their heads to eat quietly. Jang Chun didn't say anything either. He glanced at Qin Ran and continued eating, though his mind was filled with thoughts. From an objective perspective, if he were to marry Qin Ran, it would undoubtedly be perfect. After all, the two girls were his biological daughters. If he and Qin Ran became a couple, they would form a complete family. Thinking about this, Jang Chun fell into contemplation. From his memory, Qin Ran was undoubtedly flawless. She was the kind of woman you could fall in love with, and also happily marry. She could stand on her own outside the home, and she would be a virtuous wife within. Such a perfect person, why hadn't he felt any romantic attraction toward her before? After thinking for a while, Jang Chun seemed to understand something. Although he had lived with Qin Ran day by day before, their communication had been minimal, and he wasn't someone who obsessed over looks. Her beauty alone wouldn't have stirred any romantic feelings in him. Realizing this, Jang Chun decided that if the opportunity arose, he would talk to Qin Ran. After finishing dinner, Jang Chun began clearing the table and washing the dishes. Qin Ran also stepped forward to help. Although she paid him a salary, in her heart, she didn't really see Jang Chun as just an employee. Watching from the side, Jang Chun felt a bit speechless. Qin Ran had been secretly investigating him and wanted to interact with him more. But how could they ever develop any feelings if they didn't even chat normally? Chapter 17 Bang. Then again, maybe it was just that Qin Ran didn't know what to say, which was why she didn't try to chat. Jang Chun thought for a moment. If he intentionally tried to talk to Qin Ran about something, it would probably feel awkward. Chats should come naturally, otherwise, they'd only backfire. Once they had tidied up, they went to sit on the sofa and watch cartoons with the kids. However, neither Jang Chun nor Qin Ran had much interest in the cartoons. Jang Chun sat there watching the cartoon only because the kids wanted to lie in his arms while watching. As for Qin Ran, she didn't have any close friends to confide in, nor did she use her phone to chat casually with anyone. However, it was still too early to go to sleep, so she could only sit there idly, staring at the cartoon. About half an hour later, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun, and coincidentally, Jang Chun had almost simultaneously glanced at Qin Ran as well. Both detected the boredom in the other's eyes, clearly uninterested in the cartoon. Just at that moment, the cartoon switched to commercial break. The two kids finally turned their attention away from the TV. Qin Jinyan snuggled into Jang Chun's arms, and then turned over and slowly stood up, looking at Jang Chun and saying, "Daddy, kiss." Mwah. Seeing this, Qin Ziying followed suit. Kiss. Mwah. Each child left a kiss on Jang Chun's face. Jang Chun, beside them, watching the scene, Qin Ran felt a twinge of bitterness inside. Now, both of her daughters were attached to Jang Chun, but she felt like an outsider. Qin Ran said nothing. She stood up and headed to take a shower. Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran's retreating back. He sensed a hint of loneliness from her posture. He remembered that Qin Ran didn't truly have a close confidant, and now her two daughters were not as close to her as they were to him. It made him feel she was actually quite lonely. Once Qin Ran had gone to the bedroom to shower, Jang Chun gently pinched the two girls' cheeks, and with a doting smile said, "You two shouldn't only kiss Daddy. You should also kiss Mommy. Earlier at dinner, you noticed Mommy didn't smile, right? That's because Mommy hasn't encountered anything happy lately. You two should be more affectionate with Mommy. Then Mommy will gradually become happy again. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see Mommy looking unhappy, right?" After hearing this, the girls' joyful expressions gradually calmed. They loved their mom too, but their mom seldom smiled and was often serious, making them feel shy and hesitant to get too close. But they didn't want to see their mother unhappy either. "Go on then, go take a shower with Mommy," Jang Chun chuckled softly. "Okay." The two girls nodded, and then got off the sofa heading toward the bedroom. Knock knock. "Mommy, open the door. We want a shower," said Qin Jinyan. After about 10 seconds, the door opened. The two girls entered the room, and then closed the door behind them. 50 minutes later, all four had finished showering and changed into pajamas, now sitting on the sofa. "Daddy, kiss." The two girls cheerfully kissed Jang Chun's face, but then suddenly remembered something. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziying walked over to Qin Ran. "Mommy, kiss." Mwah, mwah. The girls each left a kiss on Qin Ran's face. Initially, Qin Ran still felt slightly bitter inside, and a little hurt in her heart, because the two kids had been sticking to Jang Chun all along. But now, having also been kissed by her two daughters brought a slight warmth in her heart, alleviating her sorrow a little. However, very quickly, Qin Ran's face subtly changed, as she realized something. Just now, her two daughters kissed both her and Jang Chun. Didn't that mean, indirectly, that she and Jang Chun had just touched cheeks? Again, daddy kiss. The two girls went back to Jang Chun and smooshed him again. Qin Ran remained silent. "Mommy, another kiss." The two girls ran to Qin Ran again, kissing her cheek. Qin Ran originally wanted to refuse but hesitated for a moment when they approached, and within that brief hesitation, her two daughters had already kissed her. The two little girls continued back and forth for a while, when suddenly Qin Jinyan thought of something and said to Qin Ran and Jang Chun, "At the kindergarten, I saw some friends' parents kissing each other. Why don't you two kiss too?" Qin Ran looked at the two girls for a moment. "No kissing. Why not?" The two girls looked at Qin Ran with puzzlement. Qin Ran felt speechless. She and Jang Chun weren't even a real couple. At this moment, Jang Chun chuckled and said, "Mommy hasn't been feeling well lately and can't be kissed." The two girls looked puzzled and asked, "But we just kissed Mommy." "You two kissing her is okay. Daddy can't kiss Mommy," Jang Chun replied. "Why can't you two kiss?" the girls asked curiously. Jang Chun, "Well, not for now." "Then when can you kiss?" the girls asked. Jang Chun said, "Maybe after 6 months." 6 months, okay. The two girls looked slightly disappointed. "Then can you two hug?" Qin Jinyan asked then. Jang Chun, "Can't either." "Alright, that's a shame." Qin Jinyan looked at Qin Ran, feeling her mother was a bit pitiful. "Daddy's arms are so comfortable. Too bad Mommy can't enjoy them." Qin Ran had no words, especially when her daughter looked at her with a gaze full of pity, making her even more speechless. At this moment, Qin Ziying picked up Qin Ran's phone. She knew the password and unlocked it directly. She found the camera icon. Then she tapped on it, and took a photo of Jang Chun and Qin Ran. "Daddy and Mommy, sit together. I want to take a picture of you too," Qin Ziying said, getting off the sofa. Qin Ran, Jang Chun, "Hurry." Qin Ziying looked at Jang Chun and Qin Ran, her eyes filled with confusion. Don't tell me you two can't even sit together. You two even held hands before. Jang Chun, Qin Ran. Jang Chun didn't feel right about making the first move. He was afraid that if he moved closer to Qin Ran on his own, she might think he was trying to take advantage. As for Qin Ran, she didn't mind taking a photo with Jang Chun, but she wouldn't be the one to scoot closer either. And neither of them moved. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziying felt anxious watching this. Wasn't it just a matter of shifting positions? Why were they being so hesitant? The two kids moved forward, one pushing Jang Chun, the other pushing Qin Ran, trying their hardest to get the two adults closer. Jang Chun sweated slightly. This was Qin Ran. After the two girls' effort, Jang Chun and Qin Ran were finally sitting side by side. But the girls still felt something was off. They were sure other kids' parents didn't act like this. Mommy, you should scoot a bit closer to Daddy. Daddy, you should put your arm around Mommy's shoulders. It's not even a real hug. Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Jang Chun wiped a little sweat and said, looking at the girls, putting my arm around her shoulders is going too far. Humph. Qin Ziying huffed with a look of obvious dissatisfaction. However, she suddenly seemed to remember something, pulled Qin Jinyan aside, and whispered, I'll push Mommy hard in a moment, and you record the video. Okay. Qin Jinyan nodded. Jang Chun and Qin Ran exchanged glances but didn't say anything, unaware of what the two girls had whispered about. At this moment, Qin Ziying stood on the sofa but made no other move. Meanwhile, Qin Jinyan in front had already turned on the video recording. Just at that moment, Qin Ziying suddenly sprinted forward, using her body weight and pushing with her hands, charging directly at Qin Ran. Bang! In an instant, Qin Ran was pushed toward Jang Chun by the impact of Qin Ziying's charge. Jang Chun instinctively caught Qin Ran in his arms. Chapter 18. How is this possible? In that single moment, Jang Chun clearly felt his hormones surging. As he instinctively embraced Qin Ran, he caught the scent of body wash and shampoo coming from Qin Ran. The two fragrances mixed with natural body scent, and when inhaled, made him feel refreshingly clear-headed. At the same time, holding Qin Ran, he felt how soft her body was. Jang Chun was very familiar with this sensation. It was a physiological response. However, apart from the physical reaction, something psychological was also changing. But Jang Chun had no time to contemplate these changes. As for Qin Ran, as she fell into Jang Chun's arms and was instinctively held by him, for some unknown reason, she felt his embrace was warm and comforting, making her feel safe, along with an indescribable sensation. Oh yeah, we're done recording. Just then, Qin Jinyan said happily from the front. Qin Ziyuan walked over to Qin Jinyan's side to watch the video. Qin Jinyan's voice also brought Jang Chun and Qin Ran back to reality. Jang Chun no longer held on to Qin Ran, and Qin Ran sat upright again. Jang Chun didn't know what to say. As for Qin Ran, her mind raced furiously, thinking about how to react next. She had been caught in Jang Chun's arms by her daughter, yet deep in her heart and in her feelings, she didn't feel disgusted about falling into Jang Chun's arms, nor did she blame her daughter. But if she didn't show some kind of reaction now, Jang Chun might think she actually liked him. Within just a second, Qin Ran's face darkened slightly, her eyes holding a hint of anger. She stood up and walked towards her two daughters. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan had originally been quite happy, but seeing Qin Ran's current expression, they instinctively stepped back a few steps in fear. Dad, Dad, the two kids nearly begged at the same time, pitifully seeking help from Jang Chun. But Jang Chun could do nothing. If he and Qin Ran were truly married, there wouldn't be any problem with the girls doing this. Although in the two children's subconscious, they had indeed already considered him as their real father. Yet when viewed from Qin Ran's perspective, she might not see it the same way. Coupled with Qin Ran's current anger, Jang Chun didn't dare to say anything. At that moment, Qin Ran grabbed both of the kids by their collars and forcibly dragged them toward the bedroom. Dad, Dad, wah, bang. After closing the door, Jang Chun faintly heard the sound of the two girls crying from within the room. 1 minute, 3 minutes passed. Jang Chun still faintly heard crying from the room. Although the two daughters were a bit naughty, Jang Chun didn't want them to keep crying endlessly, and he felt a slight pang of tenderness or sympathy. He stood up and knocked on the bedroom door while saying, That's enough, isn't it? Then the door opened. The two girls inside, still crying, ran behind Jang Chun upon seeing the door open. Dad, Dad. Qin Ran cast a glance at the two daughters behind Jang Chun before softly saying to him, It's getting late, go to sleep early. Okay. Jang Chun responded briefly with a slight hum. Then Qin Ran closed the door. Inside the covers, eyes closed, images of what had just happened involuntarily surfaced in Qin Ran's mind. She was examining those feelings. From earlier when she had held hands with Jang Chun, all the way to just now, falling into his arms. Both instances of physical contact had triggered a special sensation within her. Qin Ran could feel that she had developed a special emotion towards Jang Chun. However, she found it inconceivable. Just from some physical contact with Jang Chun, could she really have developed such a strong feeling? Qin Ran shifted her thinking and considered another possibility. If it had been another man's arms instead of Jang Chun's that she had fallen into. At this thought, she clearly felt resistance within. Could it be that I've already developed feelings for Jang Chun? Qin Ran found it hard to believe. From the day she met Jang Chun until now, had it only been the 11th day? How could she possibly fall for Jang Chun in such a short time? Yet she couldn't think of any other explanation for the sensation she experienced earlier. In another room, Jang Chun held the two kids tightly on either side while soothing them. Mom didn't hit you. Why are you crying? Sniffling and speaking between sobs, Qin Ziyuan said. Mom looked scary. Beside her, Qin Jinyan also sniffled slightly as she said, We just wanted Mom and Dad to sit together and take a photo. Then Mom wanted to hit us. The two children couldn't understand. Why would Mom get so angry when Dad and Mom were just sitting together for a photo? Jang Chun didn't know what to say, so he simply kept holding them. About 5 minutes passed. The two kids finally stopped crying and gradually felt drowsy, slowly closing their eyes. As for Jang Chun, he couldn't fall asleep so quickly. He was reflecting on life, more precisely, on the feelings he had developed for Qin Ran today. The kids had been clinging to him all day, ignoring Qin Ran's feelings, and later she had returned to her room alone to take a shower. At that time, watching her retreating back, Jang Chun sensed a sense of loneliness in her figure. Moreover, from his past life, he knew that Qin Ran didn't really have any close female friends to confide in. In a way, she had been living quite lonely, without someone she could truly open up to. This made him recall his past marriage. He and Luna hadn't had that kind of deep emotional connection either. After marriage, he had also felt quite lonely and isolated. Once a person starts a family, without a partner who you can talk to about anything, that kind of loneliness is something only those who've experienced it can understand. Seeing Qin Ran's lonely back figure and her solitary manner, Jang Chun not only felt empathy, but also a growing urge deep inside to open up to her. In addition, when he had instinctively embraced Qin Ran later, besides the physical attraction, there was also an indescribable and inexplicable sensation. Forget it, no more thinking. Jang Chun felt a bit of a headache, then closed his eyes, adjusted his sleeping posture, and hugged the two kids to sleep. Early the next morning, Jang Chun got up early to prepare breakfast. As for Qin Ran, she was helping the two kids with their morning hygiene routine. After breakfast was ready, the four of them sat down and slowly began eating. It's raining outside, Qin Jinyan said, looking toward the distant window. Qin Ziyuan also looked over. The rain isn't heavy. Though the kids spoke, neither Jang Chun nor Qin Ran responded. For them, whether it rained or not didn't really matter. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes and chopsticks, Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran and said, I'll drop the kids off at kindergarten first. I'll go with you. Qin Ran replied calmly. Question mark. Jang Chun looked at her. Aren't you going to work? Recently the company isn't too busy. My secretary can handle things in my absence, Qin Ran said. Okay then, Jang Chun said briefly before asking. Do we have an umbrella? I have one in my car, Qin Ran replied. Chapter 19. What's going on? After letting out a hum, Jang Chun and the other three walked out and got into the car. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at a parking lot near the kindergarten. Before getting off the car, Jang Chun opened the umbrella first. Then he walked to the rear car door. At this moment, Qin Ran and the two kids also got out of the car. Dad, isn't this umbrella a bit small? Qin Jinyan looked up at the umbrella. Dad, you got slightly rained on. Move a bit closer to Mom. Qin Ziyuan looked up and said to Jang Chun. It's fine. Jang Chun said indifferently. It was only a little rain, nothing serious. Qin Ran, standing beside, remained silent for a few seconds before saying, let's squeeze together a bit. Qin Ran could clearly tell that Jang Chun was intentionally keeping his distance from her, not trying to take advantage of the situation. Yet, the more Jang Chun acted like this, the more she admired his character, thinking he was a man of integrity and trustworthiness. Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran for a moment without speaking. He wasn't the type of person to dwell on things. Since Qin Ran had said that, what else could he say? Thus, he slowly moved a little closer. From the parking lot to the kindergarten was approximately 300 meters. The four of them walked at a normal pace. As they walked, Jang Chun gradually experienced a unique feeling, as though Qin Ran were truly his wife. And together with the two children, everything appeared peaceful and wonderful. Likewise, Qin Ran had the same feeling, just like a real couple, accompanied by their two daughters. Everything felt perfectly natural. Soon, they reached the kindergarten. Mama and Papa, we're going in now. You must both come to pick us up again this afternoon, Qin Ziyuan said, while looking up at Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Okay. Jang Chun crouched down, gently ruffling the two children's hair. His face was full of smiles, his eyes filled with affection. They exchanged a few words before the kids went inside. Let's go, Jang Chun said to Qin Ran. Qin Ran softly hummed in response. The two walked slowly, even slower than usual. Jang Chun didn't have any blind date today. Qin Ran didn't have work. They both weren't in a hurry. Although they strolled leisurely, they didn't exchange a single word. On the road, quite a few passers-by cast admiring glances toward Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Tall, handsome, Jang Chun. Beautiful, tall, fair-skinned, Qin Ran. Standing together, they seemed a match made in heaven. Moreover, Jang Chun was holding an umbrella overhead as they walked beneath it, giving the scene a special kind of charm. So handsome. Stop drooling already. Two young women walking by exchanged a few words. As for the young male passers-by, when they saw Qin Ran, their gazes were involuntarily drawn. Her quiet demeanor, slightly difficult to approach, gave her a uniquely appealing aura. Jang Chun and Qin Ran both noticed the curious glances from strangers, yet neither said anything, until they reached the parking lot. After getting into the car, Jang Chun said, let's stop by the supermarket to buy some vegetables first. Qin Ran nodded. Okay. Jang Chun drove to the nearest big supermarket, parked in the underground garage, then walked toward the entrance of the supermarket. The first floor was the section for vegetables, fruits, and meats. Jang Chun asked, what do you want to eat? Qin Ran glanced at him. You can cook all dishes? I can handle most regular home-style dishes, Jang Chun replied calmly. He didn't say he could cook all kinds of international cuisines. That would sound boastful to her. Besides, he didn't want to prove anything to Qin Ran by exaggerating his skills. It would be pointless. Did you work as a chef before? Qin Ran asked calmly. Previously, she had her secretary, Ning Ruoyan, check Jang Chun's background. According to the report, Jang Chun hadn't formally studied culinary arts. Yet the dishes he cooked tasted better than many professional chefs. This had always been her question. Jang Chun slightly shook his head. I used to experiment a bit when I had time. I just gradually picked it up. Qin Ran lightly hummed, and after a moment's thought, looked at Jang Chun and said, how about stewed chicken soup with yam and sour cabbage fish? Jang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. Jin Yin and Ziyuan don't like sour cabbage fish. But if you want it, I'll cook it. Qin Ran. Let's switch to shredded pork stir-fry, and something vegetarian too, like tomato scrambled eggs and cold cucumber salad. Qin Ran thought for a moment and suggested. All right, Jang Chun replied. 20 minutes later, they finished shopping, then drove back. Arriving at the villa, Jang Chun checked the time. It was still early for lunch. But, there wasn't much else to do here. As for playing games, he had already quit that long ago. Qin Ran sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. She appeared idle, not really interested in the TV dramas. Yet she didn't feel bored. She felt that being with Jang Chun, even without saying anything or doing anything, didn't make her feel bored at all. This continued for about 15 minutes. Jang Chun's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from his mother. He answered. Hi, Mom. Jang Chun greeted. Are you coming back for lunch? His mother asked. No, I won't be coming back. Jang Chun replied. There was a brief silence from the other end before she said, your mom has arranged a new blind date for you. Tomorrow at 11 in the morning at Wanyuan Mansion. Jang Chun slightly broke into a sweat. The past 3 blind dates were all set at Wanyuan Mansion. He was practically recognized by the waiters and cashiers there by now. You already set the address? He asked. I already talked to the girl's side. His mother hesitated for a moment, then comforted him. You failed the last 3 blind dates, but don't lose heart. Some people went through over 30 blind dates before meeting someone they liked. It's okay to switch to another one if the match doesn't work out. Eventually, you'll find the right one. I understand, Mom. Jang Chun replied. They talked a little more before ending the call. Just then, Jang Chun received a WeChat message from his mother containing the basic information of the blind date. He briefly skimmed through it, but didn't look any further. At this moment, beside him, Qin Ran's attention was subtly tightened. When Jang Chun answered the call, she muted the TV. The living room thus became quiet, and given how close she and Jang Chun were sitting, the volume of his phone was clearly audible. She had heard everything his mother said. His mother had said, some people needed over 30 dates before finding a match. If the current blind date doesn't work out, it's fine to move on. Eventually, there will be someone compatible. If Jang Chun kept going on blind dates, sooner or later, he would meet someone suitable. Qin Ran didn't say anything. She turned the TV sound back on, intentionally raising it louder. If the volume was too low, watching TV alone in the living room with Jang Chun would feel awkward. Right at that moment, the male and female leads in the TV drama suddenly kissed, like dry firewood igniting in the blaze of passion, especially as the male and female characters kissed passionately, accompanied by loud breathing sounds. Jang Chun slightly broke in a sweat. What the heck was going on? Though such scenes in a drama were quite normal, watching it together with Qin Ran beside him made him feel strangely uneasy. Chapter 20. The most popular online names of 2018. At this moment, Qin Ran picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Result? The TV was still playing a drama, and the male and female leads were interacting again. Qin Ran. Jang Chun. Qin Ran changed to another channel again, but this one was showing an animated cartoon. Neither she nor Jang Chun were interested in cartoons. So, she changed the channel once more. Result? Another scene of interaction between the main male and female characters. Qin Ran. Jang Chun. Qin Ran quickly flipped to another channel. This time it was finally normal. After staring at the TV for a while, both of them were somewhat distracted, but neither said anything. Jang Chun wasn't against making conversation. He just didn't know how to break the silence naturally. Qin Ran felt the same way. About half an hour passed. Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran, who was half a meter away, and said, this TV is a bit boring. Change the channel? Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun, not much worth watching. Qin Ran didn't know what to say. She also wanted to find a topic to chat about, but when she was with Jang Chun, something fell off. However, if she suddenly started chatting about random things with Jang Chun, he might misunderstand. Jang Chun felt the same. This awkward feeling somewhat annoyed him. He was thinking, trying to figure out a suitable topic to start a conversation without seeming awkward. About 3 minutes later, Jang Chun thought of a question, one that had always puzzled him. Right, do the kids' names have any special meanings? Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran and asked. In his past life, he had always been curious about the meaning behind the kids' names. One was called Qin Jinyan. Did Jinyan mean longing or something else? The other was Qin Zian. What did that name signify? Qin Ran looked at him and calmly replied. There's no special meaning. I searched online, and those were the trending online names in 2018. Jang Chun listened silently, feeling immensely annoyed. He had once pondered deeply about the meanings behind the kids' names in his past life. He had thought that Qin Ran named the child Qin Jinyan meant she was thinking of something, or someone. Result. It turned out they were simply the trending online names from 2018. When the two kids grew up and found out the meaning behind their names, they'd probably feel extremely annoyed too. After asking this question, Jang Chun once again had nothing to say. Qin Ran also didn't know what to say. Jang Chun felt a bit helpless. In his previous life, no matter who he was with, he could always find something to chat about. Yet alone with Qin Ran, he wanted to talk, but didn't know where to start. Like this. At noon, Jang Chun said to Qin Ran, I'll cook first. I don't have anything else to do. I'll help. Qin Ran replied. Jang Chun nodded slightly. They both went to the kitchen, first washed the vegetables. After washing them, they cut the vegetables and sliced the meat. Then afterward, they turned on the range hood and started cooking. Mainly, Jang Chun did the cooking. As for Qin Ran, she suddenly recalled they hadn't yet cooked the rice and went to rinse the rice and put it on to cook. They both bustled about. About half an hour passed. Jang Chun had finished the home-style spicy pork stir-fry, cold cucumber salad, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There was also a slow-cooked chicken soup with Chinese yam, which was still simmering. But they could eat first. Jang Chun carried the dishes while Qin Ran fetched bowls and chopsticks and served the rice. Once they both sat down, let's eat, Jang Chun told Qin Ran. Qin Ran replied. Both ate silently, yet both felt something stir inside. As he ate, Jang Chun was deep in thought. From going to the supermarket to buy ingredients, returning to watch TV, then working together in the kitchen washing vegetables and chopping ingredients, followed by him cooking while Qin Ran rinsed rice and cooked it. It all seemed very ordinary. But in his previous life, the early days of marriage with Lu Na were almost exactly the same. Back then, he felt each day dragged endlessly and was utterly uninteresting. Yet today, while doing the exact same things, he felt something different. As for Qin Ran, she was pondering the same issue. She often saw online people saying how after marriage, life became nothing more than the daily grind. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. People did the same things every day, making life seem dull, boring, and passionless. Yet today, as she shopped with Jang Chun, watched TV together, and then worked side by side in the kitchen, she didn't feel that doing all this was meaningless. Although it looked pinged on, she felt deep inside that it was okay. The only downside was that, from beginning to end, she hadn't exchanged more than a few sentences with Jang Chun. And now, they had once again fallen into the awkward silence of not knowing what to say. They slowly ate, and about 10 minutes later, Jang Chun got up and went to the kitchen to bring back 2 bowls of Chinese yam and chicken soup. He placed one bowl in front of Qin Ran. You can drink the soup after it cools down a bit. It's still too hot, Jang Chun said. Qin Ran nodded. 5 minutes later, Qin Ran tasted the soup. How is it? Jang Chun looked at her. Everything you cook suits my taste. This soup doesn't feel heavy at all, Qin Ran replied. Jang Chun gave a slight nod, and then, he once again fell into a loss for words. At this point, Jang Chun didn't even feel like breaking the silence anymore. Perhaps in the beginning, this was just how things would be between him and Qin Ran. He could only let things take their natural course and talk when the moment felt right. After lunch, they cleaned the pots, washed the dishes and chopsticks together. By then, the rain had stopped outside, and the sun had come out. Jang Chun checked the weather forecast to see if it would rain in the next few hours. After checking, he found out there would be no rain for the next few hours. But after confirming that, he thought, so what if it didn't rain? Should he take the initiative and ask Qin Ran to go out for a walk together? If he did that, Qin Ran might overthink it and mistakenly believe he was trying to pursue her. If Qin Ran really thought he had romantic intentions, then their future interactions would definitely feel different. It might become somewhat awkward, but doing absolutely nothing was also pretty boring. Jang Chun and Qin Ran sat on the sofa. Qin Ran turned on the TV and started watching. As for Jang Chun, he half lay on the sofa scrolling through his phone, checking his classmates' group chat, his QQ friends, QQ space updates, and WeChat moments, in hopes of gradually recalling his past life's memories. About half an hour later, Jang Chun put his phone away. He glanced at Qin Ran, who was still watching her drama. He remembered from his past life that he had talked with Qin Ran before. She once said that she had people she was close with, but none she could really confide in. Most of the time, Qin Ran was either working at the company or staying at home with the two kids. Her life was quite monotonous. Jang Chun looked at the TV now, but his mind wasn't focused on it. He recalled his past self. Although he hadn't wanted to go home much after marriage, being alone outside hadn't been meaningful either. There wasn't really anyone he could truly open up to. After all, no one else could truly understand his experiences or feelings. Talking about them was basically pointless. It was about 2:40 p.m. when Jang Chun glanced at the time on his phone and said to Qin Ran, Inyan and Xian will be getting out of school soon. Chapter 21. You two really look great together. Qin Ran softly hummed in response, then got up. Jang Chun left the house with Qin Ran and drove to the kindergarten. During the drive, it started raining. The rain didn't affect them much, as they had brought umbrellas. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot near the kindergarten. Holding the umbrella, Jang Chun walked alongside Qin Ran. Once they entered the kindergarten, they saw the children, each wearing disposable raincoats. Daddy Mommy, Qin Jinyan and Qin Xian, standing in line, waved joyfully when they saw Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Jang Chun smiled slightly and walked over with Qin Ran. At this moment, Miss Chen Yusin, their teacher, approached. Miss Chen smiled at Jang Chun and Qin Ran and said, this is the first time you've both come to pick them up. By the way, you two standing together really look great together. Jang Chun, Qin Ran, Mom and Dad, Qin Jinyan looked up and said, today I asked the teacher why you guys can't kiss. The teacher said it's because Mom is feeling unwell, and after 7 days, you probably can. I also asked the teacher why Mom and Dad can't hug each other. Qin Xian then looked up and told Jang Chun and Qin Ran. The teacher said it's probably because Mom is angry and doesn't want Dad to hold her. Jang Chun, Qin Ran. So, is Mom angry at Dad? The look in Qin Xian's eyes toward Qin Ran was puzzled. Qin Ran didn't respond to her two daughters, but turned to teacher Miss Chun and asked about the kids' progress, followed by some casual small talk. Then they left with the two kids. Mom, why are you angry with Dad? Xian couldn't help asking the question as they walked. Jinyan, suddenly thinking of something, looked up at Qin Ran. Is it because Dad didn't sleep with you that you're angry? Qin Ran shot both girls a sharp look, then snapped, be quiet. The look of anger on Qin Ran's face slightly scared the two girls, so they didn't speak again. As for Jang Chun, he had remained silent all along because he didn't feel comfortable speaking. They arrived at the parking lot, got into the car, and headed for Tianjin Garden. Approximately 20 minutes later, they reached the villa. Dad, why does Mom always seem angry? Taking the opportunity when Qin Ran had gone to the room, Jinyan asked, snuggling in Jang Chun's arms. Holding the two children close, Jang Chun said, Mom hasn't been feeling well lately, so she isn't talkative. Don't ask Mom questions too often lately. If you have anything, ask Dad. Okay. Both children nodded, half understanding. At this moment, Qin Ran came out of the room. She sat on the other side of the sofa, looked at her two daughters once, and then turned her attention to the television. It was around 5:30 in the afternoon. Jang Chun stood up and started working in the kitchen, and Qin Ran helped alongside him. By a bit past 6, all the dishes were ready. The four of them sat down and began eating. Jang Chun occasionally served the kids food, while the two girls talked with him a bit from time to time and occasionally spoke to Qin Ran. At one point, Qin Jinyan exerted some effort to pick up a dish and placed it into Qin Ran's bowl. Looking at Qin Ran, she said, Mom, I'm sorry for making you angry. Seeing this, Qin Xian followed suit, placing some food into Qin Ran's bowl. Observing her two daughters doing this, a warm feeling stirred inside Qin Ran, along with some self-reflection. Had she been too harsh with her daughters? Yet judging by the situation earlier, she had no choice. Their questions were ones she couldn't easily answer. Especially with Jang Chun around asking those questions, it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, she and Jang Chun were practically nothing to each other at the moment. Mom's not angry. She just hasn't been feeling very well lately. Looking at her two daughters, Qin Ran softened her tone. Dad, take Mom to the hospital tomorrow, Qin Jinyan said, turning to Jang Chun. Okay. Jang Chun smiled slightly, feeling that the two daughters were quite understanding. Hearing her daughter's words, Qin Ran felt warmth welling up inside her. Her daughters genuinely cared about her. After finishing the meal, Jang Chun and Qin Ran washed the dishes together. Once that was done, Qin Ran took the two children to shower first, while Jang Chun, having nothing else to do, went in to shower as well. Jang Chun was quick. He took only about 10 minutes. Qin Ran and the two kids took longer, roughly 40 minutes in total. Now, the two children were snuggled in Jang Chun's arms watching TV, while Qin Ran sat beside them, also watching. Though Qin Ran was watching the television, her mind was drifting through today's events. Although she and Jang Chun had done quite a few things together today, like sending the kids to kindergarten, picking them up after school, grocery shopping, and cooking dinner. They hadn't really talked much throughout the day. Maybe, in Jang Chun's eyes, she was just a boring person. Jang Chun himself hadn't thought much about it. During the day, he had already decided that no matter whether he ended up with Qin Ran in the future or with another woman, everything should be left to fate and go with the flow. At 7:50 p.m. that evening, Jang Chun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from his younger sister, Jang Qin-yun. He answered. Hello, are you busy? Not really. Jang Chun glanced toward Qin Ran as he spoke into the phone. Come to my school and pretend to be my boyfriend. A few seconds passed. Jang Chun's expression darkened instantly, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. He recalled what had happened at this exact time in his previous life. His sister's male classmate had placed a large number of candles in the schoolyard to form a heart shape on the ground. This boy didn't even know his sister well, yet he had made such a public declaration of love. Such actions usually disgusted many girls. Firstly, because they barely knew each other. Secondly, declaring love in such an extravagant, public way often placed emotional pressure on the girl. Some soft-hearted girls might feel reluctant to reject the boy publicly out of fear of embarrassing him, so they'd accept the confession unwillingly. Nowadays, though not very common, there were still some boys who confessed in such a widely publicized way. Such boys would do this mostly to encourage the onlookers and classmates to cheer loudly, together, in hopes of creating a romantic atmosphere. That kind of atmosphere could influence a girl's emotions. Under the influence of that atmosphere, the girl might not think clearly. Moreover, if the girl was soft-hearted, the chances of her accepting the confession would increase. If the girl also had a bit of vanity, the chances were even higher. But for some girls, this type of confession could be highly unpleasant. They felt that the boy was using such methods to pressure them. His younger sister, Jang Qin-yun, deeply disliked this kind of romantic gesture. She thought the boy who confessed was manipulative and publicly rejected him. Soon after, the boy, feeling publicly humiliated, fell into emotional imbalance. Chapter 22. Just because someone is nice to me, does that mean I have to agree to be their girlfriend? Okay, Jang Chun said to Jang Qin-yun on the phone. After chatting briefly, he hung up and turned his gaze toward Qin Ran. Before he could say anything, Qin Ran spoke first. Just come back before 10. Thanks, Jang Chun replied. Regardless, he was still on work hours. It wasn't really appropriate to leave during work time. Jang Chun stood up, ready to leave. Dad, where are you going? The two kids looked at him. I have something to take care of outside. Jang Chun ruffled their hair and left. Mom, where's Dad going? Qin Jingyan looked at Qin Ran beside her. Qin Ran gently shook her head. Earlier when Jang Chun was on the phone, she had glanced at him a few times and noticed his expression darkening with a hint of anger. Something must have happened. The television had been on just now, and though the volume wasn't high, it had prevented her from hearing the conversation clearly. She could only tell the caller was a female, with a very pleasant voice. Qin Ran remained silent for a while before picking up her phone and messaging her secretary, Ning Ruoyan. Busy? A few seconds later, Ning Ruoyan replied. Just finished dinner with the company people, not busy. Qin Ran, track Jiang Chen's location. See where he's going. Ning Ruoyan, I'm free. I'll go follow him. Qin Ran, thank you. I'll give you a bonus next month. Ning Ruoyan, no problem, grinning face with smiling eyes, smiling.jpg. Around the playground track at Jiangning University, quite a large crowd had gathered at the moment, roughly estimated to be over 100 people. These 100 or so students had formed a circle, with their gazes focused on a young man and a girl standing in the center. Most of the male students were staring at the girl, unable to tear their eyes away as they looked at her, completely captivated. She was about 173 centimeters tall, with an excellent figure. Not too much in the right places, not too little. It was just perfect. She wore sports shoes, 9-inch jeans, and a simple white t-shirt, giving her a clean and neat appearance. Her face was free of makeup, yet she seemed naturally beautiful, her fair and delicate skin flawless without any decoration. Her appearance matched her figure perfectly, blessed with both an extraordinary body and exquisite looks. Looking at the surrounding crowd from a bird's eye view, these over 100 people seemed like a background, highlighting the young girl. Jiang Qin-yun, please be my girlfriend. The boy who had spoken was the central figure of the scene today. He knelt on one knee, holding flowers, and gazed at the girl sincerely. Jiang Qin-yun looked at him with a cold expression. I've already told you, I don't like you. Also, I already have a boyfriend. The boy who had confessed was rejected once again, his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. He glanced at the classmates watching the spectacle around him, whose eyes were all fixed on him, making his face even redder. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into immediately. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single hole to hide in. His expression changed slightly, and he continued looking at Jiang Qin-yun. Please accept my proposal, right here in front of everyone. I promise, if you become my girlfriend, I will treat you right. Get together, get together, get together. The confessor's roommates began cheering, shouting get together, get together. Once someone had started, others followed the trend and shouted the same thing. Seeing this, Jiang Qin-yun furrowed her eyebrows and swept a glance over the cheering crowd. Do your ears have problems? Didn't you hear me say I already have a boyfriend? After Jiang Qin-yun spoke, the cheering crowd fell silent. Qin-yun, you're lying to me. I've heard around and you don't even have a boyfriend. Can't you just give me a chance? At this moment, the confessing boy spoke again. He didn't believe that Jiang Qin-yun really had a boyfriend, because he had been watching her for quite some time already. My boyfriend will be here soon, and also, Jiang Qin-yun's cold eyes stared at the confessing boy as she coldly continued. Even if I didn't have a boyfriend, I wouldn't agree to be with you. You said you treat me well? Does that mean if someone is nice to me, I have to become their girlfriend? Also, Jiang Qin-yun continued coldly. Are we that close? I don't even know your name, yet you confessed to me, and brought your roommates to stir things up? Do you think every girl is into this? Not to mention, confession should be something that adds beauty to an already won relationship. It's the song of victory, not the war horn during the pursuit stage. Jiang Qin-yun stared at the boy who had just confessed, feeling deep disgust. She barely knew him. They hadn't even added each other on QQ. Yet he had the nerve to confess to her like this, and in such a manner. If she were a softer-hearted girl, she might worry that publicly rejecting him would embarrass him, possibly even force her into agreeing unwillingly. Earlier, she had subtly mentioned that she already had a boyfriend, hoping it would save him face. But the boy seemed not to have heard it all, still going on with his enthusiastic confession. Adding fuel to the fire, his roommates kept cheering him on like a hype squad. Any blind person could tell that this was prearranged. Confessing like this pressured girls. Some might even give in. But not her. She wouldn't tolerate this kind of behavior. Just then, Jang Chun spotted a familiar figure making his way through the crowd. A happy smile involuntarily appeared on her face. My boyfriend is here, she said to the confessing boy before walking toward Jang Chun with a smile. As soon as she reached him, she naturally linked her arm with his. This scene left everyone present staring in disbelief. Some couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, this love confession show is freaking awesome. So he actually exists. The boy, still kneeling on one knee, holding flowers, felt like a total clown as he watched Jang Chun smiling and holding onto Jang Chen's arm, especially with such a large crowd gathered, many of them secretly recording the scene. After tonight, he would probably become the laughingstock of the entire student body. Thinking about it made the boy's face darken even more. At this moment, the entire area had grown unusually quiet. With Jang Chun boyfriend present, who could predict what might happen next? The people there glanced nervously between the confessing boy and the newly arrived Jang Chun and Jang Chun. Chapter 23. I also want to learn martial arts. Can I add your WeChat? Jang Chun looked toward the boy who had just confessed. He remembered from his past life that this boy had failed in his confession and had become the laughingstock among classmates during their free time. Feeling humiliated and unable to face others, the boy had resorted to photo manipulation using his sister's pictures. He edited photos of his sister with some middle-aged men, for example, making it seem as if his sister had gotten into a luxury car with a man. He created more than 20 such edited images. Because his photo editing skills were excellent, many people couldn't detect the manipulations at first. Therefore, many people started gossiping about his sister. Because of this incident, his sister had been upset for a long time. Later, the police were called, the source of the doctored photos was traced, and finally the matter quieted down. Now, Jang Chun walked slowly and steadily toward that confessing boy, showing no particular expression on his face, his gaze calm as he looked at the boy. When he reached the boy who confessed, Jang Chun stared at him calmly. I am Qing Yun's boyfriend. After hearing this, the boy's expression darkened slightly. Was this a warning? He kept a grim expression while staring at Jang Chun. I noticed on Jang Chun doing favorites list, there were many martial arts videos liked. Could it be that the person Jang Chun likes also practices martial arts? Jang Chun gazed at him. I've trained a bit. After hearing this, the confessing boy's eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible glint of ruthlessness. He stared at Jang Chun. I practice Taekwondo. I'd like to test your skills. Upon hearing this, Jang Chun expression changed slightly. Although she didn't know much about this boy, judging from his appearance and demeanor, he seemed genuinely formidable. She frowned slightly and said, my boyfriend has only practiced for a month. Jang Chun raised his hand and gently pushed Jang Chun behind him. He looked at the confessor calmly. It's not about testing, just a mutual sparring. Seeing this scene, the onlookers looked at each other in surprise. Did they dislike each other? In no time, many people picked up their phones to start recording videos. Jang Chun felt nervous, pulling Jang Chun's arm and said, forget it, what's the point of sparring? Seeing how much Chun cared for Jang Chun, the confessing boy felt increasingly annoyed. He looked at Jang Chun with a grim expression. Count down to 1, and we begin. Jang Chun remained calm. Don't. Jang Chun held onto Jang Chun's arm. It's okay. Jang Chun glanced at her. 3, 2, 1. The confessing boy quickly counted down to 1, then swiftly launched a high-spinning kick aimed directly at Jang Chun's head. However, Jang Chun had already acquired world-class martial arts skills. His reflexes, anticipation, speed, strength, and all other aspects had reached a peak beyond improvement. As soon as the confessing boy moved, Jang Chun determined the move he was using by his subtle body movements. Before the confessing boy's kick could even reach halfway, Jang Chun's foot moved like lightning, swiftly landing on the opponent's thigh. Bang! The crowd heard a loud noise, then saw the boy yell in pain before flying backward straight for 7 or 8 meters, finally crashing heavily onto the ground. F***CK. F***CK. What the F***CK? The surrounding spectators were all stunned. What strength was that in that kick? One kick sent someone flying 7 or 8 meters away. Oh my god! Jang Chun also couldn't help exclaiming upon seeing this scene. She, too, was stunned. She'd only seen such scenes in movies or over-the-top dramas. Seeing it in real life created a strong visual impact. And at the same time, she felt confused. How could her older brother be so strong? In the crowd, Ning Ruoyan was also stunned. From the moment Jang Chun came over here, she had secretly followed him using a GPS tracker she placed in his car. And she had been recording videos the entire time. Now she had witnessed Jang Chun kicking someone so powerfully that they flew backward for 7 or 8 meters. At this moment, Jang Chun's expression remained calm as he walked toward the confessing boy who had fallen on the ground, pain evident on his face. Standing in front of him, he stretched out his hand calmly and said, your leg movement is a bit slow. You need more practice. The confessing boy winced in pain. Hearing Jang Chun's words, he couldn't help but look at him. Jang Chun looked calm, but his calm eyes radiated authority. He could sense that Jang Chun was warning him. The confessing boy didn't say anything but endured the pain and stretched out his hand. Jang Chun pulled him up and then turned to Jang Chun. Let's go. Okay. Jang Chun hadn't yet fully recovered from the previous scene. At the moment, she was still dazed. How could her older brother be this strong? Chun. Just then, 3 girls came running over. These 3 girls were Jang Chun's roommates. They had originally planned to shower together at the school bathhouse, but later Jang Chun had sent them a message telling them to shower first. After they finished showering and picked up their phones, they saw photos and videos circulating in several WeChat groups. In those photos and videos, Jang Chun had been confessed to. Therefore, the 3 girls immediately rushed over, and upon arrival, witnessed the confrontation between Jang Chun and the confessing boy. Hearing their voices, Jang Chun turned her head and saw her 3 roommates, then said in an annoyed tone, you guys took so long to shower. One of the roommates glanced around, then said, let's talk somewhere else. The others nodded, and they all left this place. They arrived at a less crowded street. Chun, Aren't you going to introduce us to your boyfriend? One of the roommates glanced at Jang Chun, secretly glaring at Jang Chin-yun, secretly upset. She had started dating someone, yet didn't even tell them. They had arrived late, but still overheard the surrounding people talking about how Jang Chun was Jang Chin-yun's boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Jang Chin-yun gently linked her arm with Jang Chen's, smiling at her three roommates. Let me formally introduce. This is my older brother, Jang Chun, currently single. The three roommates were momentarily stunned. Not a boyfriend? He's her older brother? Seeing their confused expressions, Jang Chin-yun explained the situation. She asked Jang Chun to pretend to be her boyfriend. After hearing the explanation, the three roommates looked relieved. That's why. But shortly afterward, the three roommates couldn't help but look toward Jang Chun again. He was tall, handsome, and especially that powerful kick earlier. It was so masculine. Hi, I'm Chin-yun's roommate, Jiang Tingting. Hi, my name is Tang. I'm Zhang Ying. I'm Jang Chun. Jang Chun simply replied. I just saw that kick of yours, and suddenly I really want to learn martial arts. Can I add your WeChat for future communication? Jiang Tingting asked. Tangy. Zhang Ying. Both couldn't help but look at Jiang Tingting. Damn, she moves fast. Sure. Jiang Chun took out his phone and displayed his WeChat QR code. I also want to learn martial arts. Can I add you too? Tangy. Me too. Zhang Ying. Go ahead. Jiang Chun gave a faint smile. He knew very well that the real intention of his younger sister's three roommates was likely not about learning martial arts, but he had no reason to refuse. After all, they were his younger sister's roommates, and there was no need to decline. Not far away, Ning Ruoyan had secretly been following and recording everything. When she saw Jiang Chin-yun's three roommates adding Jiang Chun on WeChat, her heart suddenly tightened, feeling an intense sense of crisis. Chapter 24. Her brother secretly had two kids. Out of Jiang Chin-yun's three roommates, if one of them hit it off with Jiang Chun, what would the chairman do? No way. Ning Ruoyan frowned, stopped recording, and then sent the previously recorded videos one by one to Qin Ran. Inside Villa number 001 of Tianjin Garden, Qin Ran was in the living room with her two daughters watching an animated show, but her mind wasn't on the cartoon. Instead, she was wondering where Jiang Chun had gone this late. And who was that girl on the phone? Just then, Qin Ran received a WeChat message. She glanced at it. It was from Ning Ruoyan. There were several videos attached. She clicked into them to watch. In the video, she saw a very pretty girl walking toward Jiang Chun with a smile on her face. When she reached him, she naturally linked arms with him, appearing just like a couple. Seeing this, Qin Ran's brows slightly furrowed. She couldn't help but feel confused. If this girl was Jiang Chen's girlfriend, then why would he need to go on blind dates? She continued watching. When the video zoomed in and clearly displayed Jiang Chin-yun's face. Jiang Chin-yun. Hearing Jiang Chin-yun's name mentioned, Qin Ran finally relaxed her eyebrows. Previously, she had asked Ning Ruoyan to investigate Jiang Chen's background. She knew that Jiang Chun had a younger sister attending Jiangyin University as a junior, and her name was precisely Jiang Chin-yun. Relieved, she kept watching the video. Soon, in the video, Jiang Chun had a confrontation with a boy who had confessed to him and kicked him several meters away in one go. Qin Ran. She rewound the video a bit and rewatched the part where Jiang Chun kicked the confessing boy again. Qin Ran felt a sense of shock in her heart. It was literally a real kick, sending someone flying. Meanwhile, a puzzled expression showed in her eyes. According to the information gathered by Ning Ruoyan earlier, there was no record of Jiang Chun having any martial arts background. Moreover, during the time she had spent with Jiang Chun recently, he had never shown signs of being trained in martial arts. Puzzled, she kept watching the footage. When she later saw Jiang Chin-yun's three roommates adding Jiang Chun on WeChat, her brows furrowed slightly, especially when Jiang Chin-yun introduced Jiang Chun to her roommates, emphasizing specifically that Jiang Chun was currently single, meaning Jiang Chin-yun also wanted to help Jiang Chun find a girlfriend. Qin Ran exited the video then, feeling somewhat annoyed and troubled. She had mainly been focusing on Jiang Chun's blind date matter, but now she had to pay attention to those three roommates too. At this moment, Ning Ruoyan sent a message. That girl is Jiang Chin-yun, Jiang Chun's biological younger sister. Qin Ran, go home early and rest. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., Jiang Chun will be attending a blind date at Wanyuan Building. Ning Ruoyan, got it. Qin Ran put her phone away without a word, her gaze drifting toward the TV screen absent-mindedly. Mom, when is Dad coming back? Just then, Qin Jingyan tilted her head and looked at Qin Ran. I remember we can do a video call with Dad, Qin Ziyan said at this moment. Mom, make a video call to Dad and ask when he's coming back, Qin Jingyan also recalled, turning to Qin Ran. Qin Ran. Before Jiang Chun left, she had told him to come back by 10 o'clock at night. This was only 8:30. However, Qin Ran suddenly realized, Jiang Chun should be with Jiang Chin-yun and her three roommates right now. Qin Ran glanced at her two daughters and spoke softly. Ask Dad yourselves. At this moment, Qin Ran opened WeChat, found Jiang Chun, and initiated a video call. She handed the phone over to her two daughters. Qin Jingyan held the phone as Qin Ziyan leaned in close beside her, staring at the screen. Back at Jiangyin University, Jiang Chun was still chatting casually with Jiang Chin-yun and her three roommates while walking around campus. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's WeChat notification sounded. He checked. It was a video call from Qin Ran. He tapped on it, connecting the video call. Dad, when are you coming home? As soon as the video connected, Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyan both chimed in loudly. Though the kids' voices weren't particularly loud, since the group was on a relatively quiet stretch of road and the night was already still, the voices clearly reached the ears of Jiang Chin-yun and her three roommates standing nearby. Jiang Chin-yun and her three roommates, Jiang Tingting, Tang Yi, and Zhang Ying, all heard the two children call Jiang Chun Dad, and they said it so naturally, as if they always called him that. WTF. Hearing the voices of the two kids, Jiang Chin-yun immediately felt her scalp tingling, as if a major event had just occurred. She quickly moved closer to take a look at Jiang Chen's phone. As for Jiang Chin-yun's three roommates, Jiang Tingting, Tang Yi, and Zhang Ying, they immediately moved closer as well. Originally, they all thought Jiang Chun really was single, but now, upon hearing the voices of the two kids, the three roommates instantly felt as if they had encountered a scoundrel. When they looked at the two little girls on Jang Chun's phone screen, whether due to a psychological suggestion or because they really thought the kids bore a certain resemblance to Jang Chun, all three were now even more convinced. These two angelic little girls were indeed Jang Chun's biological daughters. Holy crap! The three girls exchanged glances and saw the same hint of anger deep in each other's eyes. They had actually been deceived. The problem was, even Jang Chun had deceived them. Brother you. At this moment, Jang Chun's heart started beating faster. Looking at the two kids on the phone screen, she felt like they really did resemble her brother a little. Holy shit. Her brother had secretly fathered two children. And as his Jin Mei met, not even she, nor their parents, knew anything about this. I'll be back soon. Jang Chun didn't respond to Jang Chun. He smiled at the two kids as he said, when is soon exactly? Jin Jin asked. About the time it takes to take a shower. Jang Chun thought for a moment before replying. Okay, then daddy hurry back. I'll tell mom to cut some fruit for you. Jin Jin said. Okay. Jang Chun gave a light chuckle. After chatting for a few more sentences, the video call ended. Brother you. Jang Chun looked at Jang Chun now, her mind completely in chaos. Her brother not only had two daughters, but was also cohabiting with the mother of the children. The problem was, he had children and was living with the mother, yet he hadn't even told the family? Couldn't he just hold a wedding banquet and get the marriage certificate done officially? Was it possible that her brother actually had a weird preference for being unlicensed? Jang Chun glanced at her and said in an annoyed tone, what are you thinking? These two kids are my boss's daughters. Since they didn't have a father, I've been taking care of them at her house these past few days. That's just why they've subconsciously started calling me dad. Jang Chun believed him. After all, there was no reason for her brother to hide things from the family. But the question was that really okay? How old is your boss? Jang Chun stared at Jang Chun, carefully observing his expression. 26. Jang Chun answered simply. 26. Jang Chun stiffened after hearing that. At 26, the woman was still very young. If her brother continued living this closely with the female boss for long, who knew what might develop between them? And then, their parents had never considered the possibility of her brother marrying a divorced woman who already had two children. Chapter 25. 10 Levels of Liking. Let me see your boss's photo, Jang Chun suddenly said. The female boss was only 26 years old, still very young. It was possible something could have happened between her and her older brother. And if this female boss was also beautiful, then the chances of something happening would be even higher. Judging from the appearance of the two kids, it was clear that this female boss definitely wasn't unattractive. She doesn't have any photos on her social media, Jang Chun replied indifferently. At that moment, Jang Chun's phone buzzed again with a WeChat call. Looking at the screen, it was Qin Ran calling again. Beside him, Jang Chun and the other three girls looked toward Jang Chun's phone. Jang Chun tapped the screen, and the video call connected. Dad, what fruit do you want to eat? I'll have mom cut it for you first, Qin Jin said. Whatever's fine, Jang Chun replied, watching the two kids on the screen. A faint smile formed on his lips. The two kids were caring. He felt a warm sensation rising in his heart. In the living room of Villa number 001 at Tianjin Garden, Qin Ran looked at Qin Jin, who was holding the phone, and said calmly, don't disturb Dad anymore. Let him handle his things first. At the same time, Qin Ran took the phone from Qin Jin's hand. Looking at Jang Chun through the screen, she said, it's fine if you come back late. No problem, I'll be back in a bit, Jang Chun replied. Okay. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. On a quieter, less crowded section of Jiangning University campus, Jia Tingting and the others stood silently. Jang Chun's expression darkened slightly. Just now, she'd seen her brother's boss. Not only was she young, she was also incredibly beautiful. Beautiful enough to qualify as a campus queen at Jiangning University. Even if she entered the online world to compete in beauty against women nationwide, there probably weren't many who could match her. Young, beautiful, and living with her brother every day. Her brother himself had already checked off the tall and handsome categories of the Gao Fu Shui ideal. As the saying goes, attracted by looks, fascinated by talent, loyal to character, captivated by physique. With both of them being highly attractive, it was quite possible they might get together. And if they actually were together, Jang Chun couldn't even bear to imagine it. Their parents definitely wouldn't accept it. You work for her, how much do you earn a month? Jang Chun asked Jang Chun. Monthly salary is 50,000, plus monthly bonuses, Jang Chun answered. Jang Chun had originally wanted to convince Jang Chun to quit, but after hearing the figure of 50k, you need to be careful. I think mom and dad probably won't accept your marrying a divorced woman with kids. Jang Chun reminded him cautiously. Jang Chun cast a glance at her. There's nothing between us. Let's not tell mom and dad yet. No need to worry them unnecessarily. Jang Chun had been planning to call her mother later. After all, this matter was pretty serious. I know what I'm doing, Jang Chun said at this point. In these past few days since his rebirth, he felt his interactions with Qin Ran had been okay. Although he often didn't know what to talk about with Qin Ran, that wasn't necessarily important yet, since they hadn't reached that kind of closeness. Once they got more comfortable, things would naturally come up more often. Jang Chun gave Jang Chun a look. Even though her brother had said that, what if? 200. Jang Chun said softly then. Jang Chun, you think this is about money? 500. Jang Chun, you're insulting me. 2,000. Jang Chun. Jang Chun hesitated. Final offer, 3,000. Jang Chun. Jang Chun struggled internally for a moment before clenching her teeth. Fine, but if I ever find out anything inappropriate between you and your boss, no matter how much you pay me, I'll still tell mom and dad. Jang Chun glanced at her, and then sent 3,000 renminbi to Jang Chun via WeChat. It's about time. I need to go back now, Jang Chun said. Drive carefully, Jang Chun replied. Jang Chun turned to Jia Tingting and the other three girls and smiled. Bye, bye. Jia Tingting and the three girls waved slightly as they watched Jang Chun leave. Once Jang Chun had gone, Jang Chun glanced at Jia Tingting and the others before suddenly speaking. What do you think of my brother? Want to chase him? I can help. Jia Tingting and the three girls had originally been quite interested in pursuing Jang Chun. After all, he was tall, handsome, good-looking, and extremely skilled in martial arts. In particular, today's sparring display had looked absolutely cool. However, at the thought of Qin Ran's stunning beauty just now, the three couldn't help feeling inferior and somewhat discouraged inside. How could Jang Chun, living every day with such a stunningly beautiful female boss, possibly look at any of them, although they themselves weren't unattractive? Never mind, Jia Tingting said. Yeah, forget it. Zhang Ying and Tang Yi also voiced their agreement. Jiang Qingyun was speechless. How could she not tell these three roommates were feeling insecure inside? Although her boss did indeed look extremely beautiful. Approximately 15 minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived at villa number 001 of Tianjin Garden. Dad, eat some fruit, Qin Jingyan said immediately upon seeing Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun walked over, wearing a light smile. He sat down between the two kids. Dad, eat this tangerine. Qin Jingyan placed a tangerine segment near Jiang Chun's mouth. Dad, eat this grape. Qin Zian also held out a grape toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled and took both, gently rubbing the two kids' heads. Watching this, Qin Ran felt a little awkward beside them. These two daughters of hers really seemed too eager. But fortunately, seeing such a scene repeatedly these past few days, she had slowly gotten used to it. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the two kids grew tired, so Jiang Chun led them to their room to rest first. Qin Ran also went to her own room. Leaning back against the headboard, Qin Ran stared at her phone thoughtfully. Judging from her recent interactions with Jiang Chun, she truly held strong Halgan toward him. His every word and action subtly influenced her mood. Perhaps, she had already fallen for him. If liking could be divided into 10 levels. Level 1, not averse to each other, willing to interact. Level 2, slight Halgan, comfortable chatting online. Level 3, feeling empty when not chatting or seeing each other for a day. Level 4, wanting to spend more time together, even dating, not averse to light physical contact. Level 10, missing the person whether with eyes open or closed, wishing them to be around 24 hours a day, longing to completely connect with them heart and soul. I must be at level 4 right now, Qin Ran thought inwardly. But so what? Even though they spent every day together, she still didn't know what to talk about with Jiang Chun. It felt like they could only let things develop naturally. Chapter 26, absolutely no one can die inside the belly. Qin Ran was pondering how to interact with Jiang Chun going forward. Should she continue going with the flow, or deliberately try to strike up a conversation? After some thought, Qin Ran concluded that going with the flow would be better. Deliberately trying to talk might backfire. In addition, earlier, she had asked Ning Ruoyan to look into Jiang Chun's personal romantic history. If there were no issues with his romantic background, perhaps it was time for her to take the initiative. Otherwise, delays could lead to complications. After all, she already had some feelings for Jiang Chun. What she lacked now was a sense of security. Only after confirming that Jiang Chun's character had no issues would she be willing to get to know him on a deeper level. Also, the time they had spent together was too short. Perhaps after a while longer, it would be the right time. The next morning at 10:30 a.m., Jiang Chun drove to Wanyuan Building. At 10:45 a.m., Jiang Chun arrived at Wanyuan Building. When the staff at the entrance saw Jiang Chun, they couldn't help but blink in surprise. Previously, Jiang Chun had attended 3 blind dates at Wanyuan Building, each time causing some disturbance, and now, was it already the 4th blind date? Good morning, sir. How many people are in your party? The server asked with a smile. 2. Jiang Chun replied flatly. Looking at the waitress and seeing the unspoken meaning in her eyes, he felt a little speechless. This was already his 4th blind date at Wanyuan Building. This way, sir. The server smiled and led Jiang Chun to table A6. Jiang Chun sat down. He first ordered a bottle of beverage and started drinking. Meanwhile, he looked at the dating profile of the woman sent by his mother from inside his phone. Name, Li Yuanyuan. Age, 25. Education, junior college. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 100 gene. Occupation, real estate sales. Healthy body, no hereditary diseases. Jiang Chun gave it a quick glance and then stopped looking. For him, this blind date was nothing more than repeating the blind date experience of his previous life, except this time he could also use the check-in system. At that moment, a figure passed by Jiang Chun and directly sat at table A5 behind him. This figure wore a mask and lady sunglasses, and had also worn a sun hat. Only after sitting down did she take off the hat, sunglasses, and mask. She glanced at Jiang Chun in front, and thought. Jiang Chun had looked at her once before, but even if he saw her now, she thought he wouldn't recognize her. After all, people's memories would fade with time, especially since Jiang Chun had only taken a brief glance that day. Ning Ruoyan didn't say anything, and just ordered a drink to start with. About 5 minutes later, a figure entered the hall, wearing high heels and a tight-fitting jumpsuit dress, giving off a professional atmosphere. As for appearance, it was just average. She scanned the hall briefly, then quickly fixed her gaze on Jiang Chun. Tall and good-looking, Li Yuanyuan thought inwardly. Jiang Chun's appearance matched the blind date profile completely. Actually, the real one looked better than the photo. This was an unexpected bonus. Li Yuanyuan walked toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. Li Yuanyuan smiled at him. Jiang Chun glanced at Li Yuanyuan and nodded slightly. Please sit down. Li Yuanyuan smiled and sat. As always, Jiang Chun got straight to the point. He didn't want to waste time. After 10 blind date experiences in his previous life, except for the last one with Lu Na, which had been somewhat pleasant, the first 9 had been rather irritating and disagreeable. Jiang Chun looked at her and said in a calm voice, since it's a blind date, let's talk directly about the key points first. If there's nothing wrong, we can continue the conversation. How about that? After hearing Jiang Chun's words, Li Yuanyuan thought he was a straightforward person. However, when discussing serious matters properly, her expression also gradually turned more serious. Alright, Li Yuanyuan lightly nodded. Tell me first about your dating expectations. Jiang Chun said, looking at her. Li Yuanyuan pondered for a moment, then said, height must be between 178 centimeters and 183 centimeters. It mustn't be lower than 178 centimeters or taller than 183 centimeters. Body type should be thin, definitely no fat. Li Yuanyuan continued. Also, if getting married, we must have our own house. Never live with parents. The housing community must be fully paid for, and definitely not an old one that's already been around for 15 years. There also must be a car. Doesn't have to be Audi, BMW, or Mercedes, but it should cost more than 200,000 and fully paid off. As for the dowry, Li Yuanyuan hesitated for a while, then looked at Jiang Chun and said, Not much. Only 188,000 yuan. Oh right. Li Yuanyuan suddenly remembered something and added. The house must be brand new, not secondhand. I feel uncomfortable living in a place someone else already lived in. Who knows, maybe someone even died in that secondhand house. Also, the car must be brand new too. A used car is just not good enough. One more thing, after we get married, I must take full control of the family finances. Li Yuanyuan smiled at Jang Chun and continued. According to your blind date profile, you already have a marital home. I asked the matchmaker earlier, and she said it's a brand new house. Your height also meets my requirements. It's just the car. The matchmaker said your car is secondhand. If we get married, you'll need to replace it with a brand new one. After Li Yuanyuan finished speaking, her smile gradually faded and was replaced by a more serious expression. She stared at Jang Chun and said, if you replace your car with one that costs over 200,000 yuan and also prepare the 188,000 yuan dowry, I will marry you. Alright, almost forgot. Li Yuanyuan seemed to recall something else. She looked at Jang Chun and asked, looking at your profile, it says your job is a housekeeper? Jang Chun replied. Li Yuanyuan slightly frowned her brows. Whether it was a man or a woman working as a housekeeper, it simply sounded embarrassing to say out loud. If we get married, you must change jobs. It would be best if you could start your own business. It doesn't have to be a big store, but at least a shop you own. Sounds better when you talk about it. Li Yuanyuan said. Any more? Jang Chun looked at her calmly. Li Yuanyuan thought for a moment and then said, that's all for now. If everything I just said is fine with you, we can get engaged at the beginning of next month. Jang Chun looked at her in silence. Just like that? Everything's fine with him and they can get engaged next month? Did she even ask for his opinion? As if he had no requirements for choosing a partner at all. Jang Chun paused briefly, then looked at her and spoke calmly. You've said your dating expectations. Now it's my turn to state mine. Question mark. Li Yuanyuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Jang Chun also had expectations? Did that mean her physical conditions were not good enough? Doesn't she know that there are over 30 million more men than women these days? Go ahead, Li Yuanyuan said. There will be a premarital medical exam. I don't require virginity, but there must never have been a dead fetus in the belly. And no secretly giving birth to a child either. Jang Chun looked at her. He had wanted to continue, but was suddenly interrupted by Li Yuanyuan. Li Yuanyuan's face darkened. She stared at Jang Chun coldly and said, so if someone died in her belly, you blame the woman? Wasn't it because of some man? Without a man, how could there ever have been a dead fetus in a woman's belly? Chapter 27. What is the best way to attract men? After hearing her words, Jang Chun's face turned slightly cold. Looking at Li Yuanyuan, he said indifferently, did you get this from another man? What the hell does that have to do with me? Why should I pay for it? And there's another thing. Jang Chun continued with a slightly colder tone. You want a new house because you feel uneasy living in one that others have lived in, and you want a new car because you think a used one isn't good enough. All I want is someone who hasn't had a miscarriage and has no kids from other relationships. Is that too much? I haven't even mentioned whether you're still a virgin. After hearing these words, Li Yuanyuan's expression grew slightly darker. She stared at Jang Chun, her tone somewhat sharp. Do you really think many women can meet your demands? There are over 30 million more men than women now. If you don't get married soon, in the future, you'll only end up with divorced women who already have kids. F*******. Ning Ruoyan, seated at the table behind them, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this. Immediately, she put on her mask and sunglasses, then looked coldly at Li Yuanyuan, replying in a chilly voice. Don't assume that because you're trash, all women are trash. After hearing Ning Ruoyan's words, Li Yuanyuan's face grew even darker. She glared at Ning Ruoyan, her eyes flashing with venom. Realizing that she shouldn't stay any longer, lest Jang Chun remember her face, Ning Ruoyan decided it was time to go, making it harder to follow him later. Ning Ruoyan directly went to the bar counter, paid the bill, and left. Due to Ning Ruoyan's comment, many customers in the hall turned their gazes toward Li Yuanyuan and Jang Chun. Li Yuanyuan noticed that some people were even secretly recording them with their phones, which further darkened her mood. She snatched up her bag, shot Jang Chun a fierce glare, and then left. Jang Chun didn't say anything. He ordered a few dishes and started playing with his phone. Ding! Congratulations, master. You've successfully fought back for men everywhere. You have one check-in opportunity. Will you check in? Check in. Jang Chun thought silently. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, master. You've obtained plus 3 centimeters. Tip. Plus 3 centimeters can be applied to any part of your body. For example, increasing your height by 3 centimeters, or specifically enhancing certain body parts like leg length. The moment Jang Chun heard the reward, the first thing that crossed his mind wasn't increasing his height by 3 centimeters. It was, the system's mission is to promote harmonious marriages and increase happiness. Jang Chun recalled the mission the system stated when they first bonded, and thought about the 4 check-in rewards so far. Godlike cooking talent, world-class martial arts skills, tenfold pleasure sensitivity talent, plus now, plus 3 centimeters. Every single reward was directly related to promoting marital harmony and increasing happiness. The godlike cooking talent ensured couples would always prefer eating at home instead of out. The world-class martial arts skills could bring a strong sense of family security. The tenfold pleasure sensitivity talent would make his future wife addicted to him, clinging to him constantly. Plus 3 centimeters, if not used on height, could also greatly improve marital happiness. This system is really professional, Jang Chun mused. If anyone ever marries him in the future, wouldn't she die from happiness? As he thought, Jang Chun even felt a bit envious of his future wife. He wondered who she would be. Qin Ran. Jang Chun lightly shook his head. From the current situation, he did have some feelings for Qin Ran. She might become his wife in the future, but maybe not either. Jang Chun shook his head slightly. For now, he would continue to interact with Qin Ran and resolve the emotional burden in his heart before thinking further. After his rebirth and receiving the dating check-in system, he already knew he would meet Lu Na again in future matchmaking setups. Lu Na, his wife from a previous life. She had been a significant part of his life for a long time. When he had initially met Lu Na for a match, she had appeared quite cultivated and had good manners and character. However, during several later interactions, he learned that she had broken up less than a month before. The reason for the breakup was because the boy's family background wasn't good enough. Her parents had strictly opposed the relationship, threatening to cut ties with her if she didn't break up, so Luna had reluctantly ended that relationship and agreed to meet him. At that time, when he learned about it, he felt very uncomfortable. After all, Luna's heart still belonged to someone else. She hadn't even cleared space for him, yet she was dating him, and he only learned this when they were about to get engaged. Later, he talked to Luna about this thoroughly. Luna explained that during the time since her breakup, her ex-boyfriend had already gotten engaged to someone else. She said that she wanted to marry Jang Chun. That time would dilute the past, replacing the old memories with a new love. At that time, as they discussed these things, he felt deeply unsettled, knowing the woman he was about to marry still had another man in her heart. But back then, after countless matchmaking failures, he had a sort of just-go-with-it attitude, unwilling to insist on finding a perfect partner anymore. Just living together as a practical partnership was enough. Considering Luna's ex-boyfriend had already gotten engaged to someone else, and Luna was willing to put a definitive end to the past through their engagement, Jang Chun didn't say anything further. Soon after marrying Luna, however, Luna's ex-boyfriend was filmed in a video that someone uploaded online. In the video, Luna's ex-boyfriend seemed heavily drunk, mumbling incoherently. He claimed he hadn't actually gotten engaged, and that he had only said he was to completely cut off ties with Luna. Then, as if experiencing a blackout, he suddenly burst into tears, saying he loved Luna. After that, Luna's ex-boyfriend, overly intoxicated, was crossing the road when he was struck and killed instantly by a speeding car. The video uploaded by netizens eventually reached Luna's eyes. Right on the spot, she couldn't hold back her tears and began sobbing uncontrollably. And he, Luna's husband, felt both sympathy for her and pity for himself at that moment, because he had married a woman whose heart still belonged to another man. At first, he had hoped that through gradual adjustments, they could cultivate genuine feelings between them. But on multiple occasions afterward, when Luna was drunk, she talked in her sleep, constantly calling out that man's name. Even during intimate moments, he always felt as though Luna imagined him as that man. Such feelings made him deeply angry inside. Therefore, in the following years during intimate moments, he would often lose his patience and gentleness toward Luna, simply to restore some psychological balance. But simultaneously, a deep rift had formed between them. Once such distance had grown, it was hard to mend. Later on, he rarely returned home, and after earning money, he often went to upscale clubs to unwind, even engaging in multiple brief affairs. Luna knew everything, yet for the both of them, it no longer mattered. Only after their child came of age did they finally file for divorce. Jang Chun recalled his entire past life, and after finishing those memories, he looked visibly unsettled. At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes over. Seeing this, Jang Chun slowly came back to reality, and then began eating. Meanwhile, inside the chairman's office, Qin Ran had received the video Ning Ruoyan sent. After watching it, she couldn't help but feel pity for Jang Chun. 4 blind dates in a row, all ended in immediate conflicts. He might develop psychological scars from continuous blind dates like this, even becoming indifferent, simply settling with anyone to get through life. However, this situation had its pros and cons for her. It was actually better for her that Jang Chun couldn't find a compatible match, but there was a clear drawback. If he encountered even slightly decent women after seeing so many problematic ones, perhaps. Thinking of this, Qin Ran felt a faint tightening in her chest. She opened her laptop and searched online. What is the best way to attract men? Chapter 28, want some? Search post replies. My dream. If you have high looks and your character and quality are fine, you can basically attract guys. Mother of 3 kids, attracting men isn't hard. Men are visual and emotional creatures. As long as you dress nicely and have some light physical contact with a guy, that kind of ambiguity absolutely stirs up a man's lust. My boyfriend is so bad, same as above. You should chat more with guys and show a gentle and considerate side. Oh, right. Remember to have appropriate physical contact with guys, not excessive. Pay attention to the extent, otherwise, the guy might think you're promiscuous. Ah, where's my husband? I think it's okay, having looks, kindness, and chatting ability generally attracts guys. The better looking, the better. Qin Ran looked at the search results on his phone and began to think. Her looks were fine, but making her talk to Jang Chun? It's not that she didn't want to. It was just that she didn't have a good starting point. If she forced a conversation, it would only be awkward. And, asking her to have physical contact with Jang Chun? That also seemed difficult. Although the 2 daughters frequently asked her to hug and kiss Jang Chun, such demands were too excessive for her to accept. So, what should she do? Qin Ran felt a bit of a headache. It seemed this matter still required careful thinking. Also, she needed to push Ning Ruoyan to hurry up and investigate Jang Chun's personal romantic history. Only after verifying everything was clear could she proceed with her next steps. Qin Ran immediately sent a message to Ning Ruoyan. How is the investigation into Jang Chun's romantic background going? Ning Ruoyan, still ongoing. We need to get close to his friends, his former roommates and classmates. Also, we need to find an appropriate angle to avoid raising suspicion. Ning Ruoyan. However, we did find a little something. Jang Chun dated 5 girlfriends during his time at Jiangning University's North Campus. Qin Ran. 5? Ning Ruoyan. We're still looking into how they got together and why they broke up. But I found a bit of troubling news. Ning Ruoyan, one of Jang Chun's former girlfriends at Jiangning University, was dumped by him. When they broke up, the girl begged him to get back together, but we still haven't uncovered the reason behind their breakup. Seeing the messages from Ning Ruoyan, Qin Ran couldn't help but furrow her brows. Jang Chun broke someone's heart. The girl begged him to reconcile? On the surface, it seemed like Jang Chun was at fault, but she wouldn't jump to conclusions based merely on surface appearances. Further investigation was necessary. Qin Ran, focus on finding out the reason for their breakup. Ning Ruoyan, those who might know the breakup reason could be just a few of Jang Chun's friends and close classmates. I've already had people looking into it. Qin Ran put her phone away without speaking further. Her initial plan of getting closer to Jang Chun had been temporarily put on hold. First, she needed to clarify why Jang Chun had broken up with that girlfriend. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jang Chun had the 2 kids sit on the sofa watching TV while he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By 5:30, dinner was ready, and Qin Ran returned just in time. Wash your hands. It's time for dinner, Jang Chun told Qin Ran. Qin Ran softly acknowledged with a small mm. After a while, the four of them sat down to eat. Dad, I want to eat the braised pork, Qin Jinyan said. Me too. I want the braised pork, Qin Ziyuan added. Jang Chun smiled and picked several pieces of braised pork for the kids. Sitting across from them, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun. From her interactions over this period, he didn't really seem like a cat. Yet Ning Ruoyan had found that Jang Chun had broken up with a girlfriend during his university years. Qin Ran hesitated slightly and chose a conversational opener, casually asking, "How's the matchmaking going?" Hearing this, Jang Chun looked toward Qin Ran. She rarely asked about his personal life. Jang Chun replied calmly, "Failed." Qin Ran didn't ask why it failed but instead said, "You've had 4 failed setups. Have you considered interacting more with your former classmates? After all, they're people you already know and are familiar with. It's better than blind dates." Looking at Qin Ran, Jang Chun felt slightly puzzled. Was she encouraging him to get close to his former classmates? What was her purpose in saying this? Or was she just trying to find a topic to chat about casually? Jang Chun didn't dwell too much on it. He earnestly answered the question, saying, "I have considered that. However, some of the female classmates are already married, others engaged, and some have boyfriends already. Even those without a relationship, I might not be compatible with." Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun and calmly asked, "Didn't you date someone while you were in college?" Jang Chun looked at her, unable to help wondering. Had all that Qin Ran said eventually been leading to the topic of his college girlfriend? Was she trying to learn about his romantic history? Jang Chun gave a slight nod, but didn't say anything. Qin Ran hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jang Chun and casually asked, "Can you talk about why you broke up?" Jang Chun felt that Qin Ran was unusually talkative today. "I don't really want to talk about it." Jang Chun hesitated before replying. Qin Ran fell silent. The topic ended there. After dinner, they cleaned up and went to take showers. Once done, they sat on the sofa watching TV. As always, the two kids lay in Jang Chun's arms while Qin Ran sat on the other side of the sofa. But the TV was playing an animated show. Neither Jang Chun nor Qin Ran found it particularly interesting. They were just passing the time. After a while, the cartoon switched to a commercial break. Seeing this, Qin Jinyan grabbed the remote and changed the channel. The screen flickered and showed the male and female leads passionately kissing. Wow! Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan's eyes widened in curiosity. Qin Ran, Jang Chun, "Mom and Dad, did you see that?" Qin Jinyan turned to look at Qin Ran first, then at Jang Chun. Qin Ran, Jang Chun, "Mom and Dad, can you kiss too?" Qin Ziyuan said, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, the teacher said Mom is not feeling well and needs to wait 7 days. Today is the 2nd day." Qin Ran, Jang Chun, "Mom and Dad, after 5 more days, can you kiss like that too?" "Ziyuan, and I can record it for you." Qin Jinyan looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran shot Qin Jinyan a glare and tried to look authoritative. "No. Why not?" Qin Jinyan asked, confused. Beside her, Qin Ziyuan recalled something and looked at Qin Ran. "The teacher said moms and dads kiss each other. Why does a mom kiss dad? Does she dislike him?" Qin Ran, "Mom." Speechless, Qin Ran had no idea how to respond to her 2 daughters who kept asking questions. She gave them a stern look and said, "Go watch your cartoon quietly." Then, Qin Ran got up, walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. She glanced toward Jang Chun on the sofa. "Want some?" Chapter 29, Taking Photos from All Angles. After hearing that, Jang Chun couldn't help but look over, then lightly nodded and walked over. He sat down at the dining table. Qin Ran poured 2 glasses of red wine and pushed one towards Jang Chun. Jang Chun gently swirled the wine in his glass but didn't speak. Neither did Qin Ran. After a while, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun. She wanted to say something but suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Jang Chun felt the same way too. Perhaps their way of interacting was a bit special. Though they didn't chat much, it didn't feel all that bad. So, they occasionally took sips of wine, though the red wine wasn't strong and didn't easily lead to drunkenness. Both remained sober. Yet, the atmosphere of merely drinking and not talking felt somewhat eerie. Qin Ran stayed quiet for a moment. While sober, she didn't know what to talk about. Maybe after getting drunk, she'd feel more inclined to speak. Perhaps, if Jang Chun got drunk, she might even manage to pry some information out of him. "Want some white spirit?" Qin Ran looked toward Jang Chun. Alright. Jang Chun also felt that saying nothing wasn't good either. Continuing like this felt awkward. If they got drunk, maybe they could talk a bit. Qin Ran went to fetch a bottle of baijiu, got 2 clean new glasses, and filled them to the brim. "Drinking on an empty stomach gets you drunk quickly. I'll get something to go with the alcohol," Jang Chun said, then headed to the kitchen. A few minutes later, Jang Chun brought back a dish of peanuts. He said nothing, took a sip of baijiu himself, wanting to wait until he got drunk to see what Qin Ran really intended. Qin Ran said nothing either, drinking the baijiu on her own, occasionally munching on a couple of peanuts. About 20 minutes later, Jang Chun had already finished more than half his glass. Qin Ran had also finished more than half her glass. By now, both were starting to feel the effects, heads slightly light, but their senses still sharp. "How much can you drink?" At this point, Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran with slightly glazed eyes. "I don't usually drink. Only during work dinners do I take a little, and stop once I feel slightly tipsy. I've never gone all out." Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, her eyes slightly glazed, yet her awareness remained clear. Jang Chun gave a slight hum. Bottoms up. He looked at her. Qin Ran said nothing. She lifted her glass, clinked it against his, and drank everything in one go. She wasn't afraid of Jang Chun trying anything with her even if he got too drunk. According to what she had looked up online, a man who was only 3 parts drunk could still function normally. But if he reached 7 parts drunk or more, he wouldn't even be able to do anything. He'd only be able to pass out cold. Right now, she could feel that Jang Chun was already halfway drunk. One more cup and he'd be just about there. Qin Ran refilled both empty glasses and glanced at Jang Chun before taking a small sip herself. Jang Chun also took a sip first, feeling the spinning sensation in his head. Yet this sensation felt comforting, allowing him to briefly forget his worries. About half an hour later, Qin Jir and Qin Zian walked over. The 2 children saw their parents both clearly drunk and still drinking, and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, stop drinking." Qin Ran glanced at the 2 girls. At the moment, everything in her vision seemed to waver slightly, though her mind remained clear. She said, "Go back to your room and rest first." "Okay." The two girls looked at Qin Ran, then at Jang Chun, thinking that since they were at home, nothing serious would happen even if they did get too drunk. Thus, they returned to their room to rest. More to drink. Jang Chun, with blurry eyes, looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran glanced at the wine glass. There was still a small amount of alcohol left inside. In a daze, she said, "Just finish this cup." Jang Chun looked at his own glass, then lifted it, downing the entire cup at once. Qin Ran also finished her cup in one go. After they finished drinking, time for bed. Qin Ran, still dazed, looked at Jang Chun, slightly sighing inwardly. Even when drunk, they hadn't spoken much. Jang Chun agreed. Qin Ran stood up, taking a single step forward before her body wavered, and she fell straight to the floor. Jang Chun noticed this, leaning against the edge of the table to reach Qin Ran, wanting to help her up. However, he was already quite drunk himself. As soon as he swatted slightly, he lost his balance, his whole body leaning forward as he crashed right onto Qin Ran. Dazed, Qin Ran still felt Jang Chun land on top of her. Instinctively, she tried to push him off, but her head felt foggy and heavy, her body weak. Plus, already drunk, she felt sleepy. After pushing a few times without success, she stopped resisting. As for Jang Chun, his mind was foggy and spinning. Drunk as he was, fatigue crept in. Still clinging to a thread of clarity, he tried to get up. But as soon as he propped himself up slightly with his arms, he suddenly felt all his strength drain, crashing back onto Qin Ran once again. After several failed attempts to stand up, combined with growing sleepiness, Jang Chun slowly fell asleep directly on top of Qin Ran. Late at night, when people are asleep, they naturally shift into comfortable sleeping positions. When there's something nearby to hold on to, sleeping while hugging it feels even more comfortable. Unconsciously, Jang Chun followed his instincts and wrapped his arms around Qin Ran, holding her closely for maximum comfort. Qin Ran did the same. Without awareness, she shifted instinctively toward Jang Chun's chest. Her right leg naturally rested over his. The next morning early, the two kids woke up earlier than usual. Qin Jir and Qin Zian opened their eyes drowsily, still wrapped in each other's arms. For a moment after opening their eyes, the two stared at each other until their minds gradually cleared. They sat up and glanced around. "Dad and Mom seemed to get drunk last night," Qin Jir said to Qin Zian. Qin Zian replied. "They should have already woken up by now." The two got out of bed and went looking for their parents. When they arrived at the living room, they immediately saw their parents sleeping together on the floor next to the dining table. The kids were still a bit sleepy at first, but upon seeing this scene, the last traces of their tiredness vanished instantly, replaced with wide-awake excitement. Mom and Dad are hugging. Qin Jir and Qin Zian looked at each other in astonishment. "Quick, take photos!" Qin Zian shouted excitedly. Qin Jir nodded strongly. Then she found Qin Ran's phone and started taking pictures from all kinds of angles, and even videos. "Let's take photos with Dad's phone too." Qin Jir found Jiang Chen's phone, but didn't know the unlock pattern password. But she suddenly remembered something. Sometimes when Mom unlocked the phone, she'd just place her finger on the back of the phone, and the phone would unlock automatically. Qin Jir took Jiang Chen's phone and went beside him, placing Jiang Chen's finger on the back of the phone. Then, the phone unlocked. Although Qin Jir couldn't read many words yet, she recognized the familiar camera icon. She opened the camera app and started taking photos from every possible angle. Chapter 30. My first kiss, just like that. Qin Jinyan whispered to Qin Ziyuan at this moment. "You hold down Mom and Dad's heads so that their mouths kiss each other." "Okay." Qin Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Then she squatted down, holding one head in each hand, pressing Jiang Chen's and Qin Ran's mouths together. Click, click, click. Seeing this, Qin Jinyan immediately started taking photos. After taking photos, she began recording video. After a while, Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan exchanged glances. Then the two quietly left the scene, afraid that their mother might beat them up once she woke up. After all, their mom seemed unwilling to kiss their dad. About half an hour later, Jang Chun and Qin Ran woke up almost at the same time. At first, they opened their eyes groggily. When they saw each other's slightly blurred faces, their minds jolted slightly. Then both instantly woke up fully, clearly recognizing the other. Jang Chun felt something soft near his lips. What was that? Qin Ran felt it too. Qin Ran, Jang Chun. The two immediately pulled apart, then slowly stood up. Jang Chun was in a daze at the moment. How did he end up kissing Qin Ran? He tried hard to recall last night's events. Yesterday, they had both gotten drunk, and later, Qin Ran fell down, and he wanted to help her up. But when he squatted down to help her, he lost balance and fell straight on top of her. What happened after that? He had no idea. All he knew was that he had slept very comfortably last night. On the other side, Qin Ran was also completely dazed, and at the same time, she felt extremely embarrassed. She didn't know how to face Jiang Chun from now on. She only remembered getting drunk, then falling down herself. Later, Jiang Chun seemed to want to help her, but he fell directly onto her. And then, she remembered nothing. Qin Ran didn't say anything, nor did she look at Jiang Chun. Right now, she even felt a bit afraid to look at him. She returned to her bedroom and decided to take a shower first. As for Jiang Chun, he didn't know what to do either. Half an hour later, after taking a shower, Qin Ran changed clothes, looked for her phone, and found that the battery was low. She started charging it. She stayed inside her bedroom, too nervous to go out, afraid that if she saw Jiang Chun again, it would be very awkward. My first kiss just like that. She couldn't help but recall the previous scene. When she woke up, her lips were touching Jiang Chun's. At that time, besides being stunned, she hadn't felt anything else. She lightly pressed her forehead, not knowing what to do next. She picked up the phone which was now charging. She flipped through it absent-mindedly, without any specific purpose. But while browsing, she suddenly remembered that several days ago, her two daughters had taken pictures of her and Jiang Chun using their phones. Without knowing why, she wanted to take a look at those pictures. She opened the photo gallery. Qin Ran saw a large number of new photos on her phone. Many photos of her sleeping in Jiang Chun's arms, even kissing photos. In particular, she saw one photo in which Qin Ziyuan was pressing her head with one hand and Jiang Chun's head with the other, making them kiss each other. Qin Jinyan, Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ran was speechless with frustration. She had wondered then how, even in her sleep, could she possibly kiss someone? It turned out that those two daughters had set it up. However, for some unknown reason, she found herself unable to get angry at all. even somewhat. Realizing this, Qin Ran couldn't help touching her forehead, closing her eyes and murmuring to herself, "What's wrong with me?" Could it be that her affection for Jang Chun had reached the point where she not only didn't feel repulsed by kissing him, but actually felt a little happy? Besides, what was Jang Chun thinking? During this time, she had always been thinking about her own feelings, but now reflecting on Jang Chun's feelings. She couldn't believe that Jang Chun had absolutely no feelings for her. After all, she was undeniably beautiful. She recalled Jang Chun's expressions and reactions recently. He seemed calm on the outside, but as for what he truly felt inside, she had no idea. Perhaps his feelings were the same as hers. In the living room, Jang Chun had now prepared breakfast. The rice porridge and dishes were already on the table, but he now felt a bit hesitant. Since the breakfast was ready, he should definitely call Qin Ran to eat. But how could he call her? After all, what had happened between them? There was now a slight sense of awkwardness. He looked at the two kids. "Go and call your mom for breakfast." Upon hearing this, Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan exchanged glances. It's not that they didn't want to call her, but they were afraid their mom might have seen the photos in the phone and gotten angry. "Go call her." Jang Chun looked at the two children, puzzled. Qin Jinyan softly said, "I'm scared." "Scared?" Jang Chun was confused, looking at her. "Why are you scared?" "Dad, look at the photos in your phone," said Qin Jinyan. Jang Chun looked at the two kids and, puzzled, opened his phone's photo gallery. Damn it, he saw photos of him sleeping with Qin Ran, and even kissing photos. It turned out that he and Qin Ran kissed because of the two kids. "You two, how did you figure out Dad's phone password?" Jang Chun looked at them. "We unlocked it with your finger," Qin Jinyan replied. Jang Chun looked at Qin Jinyan. "Did you take pictures with Mom's phone too?" The two girls weakly nodded. Jang Chun, no wonder they were afraid to go call her, but he still had to call Qin Ran for breakfast. After hesitating for a while, Jang Chun calmed himself, tried to look natural, stood up, walked to Qin Ran's room, and knocked on the door. "It's time for breakfast," Jang Chun said. Inside the room, Qin Ran heard his voice and her heartbeat quickened. Jang Chun was calling her for breakfast. Quick thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, she calmed herself down and tried to appear calm and natural, hoping to act as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. At this moment, Qin Ran looked calm, got up, opened the door, and calmly glanced at Jang Chun, saying nothing. Jang Chun also said nothing, and walked back to his seat with Qin Ran. Qin Ran glanced at her two daughters sitting across the table. They didn't even dare to look at her, and looked extremely guilty. Qin Ran didn't say anything. She thought to herself that the two girls had used her phone to take pictures. Jang Chun couldn't possibly know about it unless the two girls told him directly. After all, they didn't know Jang Chun's phone password and couldn't use his phone to take pictures. Unless they remembered to use fingerprint unlock. But that possibility was rather slim. After calmly finishing breakfast, Qin Ran said to Jang Chun, "I'll head to the office first." "Okay," Jang Chun replied. Without saying more, Qin Ran grabbed her bag and left. Once the door closed behind her, the two kids let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Jang Chun said unhappily, "Don't do things like this again in the future, or Mom might really beat you up one day." "Yes, yes." The two kids nodded. Jang Chun lightly shook his head, feeling a bit speechless. After cleaning up the dishes, he sent the two kids to kindergarten. Afterward, he returned to the villa. He sat on the sofa, flipping through the photos taken by the two kids. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Qin Ran watched a scene in the living room through a home surveillance app on her phone. She had installed hidden, ultra-clear, multifunctional cameras at home with zoom capabilities. She zoomed in slightly and noticed that Jang Chun's phone also had those photos. Qin Ran. Chapter 31. Her response. "I have a husband." In other words, the two daughters took advantage of Jang Chun sleeping, used his finger to unlock his phone, and then took photos with Jang Chun's phone. Qin Ran was speechless, yet her attention was completely focused on Jang Chun's expression and reaction. She wanted to know what his reaction would be seeing these photos, but the result disappointed her slightly. Jang Chun's expression was basically calm throughout. Qin Ran pondered. How could his expression be so calm? Could it be that he didn't have any romantic intentions toward her? Right. Qin Ran suddenly recalled something, a tightness growing in her chest. Previously, during Jang Chun's arranged meeting, he had said something to the woman he met through matchmaking. He required premarital medical checkups and wouldn't accept a woman who had previously miscarried or secretly given birth. From Jang Chun's perspective, he likely assumed she was divorced and now having two kids. In other words, Qin Ran simply wasn't in his consideration as a potential spouse. Qin Ran fell silent. She had undergone IVF, allowing an embryo to develop at an early stage outside the body before transferring it into her uterus for further growth and development, eventually giving birth. Few people knew about Qin Ran's IVF, besides some relatives whom she had long since cut contact with. Only her secretary Ning Royan and a few senior executives at her company knew about it. But now, she felt it necessary to somehow let Jang Chun learn about her IVF situation, intentionally or unintentionally. Perhaps doing so could change Jang Chun's mind. She thought about it again, but felt uneasy. If she directly told Jang Chun that she had undergone IVF using his donated sperm, it might seem like moral coercion. She felt it would be better to be with Jang Chun based on mutual feelings. If they did end up together, she could tell him then. The current issue was, how could she make Jang Chun accidentally discover that she had undergone IVF? After thinking for a while, Qin Ran picked up her phone and called Ning Ruoyan. That afternoon, Qin Pharmaceutical made an explosive announcement. Qin Pharmaceutical had successfully developed a drug that cured cancer. This new drug offered a 100% cure rate for early-stage cancer. The cure rate for mid-stage cancer reached 95%. For late-stage cancer, the cure rate was between 55% to 70%. The moment this news broke, it swept across the internet. Major browser news platforms, all short video platforms, as well as every TV channel were talking about it. While this event went viral online, some people started digging for personal information about the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. The chairman's personal details were posted on a short video platform and received a massive number of likes and comments. For instance, one video presented information with both text and images. First appeared a few photos of Qin Ran. Later followed her personal information. Chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. Name, Qin Ran. Age, 26. Date of birth, November 20th, 1996. Net height, 173 centimeters. Weight, unknown. Education level, undergraduate. Marital status, single. Children, 2 daughters, named Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian. According to insiders, the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical, Qin Ran, underwent IVF 4 years ago, and later gave birth to Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian. This short video already had 1 million likes, 10,000 comments, and the numbers were still skyrocketing. In the comments section, holy cow, only 26 years old, real age only 25, so young, yet already the chairman of a company, and they've developed such an incredible medicine? Qin Pharmaceutical has always been impressive, but 5 years ago, Qin Ran's parents died in a car accident. After that, Qin Ran took control of the company. It's estimated that the development of this anti-cancer drug started many years back. What the F******. Unmarried, with 2 daughters. Wow, is she really this beautiful? Such a woman would probably look down on most men. I can't believe it. I never expected the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical to be this young. Single with 2 daughters, damn. If someone can marry her, won't they instantly become successful? Save 100 years of struggle. Holy ***T. Check whether Qin Ran has a boyfriend. Guess what? Many second-generation rich kids will want to pursue her starting today. Videos like this began to increase steadily. And in one of the videos, 2 comments had received so many likes and replies that they immediately ranked first and second. Comments. Preschool teacher. Holy crap. So the mother of Jinyan and Zian is actually the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. Preschool teacher. Actually, Qin Ran already has a husband. Her husband picks up the kids from school every day. After these 2 comments appeared, many people began replying. Qin Ran has a husband? Suddenly I feel like my heart is shattered. Holy crap. Qin Ran actually has a husband? But the online exposure said she was unmarried. Are they making a mistake here? Didn't they say Qin Ran was single? Then where did this husband suddenly come from? By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, several reporters had entered Qin Pharmaceutical, starting to interview Qin Ran. In her office, a reporter from Jiangning TV looked at the calm Qin Ran before asking, Chairman Qin, online rumors claim that your 2 daughters were born from IVF several years ago. May we confirm if that's true? Qin Ran answered calmly, yes, it's true. After hearing this, the reporters all became curious. The Jiangning TV reporter continued, then why did you choose to undergo IVF at that time? After a brief pause, Qin Ran replied calmly, at that time, I decided to remain unmarried and chose to go through IVF. The reporter continued, may I ask why you decided to remain unmarried at that time? Reporters, there are rumors online claiming that you have a husband. Is that true? Reporters, can you introduce your husband in more detail? An hour later, at 5:30 p.m., the interview finally ended. Just after that, Qin Ran received a message from Jang Chun. Jang Chun, are you coming back for dinner tonight? After seeing the message, Qin Ran immediately replied, just got off work, heading home now. Jang Chun, drive safely. Qin Ran, okay. At 5:55 p.m., Qin Ran returned home. Seeing her back, Jang Chun said, go wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Qin Ran nodded lightly. A few minutes later, they all sat down to eat. Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun. She was wondering, had Jang Chun seen the news today? Normally, latest news updates automatically pop up on phones. Jang Chun should have seen the news by now, knowing that she had undergone IVF. Regardless of whether Jang Chun had seen the news or not, she intended to talk to him later. Because during the interview, when asked whether she had a husband, she had answered, yes. If she had answered no, the 2 daughters might be questioned endlessly by the other kids at the kindergarten, which could cause the 2 girls to feel inferior again. Moreover, the 2 girls had already started calling Jang Chun dad. If they suddenly found out that Jang Chun wasn't really their father, she believed they would be unable to accept such a truth, although the real truth remained unknown to others. Chapter 32 Dad, I want you to kiss Mom on the face. Just then, Jang Chun's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from his sister, Jang Qin-yun. He answered, have you watched the TV? Or checked the news? Jang Qin-yun asked. Jang Chun replied, I've seen it. Jang Qin-yun continued. 10 minutes ago, a new report came out. A reporter from Jiangning TV interviewed Qin Ran, and she said she has a husband. That husband must be you. Jang Chun was momentarily stunned. Today he had browsed a few short videos and already knew that Qin Pharmaceutical had officially announced 2 explosive news updates. One was the successful development of a new cancer treatment drug, and the other was that major hospitals would soon start using the new drug. There were also pieces of personal information about Qin Ran, like her having used in vitro fertilization, IVF, and so on. Now, Jiang Qin-yun was saying that in front of the reporter, Qin Ran had claimed to be married, and that he was supposedly her husband? Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran, who was sitting across from him, and then replied to Jiang Qin-yun, it's not what you think. I'll call you back later. Don't tell Mom and Dad about this. Jiang Qin-yun fell silent for a few seconds before replying, okay. After hanging up the call, Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran. When you were interviewed by the reporter today, you said I was your... I'll explain after dinner. Qin Ran said calmly, glancing at Jiang Chun. Their 2 daughters were nearby, so she couldn't speak freely. Jiang Chun gave a soft hum. Once dinner was over, they began clearing the table together. In the kitchen, Jiang Chun washed the woks while Qin Ran cleaned the bowls and chopsticks. Now can you explain? Jiang Chun glanced at Qin Ran beside him. After a pause, Qin Ran explained, the teachers at the kindergarten, and the children too, all assume you are the father of Jinyan and Zian. If today during the interview I denied having a husband, the teachers and children at the kindergarten would surely gossip about it. And Jinyan and Zian truly see you as their father now. If they were to find out you aren't really their dad, emotionally, it might be hard for them to accept. Jiang Chun listened and understood. Qin Ran had done it all for the sake of the children. Jiang Chun thought for a while before saying, I can't stay with you for long. Once I leave, Jinyan and Zian will struggle to accept it even more. You should think about this early on. Hearing that, Qin Ran's heart tightened slightly. At first, when the 2 little girls began calling Jiang Chun dad, although she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, she noticed that at the kindergarten, the other children thought her daughters had no father, and that made them feel a bit inferior. So she allowed the girls to keep calling him dad. But she hadn't previously considered how the girls might feel emotionally after Jiang Chun left. Reflecting on it now, she realized this could indeed be a drawback. But she was already falling for Jiang Chun now. The only thing missing was getting Jang Chun to like her, and then gradually the two of them could be together. She believed she could win him over. But, how to do it? Today, she intentionally let slip that she had undergone IVF so that people online would know, but her main intention was for Jang Chun to know that she had done IVF. This way, knowing that she had never been married, Jang Chun might mentally accept her. Now, hearing what Jang Chun just said, she suddenly realized she had already passed the point of retreat. From the perspective of the two little girls, if Jang Chun left, their fragile hearts would never be able to accept it. At that time, the girls would definitely cry and throw tantrums, maybe even have some mental issues. From her own perspective, she had already developed feelings for Jang Chun, so she should try even harder to hold on to him, not let him go. No way back now. Qin Ren never expected to find herself in such a predicament. With no retreat left, she could only go on the offensive now. First, she needed to adjust her mindset, viewing herself as the hunter and Jang Chun as her prey. If she couldn't adjust her mindset and remained uncertain about what to talk about with Jang Chun, when would anything ever develop between them? After tidying up the dishes, Jang Chun and Qin Ran sat on the sofa with the two kids. At this moment, Qin Jingyan lifted her head to look at Jang Chun and then at Qin Ran, saying, "Mommy and Daddy, today at the kindergarten we played a new game called Truth or Dare. Let's play it together, okay?" Jang Chun, Truth or Dare? He was afraid the two kids would ask him to kiss Qin Ran. If they really did, should he kiss her or not? Qin Ran also thought along the same lines. Their daughters often asked her and Jang Chun to hug and kiss each other. It was possible that during the game, they'd end up being asked to kiss again. Qin Ran quickly thought for a few seconds, constantly telling herself mentally, she is the hunter, and Jang Chun is her prey. Alright, Qin Ran said, turning to face her two daughters. Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran. He hadn't expected that she might not have foreseen the kids possibly making such an embarrassing request. However, since Qin Ran had already agreed to play the game, he wouldn't ruin the fun. Alright, Jang Chun replied. Qin Jingyan thought for a moment and looked at Qin Ran. Mommy, do we have playing cards at home? Yes. Qin Ran stood up and went to get a deck of cards. Then Qin Jingyan said, each person draws one card. Whoever has the smallest card has to either answer questions from the other three or do a dare. After understanding the rules, Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyan drew first. Qin Jingyan drew a 10, and Qin Ziyan drew a 9, both relatively high cards. Qin Ran also drew a card and glanced at it. She had the 7 of diamonds. Jiang Chun drew a card as well and turned it over. This was a 5. Dad, you lost. Seeing that Jiang Chun had drawn the 5, Qin Jingyan immediately became more energetic. Jiang Chun, Qin Jingyan huffed and said, Dad, I picked the dare. I want you to kiss Mommy on the face. Qin Ziyan's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Chun and said, Dad, I want you to kiss Mommy on the lips. Qin Ran had already braced herself mentally, knowing that the two little girls might ask her and Jiang Chun to kiss. But when they actually made that demand, she suddenly felt nervous, her heart beating faster. Hearing the two kids, Jiang Chun felt a slight sweat at his temple. He had been expecting it. The kids really asked for something outrageous. No cheating. Qin Jingyan gave Jiang Chun a stern look just then. Qin Ziyan added, and don't try to make excuses. This morning, Daddy and Mommy were sleeping in each other's arms and even kissed. And Mommy looked totally fine. So Daddy and Mommy can totally kiss and hug. Jiang Chun. He glanced at Qin Ran, noticing she wasn't saying anything or showing any reaction. So, what should he do now? Come on, Dad, kiss her already. Yeah, don't drag this out. The two girls urged impatiently. A light sweat appeared on Jiang Chun's forehead. What to do now? Qin Ran hadn't said a word at all. Chapter 33. I want to know why you broke up with your ex-girlfriend. Could it be? Jiang Chun suddenly realized something. At the beginning, Qin Ran had invited him over to play with the two kids, but her real intention was to consider him as a potential partner, observing whether feelings could develop through their daily interactions. Additionally, when they were cooking in the kitchen earlier, he had told her to prepare herself early so that the kids wouldn't have difficulty accepting his departure. From Qin Ran's perspective, did she hope he would leave? And now, the kids had told him to kiss Qin Ran, and she hadn't refused, instead acting as if she had accepted it. Did she already have feelings for him? If that's really the case, what should he do? Kiss her? Or not? Dad, just kiss her already. Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyuan grew anxious. Can't he just kiss already? Jiang Chun remained silent, deep in thought. Although this was just a game of truth or dare, would kissing Qin Ran be inappropriate? But she didn't outright refuse either. What if he actually did it? Dad, go on and kiss. Yeah, why isn't Dad kissing? The kids urged impatiently and in confusion. Right now, Jiang Chun already had a massive headache, and the constant urging from the two kids only made it worse. Fine. Jiang Chun couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, which only made his head hurt more. Therefore, he decided not to think too much about it anymore and simply made up his mind. He looked at Qin Ran and found that she was also gazing back at him calmly. He found himself feeling helpless. How was he supposed to start? Just kiss, Qin Ran said calmly. Jiang Chun. He looked at her, actually giving him permission? Was Qin Ran really determined? Jiang Chun hesitated, still deciding whether to proceed. At that moment, Qin Ran shifted slightly closer to him. You can't back out while playing games with the kids. You have to set a good example, so they can be raised well, Qin Ran said, watching Jiang Chun calmly. Jiang Chun knew it was just an excuse, but regardless, since Qin Ran had said that much, if he kept hesitating, he'd seem indecisive. Looking at her exquisite, stunning face, the eyebrows that seemed to have their own spirit, the eyes sparkling like stars full of liveliness, and those delicate, beautiful features. In plain terms, Qin Ran truly was a rare beauty. Jiang Chun calmed his nerves. He slowly leaned toward Qin Ran, drawing closer and closer. He began to feel her breath, warm and fresh as it entered his lungs. As he drew closer, Qin Ran's heart involuntarily raced faster. Although her expression remained calm, she felt an increasing sense of nervousness. Then, Qin Ran clearly felt Jiang Chun's lips touch her cheek lightly. Even though it was just a brief peck, it sent a strong sensation through her. A soft flush unconsciously crept onto her face. The next moment, she felt Jiang Chun lean closer to her ear, brushing his lips lightly against hers, before naturally pulling away. Mom, now it's your turn. Do you choose truth or dare? Qin Ziwan asked Qin Ran. Hearing Qin Ziwan's voice snap, Qin ran back to reality. She glanced at Jang Chun and said, I choose truth. After a moment's pause, she asked, out of all your ex-girlfriends, have you ever been the one to break up with them? Jang Chun didn't expect Qin Ran to ask such a question, but he understood. Perhaps she wanted to know more about his romantic history. I have, Jang Chun replied simply. Hearing that Jang Chun had admitted to breaking up with someone else, Qin Ran wondered, could the previous rumors about him breaking up with a girl be true? Mom, what's breaking up with someone mean? Like picking someone up and throwing them away? The two kids looked at Qin Ran in confusion. Qin Ran nodded lightly. The two children found the question strange. What's so important about that? Then the game continued. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziwan each picked a card. Both drew 9s. Jang Chun also picked a card. He got a 10. Jang Chun relaxed inwardly. He wouldn't lose this round. Seeing that her two daughters got 9s and Jang Chun got a 10, Qin Ran felt she had a high chance of losing. She randomly picked a card and got a 6. Mom, you lost. Qin Jinyan looked at Qin Ran with mischievous eyes and said, Mom, I want you to kiss Dad for a full minute. No letting go, just like on TV. Qin Ziwan then added with a smile, I want Mom to sleep with Dad tonight, and me and Jinyan too. Qin Ran. Jang Chun sweat slightly. This, a full minute of kissing? Mom, hurry up and kiss him. The two kids were eager to see their parents kiss and excitedly urged them on. Hearing her daughter's request, Qin Ran felt slightly nervous. After all, it was a full minute of kissing. Qin Ran hesitated a bit, but she had previously told Jang Chun that when playing games with their daughters, they couldn't act like cheaters. They needed to set a good example to properly raise their kids. If she didn't kiss him now, wouldn't it immediately contradict her own words? After a moment of silence, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. Any problem? Jang Chun stared at her. Qin Ran was asking whether he had any problem. If there wasn't any, then they could proceed with the kiss. Only, Jang Chun had a slight headache. Qin Ran had suddenly become so proactive, even ready to kiss immediately. He felt like she was trying to attract him in the most traditional way possible. Yet, he hadn't even figured many things out yet. After a brief silence, Jang Chun realized he couldn't calm his thoughts, so he decided to just go with his instincts. No problem, Jang Chun said. Qin Ran didn't reply. Slowly, her face drew closer to his. She could clearly feel the warmth of his breath entering her lungs, and oddly enough, it smelled nice. Gradually, her red lips touched Jang Chun's. Both had their eyes open, gazing into each other's eyes while simultaneously inhaling each other's breath. It lasted a minute and a half. Qin Ran pulled back first. She didn't say anything and kept a calm expression, not showing the slightest hint of shyness. Jang Chun also stayed silent, though he sensed the atmosphere had changed slightly. Don't forget to sleep together tonight, Mommy. Qin Ziwan suddenly chimed in. Qin Ran simply gave a light nod without saying anything. Then they moved on to the next round of the game. Qin Jinyan drew a 7, Qin Ziwan drew a 9, and Qin Ran drew a 6. Jang Chun had the worst luck. He got the smallest card, a 1. Dad, I want you to hug Mom and kiss her, Qin Jinyan said. Dad, I want you to hug Mom and kiss her too, Qin Ziwan added. Jang Chun didn't say anything. By now, he had already done all the hugging and kissing that they had asked for. This time, it didn't seem like anything more. He simply pulled Qin Ran into his arms, gave her a kiss, then pulled away. Now it's your turn, Mom. You should make a request for Dad to do something, Qin Jinyan said to Qin Ran. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun calmly and said, I want to know why you broke up with your ex-girlfriend. Chapter 34. So what does this mean now? Jang Chun looked at her calmly. I'll text you later tonight. Qin Ran softly hummed in response, but didn't say anything. Mom and Dad, let's keep playing. Qin Jinyan and Qin Zing were still excited. No more playing. Qin Ran glanced at the two girls. Okay. The two kids felt somewhat disappointed. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening. The two girls grew sleepy. Qin Jinyan said, Mom and Dad, time for bed. Earlier during the Truth or Dare game, there had been a rule that required Qin Ran and Jang Chun, along with Qin Jinyan and Qin Zing, to sleep together. Qin Ran softly hummed in agreement. Soon, they entered the bedroom. Jang Chun slept in the middle, with Qin Jinyan and Qin Zing on either side. As for Qin Ran, she was lying beside them. The distance between the two adults was only separated by the two children. It was very close. After the two kids had fallen asleep, Qin Ran lay on her side, facing away, and picked up her phone to send Jang Chun a message. Do you think I'm frivolous? After receiving the message, Jang Chun glanced at it, and then replied to Qin Ran, no. Qin Ran was silent for about 10 seconds before sending him another message. Why? Jang Chun stayed quiet for almost a minute before sending her a message. I feel like you truly want me to be Jinyan and Zing's father. During this period, I've sensed that you want to chat with me, but don't know what to talk about. As for why you suddenly became so proactive, I don't know the reason. But based on my intuition, you're not that kind of frivolous woman. Jang Chun relied on both instinct and memories from his past life. In his past life, his daughter had already grown up, while Qin Ran had remained single all along. That alone spoke volumes. As for why Qin Ran had suddenly become so forward, he could make some guesses. First, it was because of the children. If he left this place, the two kids might not be able to accept it psychologically and might even face mental issues. Secondly, Qin Ran had developed feelings for him. Although the second point wasn't very obvious, through their interactions over the past period of time, he felt that she had indeed developed some feelings toward him. Perhaps it was because he had told her earlier that he couldn't stay here for long, and that he might leave in a few months. Those words had made Qin Ran feel anxious. It was also possible that, although normally they didn't chat much, it wasn't because she didn't want to, but simply didn't know what to talk about. Out of options, she used this method instead. After reading the message, Qin Ran's heart relaxed somewhat. Initially, she had wanted to be more proactive, treating Jang Chun like a target. But when they were kissing for that minute, she suddenly realized that her actions might make Jang Chun think she was frivolous and easygoing. If that were the case, Jang Chun might treat her as a fling and then leave afterward. And that was not what she wanted. If she hadn't been desperate, she wouldn't have done this. Right. Qin Ran suddenly remembered something. She sent Jang Chun a message. Why were you willing to hug me and kiss me? She also needed to clarify his inner thoughts, just in case Jang Chun had thought, why not take advantage if the opportunity arises? Seeing the message from Qin Ran, Jang Chun felt a bit nervous. Why had he been willing to hold and kiss her? At that moment, his mind had been in a complete mess, and there were a lot of things he couldn't make sense of immediately. All he could do was go with his gut feeling. After a pause, Jang Chun replied, "My mind was messy then. The kids were rushing us, and you told me to kiss you. I could only go with the flow, kissing you because I wanted to." Chin ran. "So you mean, you also have some feelings for me?" Jang Chun sweated a little but replied, "A little." Chin ran, HM. After reading Jang Chun's message, Chin ran exhaled in relief. She had been afraid that he had no feelings for her at all, which would mean she'd just be suffering from unrequited love. After a minute passed, Chin ran sent another message. "You haven't told me yet why you broke up with your ex-girlfriend." Jang Chun. "Only one girl did I truly break up with. The rest, even though in some cases I was the one who ended things, they were just playing around and didn't take it seriously." Chin ran. "Tell me about the one you truly broke up with. Why did you break up with her?" Jang Chun remained silent for a while, began typing, and finally sent the message to Chin ran. "When I was in college, I dated a girlfriend. At first, I thought she loved me very much. Her behavior seemed to indicate love. For example, she was very clingy, and every word I said could affect her mood." Jang Chun continued sending messages. "Although at first I liked her too, I wasn't really emotionally invested in our relationship. But as she became more attached, even crying instantly over some offhand remarks I made, slowly I started treating her better and better, giving more and more of my heart." Jang Chun continued sending messages, and she slowly became less clingy. Even at times, she completely ignored the kindness I showed her. From this point on, I started reflecting, why was she so clingy at first, but gradually became less so, even giving me a sense of indifference? Jang Chun continued sending messages. Later I recalled a phrase I often saw online back then. "Some women are inherently self-degrading by nature. If you don't treat them well, they love you more and become clingier. But the better you treat them, the less they value it." Jang Chun continued typing and sending messages. Then I practically tested this saying. I started treating her less kindly. When she messaged me, I simply didn't reply. When she called, I directly rejected the call. Gradually, she started acting clingy again, buying me breakfast every day. At that point, I had already proven that the saying was true. Some women really are naturally self-degrading. Jang Chun. At that time, I felt this wasn't love. I thought that dealing with such a woman required strategies. One must not be kind to her, or occasionally give her a little favor. Only then would she act clingy. But this way of getting along wasn't what I wanted, so I eventually broke up with her. After reading Jang Chun's messages, Chin Ran felt surprised deep inside. About that girl. She didn't know what to say, perhaps an issue of perception. After a period of silence, Chin Ran's thoughts had already drifted in another direction. What she most wanted to know now was, what exactly was the relationship between her and Jang Chun now? They had hugged and kissed. Although it was done through the truth or dare game, just now, during their chat, Jang Chun had said he felt something for her. Jang Chun also knew that she had feelings for him. Both had feelings. So, what was the current situation now? At this moment, Jang Chun sent her a message. "Get some sleep early." Chin Ran glanced at the message, then replied, "MM." Both placed their phones aside, closing their eyes, each lost in their own thoughts. Jang Chun, eyes shut, was thinking about what had happened tonight. Today, Chin Ran had essentially made her stance clear. However, although he did have some feelings for Chin Ran, they weren't strong enough to push him to confirm their relationship immediately. In addition, there were still many things he hadn't figured out yet. Chapter 35. Is it okay, Daddy? Due to his past marriage, he carried some shadows in his heart. Although that marriage had turned out the way it did for a reason, he had become particularly cautious about marriage now. Unless there was an intense urge to be together, he always felt it would be somewhat forced. His current feelings towards Chin Ran were slight. He didn't feel strongly about her, perhaps because they had interacted less, and their lives had been relatively calm and quiet, with little conversation. It was hard to develop a strong emotion, unless he were still in his adolescence. Back then, seeing someone like Chin Ran would have triggered wild imaginations, even leading to lewd dreams. But he wasn't a teenager anymore. He had not only lived an extra life, but also, after making money in his past life, had slept with many beautiful women. Now, seeing someone of Chin Ran's beauty no longer stirred up a particularly strong desire. Plus, he knew Chin Ran was genuine. Sometimes when he had impure thoughts about her, it felt almost like a desecration. Just follow your feelings. Jang Chun didn't know what else to do but go with the flow. He'd wait until a day when he couldn't help but strongly desire to be with Chin Ran before confirming their relationship with her. Right now, their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. The next day, the sky turned pale white with the first light of dawn, and morning sunshine poured into the room through the window. At that moment, Jang Chun and Chin Ran woke up almost simultaneously. Jang Chun slowly opened his eyes, the world first blurry, then gradually coming into focus. In his vision appeared Chin Jinyan sleeping in his arms, and Chin Ran beside her. He turned his head slightly to glance at Chin Ziyin beside him, then looked at Chin Ran again, only to see her already looking at him. When Jang Chun saw this scene after waking up, something stirred within him. He couldn't help but feel as if he and Chin Ran were really married. Seeing Chin Ran after waking up, along with the two kids, gave him a sense of warm family intimacy. Something like this had never happened in his previous life. Although he had a wife and children back then, there had always been a rift between him and Luna. Waking up every day had never felt warm. But now, he clearly felt that warmth. And this feeling felt really beautiful. At that moment, Chin Ran also became fully awake. Her first sight upon waking was Jang Chun and Chin Jinyan, and then she saw Chin Ziyan on the other side. For a few seconds after waking, she felt a strange illusion, as if Jang Chun really was her husband. There was also a strong feeling of family warmth. At the moment of awakening, seeing two daughters in Jang Chun made her feel that this was what a complete family should be like. And such a feeling was entirely new to her before. To outsiders, being rich might equate to happiness, and although she was rich, she hadn't truly felt happiness. Money fulfills material needs. But since she lacked for nothing financially, she didn't care much about it. Instead, she yearned for spiritual fulfillment. Plus, she had reached the age where marriage was a realistic thought. Sometimes when she picked up the kids from school and saw many loving couples her age, her heart filled with envy. At that moment, Chin Jinyan and Chin Ziyin woke up one after the other. Seeing Jang Chun and Chin Ran, the two kids called out, "Mom and Dad. Tired? If so, sleep a bit more," Jang Chun said to the two kids. Still sleepy. Qin Jinyan looked drowsy as she murmured, I'll sleep a bit longer. And so, the two kids went back to sleep. Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran then. If you're still tired, go back to sleep. Qin Ran lightly shook her head and softly said, not tired. Jang Chun responded and got up to wash up. Qin Ran got up to do the same. After finishing their morning routines, the two kids were awake again. Jang Chun said to Qin Ran, you take the kids to wash up. I'll prepare breakfast. Okay, said Qin Ran. Jang Chun headed to the kitchen to start cooking. About 20 minutes later, breakfast was ready, and by then, Qin Ran and the two kids had also finished washing up and came over. The four of them sat down to eat. Qin Ziyan, looking at Qin Ran across the table, asked, Mom, did you sleep well last night? Qin Ran glanced at her. Fine. Then can we all sleep together every night from now on? Qin Ziyan continued. Qin Jinyan also looked at Qin Ran expectantly. Yesterday, they slept together because they lost the truth or dare game. But sleeping together every night from now on, although last night, she and Jang Chun had somewhat made things clear and admitted slight feelings for each other, still, she wasn't quite sure what kind of relationship she and Jang Chun were in now. As for sleeping together again, Mom, is that okay? Can we? The two kids looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran was silent for a few seconds, then said, ask Daddy. Jang Chun was caught off guard by her reply. Daddy, is it okay, Daddy? The two kids turned to look at Jang Chun. Jang Chun. After a few seconds of silence, Jang Chun glanced at the two kids. All right. Yay. Upon hearing his reply, the two kids' faces immediately lit up with happy smiles. Jang Chun sighed inwardly. He was simply going with the flow. In his mind, they had already kissed, embraced, and slept together yesterday. Suddenly not sleeping together anymore now would make what kind of difference? Even sleeping together from now on didn't seem like a big deal. But the relationship between him and Qin Ran was rather ambiguous. In terms of actions, to an outsider, it already looked quite intimate. Plus, if he continued interacting with Qin Ran like this every day from now on, what would that imply? After all, they weren't actually in a romantic relationship. However, Jang Chun didn't know what else to say. Sitting across from him, Qin Ran, seeing Jang Chun had agreed, couldn't help but feel relieved, though she also felt something odd. They weren't dating, yet here they were sleeping together. But she wasn't against it either. Even after breakfast, they played with the two kids for a while before Jang Chun turned to Qin Ran and said, I'll drop the kids off at kindergarten first. I don't have work today. Let me go with you. Qin Ran. Jang Chun looked at her. Didn't your company just? Qin Ran explained. Everything at the company has already been arranged. It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. I can handle things by phone if needed. She added, though I'm the chairman. Actually, the chairman's not busy. As long as the overall situation is under control and the company's direction is set, that's all. Jang Chun. All right, go with me then. Jang Chun agreed. Qin Ran nodded. Together, the two of them sent the kids to kindergarten. After seeing them off, they got back into the car. Jang Chun glanced at her and asked, if you're not going to work today, do you have any plans? No plans. Qin Ran looked at him. What about you? No plans. Jang Chun replied. Qin Ran remained silent for a few seconds. Then let's go home. Jang Chun hesitated. What then after going home? Continue like before, spending the day together without even exchanging a few sentences? Chapter 36. Whether to marry me or not. I'm the one who decides. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said, want to go shopping at the mall? Qin Ran. Okay. Jang Chun drove to the nearest mall, parked the car when they arrived, and then entered the mall. There were quite a few people in the mall in the morning. Among them were many couples, and some married couples with children. Couples usually held hands, or had the guy's arm over the girl's shoulder. As for married couples, they held hands less often and usually held their child's hand instead. At that moment, a young man looked at Qin Ran and then said to his girlfriend beside him, isn't that Qin Ran, the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical? The young man's girlfriend, after hearing this, couldn't help but look toward Qin Ran and recognized him immediately. Yesterday, information about Qin Pharmaceutical along with personal details about Qin Ran himself had been widely shared online, receiving an astonishing amount of likes and comments. Qin Ran. Holy crap, we're seeing the real one. This is Qin Ran's husband? Holy crap, Qin Ran's husband. In no time, more and more people recognized Qin Ran and started guessing that Jang Chun was his mysterious husband. A few even took out their phones to snap photos. Noticing that they were trying to take pictures, Jang Chun instinctively turned his head away and grabbed Qin Ran's hand, saying, let's go. Qin Ran. Qin Ran followed Jang Chun out in a light jog until they reached the underground garage and got back into the car. Looking at Jang Chun, Qin Ran asked, why'd you run? Jang Chun glanced at her and replied, with all those people crowding around and taking photos, shouldn't we? Qin Ran slightly raised her eyebrow and said, my personal information was leaked online yesterday, so it's normal for them to take photos with their phones. When I come out more often in the future, they'll eventually get used to it and stop taking pictures. Jang Chun stayed silent for a while before saying, I still have more blind dates ahead of me. If they take a photo of me and post a headline online saying I'm your husband, then the women on my blind dates will recognize me. After hearing this, Qin Ran's expression immediately darkened slightly. More blind dates? Seeing Qin Ran's sudden cold expression, Jang Chun fell silent as well. For a moment, the two of them sat quietly in the car. After about 5 minutes, Jang Chun hesitated and said, I'll go on 6 more blind dates, and then I'll stop. Hearing this, Qin Ran looked at him with a slightly confused look in her eyes. Why exactly 6 more blind dates? Obsessive compulsive. I've already gone on 4, so doing 6 more makes it a round number. Then I'll be done. Jang Chun. Qin Ran frowned slightly and remained silent for a moment. Her tone became a bit heavier. You know in your heart what happened yesterday. What if those women on your dates are sleeping with other men at night while still going on dates with you? Don't you find that repulsive? Jang Chun felt speechless. She didn't use a single swear word, but her meaning was clear. Jang Chun hesitated and said, the ones after won't be for the purpose of marriage. I just dislike some of these women. I just want to throw a few sharp words their way. Question mark. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, slightly raising her eyebrows. You're bored? No, Jang Chun replied, knowing he couldn't possibly explain the system matter to Qin Ran, and the excuse he'd just given would seem ridiculous to anyone else. Looking at him, Qin Ran said, Not all women are like that. If you keep going on blind dates, there's a chance that these next 6 might bring you a good girl. If you're not approaching these dates with the goal of marriage, you're wasting their time and energy. How about a bet? Jang Chun fell silent for a few seconds, then looked at her. If all 6 of my next dates turn out to have obvious problems, that means you lose. Qin Ran's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Jang Chun. What are we betting on? Jang Chun thought about it for a moment. What should they bet on? Qin Ran was also thinking. If they made a bet, what should the stakes be? In her opinion, among the next 6 dates, not every single woman could possibly be problematic. Besides, Jang Chun's personal qualities weren't bad at all. Owning a house without a mortgage, having a car, a decent education, good height, attractive looks, world-class cooking skills, and even martial arts ability at a very high level. Looking at the overall picture, Jang Chun was really impressive. The only drawbacks were his lack of money and social background. Given such qualities, most women on blind dates would probably look favorably upon him. Therefore, her chances of winning were high. Plus, the bet was about whether those women on his blind dates had noticeable issues. 6 blind dates meant 6 women. She found it hard to believe all 6 women would have problems. Her chances of winning were even higher. At that moment, Jang Chun pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Ran and said, "If I win, you will do couple-related things with me." As soon as Jang Chun spoke, a slight sweat broke out on his forehead. He must have said it in a moment of heat. Perhaps it was because they had already kissed, hugged, and even slept together, and also because Qin Ran had feelings for him in the first place, and he himself had some feelings for Qin Ran too. Saying such words didn't even feel the slightest bit out of place. Hearing Jang Chun's condition, Qin Ran was momentarily stunned. If she lost, would she have to do couple-related things with him? How could Jang Chun say something like that? Qin Ran remained silent, lost in thought. This was a bet. If she lost, whatever Jang Chun did to her, she wouldn't have any reason to hold him responsible. But in her heart, she felt puzzled. Why did Jang Chun make this the condition? After all, Jang Chun now knew that she had feelings for him. If they continued spending time together, naturally things that were meant to happen would happen. Could it be Jang Chun didn't want to take responsibility? Was he only toying with her? As she thought, Qin Ran quickly dismissed the idea. She felt it couldn't hold up to scrutiny. Through the time they'd spent together recently, especially in these past few days, she felt that Jang Chun did have feelings for her, and his character had already earned her approval. He probably wouldn't just want to play around. So why did Jang Chun make this the bet condition? Qin Ran couldn't figure it out. Since she couldn't understand, she decided to protect herself by adding a condition. After a moment of thought, she said, "Okay, but with a precondition." "What condition?" Jang Chun looked at her, slightly surprised in his heart. Qin Ran actually agreed to the bet, even with an added condition. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun calmly. "If I lose this time, and things happen between us, for the rest of your life, besides marrying me, you can't marry anyone else, nor can you have improper relations with others. In addition, whether or not you marry me will no longer be your decision. It will be mine alone." Jang Chun, was this condition too harsh? Jang Chun was silent for a while, then looked at Qin Ran. "If you win, what do you plan to do?" Qin Ran looked at him calmly. "If I win, for the rest of your life, besides marrying me, you can't marry anyone else, nor can you have anything inappropriate with other women. Besides that, whether or not you marry me will be up to me to decide." Chapter 37. I have a secretary. Qin Ran wondered whether Jang Chun would agree to the terms she proposed. If he agreed, that would mean that earlier, when he used the possibility of something happening between them as the bet stakes, he wasn't just trying to mess with her and then walk away. If Jang Chun disagreed, fine. Jang Chun replied at this moment. Initially, when he asked Qin Ran if she dared to bet, it wasn't really meant to be a genuine bet. It was just that earlier, Qin Ran had believed he was continuing with the blind dates merely out of spite, wasting the time and effort of those women he met. Therefore, he made the bet with her. As for the stakes of the bet, that had been spoken in a moment of impulse, a foolish thing said without much thought. Though he had now agreed to the terms proposed by Qin Ran, as long as nothing happened between them after he won, then everything would be fine. After all, he was certain to win. Qin Ran's eyes widened slightly. Jang Chun agreed? Does this mean that what he said earlier wasn't just to toy with her and avoid responsibility? Qin Ran remained silent for a moment. She fixed her gaze on Jang Chun and spoke calmly. "Are you sure? Once you agree, there's no turning back. If you do, there will be consequences." She reminded him calmly. "With my current influence, if I really wanted to target you, it would be very easy. No matter where you want to work, as long as I make a single call, that company won't hire you. If you want to start your own business, I can easily ruin you." Jang Chun nodded lightly. "I'm sure. However, if I win you in this bet, but nothing happens between us, then the condition you added is useless anyway." Originally, Qin Ran had thought that agreeing to the bet would benefit her regardless of the outcome. But she hadn't considered the possibility. What if Jang Chun beat her, and yet nothing happened between them? Then the condition she added wouldn't matter at all. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, puzzled in her eyes. "Then what's the point of you making this bet with me?" After saying that, Qin Ran suddenly realized something. Initially, Jang Chun made the bet with her because she had thought that by continuing with these blind dates, he was wasting women's time and effort. That's why Jang Chun made the bet. Initially, she had shown disgust toward Jang Chun's continued blind dates, even indirectly scolding him a bit. But now, by making this bet, she had essentially agreed to let Jang Chun continue with the blind dates. As this thought surfaced, Qin Ran suddenly realized she had fallen into Jang Chun's trap. However, the premise is that Jang Chun must defeat her. "You seem very confident," Qin Ran observed, watching Jang Chun. Jang Chun didn't respond. As a person who had been reborn, he had every reason to be confident. "We can't go to crowded places. Let's go home," Jang Chun said, then started the car. "Home?" Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun. Jang Chun realized something and corrected himself. "To your home." Qin Ran didn't respond. She was thinking about the conversation they just had. Why did Jang Chun make the bet with her? It was because she thought that Jang Chun's continued blind dates weren't aimed at marriage, that he was only doing it to provoke some of the women. She had said that among the next 6 blind dates, he might encounter a genuinely good woman, which would waste her time and effort. That was why Jang Chun made the bet with her. But that wasn't the most important reason. Reflecting now on the real motive behind Jang Chun's decision to make the bet, she recalled that Jang Chun had cared about her feelings, He had even told her that after 6 more blind dates, he would stop. In other words, Jang Chun still had feelings for her. It's just that perhaps the mutual feelings between them weren't strong enough to solidify a relationship yet. So Jang Chun used the bet as an excuse to keep dating. If he didn't care about her feelings, he wouldn't have silently considered it for several minutes before telling her he would only date 6 more women. If he truly didn't care, Jang Chun wouldn't have said those things at all. After realizing this, Qin Ran's thoughts shifted in a different direction. Of course, she hoped she would win this bet. If she did win, then Jang Chun would be hers to do with as she pleased. Even if Jang Chun tried to go back on his word, she wouldn't allow it. Just as she had just said, if she truly wanted to target Jang Chun, his fate would be terrible. But there was one premise. That premise was, she must be able to win. If she couldn't, everything else was meaningless. Just then, Jang Chun, who was driving, spoke up. During my blind dates, you cannot cheat. Like secretly hiring an actor to pretend to be your candidate. Qin Ran glanced at him. Do I look like that kind of person? Jang Chun didn't respond. At this moment, Qin Ran replied. You can't cheat secretly either, like hiring an actor. Jang Chun glanced at her. Sometimes I believe in fate. If I lose, it means we were meant to be. If I win, it means our fates haven't aligned yet. Besides, these blind dates are mainly to provoke those women, not to set up a fake date with an actor. Qin Ran didn't say anything, which was, in a way, an acknowledgement of what Jang Chun had said. Still, she felt a bit speechless inside. Jang Chun actually disliked those blind date women so much that he would confront them. And he even had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. During the time she had spent with Jang Chun recently, she hadn't noticed any signs of OCD. 15 minutes later, they arrived back at the villa. The two sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV. Just seconds after turning it on, the screen showed a kissing scene between the male and female leads. Jang Chun was speechless. Was it really that coincidental? Qin Ran also felt awkward, recalling a previous incident when she had watched TV with Jang Chun. But the difference was that last time, she had felt extremely embarrassed watching such a scene with Jang Chun. Now, however, it wasn't that bad. Maybe it was because yesterday they had kissed, hugged, slept together, and talked a lot yesterday and today. Because of everything that had happened these past 2 days, she felt they had grown closer. After a while, the male and female leads on the show became even more intense, moving beyond just kissing. Jang Chun, Qin Ran. Seeing such a scene, Qin Ran couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She hadn't experienced anything like this before. Qin Ran grabbed the remote and immediately switched channels. It was the news. A daytime news broadcast? The news segment mentioned Qin Pharmaceutical and its newly developed cancer treatment drug. Seeing this, Qin Ran began watching intently. After a while, the news switched topics, and Qin Ran stopped paying attention. At that moment, Jang Chun's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. Tomorrow at 11 in the morning, there's a blind date at Wanyuan Mansion. I'll send you the girl's profile right now. John's mother went straight to the point. Jang Chun. Okay. After hanging up, Jang Chun received a message on his phone shortly. At this moment, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun, her voice calm. To prevent you from cheating and not telling me the truth, I'll be present during your blind date too. Jang Chun looked at her. You're not working? Qin Ran. I have a secretary. Jang Chun. Chapter 38. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I felt this happy. For the next dozen or so minutes, Jang Chun and Qin Ran didn't talk much. Occasionally, they watched TV or played with their phones. Jang Chun felt that watching TV or playing with his phone was just boring. At this moment, he glanced at Qin Ran. For some unknown reason, he wanted to have some physical contact with her again. Perhaps because yesterday they kissed, hugged, and even slept together, and also because they had talked a lot last night, and today, the intent behind Qin Ran's actions was quite clear. She wanted him to marry her. He could also feel that Qin Ran truly liked him from the bottom of her heart. As for himself, after his rebirth, his feelings toward Qin Ran were changing almost every day. Initially, he thought she was a good person, with excellent overall qualities. Then, as days went by and they spent time together, he discovered that he gradually began to develop feelings for her too, with those feelings increasing day by day. Especially in the past 2 days, there hadn't been a lack of physical contact between them. Combined with all the talking they did, he felt their relationship had become much closer. Close enough that he felt that even sleeping with Qin Ran now wouldn't be impossible. There was, however, one condition. Only if he explicitly said he wanted to marry her would she allow him to do so. And right now, he was still on blind dates. Having anything happen with Qin Ran while he's on dates with other girls didn't feel quite right. Not long ago, he had also clearly stated that his intention in going on blind dates wasn't necessarily to look for a marriage partner. So, even if he wouldn't sleep with Qin Ran now, doing something else probably wouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Jang Chun leaned back against the sofa, slightly shifted his right leg to the right, and unintentionally touched Qin Ran's leg. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun's leg, then at his face, but didn't say anything. Seeing her reaction, Jang Chun felt reassured. After all, yesterday they kissed and hugged. Such things had already happened. Just touching legs now wouldn't make Qin Ran feel uncomfortable. Qin Ran's reaction made him want to push his luck a bit further. At this moment, he felt as if he'd returned to adolescence again, hormones surging and difficult to control. Right now, he really wanted more physical contact with Qin Ran. Adding to that, they weren't even officially a couple, yet were engaging in such intimate physical contact, making him feel a certain thrill deep in his heart. About a minute passed, and Jang Chun turned to the nearby Qin Ran and said, watching TV and scrolling through the phone are pretty boring. How about I give you a massage? Jang Chun recalled the tenfold pleasure point talent reward he'd signed in for, if he gave Qin Ran a massage. Qin Ran looked into Jang Chun's eyes. Just now, when Jang Chun intentionally placed his leg next to hers, she already sensed that Jang Chun wanted some physical contact with her. And now, he wanted to give her a massage? Was this his way of seeking even further physical intimacy? Qin Ran thought quickly for a few seconds. Okay. Qin Ran agreed. She had just imagined being in Jang Chun's position. She felt that she currently held strong appeal for Jang Chun, who had rather strong physiological reactions toward her. Her agreeing to the massage was because most of what could happen had already happened before. Just a massage really wasn't a big deal. Secondly, she also wanted more physical contact with Jang Chun. Only by doing this could she fully captivate him, keep tantalizing him without fully giving in. That way, Jang Chun would surely go crazy. Thirdly, if Jang Chun did something inappropriate during the massage, she could use that as an excuse to manipulate him. Whatever the case, this would be advantageous for her. Lean over the sofa, Jang Chun said after hearing that, looking at Qin Ran. His mind was thinking, and also stirred up a bit of playful mischief. He had signed in for the tenfold pleasure point reward. When he made physical contact with someone, their pleasure sensitivity would increase tenfold. Plus, Qin Ran herself didn't resist his touch. No, she likely even welcomed the contact. When the sensations and psychological acceptance are so positive, giving Qin Ran a massage wouldn't result in a mere 1 + 1 = 2 effect. Qin Ran didn't say anything. She turned around and lay on the sofa, belly down. Jang Chun also moved closer. His hands first landed on Qin Ran's shoulders, pressing slowly, varying between light and firm pressure. While giving Qin Ran a shoulder massage, he observed her facial expressions. Soon, however, she turned her face to the other side, keeping her expression hidden from him. But that didn't matter. After massaging Qin Ran's shoulders for a while, Jang Chun started working on her back. If possible, he really wanted to massage her just like professional massage therapists at wellness clubs did. But better not. His fingertips gently traced along Qin Ran's back. This was also a form of massage, one that could send a thrilling sensation straight down the spine. At this moment, Qin Ran couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Jang Chun didn't say anything upon noticing it, continuing to massage Qin Ran. After a while, his hands pressed onto her waist, varying in intensity, and he noticed her breathing had deepened slightly. After working on her waist, Jang Chun's hands moved down to her hips. Qin Ran's head remained buried, her face turning red. She had received massages before. Sometimes, when she got too tired from work, she would go to get one to relax. But the way Jang Chun was massaging her now felt, in short, both pleasant and uncomfortable, somehow suffocating. She had been holding back all along. About half an hour later, Qin Ran couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Stop." Upon hearing this, Jang Chun stopped. He looked at Qin Ran, who was still lying on the sofa, and asked, "How did it feel?" "It's fine," Qin Ran mumbled, her head still lowered. Jang Chun smiled. "Turn over. Isn't it uncomfortable lying like that?" "I won't. Turn over. Let me see your face." Jang Chun said. "No." Qin Ran refused. Jang Chun didn't say more. With a slight push, he turned her over directly. In that instant, Qin Ran used her hands and hair to cover her face. Still, Jang Chun saw her flushed face, and, at this moment, Qin Ran felt both shy and annoyed. She didn't dare to look at Jang Chun and immediately stood up, walking toward the bedroom. Jang Chun followed. At the doorway, Qin Ran stood with her back toward him and said, "I'm going to take a shower and change clothes." Jang Chun frowned. "The air conditioner's on in the living room, and you're not even sweaty. Why shower?" Qin Ran didn't reply and quickly entered the room, instantly closing the door behind her. Jang Chun watched as the door shut, a faint smile forming on his face. As someone who had been through similar situations before, he fully understood why Qin Ran suddenly wanted to shower. He returned to the sofa and sat down, occasionally smiling to himself. "Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I felt this happy." Jang Chun whispered softly to himself. It was a nice kind of happiness. Chapter 39. I'm not receiving any guests. Tell him to go back. About 20 minutes later, Qin Ran changed into pajamas and walked out of her room. She glanced at Jang Chun, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, and then she also sat down on the sofa. Jang Chun looked at her and moved closer, sitting right beside Qin Ran, their bodies nearly touching. Qin Ran remained silent. Looking at her, Jang Chun said, "Want to play a game?" Qin Ran glanced at him. "What game? Truth or dare?" Jang Chun replied. "No." Qin Ran refused directly. So scared. Jang Chun looked at her. Qin Ran shot him a sidelong glance, but said nothing. She had already asked everything she wanted during their previous round of truth or dare. If they were to play again now, it would clearly just benefit Jang Chun, though she didn't really mind that. But just moments ago, she had taken a cold shower in her room and cooled her head. Now, she and Jang Chun weren't even a couple yet. Besides, she always felt as if Jang Chun were just teasing her. He had crossed certain lines with her, yet still didn't clarify their relationship. This feeling made her sometimes so angry that she wished she could just bite him a couple of times to relieve her frustration. "Fine then, no game," Jang Chun said indifferently. His suggestion was originally only meant to tease Qin Ran further. Even without playing truth or dare, he could still tease her all the same. He leaned back on the sofa, naturally spreading his arms open. His right arm casually draped around Qin Ran's waist. Seeing this, Qin Ran said nothing, but inwardly she was quite annoyed. Objectively speaking, Jang Chun kept trying to take advantage of her while still avoiding clarifying their romantic relationship. It was just like a playboy behavior. Frowning slightly, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun, her tone slightly dark. "After 6 more blind dates, what do you plan to do then?" "What do you mean, what to do?" Jang Chun pretended to be clueless. Hearing this, Qin Ran's face turned colder. With one slap, she hit the arm that he had placed around her waist. "Remove your hand." Jang Chun drew his hand back and said nothing. After completing 10 blind dates, he would probably officially start dating Qin Ran. Although judging from his current feelings, he already wanted to clarify their relationship. Unfortunately, these past 2 days, he had become increasingly smitten with her. However, as someone who had been reborn, as someone who had lived this life twice, when it came to dating someone he liked, he preferred to wait until the girl herself could no longer bear the uncertainty and was the one to initiate the conversation about their relationship before he would formally clarify things with her. That way was much more fun, more amusing. Seeing that Jang Chun had gone quiet, Qin Ran's expression darkened further. She sat silently for a moment, then spoke coldly. "What exactly do you think I am to you?" Jang Chun glanced at her. "What do you think I think you are?" Qin Ran spoke coldly. "You know exactly what I am to you. I'll only warn you once. Some women are not someone you can mess with." Jang Chun's expression remained calm. "I never played with you. You know whether you did or not." Qin Ran replied indifferently. "I never played with your feelings," Jang Chun said after a brief pause. Qin Ran looked at him, puzzled. He hadn't played with her feelings? She thought carefully about it. Earlier, Jang Chun had said he didn't play with her, nor did he play with her feelings. So, if he wasn't playing with her feelings, that meant he was serious? Then why wouldn't he clarify their relationship? So what exactly are we now? Qin Ran stared into his eyes. Jang Chun looked at her and replied indifferently, I work for you. You pay me. You're my boss. Hearing that, Qin Ran's face darkened further. Her gaze turned even colder as she fixed her eyes on Jang Chun. Then you won't be getting any salary. Jang Chun was speechless for a moment. I haven't finished speaking yet. From another angle, we can also be considered friends. Who said I want to be friends with you? Qin Ran stared at him. I've never considered you as a friend. Jang Chun fell silent again, not saying anything. Seeing that Jang Chun once again had no words, Qin Ran became furious enough to wish she could kick him a couple of times. After calming down from her anger, Qin Ran started to ponder Jang Chun's intentions. She could sense his feelings for her, but still, he wouldn't clarify their relationship. This baffled her. When things didn't make sense, it would leave her feeling insecure, and when she felt insecure, she would naturally become worried, and those worries would instinctively trigger her self-defense. The two remained silent for a moment. About 5 minutes passed when Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran and said, Time's almost up. Should we start cooking first? I'm your boss, Qin Ran replied coolly. I only need to eat without worrying about cooking. Jang Chun. Without a word, Jang Chun went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. As for Qin Ran, she was still full of rage. At 11:10, the landline phone rang inside the villa. This phone was mainly used to contact the security office and property management of Tianjin Garden. Qin Ran heard the phone ringing and stood up to answer it. Miss Qin, this is the security guard from Tianjin Garden. There's a man named Lin Hao at the gate who wants to visit you, the guard said on the phone. Hearing Lin Hao's name, Qin Ran slightly frowned. She replied, I'm not receiving any guests. Tell him to go back. Security guard. All right, Miss Qin, please go ahead with your business. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran said nothing and returned to the sofa, continuing to watch TV. At the south gate of Tianjin Garden, a young man was standing there. He was about 180 centimeters tall, slim, and wearing a blue suit. Looking at the security guard who had just finished a phone call, he asked, How did it go? The security guard looked at Lin Hao and shook his head slightly. Miss Qin isn't receiving any guests. You should go back. After hearing this, Lin Hao's face slightly darkened. He had come to Tianjin Garden to visit Qin Ran because he first went to her company. The security guards from Qin Pharmaceutical told him that Qin Ran hadn't come to the company today, so he came directly to Tianjin Garden to find Qin Ran. The reason he wanted to meet her was because in the past 2 days, he saw online some bad news regarding himself. In an interview with a reporter, Qin Ran had said she had a husband, but according to what he knew, Qin Ran didn't have a husband at all. Therefore, he came to Tianjin Garden hoping to confirm whether Qin Ran really had a husband or not. But now, Qin Ran refused to meet him at all. Lin Hao looked at the guard and handed him a cigarette, asking, I heard that Qin Ran has a husband. Is that true? The guard took the cigarette and said, I don't know. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, You don't know? In Qin Ran's house, besides her and the 2 children, is there no one else except that female nanny? Looking at Lin Hao with suspicion, the guard asked, Why are you asking about this? Lin Hao smiled. He turned around and walked back to his car nearby, took out 20,000 yuan in cash, then returned to the security room. He glanced at the guards inside the room and said with a smile, I just want to know whether there's anyone else in Qin Ran's house. If you can answer my question, you can all share this 20,000 yuan. Seeing the cash in Lin Hao's hand, the guards in the security room lit up their eyes. One of them immediately said, Recently, a man has been living at Miss Qin's house, and Miss Qin's 2 daughters both call that man dad. After hearing this, Lin Hao's smile instantly disappeared. His face turned extremely grim. Chapter 40 How poor can a person be? Could Qin Ran actually consider someone like that? A man was living in Qin Ran's house, and her 2 daughters even called that man dad. In other words, Qin Ran really has a husband? Yet just half a month ago, he clearly remembered that Qin Ran didn't have a husband, and hadn't heard of her even interacting with any men. So how come she suddenly has a husband now? Lin Hao looked grimly at the security guard and asked, How old is that guy? What does he look like? What does he do? The security guard glanced at the cash in Lin Hao's hand, then looked back at him with a smile. This money. Lin Hao's face darkened slightly as he handed over the cash. Can you talk now? The security guard chuckled. That guy looks about 25, around the same age as Ms. Qin. About 180 centimeters tall, quite handsome. But I don't know what he does exactly. What kind of car does he drive? What watch is he wearing? Lin Hao continued. The guard replied, A Chevrolet Cruze. As for watches, I think he wasn't wearing one. A Chevrolet Cruze. Lin Hao slightly raised his eyebrows. He knew Chevrolet, but wasn't familiar with the Cruze model. But it must be a low-end car, because among luxury cars, he had never heard of the Chevrolet Cruze before. He searched on his phone, and sure enough, it's just a car worth a little over 100,000 yuan. So poor, and he dares to associate with Qin Ran? Lin Hao's eyes flashed with disdain. Yet the thought of someone so poor actually living under the same roof as Qin Ran, and even having her 2 daughters called Jang Chun dad, annoyed him greatly. Lin Hao frowned. The management at Tianjin Garden is very strict, and ordinary people can't just enter. Even if one could get in, what could he do if Qin Ran refused to open the door? Lin Hao thought for a few seconds. He remembered that Qin Ran's 2 daughters went to kindergarten at a school he knew. Without a word, Lin Hao turned and left. Inside villa number 001, Jang Chun had just finished preparing lunch. Since only he and Qin Ran would eat, he had cooked 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried eggs with onions, chicken stewed with mushrooms, shredded napa cabbage with beef vermicelli, and vegetable tofu soup. An ordinary home-cooked meal. Jang Chun scooped 2 bowls of rice, then sat down. He looked at Qin Ran sitting across from him. Her expression was rather cold. Jang Chun knew she was angry because he had pretended not to understand earlier, irritating her. Eat. Jang Chun picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in Qin Ran's bowl. Qin Ran looked at the piece of chicken in her bowl, then at Jang Chun. Her voice was cold. What are you implying by serving me like this as a man to a woman? He looked at her for a moment, then remained silent. About 2 minutes of silence passed before Jang Chun finally said slowly, We've only known each other briefly, not enough to truly understand each other. Marriage is no joking matter. Before Jang Chun could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Ran, her tone slightly colder. Then what about when you kissed me and intentionally took advantage of me? Jang Chun corrected her. Firstly, the first time we kissed was because of the kids. The second time was due to the truth or dare game we played, and also you asked me to kiss you. We slept together because you lost during the truth or dare game. Chin ran. Then came another silence. Jang Chun continued eating. So did Chin ran. Neither said anything. After finishing, Jang Chun went to wash the dishes, and then sat on the sofa watching TV. As for Chin ran, she stayed in her room and didn't come out. Sitting on the sofa, Jang Chun couldn't help thinking, was he too harsh today? No matter what, he shouldn't have an irreparable conflict with Chin ran. Jang Chun considered for a moment, then sent a message to Chin ran. Still angry? No reply from Chin ran. Jang Chun sent again. I'm still dating others now. Once I meet 6 more people, I'll stop. Still no reply. Jang Chun typed another message. After I finish dating, I can fall in love. 3 seconds later, Chin ran replied. Fall in love with who? Jang Chun, yes. Chin ran. You feel like you deserve a beating. Jang Chun, come on, beat me then. Chin ran, I don't feel like talking to you. I'm going to take a nap first. Jang Chun, okay. After sending the message, Jang Chun felt that Chin ran probably wasn't that angry anymore. So he placed his phone aside and lay down on the sofa, taking a nap. In the bedroom, Chin ran couldn't sleep. She stared at the chat history with Jang Chun. Jang Chun said he would start a relationship after his blind dates were done. When she asked whom, he told her to guess. This made her feel like punching Jang Chun again. However, judging from Jang Chun's words, it was clear he intended to start a relationship with her. He would date others first, then start a relationship with her? Chin ran pondered. Was Jang Chun thinking that pursuing both dating and a relationship with her at the same time seemed inappropriate? That's why he must wait until the blind dates were over? If that's the case, she felt speechless. Couldn't he just skip the blind dates entirely? What was the point of going through all this just to confront those few blind date women? Chin ran didn't understand, so she decided not to think about it anymore. She took screenshots of the chat history with Jang Chun, planning to send them to him after his next 6 blind dates were over. If in the end, Jang Chun turned out to be playing with her feelings, then she wouldn't be at fault. Chin ran placed her phone aside, closed her eyes, and took a nap. It was until 2:30 p.m. when both Jang Chun and Chin ran were sitting on the sofa, eating some fruit. Jang Chun glanced at Chin ran beside him and said, Jin Yin and Zi Yuan will be dismissed from kindergarten soon. Are you coming to pick them up? Chin ran looked at Jang Chun. Her tone was a bit cold. Aren't you afraid that being with me will lead to someone taking photos and posting them online, affecting your blind date? You can just wait in the car, or wear a mask, Jang Chun replied. Fine. Chin ran felt too lazy to argue with him further. She stood up, grabbed a mask, and put it on. Then the two left, drove the car toward the kindergarten. 15 minutes later, they parked the car in a nearby parking area, then got out and walked. At the gate of the kindergarten stood a young man in a blue suit and glasses. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 2:49 p.m., while the kindergarten dismissal time was exactly 3 p.m. 11 minutes left. Lin Hao's face darkened slightly. At noon, when he visited Tianjin Garden, he had asked the security guard, who told him that a man was living at Chin Ran's place. This man was good-looking and roughly the same age as Chin Ran, and her 2 daughters even called that guy dad. He found it hard to accept and almost unbelievable. After all, not long ago, he clearly knew that Chin Ran didn't have a husband, nor a boyfriend, and had never even heard of her interacting with other men. Plus, he heard that this Jang Chun only drove a car worth just over 100,000 yuan. How could Chin Ran possibly be interested in such a poor man? Even if Chin Ran didn't care about money, could that man possibly approach her without ulterior motives, trying to get both her money and her looks? The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt inside. Chapter 41. 500 million. Can you afford it? Today, he would definitely expose Jang Chun's true face. Let Chin Ran understand that Jang Chun only wants her for her money and beauty. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes slightly widened. He looked toward a figure 100 meters away that seemed very familiar. As the 2 figures in the distance drew closer and came into clearer view, his expression couldn't help but change. He had recognized who that person was. Chin Ran. Although she was wearing a mask, for him, she was still easy to identify. His gaze shifted toward the young man walking beside Chin Ran. As soon as he saw the young man, his expression immediately turned colder and his eyes grew sharper. This is the husband Chin Ran mentioned in the interview with reporters? Lin Hao's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't move, simply waiting for Jang Chun and Chin Ran to walk over. When the distance was only 20 meters, Chin Ran cast a glance toward the entrance of the kindergarten. When she saw the young man in a blue suit standing at the gate, her eyebrows frowned slightly. At this moment, Lin Hao approached them and stopped right in front of them. Looking at Chin Ran, he asked, "This is the husband you mentioned in the interview?" Chin Ran looked at him calmly. "Any problem?" Hearing this, Lin Hao's face couldn't help but darken slightly. His gaze shifted to Jang Chun. When he saw Jang Chun looking at him as well, his eyes grew colder. He stared at Jang Chun and coldly said, "I don't know what methods you used to capture Chin Ran's heart, but Chin Ran is not stupid. It won't be long before she sees your true self. If you know what's good for you, leave Chin Ran now. I'll give you 5 million. 5 million. Jang Chun disdainfully glanced at Lin Hao. Chin Ran is my wife now. The monthly allowance she gives me is more than 5 million. You want to get rid of me with 5 million? At the very least, add 2 zeros. That is, 500 million. Can you afford that?" Hearing that, Lin Hao inwardly smirked. 500 million? How daring. Lin Hao frowned, looking at Chin Ran and saying, "You've heard what he said. He's with you for your money." Chin Ran was speechless. She and Jang Chun weren't even in a relationship. Moreover, she had previously made her position clear to Jang Chun. If he truly desired her money, she would have already agreed to be with him, instead of being in this current situation where they are nothing. Jang Chun looked at Lin Hao indifferently. "So what if I want her money?" Chin Ran herself doesn't mind. "Why are you making such a fuss?" After hearing that, Lin Hao's expression became extremely grim. He shot a cold glance at Jang Chun, then looked back at Chin Ran and spoke in a low voice. "He only wants your money and doesn't love you at all. Don't you care about that?" Before Chin Ran could speak, Jang Chun looked at Lin Hao and said casually, "Didn't I just say she doesn't care? By the way, who are you?" "One of my wife's admirers." Seeing that Chin Ran remained silent, and hearing Jang Chun's words, Lin Hao felt an overwhelming urge to beat him up severely. The next moment, Lin Hao's pupils contracted and his face turned extremely grim, his heart feeling like it was shattering. He saw Jang Chun pull Chin Ran into his arms, and then kiss her directly. and Qin Ran didn't even resist the slightest. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt like his heart was bleeding. He had pursued Qin Ran for 2 whole years, yet she had always remained cold and indifferent to him. And now, before his very eyes, Qin Ran had been kissed by someone. Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his gaze filled with killing intent, glaring intensely at Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Qin Ran was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Jang Chun to suddenly pull her into his arms and kiss her, especially considering how far he had gone. But thinking about how Jang Chun had spoken to Lin Hao, and now how he had forcefully pulled her into his arms and kissed her, she felt as if, at this moment, Jang Chun's charm had increased 1,000-fold. 10 seconds later, Jang Chun stopped kissing, yet still held Qin Ran's waist. He looked at Lin Hao and then said to Qin Ran, "Let's go." Qin Ran didn't say anything. She followed Jang Chun, walking away. After a few steps, Lin Hao blocked their path. He glared at Jang Chun with a gloomy expression and coldly said, "Qin Ran might have been blinded by you, but this won't be the end of it." Jang Chun looked at Lin Hao and said nothing. Right in front of Lin Hao, he kissed Qin Ran again. "Qin Ran, you." Seeing this, Lin Hao was so angry that his face turned green. If he could, he truly wanted to give Jang Chun a good beating. But beating people is illegal, even though he had money and connections, which could handle small issues. If he really beat Jang Chun up, given the way Qin Ran had been blinded now, would she really let this go so easily? Jang Chun looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's psychological endurance was pretty good. He hadn't yet gone crazy even at this point. The next moment, Jang Chun directly pulled Qin Ran into his arms again and kissed her. Qin Ran. As for Lin Hao, he felt like he was about to explode with anger. Lin Hao tightly clenched his fists, his face darkened, and he shot Jang Chun a venomous glare before turning around and leaving in fury. About a minute later, Lin Hao had disappeared from their sight, while Jang Chun was still embracing and kissing Qin Ran. Passers-by merely cast a glance at Jang Chun and Qin Ran. After all, it was quite normal for couples to show affection in public. At that moment, a passerby looked at Qin Ran's profile and found it somewhat familiar. This person's profile looks a bit like Qin Ran, the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. After one passerby made this remark, others nearby couldn't help but look over as well. Among them were some parents who had come to pick up their children. Ever since they saw the news, they realized that the woman they had previously encountered was actually Qin Ran, the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. Hearing the whispers of the passersby, Qin Ran gently pushed Jang Chun away, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Put on a mask. Someone has recognized us." "Jang Chun, I don't have a mask. I have one in my bag." Qin Ran lowered her head, pulled out a mask from her bag, and handed it to Jang Chun. After both of them put on masks, they stepped a little further apart. But by then, some people had already started secretly taking photos of Jang Chun and Qin Ran with their phones. Jang Chun put on the mask and let them take pictures. As long as people who knew him didn't recognize him, it wouldn't be a problem. However, he felt it might still be risky. After all, he had classmates, friends, and family. If someone recognized him, wouldn't his phone start ringing nonstop? "Do you have sunglasses?" Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran took out a pair of women's sunglasses from her bag and handed them to Jang Chun, who immediately put them on. Meanwhile, people not far away began whispering again. "This is Qin Ran's husband. He's young, but I wonder what he does for a living." Qin Ran's 2 children are from in vitro fertilization, right? So does that mean that Qin Ran's husband isn't the biological father of the 2 children? Someone suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but voice it out. Upon hearing that, the crowd began to murmur among themselves once again. Chapter 42. So, I should thank you too? Dad, Mom. At this moment, Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian walked out, then opened their arms for a hug. Jiang Chun smiled and picked up Qin Jinyan, while Qin Ran picked up Qin Zian, and then they left. The people around them couldn't help but take photos and videos of Jiang Chun and Qin Ran carrying the kids, murmuring amongst themselves. After taking the photos and videos, they immediately uploaded them to group chats and social media, some even directly posted them on short video platforms. As for Jiang Chun and Qin Ran, they didn't pay any attention to this, continuing to walk. Holding Qin Jinyan, Jiang Chun kept walking while thinking. Lin Hao had just said that he was after Qin Ran's money, which had left him a bit unsettled. Later, he tried to look at things from others' perspectives. He guessed that most people would think he was greedy for Qin Ran's wealth and looks. And if one day he really ended up with Qin Ran, he would inevitably be exposed to everyone's scrutiny. At that time, many jealous or overly rational people would probably say he was after Qin Ran's money. If things really went that far, it would make him very uncomfortable. It seems I need to build a career for myself, Jang Chun thought. After all, the gap between himself and Qin Ran was enormous. Even though he'd been reborn with the knowledge of what would happen over the next 2 decades, he still couldn't surpass Qin Ran in terms of success. If he started his own business, he'd be starting from scratch again, walking the same path he had once before. In his previous life, even before earning a 9-digit net worth, he had sought financial backing from Qin Ran. Although in his previous life, he had a fortune worth nearly 10 billion, his shares in the company had actually been small, with the majority held by Qin Ran. It was simply that Qin Ran never got personally involved. As for him now, he wasn't even aiming to surpass Qin Ran, because it was impossible. Among the 2 companies under Qin Ran's name, one was an investment company and the other a pharmaceutical giant. The investment company mainly dealt in investments. Though not as dominant as other tech giants, it still held partial stakes in several video apps and other software platforms. Even so, it made a massive annual profit. As for Qin Ran's pharmaceutical company, it could be described as a colossus. Forget the present moment, just look a few years ahead. Qin Pharmaceutical successively developed cures for immune system diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis and other chronic illnesses, one after another. Anyone who lived through the next 20 years knew that in the pharmaceutical industry, no one could rival Qin Pharmaceutical. Therefore, he never intended to surpass Qin Ran. However, if he and Qin Ran did get together, he couldn't afford to be too far behind. Otherwise, there would be a flood of online criticism. At this moment, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and saw his distant expression, so she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Jang Chun snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing her voice. He glanced at Qin Ran and shook his head slightly. "Nothing." Qin Ran studied Jang Chun. She sensed that he had something on his mind. Yet earlier, everything seemed fine. She thought back to when he had started showing signs of preoccupation. "Lin Hao." Qin Ran recalled what had happened not long ago. After Lin Hao had left, Jang Chun had been in a brooding mood. Had Jang Chun really taken to heart Lin Hao's accusation that he wanted her money? Then she thought back to when they first met. At that time, Jang Chun had felt slightly inferior in front of her, a feeling caused by the huge disparity between them. Connecting the dots, she thought about what had happened in the past few days. She had already confessed her feelings to Jang Chun, yet he hadn't said a word about confirming their relationship. Could it be? Was Jang Chun afraid of public criticism if they were together? Scared people would secretly accuse him of being a kept man or after her money. Realizing this, many of her past questions became clear, like clouds parting in the sky. In other words, Jang Chun avoided confirming their relationship because deep down, he felt their gap was too wide. Qin Ran fell silent. After getting into the car, Jang Chun drove toward Tianjin Garden. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa. The four of them sat on the sofa, while the two children lay in Jang Chun's arms, watching TV. Daddy, you look a little unhappy today. Did Mom make you angry? Qin Jingyan looked up at Jang Chun. After hearing that, Qin Ziyan also looked up at him. Hearing this, Jang Chun gently pinched both of their cheeks and smiled. Daddy is happy. Mom didn't make Daddy angry either. Oh, the two nodded but still felt Daddy was a bit different from usual. Beside him, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun and then took out her phone, sending him a message. Is it because of what Lin Hao said today? Ding-ling. Jang Chun's phone beeped with a WeChat notification. He glanced at it. Qin Ran had sent a message. Jang Chun looked briefly at Qin Ran beside him, then opened WeChat and read the message. Jang Chun replied, no. Qin Ran remained silent for a moment, then sent him another message. I don't care whether you have money or not. Even if one day you do, you still won't be as rich as me. Among people of similar age, few could match my wealth. Jang Chun. After seeing the message, Jang Chun felt somewhat speechless. He could understand that she didn't care about his wealth. After all, people have two main needs, one material, the other emotional. Qin Ran lacked nothing materially, but she was seeking emotional fulfillment. That was the same as in his previous life. However, what Qin Ran had said was hard to respond to. Even if one day he did become rich, he still wouldn't surpass her in wealth, even though that was the truth. Yet it felt oddly strange to hear. Like that famous quote from a certain mom. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in it. Jang Chun was left wordless for a while before sending Qin Ran a message. You're overthinking. Right now, we're nothing. Qin Ran. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun beside her, a sudden urge to beat him up flashing through her mind. But thinking again, she knew she couldn't win against him, which only made it more frustrating. Qin Ran. Back in kindergarten. Who allowed you to kiss me? Jang Chun. I was helping you out. I was your shield. Qin Ran. So I should thank you too? Jang Chun. You're welcome. Qin Ran. Jang Chun glanced at the messages, then stopped looking. Although he had no money right now, that didn't mean he wouldn't be with Qin Ran because of it. It's just that, if he were rich, it would naturally be better. He didn't expect to earn a fortune this life, but reaching the level he had achieved in his previous life through starting from scratch on his own would be enough. What he valued most in this life was still to find a partner who loved each other deeply and spend the rest of his life with them. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jang Chun looked at the two kids in his arms and said, Daddy needs to go cook. You two stay here and watch cartoons quietly. Chapter 43. Guess what? Dad, first give me a kiss. Upon hearing Jang Chun's words, Qin Jingyan couldn't help but stand up and wrap her arms around Jang Chun's neck. I also want a kiss. Qin Ziyuan also stood up on the sofa. Smooch smooch. Jang Chun kissed both kids and then stood up and went to the kitchen. Seeing this, Qin Ran also followed him into the kitchen. She wasn't interested in cartoons. Inside the kitchen, Jang Chun looked at her and said, the ingredients are already cut. There's not much to do. Just wait for food. Qin Ran looked at him. Let's cook together. It saves time. Jang Chun didn't say anything. He handled one wok and cooked a dish. Qin Ran took charge of the adjacent wok, cooking another dish. While cooking, Qin Ran didn't say much, only feeling that cooking together with Jang Chun was a great feeling. She couldn't help but recall some comments she'd seen online. Some women said that after getting married they became free housemaids. This annoyed her a bit. Regardless, how could you define yourself as a maid? After all, after getting married, she's the mother of the child. As a mother, doing housework and cooking, aren't those normal? Moreover, her husband isn't doing nothing either. He also helps with the chores and focuses on his career. In effect, both parties work together to manage a family. She couldn't understand why some women would compare themselves to housemaids. Also, previously, she had watched a video of Jang Chun attending a blind date. The woman on the date said something like 500 yuan per night, which made her even more annoyed. Although she hadn't personally experienced relationships between men and women, she knew that those things actually bring pleasure to both parties. Since both are enjoying themselves, why should men pay women 500 yuan per night? Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense. Beside her, Jang Chun occasionally glanced at Qin Ran while cooking. He felt that this feeling of being busy together was quite nice too. Lately, getting along with Qin Ran has been quite pleasant. They did argue a few times though. Well, to be precise, it was Qin Ran starting fights with him, although he did anger her a few times too. This feeling of arguing every day was quite good. 15 minutes passed. They finished cooking the dishes. Both carried dishes to the table and took out bowls and chopsticks to serve rice, waiting until all four sat down. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and asked, want to drink some alcohol? Sure. Jang Chun responded, white or red wine? Qin Ran asked. Beer. He replied, chilled beer. Qin Ran got up and took 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator, placing one in front of Jang Chun. Jang Chun opened the beer and took a sip first. He felt refreshingly cool all over. Qin Ran also took a sip. At that moment, Jang Chun heard a notification tone from his WeChat. He glanced at it. It was a voice message from his mom. Mom Jiang, don't forget the blind date at Wang Yuan building tomorrow at 11 a.m. Jang Chun replied, okay, Mom Jiang. The matchmaker told me that your job is as a housemaid, and the blind date girls don't seem to think much of this job. Should you change your job? Jang Chun, where else can I get 50,000 yuan per month? I'll save some money first, and then perhaps start a business with this capital someday. Mom Jiang sent a voice message. 50,000 yuan per month? Are you drunk? Jang Chun sweat a little, and looking up at Qin Ran he said, why don't you transfer me 50,000 yuan first so I can take a screenshot for my mom? She doesn't believe me. Qin Ran transferred 60,000 yuan to Jiang Chun's WeChat in 3 installments. She told him, 110,000 is a monthly bonus. Jiang Chun didn't say anything, accepted the money, took a screenshot, and sent it to his mother. After a while, Mom Jiang sent a message. Mom Jiang, is being a housemaid so profitable? Jiang Chun, this employer is generous. Mom Jiang, save the money, don't spend it recklessly, there will be many occasions to spend money in the future. Jiang Chun, I know. After chatting a while, Jiang Chun put away his phone and continued his meal. For a while, the two remained silent, neither saying anything. After finishing dinner, Qin Ran took the 2 kids to take a bath first. Jiang Chun washed the dishes and then also went to take a bath. After taking a bath, he idly sat on the sofa watching TV. Dad and Mom, can we watch TV in the bedroom? Qin Jingyan said at this moment. Let's go. Jiang Chun picked up Qin Jingyan. Mom, carry me. Qin Ziyuan looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran picked up Qin Ziyuan, and they then went into the bedroom. Leaning against the headboard, they watched TV. Watching TV was quite boring for both Jiang Chun and Qin Ran, not really sparking any interest. Jiang Chun glanced at Qin Ziyuan beside him and said, what if you watch TV on Dad's right side? Qin Ziyuan turned her head to look at Jiang Chun, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? If I'm on the right, I won't be able to lie in Dad's arms anymore. Jiang Chun, Dad's left side is a bit uncomfortable. Oh, okay then. Qin Ziyuan rolled around twice and moved to the far right. As for Jiang Chun, he grabbed the blanket and covered himself, naturally placing his legs on top of Qin Ran's. Qin Ran glanced at Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun scooted closer and naturally rested his head on Qin Ran's shoulder. Qin Ran, she looked at him but didn't say anything. They stayed peacefully like that for about 5 minutes before Jiang Chun turned his head slightly and whispered to Qin Ran, shall we sleep first? I want to sleep holding you. Qin Ran looked at him and said, I want to know what you're thinking. Jiang Chun, you guess. After hearing that, Qin Ran's hand moved to Jiang Chun's waist and gave it a hard pinch. Oh, that hurts. Jiang Chun quickly pulled her hand away. After about 10 seconds, Jiang Chun turned over onto his side, placing his leg over Qin Ran's and his arm across her stomach, sniffing the faint fragrance coming from her. Qin Ran didn't resist or say anything. However, she felt slightly annoyed inside. Jiang Chun kept doing things to her that were usually between couples, yet the two of them weren't actually in any sort of relationship. Still, she had her own limits. Jiang Chun did these things to her, and if one day he suddenly said they had nothing to do with each other, she definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Because of this understanding, she allowed Jiang Chun to act as he pleased, but there were still boundaries he couldn't cross. You're not interested in watching TV either. Just lie flat, Jiang Chun said softly. Qin Ran didn't speak, but laid flat anyway. In that moment, Jiang Chun fell asleep holding Qin Ran. The next morning, Jiang Chun and Qin Ran woke up almost at the same time. At that moment, Jiang Chun's left arm was under Qin Ran's neck, and she was in his arms. As they opened their eyes, both saw each other's face. Jiang Chun didn't say anything but pulled Qin Ran closer into his embrace before falling asleep again. Qin Ran also didn't speak, closed her eyes, and drifted off again. About an hour later, they both mostly woke up and were fully alert. Jiang Chun sat up, stretched lazily, then glanced at the Qin Ran beside him and asked, tired? Want to sleep a bit longer? Qin Ran lightly hummed in response, said nothing, and closed her eyes again. Chapter 44, The Fifth Blind Date. Jiang Chun got up, washed up first, and then went to the kitchen to start making breakfast. While he was cooking breakfast, Qin Ran also brought their 2 daughters downstairs after they finished washing up. When they finished washing up, it was time for breakfast. During the meal, Qin Jingyan looked at Jiang Chun and said to Qin Ran, Dad, tomorrow is Saturday, we don't have school. Can we go out to play together? Beside her, Qin Ziyan said, let's go to the amusement park. Alright. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. After hearing that, Qin Jingyan and Qin Ziyan couldn't help but reveal a trace of happiness on their faces. Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun. Aren't you afraid of being photographed? I'll wear a mask. Jiang Chun replied. Qin Ran didn't say anything further, but she felt a bit uneasy. Now whenever she went out with Jiang Chun, they had to wear masks, like secretly having an affair. It was an unpleasant feeling. After finishing breakfast, they sent the 2 kids to kindergarten first, and then returned to the villa. Qin Ran glanced at Jiang Chun and said, you have your blind date at 11 o'clock noon. Jiang Chun nodded. I know. Qin Ran hesitated for a moment before speaking again. You've had 4 blind dates at Wanyuan Mansion. The staff there must recognize you by now. If I go too, would that be okay? Jiang Chun looked at her. You don't have to come. Just stay home. I'll come back right after lunch. Qin Ran thought for a moment. I'll go. Let's change the location for the next date. Jiang Chun agreed. Qin Ran didn't say anything else. She simply thought about Jiang Chun's motive for the blind dates and felt speechless and couldn't understand. Luckily, it would end after 10 dates. 4 blind dates had been completed before, and today's was the 5th. Qin Ran said, let me see the profile of the woman you're meeting today. Jiang Chun handed her his phone. Qin Ran looked at the woman's profile. Name, Huang Qian. Age, 26. Education, middle school. Occupation, club promoter. Monthly salary, over 10,000 renminbi. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 95 jin. Following this were 3 pictures of Huang Qian in her daily life. After one glance, Qin Ran handed the phone back to Jiang Chun without saying a word. At 10:30 a.m., Jiang Chun drove while Qin Ran sat in the front passenger seat. At 10:45, they arrived at the parking lot of Wanyuan Mansion. After parking, Jiang Chun said to Qin Ran, I'll go in first. Wait 2 minutes before coming in. Alright. Qin Ran nodded. Jiang Chun got out of the car first, heading toward the entrance of Wanyuan Mansion. When he was nearly at the gate, the receptionist at the entrance noticed him and couldn't help but pause. Jiang Chun owns a marriage apartment, no mortgage, has a car, and works as a professional nanny. Not only did she know these details about Jiang Chun, but the entire staff of Wanyuan Mansion was familiar with this information. Every time Jiang Chun came to Wanyuan Mansion for a meal, it was always for a blind date. Coming here today again, arriving alone first, it was obvious that someone else would join him soon. So, Jiang Chun had come here today again for another blind date. Good morning, sir. How many people will there be today? The receptionist asked with a professional smile. Jiang Chun stared at her. 2. Okay, sir. Please follow me. The receptionist led Jang Chun to table A1, a window-side seat. Then the server poured a glass of water for Jang Chun and returned to the staff area. This time was still relatively quiet before the lunch rush, so the server started whispering with a few other staff members. Jang Chun is here again for a blind date. The server whispered. Several other servers occasionally glanced toward Jang Chun. Jang Chun is quite handsome, with a marriage apartment and a car. He isn't bad at all. One of the servers expressed confusion. With these qualities, why are the blind date women still picky? Momo, are you developing a crush on him? One of the servers teased with a smile. Momo, you're still single. If you really like Jang Chun, why don't you ask for his WeChat? If you're too shy, I can help you ask. How does that sound? Another server joked. After hearing that, Momo's face instantly turned red as she hurriedly waved her hands nervously. No, don't ask for it. Look at how red your face is. Obviously you like him. Well then, I'll help you get his WeChat later. The server teased. Please, no, please don't. Momo hurriedly pleaded. She feared this senior might really go to ask for his WeChat. Look at you being so shy. Let me tell you, when you like someone, go chase after them quickly, or else he might soon become someone else's boyfriend. The server reminded her. Momo remained silent. At that moment, Qin Ran entered. As soon as she walked in, a soft and pleasant fragrance filled the hall, making the entire space slightly perfumed. The fragrance wasn't heavy. It wasn't overwhelming, nor did it feel like someone who had applied excessive perfume. It was just perfect. When she stepped in, both the customers and the waitstaff in the hall couldn't help turning their eyes toward her. This woman has an amazing figure. Momo couldn't help but comment when she saw Qin Ran. Qin Ran's figure was tall and perfectly curved, the ideal proportions, just right where it should be, nothing excessive, nothing lacking. Combined with her tall frame, she looked absolutely perfect. As for her looks, although she was wearing a mask, the visible skin alone made people think her complexion was excellent and her skin tone extremely fair. The eyes, eyebrows, and delicate facial features visible were enough to make anyone consider her a goddess-level beauty. In terms of temperament, she gave off an air of mature elegance. Seeing Qin Ran, many servers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Could she be here for a blind date with Jang Chun? Maybe, but with such good looks, does she even need a blind date? Momo questioned in confusion. Not necessarily. Some people have limited social circles or feel the people around them aren't good enough for them, so they resort to blind dates. While they were whispering among themselves, the server who escorted Qin Ran and seated her at table A2, precisely one table behind Jang Chun. In the direction Jang Chun was sitting faced the direction of table A2. Qin Ran sat down, glanced at Jang Chun briefly, and said nothing. The servers resumed their whispering again. She isn't here for a blind date with Jang Chun. When they saw Qin Ran seated at table A2, they said. About 10 minutes later, a figure walked into the lobby of One Yuan Mansion. She wore a long dress with high heels and had full makeup on. She scanned the hall with her eyes. Her gaze lingered slightly longer on Qin Ran before she turned toward table A1 where Jang Chun sat. She recognized Jang Chun immediately and walked over, directly sitting down. Placing her bag down, she looked at Jang Chun calmly. You're Jang Chun, right? Jang Chun simply gave a slight nod. Looking at him, Huang Qian continued. Since it's a blind date, I'd like to ask all the necessary questions first. If there are no problems, we can get to know each other better afterward. It would save both of our time, wouldn't you agree? Jang Chun lightly nodded. Sure. Huang Qian calmly looked at him. According to your profile, your family owns an 80 square meter supermarket. How many years has the supermarket been in operation? Chapter 45. Come to my place for a meal. More than a decade, Jang Chun replied casually. Huang Qian's eyes sparkled after hearing that. A supermarket operating for over a decade must have stable business and likely had made considerable profits. Working at a bar, she had met all kinds of people, company bosses, store owners, among whom were those who ran supermarkets and tobacco wine shops. She had once heard from the owner of a tobacco wine shop that despite its small size, the shop could easily earn 1 million yuan a year. That owner said there were many tricks in running such a shop. Besides openly selling tobacco and alcohol, it could also be used for money laundering and skimming profits. She had also met owners of supermarkets, who told her that as long as the location was good, the business was generally not bad. A supermarket of about 100 square meters could easily make more than 300,000 yuan a year. Of course, there were also many people who lost money running supermarkets. Jiang Chen's family supermarket had operated for more than a decade. Even if it was only 80 square meters, it must have made quite a bit. After so many years of operation, the savings in his family were probably over 2 million yuan. The seriousness on Huang Qian's face faded slightly, and she looked more relaxed as she said to Jang Chun, your job is as a nanny. Why did you choose this profession? Looking at her, Jang Chun replied coolly, monthly salary of 50,000. If it were you, wouldn't you take it? Huang Qian was taken aback. 50,000? What kind of nanny could earn 50,000 a month? You must be kidding. Huang Qian looked at Jang Chun. 50,000 a month. It's really hard to believe. Can I see your salary records? Jang Chun opened his WeChat and showed Huang Qian the record of the 6,000 yuan transfer he received from Qin Ran yesterday. Seeing the solid 6,000 yuan transfer record and the note marked boss, Huang Qian believed it. After all, before their blind date, Jang Chun couldn't have possibly anticipated that she would ask to see his salary records. Added to the note, boss, she was convinced. Huang Qian's eyes lit up a bit. She looked at Jang Chun. Do you still need staff? I can also work as a nanny. Jang Chun replied, we don't need more. After hearing that, Huang Qian felt a sense of disappointment. But then she thought about how today was her blind date with a man whose monthly income was 50,000 yuan. And he had a marriage apartment without any mortgage debt. His family ran a supermarket. And he even had a car. Combined with Jiang Chen's handsome appearance, in her heart, he was actually quite a catch. But she still had other requirements. Huang Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. My dowry must be 188,000 yuan. The value of the 3 gold items combined must not be less than 50,000 yuan. After marriage, all the money will be under my management. Also, I usually eat out or order takeout. I can't cook, so I also need to find a man who can cook and do housework. After hearing that, Jang Chun remained expressionless. He wasn't surprised by what Huang Qian said because he already knew about his previous 10 blind dates that had annoyed him. With mental preparation, Huang Qian saying such things didn't stir any waves in his heart. Jang Chun said indifferently, I want to find a wife who can cook and do housework. You haven't met my requirements. After hearing that, Huang Qian's expression changed. She looked at Jang Chun, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She had had many blind dates. She had always been the one setting the conditions for other men. Other men who wanted to marry her would try their best to meet her demands. She had never imagined being picky in a blind date situation. For a moment, Huang Qian was stunned. When she came to her senses, her expression couldn't help but darken. She stared at Jang Chun coldly, mocking. Looking for a wife who can cook and do housework? What do you take women for? Free nannies. Jang Chun replied indifferently. Then what do you take men for? As your servants? Claiming you can't cook, usually eating out or ordering takeout. Demanding your future husband must know how to cook and do housework. I want to ask, when a man marries you, is he marrying a wife or an ancestor he must serve? Jang Chun continued. I think the best scenario is that the two of us work together to manage the family, not be so clear-cut. Huang Qian scoffed. It's you who made it so clear with me. Jang Chun said calmly. No, it was you who set the line first. You have your own criteria for choosing a spouse, and I have mine. We're not compatible. Since we haven't ordered the food yet, let's just eat at separate tables. After hearing that, Huang Qian's face couldn't help but darken. She stared at Jang Chun, then sneered. With your criteria, it'll be hard to find a wife. Most girls nowadays are spoiled and pampered. How many of them have ever done housework or touched any water in the kitchen? Jang Chun replied indifferently. That's just what you think. At this moment, Jang Chun looked toward table A2 where Qin Ran sat. Miss, let me ask you a question. Do you know how to cook? Qin Ran had been watching Jang Chun and Huang Qian's blind date and had overheard their entire conversation. Qin Ran answered calmly. Yes, I can. Did you hear that? The pretty girl said she can cook. Jang Chun turned to look at Huang Qian. After hearing that, Huang Qian's face became even darker. She turned her head to look at Qin Ran, originally intending to pick a fault with her. But when Qin Ran's gaze met hers, for some unknown reason, she somehow felt an invisible aura from Qin Ran that made her feel she wasn't an ordinary person. The word she had planned to criticize involuntarily stuck in her throat. She turned back to look at Jang Chun, her expression slightly cold, sneering. Even if she can cook, so what? Can you even marry her? I bet she wouldn't even look at you. After hearing that, Jang Chun couldn't help but smile. Jang Chun looked toward table A2 where Qin Ran sat, and said, Miss, can I add your WeChat and get to know you better? Okay. Qin Ran stood up and walked over, arriving in front of Jang Chun, pretending to be adding him on WeChat. This scene shocked the guests present and the waiters who had been watching them closely. Wait, they added each other on WeChat just like that? So easily? When Huang Qian witnessed this, her face involuntarily turned black. She hadn't expected that after Jang Chun asked to add her WeChat, Qin Ran would actually agree so readily. As a woman with attractive looks, couldn't she act a bit more aloof and cold? Also, being women themselves, why must women make things difficult for other women? Didn't she see that she was being targeted by Jang Chun? This was exactly the moment when women should stand together. Qin Ran then returned to her seat. At this point, Jang Chun looked at Huang Qian and said, We added each other on WeChat. Anything else you want to say? Upon hearing this, Huang Qian's face became extremely gloomy. She picked up her bag, glared viciously at Jang Chun, then stormed off angrily. The guests, a few waiters, and the cashier at the counter all looked at each other in surprise upon seeing this scene. Jang Chun now looked at Qin Ran and said, Would you like to come sit over here and chat? Qin Ran stood up and walked over. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What the hell, so obedient? After Qin Ran sat down, Jang Chun asked, What are you going to eat? Qin looked at him. She was currently wearing a mask. If she were to eat here, she'd have to take it off, and once that happened, people might recognize her. Qin Ran said, Come to my place for a meal? Jang Chun first looked stunned, but soon realized what she meant. He replied, All right. Chapter 46, Check-In the Strong Kidney Capsules. When everyone saw Qin Ran letting Jang Chun follow her home to eat, they were once again stunned. So open-minded already. They had just met not long ago, and now she's inviting him back to her place already? If they go back to her place, something was probably going to happen. Many male customers, seeing Qin Ran's figure, glimpsing a bit of her beauty, and hearing her pleasant voice, couldn't help but see her as a goddess-like beauty. And usually, such beauties are very cold and aloof when they're out. But now, they were seeing a warm, and even seemingly quite proactive goddess. Jang Chun stood up alongside Qin Ran. At that moment, the waitress walked over, slightly sweating, saying, Sir, madam, we've opened the tableware, so the fee is still required. It's 2 yuan total. Jang Chun smiled, scanned the QR code to pay 2 yuan, then left together with Qin Ran. Under the waitress's gaze, they saw Qin Ran getting into Jang Chun's car, and then, there were also some guests watching the parking lot outside, and saw Qin Ran get into Jang Chun's car. Damn, that's insane. If I'd known earlier, I would have asked for her WeChat already. Are you kidding me? I dropped the chance. At that moment, I wanted to ask for her WeChat, but didn't dare to. Damn it. What a missed opportunity. Those speaking were full of regret and sorrow. Inside the car, Jang Chun's mind was filled with the system's prompt voice. Ding. Congratulations, master. You've successfully scored a point for men. Check in. Without waiting for the system to finish speaking, Jang Chun silently commanded in his mind, interrupting whatever the system was about to say next. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the recipe for the strong kidney capsules, as well as 100 boxes of the finished product, the strong kidney capsules. The recipe and 100 boxes of strong kidney capsules have been automatically placed into the trunk of your car. Instructions for strong kidney capsules. Indications, prostatitis, erectile dysfunction, and other male urogenital system disorders. Hearing the system's voice, Jang Chun couldn't help but feel speechless. A recipe for strong kidney capsules? Indicated for male urological dysfunction? This is just so in line with the mission of the system, promoting harmonious marriages and increasing marital happiness index. The current check-in rewards. Divine cooking skill makes both partners eager to eat at home. If both eat at home, naturally their bond deepens, and the chance to interact with other Yixing decreases. The tenfold sensation talent makes the other person's sensitivity 10 times higher, which makes them cling to you all the time, even submit from the bottom of their heart. World-class martial arts talent adds a sense of security and protects both himself and his wife's safety. Also, the previous reward of adding 3 centimeters. Now the 5th check-in reward, the strong kidney capsules. Each of the 5 check-in rewards boosts the couple's happiness index. This system is truly dedicated. Jang Chun thought to himself, while his mind drifted toward another direction involuntarily. Now he had the recipe for strong kidney capsules. The instructions of strong kidney capsules showed that it had excellent therapeutic effects on male urological issues, far surpassing any similar medicines on the market, and with almost no noticeable side effects. If this medicine could be manufactured and brought to market, it could generate a huge profit. And Qin Ran was in the pharmaceutical field. This matter could be handled with her help. Back at the villa, Jang Chun simply made 2 dishes together with Qin Ran. During dinner, Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran and said, "I have something I'd like to cooperate with you on." Qin Ran looked at him. "What is it?" "I have a medicine recipe. If this recipe is turned into a drug and brought to the market, it will definitely be the #1 among all similar drugs," Jang Chun told her. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. Her first reaction was disbelief. She had looked into Jang Chun. He wasn't in the drug development field, nor did he have friends in this field. But could this recipe really become the #1 drug of its kind the moment it hits the market? No one would believe that. Still, Qin Ran asked, "What type of disease does it treat? Male or rectal dysfunction, like prostatitis?" Jang Chun replied. Jang Chun continued, "I have 100 finished boxes of this medicine. You can take a few boxes first for research to test whether there are any harmful ingredients in it. Then analyze whether the components in the medicine actually target this kind of disease. After that, check whether there are any similar drugs already on the market, or if any pharmaceutical companies are developing similar drugs." Jang Chun said so much just to dispel Qin Ran's doubts. After all, given his identity and background, suddenly producing a medicine formula would naturally raise suspicions. After Qin Ran researched this medicine and discovered that it indeed worked as he claimed, she might even suspect that he had obtained the medicine recipe in an improper way. Qin Ran remained silent for half a minute, then looked at Jang Chun and asked, "Where is the finished product of this medicine located?" "They're all in the trunk of my car, including the recipe," Jang Chun said, then stood up and walked out, soon bringing in all 100 boxes of medicine. On the packaging of these 100 boxes of strong kidney capsules, there was no label indicating the manufacturer, only what appeared to be handwritten, yet very neat, instructions. Qin Ran looked at the 100 boxes of strong kidney capsules, her eyes flashing with doubt. These medicines, plus the recipe, and Jang Chun suddenly proposing a partnership. Qin Ran couldn't help but feel more serious, also wondering why Jang Chun hadn't mentioned collaboration before, and only brought it up now. If it weren't her who had approached Jang Chun first, she might even suspect that he had some ulterior motive for getting close to her. But since it was she who had approached him first, she quickly dismissed the suspicion in her mind. Qin Ran now looked at Jang Chun and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" Jang Chun's expression remained calm as he said, "I didn't know what kind of person you were back then." Jang Chun didn't continue. Saying too much might easily create inconsistencies, so he simply let Qin Ran fill in the blanks herself. Qin Ran looked deeply at him, then said, "I want to know whether your feelings for me are genuine." "They are genuine." Jang Chun looked straight at her. The two gazed at each other for a long while. Then Qin Ran said, "I'll take a few boxes of the medicine to analyze its ingredients first." Jang Chun gave a light hum of agreement. Looking at him, Qin Ran paused for a moment before asking, "Where did the medicine recipe come from? And where did the medicine itself come from?" "The medicine is already finished, which means someone has already made it." Jang Chun met her gaze head on. "I can only tell you that the recipe belongs to me now. If you have doubts, feel free to investigate using any method or through your contacts. I guarantee that there isn't a single similar medicine on the market today that surpasses this one in effectiveness, nor is there any company that has developed a drug with such strong effects." Jang Chun continued, "Once you analyze the ingredients and confirm there are no side effects, you can find 100 patients with such conditions to test the medicine. The results will prove how mature and effective this medicine is. If a drug this mature had been developed by another company, they would have already announced it in the news and released it on the market." Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. He appeared confident and assured. She remained silent for about 2 minutes before fixing her eyes on his. "If I find any issues, I will be deeply disappointed in you." In her mind, Jang Chun's character had always been commendable, but if problems were truly found, she wouldn't just be disappointed, she would be deeply hurt. "The results will give you the answer," Jang Chun replied calmly. Chapter 47 I'm 49, you're 51. Qin Ran didn't say much. After finishing her meal, she took 5 boxes of strong kidney capsules along with the secret formula and drove to the company alone. She was eager to verify a couple of things. First, whether the drug's effect was really that good, and second, whether the secret formula was genuine. If the effects were truly that good and the formula authentic, she would continue investigating until she confirmed that no drug currently on the market, including those under development by other companies, could match the effectiveness of the strong kidney capsules. That would mean she had misunderstood Jang Chun. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Ran immediately arranged for the drug analysis. It didn't take long for the components of the drug to be identified. Within just 2 hours, the results were in. Inside the laboratory, everyone wore sterile suits, only their eyes visible. Qin Ran stood among them. "Chairwoman, we've identified the drug's composition. Some of its components do indeed target male sexual dysfunction," said the lab director, a man in his 50s wearing glasses. Qin Ran looked at him and asked, "If we were to conduct human trials now, would there be obvious side effects?" The lab director replied, "Short-term use won't cause obvious side effects, but long-term effects still need observation." Qin Ran nodded slightly. Time passed quickly, and 28 days had gone by. In these 28 days, Qin Ran had used most of the strong kidney capsules for human trials. 80 male patients were recruited for the trial, and each had taken 1 box of the strong kidney capsules. It only took 7 days to finish 1 box, and just 1 box was enough to cure their sexual dysfunction. On the 8th day, the male patients began to provide feedback about the drug. "Wang Kong, the strong kidney capsules are amazing. After taking one box, I feel energetic every day, and my wife has become more clingy, considerate, and gentle. Wang Yu said excitedly. Me too, me too. Before, my wife always blamed me and looked at me with grievance in her eyes. But now, the way she looks at me is filled with love. She's even more energetic about doing housework. Zhang Chao added excitedly. Same for me. The effect of strong kidney capsules is truly powerful. Before, I couldn't hold my head high in front of my wife. Now, not only have I gained confidence, but my wife literally kneels and looks up at me. Chinwei, my wife loves me more now. With this illness cured, I've regained my confidence. I feel like a real man again. Throughout the medication period, each patient provided daily feedback. But the real test wasn't during the medication. It was the follow-up after stopping the drug. With conditions like male sexual dysfunction, doctors usually observe patients for about 10 days after discontinuation. To be safe, Qin Ran decided to observe for 21 days. From the start of the human trials to the end of the observation period, it had taken a total of 28 days. Inside the chairman's office, Qin Ran sat in front of her computer, opening video after video. All of them were recordings of patients who had taken the strong kidney capsules. 21 days after stopping the medication, they were all healthy and clearly cured of their sexual dysfunction. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in, Qin Ran said softly. The door opened, and in walked Ning Ruoyan, dressed in professional attire. She carried a pile of report documents and placed them on the desk. Looking at Qin Ran, she said, Chairwoman, I've reviewed all the pharmaceutical companies worldwide specializing in male health drugs. Currently, there is no medication on the market that can rival the strong kidney capsules. Most drugs only work for a few hours, with the longest lasting effect not exceeding 3 days. They only serve to enhance short-term performance, with no real curative effect. She continued, I've also checked whether any pharmaceutical companies are developing stronger versions of these drugs. While some are indeed in development, the research progress is far from ideal. Qin Ran remained silent. In fact, 10 days ago, she had already suspected that there was currently no male sexual dysfunction drug on the market better than the strong kidney capsules. Because according to the experiments, the strong kidney capsules were already a mature drug. If a mature drug like this had been developed, the company would definitely invest heavily in advertising and let the entire world know about it. Yet, even during its trial phase, she hadn't found any reports about it. That said a lot. The secret formula of the strong kidney capsules really belongs to Jang Chun. Qin Ran sat there, somewhat lost in thought. Ever since Jang Chun had asked to talk to her about a collaboration, she had doubted him at first. During this time, she had been trying to confirm the truth of his claims. Because of this, her relationship with Jang Chun had not improved, but rather regressed. She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and immediately sent Jang Chun a message. The test results are in. The effectiveness of the strong kidney capsules is far superior to any other drug on the market. Qin Ran, I've also checked pharmaceutical companies around the world researching male health drugs. None of the medications currently under development are better than the strong kidney capsules. A few seconds later, Jang Chun sent a message. Okay. Qin Ran looked at the message, feeling slightly upset. During this period, her relationship with Jang Chun had worsened a bit, but she couldn't help it. When Jang Chun suddenly brought up the topic of collaboration, anyone with a normal mind would find it hard to believe at first. Qin Ran, I'm going home now. Jang Chun, okay. Qin Ran put her phone away and looked at Ning Ruoyan. I'll go first. Okay, Ning Ruoyan replied. Watching Qin Ran leave, she couldn't help feeling something was off. Why did the chairwoman seem so absent-minded? 20 minutes later, Qin Ran arrived at the villa and saw Jang Chun playing with their 2 daughters. When the 2 little girls saw their mom return, they ran up excitedly and hugged her legs, looking up with bright eyes. Mommy, play with us. Qin Ran didn't say anything. She glanced at Jang Chun sitting on the sofa, then walked over and sat beside him. Jang Chun looked at her and said, the drug trials went well, and there's no issue of stealing someone else's secret formula. So we can cooperate now, right? After hearing that, Qin Ran's heart quivered slightly, and she felt a bit pained. Before, her relationship with Jang Chun had been somewhat ambiguous, and he would always find ways to tease or flirt with her. But in the past 20-odd days, he had become much more restrained and less playful. Now, when talking about cooperation, he seemed quite serious. She didn't like this new dynamic. Qin Ran lightly nodded. Yes, I'll set up a separate company. I'll provide the money, people, and effort, while you provide the secret formula. How do you want to divide the shares? Jang Chun paused for a moment. I'll take 49%, and you take 51%. Qin Ran was silent for half a minute. I'll take 49%, and you take 51%. Jang Chun didn't argue over it. Fine. Qin Ran didn't say anything else, and neither did Jang Chun. The 2 sat on the sofa, watching TV in silence. At around 5:30 p.m., Jang Chun went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Seeing this, Qin Ran also got up and followed him into the kitchen. The 2 little girls remained on the sofa, watching television. Chapter 48, I Like You. Jang Chun and Qin Ran were both busy in the kitchen, not exchanging a single word the entire time. After dinner, they both ate, and then Qin Ran took the 2 kids to shower first, followed by Jang Chun. After taking a shower, they all sat on the sofa watching TV. The show was chosen based on what the kids liked, so it was an animated cartoon. Neither Jang Chun nor Qin Ran had any interest in cartoons. 10 minutes later, Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun beside her and asked, Want to have some alcohol? Jang Chun looked at her and lightly nodded. Shortly after, the 2 of them sat down by the bar. Qin Ran brought over a bottle of white spirit, opened it, and poured a glass for each of them. She looked at her glass of white spirit, tilted her head back, and gulped it all down in one go. Jang Chun quickly snatched the glass from her hand and looked at her. Why are you drinking so fast? Qin Ran didn't say anything. Right now she was still sober, the effects of the alcohol hadn't kicked in yet. While sober, she couldn't bring herself to say what she wanted to say. 5 minutes passed. The alcohol kicked in, and Qin Ran felt her head getting light and dizzy. Jang Chun moved closer, sitting beside Qin Ran and wrapping his arm around her in case she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Qin Ran felt Jang Chun's arm around her, and she really liked being held like that, unlike these past few days where things between them had felt different. She remained silent for about a minute before quietly saying, Carry me to the bedroom. Jang Chun said nothing and helped Qin Ran back to the bedroom. Reaching the bed, for some reason, Qin Ran suddenly grew bold. directly wrapping her arms around Jang Chun's neck and leaning back. Jang Chun. Qin Ran closed her eyes, murmuring, "Kiss me." Jang Chun looked at her, then kissed her deeply. About 5 minutes later, in Jang Chun's arms, Qin Ran quietly said with her eyes still closed, "Earlier when you told me about cooperating and producing the completed medicine and the recipe, it was normal for me to be suspicious. I hope you can understand." Jang Chun whispered while holding her close. "If it were me, I'd also have doubts. I didn't say much these past days. I was just waiting until you were sure to say something." After hearing his words, Qin Ran nuzzled closer into Jang Chun's arms. Silence for about 2 minutes. Then Qin Ran softly said, "Jang Chun. Jang Chun. Qin Ran, I like you." "Jang Chun, I like myself too." Qin Ran. After hearing these words, Qin Ran almost wanted to bite Jang Chun a couple times. Shouldn't he be saying that he likes her? After a moment of silence, she cuddled deeper into his embrace, almost wanting to melt into him entirely, before softly speaking again. "Earlier I told you that if you wanted to touch me, you'd have to marry me your whole life. It was up to me whether you married me or not. But now, I've changed my mind." "Changed to what?" Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran paused for about half a minute, then softly said, "You can touch me now, and you don't need to take responsibility." Jang Chun replied, "Why do I feel like it's you who wants to touch me, yet you make it sound like I'm the one who wants to touch you?" Qin Ran felt herself going crazy. This Jang Chun could be both lovable and infuriating, and right now she felt like beating him up. "Earlier you said you wanted to go into business in the future. Do you know what traits a successful businessperson must have?" Qin Ran softly said after several seconds of silence. "What traits?" Jang Chun asked. "When opportunities are in front of you, you have to grab them immediately. Opportunities are fleeting. If you miss the moment, they're gone." Qin Ran said. Jang Chun replied, "Are you telling me to seize the opportunity while you haven't changed your mind yet, and just sleep with you?" Qin Ran. Internally frustrated, Qin Ran thought, did he really have to say it so bluntly? Silence for half a minute. Then she said, "You're not cut out for business. Even if an opportunity is given to you, you can't grab it." "You make a good point," Jang Chun said. "Get lost." Qin Ran snapped. Jang Chun smiled, but didn't say anything else. If he really wanted to sleep with Qin Ran, he could have done it any time. It was almost guaranteed she was already his. The reason he had never slept with her before was just waiting. Waiting for her to lose control and finally give in and sleep with him first. That was much more fun. Simply sleeping with someone was not very exciting. It wasn't exciting for him at least. About an hour passed, and Qin Ran became slightly more sober. Still nestled in Jang Chun's arms, she softly asked, "Any secrets you haven't told me yet?" "What I know so far is, your cooking skills are amazing, and you're very strong in martial arts. What other areas are you strong in?" "Do you want to know?" Jang Chun asked. "I do," Qin Ran answered. "You've conducted the drug trial, and know the feedback from those who took the kidney strengthening capsules. What did they say after taking them?" Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran remained silent. It was too embarrassing to say out loud. Seeing that Qin Ran didn't speak, Jang Chun laughed slightly and said, "Actually, I saved 1 box of the kidney strengthening capsules and finished them myself." Qin Ran's eyes widened. Qin Ran stared at him, asking quietly, "Do you also have issues in that area?" "No," Jang Chun smiled. "Who wouldn't want to become stronger?" Jang Chun said lightly. "So, besides my cooking and martial arts skills, my kidney is also strong. Oh, and I also have a photographic memory." These past 28 days, he had gone on his 6th blind date and activated the photographic memory talent. Anything he saw, even with just a quick glance, could be permanently memorized. Qin Ran, photographic memory. Jang Chun, I can read thousands, even tens of thousands of characters at a glance and remember them clearly. Bluffing, Qin Ran. "Wanna bet?" Jang Chun. "What to bet on?" Qin Ran. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said, "If you lose, you kneel in front of me, look up at me, and call me Lord. How about that?" After hearing this, Qin Ran suddenly felt more sober. She sat up and looked at Jang Chun. "You?" Qin Ran wanted to ask if Jang Chun had some psychological issues. He actually had such a fetish. Bet or not. Jang Chun looked at her. Qin Ran. Qin Ran thought for a few seconds. She didn't believe that Jang Chun could memorize everything word for word just by glancing at it. She nodded. "I'll bet. But what if you lose?" "Up to you, Jang Chun." "Fine." Qin Ran replied. Her spirit suddenly lifted. Then she fetched her phone and found a document about the company. This document was exactly 20,000 words long. She handed her phone to Jang Chun. "There are over 20,000 words here. How long do you need to finish reading it?" 10 seconds, Jang Chun replied, quickly scanning the text with his eyes. 10 seconds later, Jang Chun returned the phone to Qin Ran. "I'm going to start reciting now." "All right." Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. He looked serious, but she still didn't believe him. Qin Ran looked at her phone and said to Jang Chun, "Go ahead." Jang Chun began reciting. Second quarter Qin investment. 1 minute later, Qin Ran's scalp was prickling. She looked at Jang Chun with complete shock and disbelief. 3 minutes later, Qin Ran felt like the world had gone mad. Could there actually be someone with such an incredible memory in this world? Chapter 49. Will you die if you don't brag? 7 minutes later, Jang Chun finished reciting the entire 20,000 words flawlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Qin Ran, on the other hand, looked completely stunned. Staring at Jang Chun, she felt her heart race in shock. His memory ability was nothing short of terrifying. If he joined a memory competition, he could absolutely become the world's best. She had been with Jang Chun for over a month and a half, but only now realized just how terrifying his memory was. "You lost." Jang Chun smiled as he looked at Qin Ran. "You should honor the bet. Now kneel on the ground, lift your head up, and call me master." Qin Ran hadn't fully come back to her senses yet. She looked at Jang Chun and asked, You have such an amazing memory. Why did you only get into a second-tier university? Why didn't you pursue postgraduate studies? Have you ever heard of someone deliberately underperforming on tests?" Jang Chun said lightly, "I didn't want to go to college out of province. I just wanted to attend a local one." Qin Ran was stunned again. It was really that simple? Isn't one's future more important? Getting into a second-tier college obviously doesn't compare to graduating from a prestigious university. "All right, hurry up and kneel down." Jang Chun interrupted her thoughts, unable to contain his eagerness. He really wanted to see the sight of Qin Ran kneeling before him and calling him master. That image excited him greatly. Qin Ran had never even considered the possibility of losing, but the fact remained that she had. Just thinking about that felt weird. You don't want to go back on your word, do you? Jang Chun looked at her with a slight raise of his eyebrow. If you do, I won't trust anything you say to me again. Qin Ran was silent for a while before getting off the bed and kneeling down. Jang Chun sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to pat Qin Ran's head. Qin Ran hesitated internally for a moment before finally lifting her face to meet Jang Chun's gaze and muttered wordlessly, "Master." Upon hearing those words, Jang Chun felt an intense thrill surge through him, his scalp tingling. After saying it, Qin Ran immediately stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw their two daughters walking toward her. "Mommy, I'm sleepy. Let's go to bed." The two kids had been watching cartoons for a while and now felt drowsy. Qin Ran led the two kids back into the room. "Daddy." The two little girls climbed onto the bed and went over to Jang Chun, giving his face a kiss each. Jang Chun smiled and ruffled their heads affectionately before looking at Qin Ran. Seeing that Qin Ran had gone to sleep on the far right side of the bed, he didn't say anything. At 10 o'clock that night, the two kids were already asleep. Jang Chun and Qin Ran were still messaging on their phones. At that moment, Jang Chun received a message. "Qin Ran, what other impressive things can you do?" Jang Chun, "Many." Qin Ran, "Such as?" Jang Chun, "I won't tell you." Qin Ran, "How can you tell me?" Jang Chun, "Call me husband first." Qin Ran, "Jang Chun, are you going to call or not? You've always wanted me to be the kid's dad, so why not say husband?" Qin Ran, "Jang Chun, if you don't say husband, I won't tell you." Qin Ran, "I'll call you only if you agree to be the kid's dad." Jang Chun, Qin Ran, "Humph. Playboy, always taking advantage of me, yet not even giving me a title." Jang Chun, "I'm afraid your body wouldn't be able to handle it." Qin Ran, "What do you mean by that?" Jang Chun, "My kidneys are strong." Qin Ran, "Will you die if you don't brag?" Jang Chun, "Think about my cooking skills, and then think about how I memorized over 20,000 words in just 10 seconds. Qin Ran tried to imagine it, but she couldn't picture the actual scene. Who knows just how strong Jang Chun really was? Qin Ran, "Jang Chun, I'm seriously asking you, do you like me?" Jang Chun, "That's something you need to feel for yourself." Qin Ran, "I want to hear you say it." Jang Chun, "Very much." Qin Ran, "Then why don't you confirm our relationship?" Jang Chun, "I still have 4 blind dates to go through. At least let me finish them first, right?" Qin Ran, "You go on your dates while we have our relationship. They don't conflict." Jang Chun. After a moment's silence, Jang Chun said, "I hope one day I can openly be in love. I still have 4 blind dates left. For now, I can't let it be known. Also, if I reveal myself now, many people online would assume I'm a kept man. They'd think I'm after your money." Seeing Jang Chun's message, all the previous confusion in Qin Ran's heart suddenly became clear. Some of it turned out to be exactly as she had guessed, that Jang Chun feared people talking about him for wanting her money. Qin Ran, "You approached me with the secret formula of the powerful kidney capsule hoping to make money with it, so that once you're with me, no one would gossip about you?" Jang Chun, "That's part of the reason, yes." After reading the message, Qin Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. At the beginning when Jang Chun approached her about collaborating, she had even suspected his intentions. Yet the reason Jang Chun sought her out was simply so that when they were together, people wouldn't gossip. Qin Ran, "I'm sorry, Jang Chun." Qin Ran, "Back then when you first approached me for collaboration, I doubted you. I didn't expect that your collaboration with me was meant to earn money, so we could be together without others talking." Jang Chun felt a bit flustered. Could she please stop over-imagining things? Qin Ran, "We can be in our own relationship, just keep it private for now. Then, after you finish your blind dates, we can announce it. Or perhaps wait until after the powerful kidney capsule hits the market." Jang Chun, "Can't you be more reserved?" Qin Ran, "You bastard." Jang Chun rolled twice and reached Qin Ran's side, pulling her into his arms and whispering in her ear, "Are you silly? We're already sleeping together, kissing and hugging each other. What do you think our current situation is?" Qin Ran, "Are you saying we're in a relationship now?" Jang Chun, "I never said that." sh*t. That hurts. Suddenly, Jang Chun felt a sharp twist on his waist from Qin Ran. It genuinely hurt. Qin Ran maintained a cool, cold expression, voice emotionless. "Did I give you too much face? Is that why you're getting so bold?" Jang Chun slightly flustered. Qin Ran said coldly, "Tomorrow I don't have work. I'll go visit your parents." Jang Chun's sweat dropped slightly. "That's not a good idea, right? My parents don't know anything yet. If you just go over like this, I'm afraid my mom and dad might not handle the shock." Qin Ran looked at him. "I was just teasing you. Although there's one thing I should remind you about." "Never mind. Go to sleep," Qin Ran said. Slightly flustered, Jang Chun pulled Qin Ran into his arms and fell asleep. But he didn't fall asleep immediately. He kept thinking about something else. So far, he had already gone on 6 blind dates. 4 remained, and those 4 would pass quickly. He remembered from his previous life that those last 4 dates were scheduled rather closely, nearly one every couple of days. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were over. Once he met with Lu Na again and finally resolved his emotional baggage, it would be completely over. The next morning, Jang Chun woke up and made breakfast. After finishing, Qin Ran, with the 2 kids, had also finished brushing their teeth and washing their faces. The 4 of them sat down to start eating. During the meal, Qin Jingyan looked at Jang Chun and said, "Mommy, Daddy, where are we going to play today?" Today was already June 25th. Kindergarten had long been on summer break, and the 2 kids had been staying at home every day. Chapter 50, I want to visit your family. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said, "Let's go see the animals at the zoo. There's also an amusement park there." "Great idea," said both kids. Qin Ran glanced outside. It was sunny today and the weather was nice, but since it was already the end of June, it was quite hot. After finishing breakfast and applying sunscreen, they drove to Jiangning City's only zoo. Once they arrived and bought the tickets, they entered and began exploring the zoo. The 2 kids were highly excited. As for Jang Chun and Qin Ran, they weren't as enthusiastic, but still in a decent mood. "Daddy, take a photo of me," Qin Jingyan said at this moment. "I want one too," said Qin Ziyuan. Jang Chun smiled and said to the 2 kids, "You 2 stand together, and Dad will take a picture for you." Jang Chun first took a photo of the 2 kids. After finishing, he turned to Qin Ran and said, "Stand together with the kids." I'll take a photo of you all. Qin Ran hummed in agreement. Jang Chun then took a photo of the three using his phone. Dad, let's take a picture together, Qin Jinyin said next. Jang Chun switched to the front camera, and the four of them took several pictures together. Send the photos to me, Qin Ran said. Jang Chun softly hummed, and sent the photos to Qin Ran. After receiving the photos, Qin Ran immediately edited them, applying mosaic blur to Jang Chun's face before posting the photos on her social media feed. This post had no text, just a few pictures. About 10 minutes later, comments and likes started appearing on Qin Ran's social media post. Ning Ruoyan liked the post and commented, "Have you finally achieved your goal? Wang Lei, CEO of Qin Investment. Chairman, is the person with the mosaic your husband? Director of Qin Pharmaceuticals East China Division. We're all dying to know who the chairman's husband is. Who is this extraordinary man who captured the chairman's heart? Director of Jinming First People's Hospital. The internet is all speculating who your husband is. When will he finally reveal his face?" Qin Ran was looking at her phone while walking. Her current focus was completely on the social media post she had just made. In past years, many people in her social feed often posted pictures of their kids, spouses, or happy moments, which had eventually led her to disable the social feed entirely. But now, she also wanted to share some happiness, although she blurred Jiang Chun's face. She had no choice. Otherwise, if she didn't do that, Jiang Chun might become an online sensation within days. "What are you doing? Staring at your phone all the time?" Jiang Chun leaned closer and looked at Qin Ran's phone. He saw the photo he had taken earlier posted on her feed, with his face blurred. Jiang Chun fell silent. After about a minute of silence, he looked at Qin Ran and said, "In half a month, you won't need to use the mosaic anymore." After hearing this, Qin Ran was taken aback. She looked at Jiang Chun, meeting his eyes. She hesitated briefly and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to wait until 10 dates?" "There are still 4 dates left. We can finish them within half a month," Jiang Chun replied. Upon hearing this, a warmth spread in Qin Ran's heart. Half a month. After half a month, they no longer needed to hide around like this. She disliked this secretive behavior, as if she and Jiang Chun were having an affair. "Okay," Qin Ran responded. Jiang Chun gave a slight hum, saying nothing further. After spending a couple of minutes playing with the kids, Qin Ran glanced at Jiang Chun and said, "Half a month later, I want to pay a visit to your family." Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. "Isn't that too fast?" "Fast?" Qin Ran looked at him questioningly. Jiang Chun, confused, replied with a look of bewilderment. "How come you take your girlfriend home so soon after starting to date? Usually, you tell your family first that you're dating someone so they can mentally prepare. Only when the timing is right, like when marriage becomes a topic, would you introduce the person to your family." Qin Ran fell silent. In her heart, she wanted to confirm everything with Jiang Chun as soon as possible. Only then would she feel secure. Merely dating could also lead to breaking up. Moreover, the two daughters were actually Jiang Chun's biological children. Qin Ran was silent for a minute before she lightly nodded at Jiang Chun and said, "When we officially establish the relationship, I'll give you a surprise." "A surprise?" Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran thoughtfully, pretending not to understand. Was Qin Ran trying to tell him that the two girls were actually his own children? That would be the surprise. For Qin Ran, yes, it was a surprise. As for him, he already knew about it. Hence, it wouldn't be a surprise. "Sure. What kind of surprise are you going to give me?" Jiang Chun asked knowingly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ran's mouth. "That's a secret." "Could it be?" Jiang Chun pulled her closer, leaned into her ear, and whispered, "Are you trying to tell me you want something more between us?" Qin Ran fell silent. "No." Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then let me ask you, if we officially become a couple, can we do those things?" Qin Ran's hand moved to Jiang Chun's waist, then twisted it hard. "Ouch, that hurts." Jiang Chun quickly pulled her hand away. She looked at him and left 4 words behind. "You know exactly what you're asking." Jiang Chun rubbed his waist. When the pain finally faded, he pulled Qin Ran closer and whispered in her ear, "One question for you. Answer it seriously, no refusal." "What?" Qin Ran asked. "Do you look forward to doing those things with me?" Jiang Chun watched her expression, trying to tease her. Qin Ran wanted to pinch his waist again, but Jiang Chun sensed it ahead of time and immediately stepped aside. "Dad, I want to take a photo with the elephant." Qin Jinyin's voice rang out just then. "Sure thing." Jiang Chun walked over. They played until 4 o'clock in the afternoon before finally returning home. On the way back, they bought several pounds of crayfish and some vegetables. Upon arriving home, they began cleaning the crayfish. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that they finally had dinner. During dinner, Jiang Chun received a text message on his phone. He glanced at it. It was from his mother. "Mom Jiang, tomorrow evening at 6, meeting at the 520 Hot Pot restaurant by the canal for a blind date." She then sent over the information of the woman attending the match. Jiang Chun briefly scanned the profile, then replied to Mom Jiang, "All right. Mom Jiang, if the conversation goes well, don't rush off after dinner. Take the girl for a walk along the canal and enjoy the scenery." Jiang Chun got it. They exchanged a few more messages before the conversation ended. "Give me your phone," Qin Ran said. Jiang Chun handed his phone over to her. Qin Ran looked through the chat records between Jiang Chun and his mom. "So the blind date was tomorrow night. I'll be there tomorrow evening too," Qin Ran stated. Jiang Chun responded. Qin Ran said nothing else, merely flipping through Jiang Chun's phone. First, she checked Jiang Chun's moments updates. He rarely posted there. Generally, he only updated once every 1.5 months. Then she looked at his QQ Zone status updates, and found that there hadn't been any new posts in over 2 years. Chapter 51, A Scene of Social Death. Qin Ran continued scrolling through Jiang Chun's QQ space posts. When she came across a post dated April 1st, 2014, Qin Ran's expression slightly darkened. The content of this post read, "Been together for 2 years and 3 months. We broke up. This post was set to only visible to myself." Qin Ran kept reading the earlier posts. March 16th, 2014, "It's exhausting to like someone." March 3rd, 2014, "Sigh, sometimes happy, sometimes angry, acting like I'm insane." February 23rd, 2014, "Happy birthday, sweetheart." January 18th, 2014, "Hope every day could be as happy as today." January 6th, 2014, "Clothes my girlfriend bought for me. Envious." January 1st, 2014, Ringing in the new year with my girlfriend. Brought along a tag-along. A third wheel. The photo accompanying this post showed Jang Chun's younger sister, Jang Chun, and a pretty girl. December 23, 2013. In this life, better to betray the world than betray you. December 16, 2013. My sweetheart is so adorable. The photo showed a pretty girl. October 9, 2013. From now on, our daughter will be named Jiang Xiaoka, and our son will be named Jiang Bai. At someone passing by. When Ran saw this post dated October 9, she noticed it mentioned someone, and that the same person had commented on it. She guessed this was Jiang Chun's previous girlfriend. She clicked on the person's online nickname, only to find that the QQ space denied access to strangers. What are you looking at? Jang Chun, sitting opposite Ran, couldn't help but ask since he noticed she had been looking through his phone for a while. He didn't have any suspicious intentions. There was nothing untoward in his phone anyway. Ran didn't reply, but her expression grew increasingly worse. Jang Chun, observing Ran's reaction, couldn't help but feel nervous. He remembered there was nothing she shouldn't see on his phone. So why was she so upset? Jang Chun got up and sat beside Ran. He saw that she was scrolling through his QQ space updates. Jang Chun was sweating bullets. He nearly forgot that he hadn't deleted his old space posts. He hadn't accessed his QQ space much in recent years and had completely forgotten about it. Ran flipped through the phone, face darkened, and asked indifferently, "Why haven't you deleted these posts?" Jang Chun, "I forgot. I haven't accessed my space in years." Ran, "You really liked this girl before?" Jang Chun, Ran, "Your first love." Jang Chun, Ran, "She looks quite good looking." Jang Chun, Ran, "Am I prettier or is she prettier?" "You're prettier," Jang Chun replied. Ran, "Look at this post. From now on, our daughter will be named Jiang Xiaoka, and our son will be named Jiang Bai. You're pretty good at coming up with names." Jang Chun broke out in a light sweat again. Ran, "And look at this one. In this life, better to betray the world than betray you. You had a teenage drama face too." Jang Chun, "That was when I was young. Back then, many people were into dramatic stuff like that." Ran, "It's obvious you really liked her, even loved her." Jang Chun, Ran, "How did you two break up?" Jang Chun sweated again slightly. Only a fool would talk about his old personal relationship experiences. He said, "It was too long ago. I don't even remember what we broke up over." Ran, "Can time really make you forget everything?" Jang Chun wiped sweat again. "It fades over time, not that you completely lose your memory." Ran, "After the breakup, did you often think of her?" Jang Chun, wiping sweat slightly, "Should you believe me if I said I didn't?" Ran, "I won't believe it." Jang Chun, Ran, "Did you two check into a hotel?" Jang Chun, slightly sweating, "If I say no, will you believe me?" Ran, "No, I won't." Jang Chun really wanted to complain, but why ask if you won't believe me anyway? But he didn't dare to say it because he clearly sensed that Ran was very angry at the moment. Ran, "What about deleting these status updates?" Jang Chun, "I can delete them now. I just forgot about them before." Ran, "Want me to help you delete them?" Jang Chun, "Sure." Ran proceeded to delete each post one by one until they were all gone. Then she found the girl's photos in the space album and deleted all of them. Even after deletion, photos would go to the recycle bin, so she cleared the recycle bin as well to make sure the photos couldn't be recovered. After finishing that, Ran opened a short video app. Nowadays is the era of big data, and a person's preferences are recommended by video platforms according to the user's interests. She first opened the list of videos Jang Chun had liked. Videos about loveless marriage, life without passion. In the subsequent list of favorites, most were videos showing couples displaying affection in animated versions and animated scenes of marital banter, all very warm and cozy. From this, it was also possible to see that Jang Chun longed to find a mutual loving partner. Ran then checked the search history. The search content. Does reincarnation really exist in this world? Are there really time travelers in this world? Are there any reincarnators? Speak up. Figures using reincarnators from the past few centuries? Ran looked at these search records with a sense of disbelief. Reincarnation? Time travel? Why was Jang Chun curious about these things? And weren't these common knowledge? Actually, there were people who truly believed in reincarnation and time travelers. Ran exited the short video platform and checked the browser search history. Search content. Who dares to admit they're a reincarnator? What system is essential for time travel? Looking at these search records, Ran felt speechless again. What exactly was going through Jang Chun's mind? Ran exited the browser and entered the online shopping platform to check Jang Chun's purchase history. 2 boxes of Superman condoms, 38.8 yuan. Transaction completed. Ran's expression turned colder upon seeing this transaction. Although Jang Chun had bought this before, seeing it still made her feel uneasy. Jang Chun, sitting beside her, saw this record and felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. He quickly explained, "I bought them but never used them. I left them in the storage compartment on the passenger side. They're still sealed and unopened." Ran replied coldly, "Then why did you buy them if not for use when needed?" Jang Chun, "The problem is that I never got the chance to use them." Ran said nothing more, her face still slightly cold, as she continued scrolling through the transaction records. Viber, jump, hand, whip, rope. Seeing these transaction records, Ran felt them too indecent to bear. She hadn't expected Jang Chun to have such fetishes. No wonder last night Jang Chun wanted to make a bet with her, that if she lost, she would kneel on the ground and call him master. She had thought she knew someone by looking at their surface, but turns out, beneath Jang Chun's seemingly normal exterior, he was actually a pervert. Jang Chun felt his scalp tingling upon seeing these records. "Give me back my phone," Jang Chun said awkwardly. Ran gave him a glance and said, "I haven't finished going through it. I want to understand you thoroughly through your phone." She added, "You can also get to know me better through my phone. The password is 4SIXS. Jang Chun, "Fine, just give me the phone." Saying nothing, Ran handed over the phone to Jang Chun. But shortly after, she suddenly remembered something and her face changed, trying to snatch back the phone. But there was no way she could match Jang Chun's strength. She couldn't take it back. Chapter 52. Why is the word pornography ranked first among pornography, gambling, and drugs? Seeing Ran's reaction, Jang Chun felt surprised. There must be something secret in her phone too. In particular, seeing how desperately she was trying to grab the phone back made him even more curious. Jang Chun pushed her away, wanting to play innocent. Qin Ran remained silent. Jang Chun went over to the sofa and started scrolling through the phone. Daddy, Mama, what are you guys doing? The two kids looked curiously at Jang Chun and then at Qin Ran. Nothing much. You two eat first, Jang Chun replied and started looking for Qin Ran's hidden secrets. First, he checked the browser search history. How to attract a guy you like. When my boyfriend gives me a massage, I feel something intense. What is that about? I feel as though my boyfriend has some kind of magic. Every time I'm around him, I feel so comfortable. My boyfriend is such a pervert. There is always one guy being flirty with me, but won't confirm our relationship. Why is that? What kind of traits do heartless guys have? Are intimate marital relations really so thrilling? Among pornography, gambling, and drugs, why does the word pornography come first? Is it because it is more addictive? How to chase a guy you like. How to control your boyfriend. How to control your boyfriend. How to make your boyfriend unable to live without you. It seems like my boyfriend is a heartless guy. What should I do? Seeing these search records, Jang Chun felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Did Qin Ran consider him her boyfriend already? Or was she doing this just for the sake of convenience when searching? Back at the nearby dining table, Qin Ran lowered her head anxiously. She knew Jang Chun had definitely found out the secret in her phone. Just thinking about those search records made her want to hide into the ground. On the sofa, Jang Chun was still looking through things. Now he moved on to check Qin Ran's online shopping history. Silk stockings, lingerie. Looking at those, Jang Chun felt slightly turned on. At this moment, Qin Ran rushed over and snatched the phone from him forcefully. Jang Chun directly pushed her onto the sofa. Leaning close to her ear, he gently blew a puff of air and whispered softly, "Your search history directly treats me as your boyfriend?" Qin Ran stayed silent. Jang Chun asked, "Pornography, gambling, and drugs. Why is pornography ranked first? Because it's more addictive?" Qin Ran remained speechless. Do intimate relations between couples feel really amazing? Jang Chun asked again. Qin Ran remained silent. Jang Chun added, "Looks like you're really looking forward to it and want to try it too." Qin Ran felt humiliated and angry. She turned her face away and closed her eyes tightly. Looking at how Qin Ran looked now, Jang Chun said nothing further but slowly leaned in closer and kissed her. Gradually, Qin Ran began responding. While she was responding, Jang suddenly stopped kissing. He looked at her beautiful face. "Kiss me." Qin Ran obediently leaned toward Jang Chun's face, but he suddenly pulled back and wouldn't let her kiss him. At this moment, Qin Ran realized that she had been teased by Jang Chun again. "Daddy, Mama, please come to eat now. If you don't hurry, the food will get cold." The two kids called out toward the sofa, unable to resist calling them over. At first, they were curious to see their parents hugging and kissing. However, having seen them do that multiple times, it now seemed uninteresting. Seeing their parents kissing now, their hearts felt completely indifferent. Upon hearing the children's voices, Jang Chun finally let go of Qin Ran, though he whispered softly in her ear, "Tonight, I'll help you wash your back." Weakly, Qin Ran replied, "Don't." "Yes." Jang Chun said. "No." Qin Ran responded. "Yes." Jang Chun repeated. "No." Qin Ran said again. "No." Jang Chun echoed. "Yes." Qin Ran replied. "Yes." Jang Chun looked at her in surprise. Qin Ran opened her mouth, attempting to bite Jang Chun's arm. Jang Chun quickly dodged her. Both returned to their seats. Sitting beside each other, Qin Ran and Jang Chun shared a moment as Jang peeled the shells off the shrimp, putting the meat near her lips, saying softly, "Open your mouth." Slightly opening her mouth, Qin Ran ate the shrimp. Watching this scene, Qin Jingyan and Qin Zian felt a sudden sense of uneasiness rise in their hearts. It felt like their dad was being taken away by their mom. "Dad, I want to eat shrimp too." Qin Jingyan looked at Jang Chun. "I also want shrimp," Qin Zian chimed in. "There's enough for both." Jang Chun smiled as he peeled shrimp shells and placed the peeled shrimp in both of the children's mouths. "Dad, sit between us," Qin Zian said while eating shrimp. Jang Chun hesitated. Jang Chun got up and sat between the two kids. The two children began smiling again. Qin Ran glanced at her two daughters. She felt something strange. Dinner finished. It was already 8:30 p.m. The night had already settled. Jang Chun and Qin Ran tidied the dishes and bowls together. 15 minutes later, everything was cleaned up. Looking at Qin Ran, Jang Chun said, "Can I help you take a bath?" Qin Ran looked at him and said, "I have to bathe the kids too. You can bathe them first. Then we can take a shower together after they're done," Jang Chun suggested. "Absolutely not," Qin Ran replied firmly. After saying that, Qin Ran took the two kids to take a bath and locked the bathroom door from the inside. Jang Chun could only take a shower by himself. After finishing their bath and putting on pajamas, all four of them sat on the bed leaning against the headboard watching cartoons. Jang Chun and Qin Ran didn't want to watch cartoons, but since the two kids were watching them seriously, they didn't want to disturb them. At 10 o'clock, the kids became tired and fell asleep first. As for Jang Chun and Qin Ran, they were still wide awake. But neither of them made any noise. Qin Ran started chatting with Jang Chun on WeChat. "I don't have work tomorrow. Take me out to play." Jang Chun, "What about the kids?" Now that summer vacation had started, the two kids weren't in school, so they had to be brought along wherever they went. Qin Ran, "Bring them along and play together." Jang Chun, "Where to go play?" Qin Ran, "You decide." Qin Ran, "By the way, do you want to visit my company? You've never been there." Jang Chun, "There's not much to see at your company anyway, right?" Qin Ran, "I want the senior management to get to know you." Jang Chun, "You're in a hurry?" Qin Ran, "Isn't it just a matter of time?" Jang Chun, "Are you in a hurry about that?" Qin Ran, "Marriage?" Jang Chun, "Your search history. Is intimate couple stuff really so addictive? Why is pornography ranked first among pornography, gambling, and drugs? Is it because it's more addictive? Jang Chun, "Do you want to try it?" Qin Ran, "Jang Chun, do you want to or not?" Qin Ran, "I suspect you're changing the subject. I was talking about visiting my company tomorrow, and you diverted the topic here?" Jang Chun, "I'm asking if you want to try those things, and you're bringing up visiting your company? Now I suspect you're trying to change the subject." Qin Ran, "Jang Chun, I'll visit your company tomorrow. Now it's your turn to answer. Do you want to try? The kids are asleep now. We can go to the next room." Qin Ran, "Jang Chun, scared? Weren't you the one who said earlier that if I did anything to you, I should marry you?" Qin Ran put away her phone without replying, choosing to go to sleep directly. Previously, she had no choice but to use that method. But now, things were different. At least she knew that once Jang Chun went on 4 more blind dates, he would officially confirm their relationship. After that, she could reveal that the 2 daughters were actually his biological children. Then, her relationship with Jang Chun would be set in stone. As for Jang Chun asking whether she wanted to try, how could she possibly answer that? Chapter 53. First Love Suing. The next morning, Qin Ran took Jang Chun along with her 2 daughters to visit the 2 major companies, Qin Pharmaceutical and Qin Investment. When Qin Ran first introduced Jang Chun to the company's senior management, she started by announcing that he would be a major shareholder in the new company. She briefly mentioned that the secret formula for the kidney-strengthening capsules had been provided by Jang Chun. Hearing this, many of the company's senior executives looked at Jang Chun with expressions of surprise. They were already aware of the new company and that its main product would be the kidney-strengthening capsules. They also knew that the experimental effects of these capsules surpassed any similar drug in the world. Considering that there were billions of men across the globe, and likely more than half wished to be stronger physically, once the kidney-strengthening capsules gained market approval, the revenue from them could easily exceed $500 billion, and that was only in the short term. Even more notably, although the capsules could cure such ailments, as people aged or overexerted themselves, the conditions could return, requiring the continued use of the capsules. In addition, each year would bring a new wave of young men entering adulthood at age 18, many of whom would require the product as well. Therefore, the long-term profit potential of the kidney-strengthening capsules was tremendous. As the one who provided the secret formula, and as a major shareholder in the new company, they could no longer regard Jang Chun with even the slightest hint of contempt. They had begun to treat him with real respect. "Daddy, I want a hug." Qin Junyin suddenly looked up at Jang Chun with a sweet voice. Hearing this, Jang Chun bent down and picked her up. At that moment, the company's executives stood there stunned. What had they just heard? They had heard the chairman's daughter called Jang Chun daddy? Oh my god! Oh my god! Some of the people on the scene couldn't help but mutter, while others stared at Jang Chun in shock. So this Jang Chun was actually the husband that the chairman had mentioned during the interview with reporters? So he was the chairman's husband. Seeing their expressions, Qin Ran felt secretly pleased. She continued, "Let me introduce further, Jang Chun is also my husband." After hearing this, the senior executives looked at Jang Chun with various expressions before finally offering polite greetings. "Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you." Mr. Jiang and Chairman Qin standing together really make a perfect match, a pair made in heaven. "You two definitely have couple vibes." Each of the senior managers started showering them with compliments, carefully choosing their words. Their flattery only added to Qin Ran's happiness, her face breaking into a warm, joyful smile. Jang Chun politely responded to each greeting and shook their hands. Over the next while, they toured the company and chatted. At noon, everyone shared lunch together, and as time passed, they became more familiar with one another. Throughout the entire process, Jang Chun behaved neither too modestly nor too proudly. He gave people a very comfortable impression, which somewhat surprised Qin Ran. Bringing Jang Chun to visit the company was also an attempt to introduce him to the social circle, since he would need to integrate into her world going forward. After lunch, they returned to the villa, and the 4 of them sat together on the living room sofa. Looking at Jang Chun beside her, Qin Ran curiously remarked, "Watching you interact with them today, you seemed quite seasoned. Why? What did you expect?" Jang Chun glanced at her. "I thought you might be at a loss for words at first, and perhaps seem somewhat inferior in bearing," Qin Ran replied. Jang Chun smiled, but said nothing. In his past life, he had dealt with people of this type many times, so it was normal that he was very skilled in dealing with them. Seeing that Jang Chun only smiled without replying, Qin Ran felt even more curious. Since getting to know him, she gradually discovered many shining qualities in Jang Chun. For example, his culinary skills, his martial arts abilities, his terrifying gift of photographic memory. And then there was the contribution of the secret formula for the kidney-strengthening capsules. Sometimes, she felt as if Jang Chun were a puzzle, full of secrets she needed to slowly unravel. During the following moments, the two continued chatting idly. Suddenly, Jang Chun's phone gave a ding-ding notification sound, a message alert from Qzone, Qin Ran's note, an instant messaging service similar to QQ. He felt slightly surprised upon hearing it. Ever since graduating from university, he had practically stopped using Qzone in favor of WeChat, keeping the former in offline status most of the time. He picked up his phone and checked. Someone had added him on Qzone. The person's online nickname, just passing by. Jang Chun felt a bit puzzled. Who was this person? Looking at the profile, he saw that it was a woman, about the same age as him. He accepted the request, and immediately sent one message. "Who are you?" About 10 seconds later, just passing by replied, "Suing." Seeing that message, Jang Chun's expression froze slightly. Suing, his first love. Yesterday, Qin Ran had checked his Qzone using his phone and saw all the past statuses about Suing. Posts like, "In the future, our daughter will be named Jiang Xiaoka, and our son will be named Jiang Bai." Or, "In this life, I'd rather betray the world than betray you." He never expected Suing to add him on QQ. In his previous life, Suing had never added him on QQ. So, the butterfly effect caused by his reincarnation, how had it led Suing to add him on QQ? Curious, Jang Chun sent a message. "Who are you?" "Suing. Yesterday I was bored and browsed through my QQ space, and noticed there was a blocked visitor. Out of curiosity, I paid to upgrade to Yellow Diamond membership and checked who had tried to view my space." Seeing this message, Jang Chun immediately realized it must have been Qin Ran who viewed Su Ying's QQ space when she checked his QQ space dynamics yesterday. Jang Chun didn't know what else to say. In the past, he and Su Ying had been deeply in love, but so many years had passed, and he had even lived another life. Now, reconnecting with his first love on QQ didn't stir much emotion in him. Overall, he remained calm and composed. 2 minutes later, Su Ying sent a message. "Are you married?" Jang Chun, "No." Su Ying, "I am." Jang Chun, "Congratulations." Su Ying, "No need to congratulate me. Marriage isn't like what you might imagine." Jang Chun slightly sweated. How should he respond? 1 minute later, Su Ying sent a message. "Can I ask you a question?" Jang Chun, "Go ahead." Su Ying, "After men get married, do they also go to clubs for services?" Jang Chun, why are you asking this? Suing, when my husband and I were dating, he loved me very much, and I loved him too. The first half year after marriage was also very loving. But once he came back from a business trip, I checked his WeChat payment records and found 3 transactions from a club, 2 of 368 yuan and 1 of 598 yuan. Suing. Then I paid someone to find a man to investigate what exactly the 368 and 598 services included, and the results disappointed me. You probably already understand what those 368 and 598 services were, right? Jang Chun slightly sweated. He naturally understood exactly what the 368 and 598 services meant. In his previous life, during his unhappy relationship with Luna, he sometimes wanted to relax and would go to clubs to unwind. Chapter 54. You have a male bestie, and I have a female buddy. Hope you don't mind. Jang Chun sent her a message, somewhat familiar. Suing, have you ever worked at a club before? Jang Chun, somewhat familiar. I've heard about it through friends. Suing, I basically know all your old friends. Which friend are you talking about? Jang Chun, a friend you don't know. After 2 minutes, Suing messaged again. Later, I got into a fight with my husband, and he knelt on the ground apologizing, promising he'd never go to those clubs again. Reading this, Jang Chun became somewhat curious. Did you forgive him? Suing, I guess I forgave him, but later when I slept with him, I felt really disgusted. It felt like he had slept with a dirty boss. Since then, I felt uncomfortable deep down. Jang Chun, 5 minutes later, Suing sent another message. Haven't seen you in years. If you're free, let's meet up and chat. I'll treat you. Suing, are you free tonight? Jang Chun, I'm busy tonight. Suing, how about tomorrow night? Jang Chun, Suing, do you think it's inappropriate to go out alone? Jang Chun, well, you are a married woman, and given our past, going out alone together still seems inappropriate. Suing, I see. You're a good guy. What? Jang Chun was speechless. Suddenly she sent him a nice guy card. Jang Chun messaged back. What does that have to do with whether I'm a good guy or not? Suing, you think it's inappropriate to go out alone with a married woman. Someone else wouldn't think that way. Jang Chun, oh right. Suing, how about this? I'll organize a class reunion. You should come too. We can all get together and catch up with our old classmates. Jang Chun, maybe. Sometimes I'm pretty busy. Suing, that's fine. I'll pick a time when everyone's free. Jang Chun was speechless again. He already subtly indicated that he didn't want to attend the class reunion, but now she seemed determined to drag him into attending. After chatting a while longer, Jang Chun excused himself, saying he needed to get back to work and stopped messaging Suing. Just then, Qin Ran had finished cutting some fruit and carried the tray over, sitting down in front of Jang Chun. Dinner is a blind date. It'd be inconvenient bringing the kids. Qin Ran picked up a piece of fruit and held it near Jang Chun's mouth. Jang Chun took a bite, chewing as he said, you can just stay home. I'll come back after the date. Nope. Qin Ran rejected flatly. Jang Chun was speechless again. Why do you insist on coming along on my blind date? Qin Ran, what if you try to do something with her? Jang Chun frowned. You really think I'm that kind of guy? Don't forget, we've been sleeping together for days and I've barely touched you. Qin Ran listened and realized it was true. She had been sleeping beside Jang Chun every night, and although he occasionally flirted with her, he always knew exactly when to stop. Qin Ran, I just want to go with you. It's boring staying at home. Jang Chun, what about the kids? Suppose they suddenly come walking over and call me dad during the date. Qin Ran thought for a moment. I can lock them in a room and let them watch cartoons. Jang Chun, he was speechless again. They're still very young. Someone has to watch them. Qin Ran, or maybe I can get the security guard to babysit them for a bit? Jang Chun, would the guards even help you take care of the kids? Qin Ran, the real estate company that built Tianjin Garden, my investment firm has some shares in them too. Jang Chun, at 5:30 p.m., after the kids were settled, Jang Chun and Qin Ran drove to a hot pot restaurant called 520 by the canal. Upon arrival, Jang Chun and Qin Ran sat separately. It was 5:56 p.m. when a young couple approached. Jang Chun, the girl looked at him. Li Mingming. Jang Chun lifted his head to look at the young woman and then glanced at the young man next to her. Li Mingming nodded slightly, then sat down with the man beside her. This is... Jang Chun looked briefly at the man before turning to Li Mingming. Li Mingming smiled. This is Wang Kai. He's my male bestie. Bestie. Jang Chun's eyebrow lifted slightly. He had encountered girls with male best friends before. Some of those girls would hold hands, even kiss, or more. Some even slept in the same bed together. To him, these male besties always seemed disgusting. He didn't believe there was such a thing as pure friendship between men and women. Even if both people were unattractive, to become close enough to be best friends who share their hearts, there must be something attractive about the other person. In his view, relationships between girls and their male best friends were always ambiguous. We're purely friends. Hope you don't get the wrong idea. Li Mingming noticed Jiang Chen's expression and couldn't help but frown. Jiang Chen smiled. Have you ever held hands with your male bestie? Yes, Li Mingming replied calmly. Isn't it normal for female besties to hold hands? Have you ever hugged or even kissed him? Jiang Chen asked. After hearing this, Li Mingming frowned even more deeply. She stared at Jiang Chen with slight displeasure. If they're besties, you should regard each other as same-sex. Jiang Chen smiled. So that means you've hugged and kissed him too? Li Mingming. We've only kissed on the cheek, not on the lips. Jiang Chen maintained a calm expression. You have a male bestie, and I have a female buddy. Hope you don't mind. A female buddy? Li Mingming's frown deepened upon hearing this. Jiang Chen looked toward Qin Ran, who was sitting at a nearby table. Seeing this, Qin Ran walked over and sat down beside Jiang Chen. Although Qin Ran wore a mask, both Li Mingming and Wang Kai could clearly tell that she was a top-tier beauty. Jiang Chen then kissed Qin Ran on the cheek, and, turning his gaze back toward Li Mingming, lightly chuckled. I also kissed my female buddy on the cheek. I hope you don't mind. Li Mingming's face turned ugly. As for Wang Kai beside her, a barely perceptible flicker of jealousy passed through his eyes. Li Mingming stood up directly, pulling on Wang Kai's arm, her voice low and firm. We're leaving. Wang Kai didn't say anything, only glancing at Qin Ran once before departing. Ding. Congratulations, master. Check-in. Jang Chun directly interrupted the system's useless chatter. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in. Congratulations, you've obtained the secret recipe for happiness capsule. Happiness capsule description primarily treats female disinterest in marital affairs. Taking one pack significantly increases neural activity. Click to view more details. Jang Chun had a slight sweat. Previously, it was the kidney boost capsule, and now it's the happiness capsule. The system's mission is to enhance the happiness index of married couples. All the rewards obtained through check-ins, aside from the photographic memory talent, which is unrelated, are designed to improve the happiness index in marriages. This date feels even more morally confused than the previous blind dates. Qin Ran couldn't help but comment. Jang Chun merely hummed lightly in response, saying nothing more. Chapter 55. How can I tell you that you don't need to take medicine? His current state of mind was quite calm, and since he already knew beforehand that the blind date would lead to some unpleasantness, he was mentally prepared, allowing him to appear more composed when facing such situations. The two of them had hot pot together, enjoying the scenery along the canal. Plus, the name of this restaurant was 520 Hot Pot, which made Qin Ran feel that dining here was quite romantic. Though, she barely ate, spending most of the time wearing a mask to prevent being recognized. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. There are 3 more blind dates to go. After that, I hope that when I go out with you, I won't need to wear a mask anymore. Jang Chun looked at her seriously. I will keep my word. That's all I need to hear. Qin Ran didn't ask for much. She just hoped to be with Jang Chun steadily and openly. Qin Ran picked up a piece of food and dipped it in the seasoning sauce before holding it near Jang Chun's mouth. Open up. Jang Chun ate it, simply feeling that Qin Ran had changed a lot over these past 2 days. First, she smiled often. Second, she was even cuter. Third, she had become more clingy. Jang Chun glanced at her. Don't forget, we haven't officially become a couple yet. Aren't you afraid I won't take responsibility? Qin Ran looked at him calmly. If it really comes to that, I will make your life miserable for the rest of your life. Like I said before, there are some women you simply can't mess with. Jang Chun felt a slight sweat on his brow. Although Qin Ran had said it calmly, her words were laced with an undeniable hidden menace. He imagined, if he really denied their connection, Qin Ran probably would haunt him for life. After all, in a real sense, he was the first man Qin Ran had ever liked, her first love. Combining that with his past life, his daughter was already 18, while Qin Ran remained single. This implied that Qin Ran would never choose another man. If Qin Ran remained single forever, then yes, it seemed very possible that she would make his life miserable. Jang Chun asked curiously, how would you make my life miserable? Qin Ran looked at him, calmly replying, if you want to keep working, I will ensure no company hires you. If you try to start your own business, I'll make sure it runs into endless obstacles, even leading you to bankruptcy directly. Simply put, I'll ensure nothing goes smoothly for you. Jang Chun, you're forgetting I have the secret recipe for the kidney boosting capsule. With that recipe, plenty of people will want to work with me, he said. Qin Ran looked at him again. Now you mention it, you reminded me. Jang Chun, let's not talk about that anymore. Jang Chun changed the topic, recalling something. He looked at Qin Ran and voiced a doubt in his mind. Back then, we made a bet. My condition was that if I lost, I could only marry you and no one else, and you told me that you loved me. Did you ever consider whether or not I would be able to accept your 2 daughters? Qin Ran. Because the children were biologically Jang Chun's own flesh and blood, this aspect had never crossed her mind. But hearing him bring it up now, Qin Ran looked at him, and after a brief pause, replied, I honestly never thought about that question. Question mark. Jang Chun. She hadn't considered this? Jang Chun pondered. Maybe, in Qin Ran's subconscious, since the 2 girls were his biological daughters, the question was naturally overlooked. That was possible too. Would you mind? Qin Ran asked, looking at Jang Chun with curiosity. Based on Jang Chun's behavior up to this point, she hadn't sensed any rejection from him regarding the girls. Thinking about it carefully now, perhaps the reason why Jang Chun hadn't clarified their relationship with her previously had partially been due to the issue of the children. What do you think? Jang Chun flipped the question back to her. If I knew, why would I be asking you? Qin Ran said, slightly exasperated. Jang Chun smiled, but said nothing. Qin Ran saw that Jang Chun didn't reply. She was silent for about 2 minutes before looking at him and saying, I really want to know, if you'd mind or not. Jang Chun thought about it briefly before replying. Objectively speaking, an unmarried man, who has no financial or physical interest in you and hasn't developed any feelings for you, would rationally just reject you. He continued. However, once he develops feelings for you, he might accept and care for your 2 daughters. But he may also want to have a child of his own. Qin Ran stared at him. If there were a 3rd child, would you treat all 3 the same? Jang Chun met her gaze. You think I would play favorites? Qin Ran fell silent for about a minute. Then she looked at Jang Chun and said, didn't I tell you before, once we officially become a couple, I'll give you a surprise. Jang Chun looked at her. Alright then, I'll wait for this surprise. And you'd better get ready to confirm our relationship. What kind of preparations does a relationship confirmation require? Qin Ran asked, puzzled, but quickly she thought of that. Was Jang Chun wanting to have? Jang Chun glanced at her and said calmly, to confirm our relationship, shouldn't there be some sort of ceremony? Don't you need to confess your feelings to me? Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, confused. Confess? And she was the one supposed to do it? Was he kidding? Jang Chun looked at her. You don't think I should be the one confessing, do you? Qin Ran was a bit bewildered. Isn't that how it's supposed to be? Jang Chun, you were the one who liked me first, so it should be you who confesses. Qin Ran. Jang Chun didn't say anything else, finished his meal, and then went back home. On the drive home, Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran sitting in the passenger seat and asked, you didn't eat much. Want something to eat when we get back? Qin Ran. I already ate before coming. Not hungry. Jang Chun nodded slightly. Back at the villa, the 2 kids started asking all sorts of questions. Mom and Dad, where did you 2 go tonight? The kids looked visibly upset. Jang Chun pulled them both into his arms and laughed. We went to discuss business, not to play. Oh, okay then. After hearing that, the kids felt a bit better. This is for you. Jang Chun then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. What is this? Qin Ran took it and unfolded the folded paper. The formula for the happiness capsule. Read the instructions carefully. Jang Chun. Qin Ran read the main indications for the happiness capsule. Therapeutic principle. For women who show indifference in intimate matters, taking the happiness capsule can increase neural activity, thereby achieving a curative effect. Qin Ran. At first, she was shocked that Jang Chun had another formula in hand, but her attention quickly shifted. The primary indications of the happiness capsule were related to gynecological issues, and the kidney-boosting capsule he had previously shared was targeted at male-specific conditions. Both formulas were targeting the same area of health issues. After the medicine is produced, you'll take 1 box of happiness capsules. Jang Chun said at this point. Qin Ran looked at him. I don't need to take it. Don't need to. Jang Chun pulled her into his arms, kissed her cheek, his tone gentle yet teasing. How do you know you don't need it? Did your body tell you that you don't need it? How exactly did your body tell you that you don't need any medication? Chapter 56. We give each other enough sense of security. Qin Ran. Jang Chun's sure-pressed Qin Ran down onto the sofa and began kissing her lips. Gradually, Qin Ran got into the mood. 2 minutes later, Jang Chun stopped kissing and looked at Qin Ran, whose face had turned slightly red. Then he whispered into her ear. Are you sure you don't want to take the happiness capsule? Qin Ran lightly hit Jang Chun a few times with her small fists, helplessly saying, I realized, you're really naughty. Do you prefer my naughty side, or my serious and upright side? Jang Chun whispered softly. Qin Ran felt very embarrassed. There were just some things she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. Psychologically, she hoped Jang Chun would be a bit naughtier with her. If he were always overly serious and proper, it somehow felt odd. At this moment, Jang Chun leaned in again to kiss Qin Ran. Slowly, both of them became immersed in the moment. About half an hour later, Qin Ran couldn't hold back anymore and said, I'm going to take the kids to bathe. Jang Chun felt somewhat reluctant, but taking a bath was necessary. So, Qin Ran took the 2 kids to bathe, while Jang Chun went to the bathroom alone. Jang Chun finished bathing first, put on his pajamas, leaned against the headboard of the bed, and turned on the TV. Just then, his QQ notification tone rang out. He glanced at it. It was from Suing. Suing, I'm inviting you to a classmate group. Please accept. Following this, Jang Chun received a group invitation notification on QQ. Jang Chun clicked agree and entered the group. Wang Xiaoji at Jang Chun. We're planning to organize a class reunion. Come and join us. Zhang Xiaoxiao at Jang Chun. It's been many years since we last met. Let's all get together. Jang Chun did not reply immediately, but instead first checked the group members. The number of group members wasn't large, only 20 people, and many classmates weren't even in this group. As he glanced at the list of 20 people, Jang Chun's expression unconsciously became odd. Among these 20 people, several had been couples back in high school. Jang Chun knew that some of those couples had even broken up during high school. And now, under the pretense of a class reunion, would sparks fly again? Or perhaps those ex-couples each now have their own families, but if they gather again, would they do anything that betrays their respective families? Like cheating? Thinking this way, Jang Chun felt that this class reunion seemed not as dull and uninteresting as imagined. If they all gathered together, how would they feel facing their former lovers? Would the atmosphere at that time be a bit awkward? At this moment, Jang Chun sent a message in the group. When? Wang Xiaoji, are you free tomorrow night? Jang Chun, yes. Wang Xiaoji, okay, we're all available tomorrow night. How about we go to the legendary restaurant in the food court? Zhang Xiaoxiao, that works, the food there is good. Suing, alright, we'll go there at 6:20 tomorrow night. Chunwei, I should arrive a bit past 6. Yao Tingting, okay, then see you all tomorrow night. Jiang Chun, got it. At this moment, Suing sent a private message. Do you have a girlfriend now? Jiang Chun, yes. 2 minutes later, Suing replied. She must be very beautiful, right? Jiang Chun, not really. Suing, when are you planning to get married? Jiang Chun, we haven't talked about marriage yet. Suing, oh okay. At this time, Qin Ran came in with the 2 kids. Seeing Jiang Chun typing on his phone, seemingly chatting with someone, she couldn't help asking, who are you chatting with? Jiang Chun closed the chat window with Suing, then said, tomorrow night is a class reunion. I'm going to. Qin Ran immediately replied upon hearing this. Lying on the bed, Qin Ran leaned against Jiang Chun, resting her head on his shoulder, looking at Jiang Chun's phone. Jiang Chun said, it's a class reunion. They aren't bringing family members. Family members? Hearing this, Qin Ran felt warmth and sweetness in her heart. Had Jiang Chun already subconsciously regarded her as his wife? Okay, then you must come back earlier tomorrow, at the latest by 11 tonight. Qin Ran said. Jiang Chun looked at her, then pulled her into his arms. He could feel that not only did Qin Ran like him, but she also truly cared for and loved him. And this feeling, he found really nice. Judging from his thoughts at this moment, he merely wanted to spend the rest of his life peacefully with Qin Ran, happy every single day. As long as the two of them loved each other, even if every day seemed repetitive, it wouldn't feel boring. Do you know why I made you kneel and call me master when we had that bet before? Jiang Chun suddenly said. Qin Ran glanced at him. Because you're mentally twisted? A pervert. Jiang Chun didn't get angry at Qin Ran's comment. He fell silent for a moment, his expression showing a trace of something hard to describe. Then he softly said, because I've always lacked a sense of security deep down in my heart. Sense of security? Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun with a puzzled expression in her eyes. Jiang Chun nodded lightly. He said, earlier when I was going to meet someone for an arranged date, you insisted on going with me. You were afraid something might happen between me and the woman we were meeting. That mentality was due to a lack of security, and in another way, it was distrust toward me. So you insisted on going to watch me closely. No, I trust you completely. Qin Ran denied. Then why did you insist on going with me? You yourself said earlier that you were afraid something might happen between me and the woman we were meeting. Jiang Chun looked at her. Qin Ran fell silent for a while. She snuggled closer into Jiang Chun's arms and held him tightly, softly saying, I'm afraid of losing you. Jiang Chun hugged her tighter. Perhaps like this, he could let Qin Ran feel a sense of security. After a moment of silence, he softly said, deep down, you lack a sense of security, and so do I. That's why I made you kneel and call me master. Because in my mind, only if you're obedient and truly loyal, can I feel enough security. Qin Ran understood now. She finally understood why Jiang Chun made her kneel before and call him master. It all stemmed from his lack of sense of security. Do you know what happens when a couple lacks a sense of security? Jiang Chun asked, then answered his own question. His expression seemed to recall something from the past as he whispered, without a sense of security, couples will start suspecting each other. With enough suspicion, their emotions will become suppressed. When a person feels repressed, especially in a marriage, it would lead to a big fight. Qin Ran hugged Jang Chun tightly, wishing to merge completely into him. She softly said, "We give each other enough sense of security. Then there won't be any suspicions." "How would you feel secure?" Jang Chun asked. "Install a GPS tracker on you. Your phone's location should be shared with me. Also install a tracking and recording device in your watch, and it needs to be a multifunctional watch that monitors your vital signs. I want to know your location 24 hours a day and be sure that you're still alive. If you're stationary in one place and don't answer your phone, I'll start thinking crazy things, probably imagining you died in a car accident." Chapter 57. What should you call me? Qin Ran continued. "I must know your phone password, your bank card password, your WeChat and QQ passwords, all software passwords. If you go out alone with someone of the opposite sex, you must report to me in advance." Jang Chun said, "I can agree to all of that." Some people would hate being monitored by their wives, but for him, he didn't mind at all, even found it heartwarming. Because this was one of the ways to show love. When you love someone, you naturally develop a desire to control and a lack of security. Only by knowing the other person's whereabouts constantly can you feel at peace. "Tomorrow I'll go buy a tracker and install it on you," Qin Ran said. Jang Chun said, "After the next 3 blind dates. Install it after I finish them." He still had one unresolved emotional knot. After finishing things with Luna, he would fully devote himself to a new life. After hearing this, Qin Ran's face immediately darkened. Feeling angry deep down, she suppressed her anger and said in a deep voice, "I've told you before. You have obsessive-compulsive disorder. You insisted on finishing 10 blind dates. You go on your dates, and it won't stop me from dating you. Only 3 blind dates left, and it'll be over in less than 10 days. What's the difference a few days can make?" Jang Chun asked. "Give me one reason." Qin Ran's voice turned colder. "What's the connection between your dating and me installing the tracker? You can pick out the tracker first. It's not something you can choose quickly," Jang Chun replied. "Oh, and buy a few extra trackers. One can go in your watch, one in your car, and one on the kids too, to prevent them from getting lost when they play outside." After hearing this, Qin Ran softened slightly and said, "The girl's watch and backpack already have trackers." "Okay." Jang Chun hugged her and didn't speak. About a minute later, while she was still in his arms, Qin Ran softly asked, "How do you achieve a sense of security? Besides installing a tracker on you, I also want one that monitors your vital signs so I know you're still alive," Jang Chun replied. "Your demands on me are exactly the same as mine on you. Besides that." Qin Ran asked. "What else?" "Wait until the kids fall asleep," Jang Chun said. Qin Ran whispered, "You're not going to make me kneel down and call you master again, are you?" Jang Chun nodded. Qin Ran said, "I can give you enough security, but I'm a bit worried." "Worried about what?" he asked. "I'm afraid that over time, the way we interact will become distorted," Qin Ran said. "Relax, I know where to draw the line," Jang Chun replied. "Making you kneel isn't just about gaining a sense of security. It also gives me a sense of conquest. Can you understand?" Qin Ran said, "You're toxic." Jang Chun smiled, but didn't say anything. His reasons for everything he had said to Qin Ran earlier were, first, a real lack of emotional security deep inside. Second, an unconscious feeling of conquest. And third, he had seen many couples who were deeply in love at first, but became distant and dull after marriage, even getting tired of each other. He believed that if he married Qin Ran, he wouldn't feel tired afterward, because he was quite good at living. The third reason was that he wanted to gradually break into Qin Ran's heart, through leading and guiding her, slowly letting her become more and more. Perhaps one day, through his involvement, Qin Ran would begin to doubt her life choices. She used to not be like this, but why has she changed so much? At 10 p.m., the 2 children were asleep. Jang Chun gently nudged Qin Ran and softly said, "Let's go to the next room." Qin Ran pretended to be asleep, acting as if she had heard nothing. Jang Chun whispered, "Didn't you promise to give me enough sense of security? If you do this, then forget about installing the tracker. Hurry up." Jang Chun's hand reached for Qin Ran's waist, attempting to tickle her. Qin Ran didn't respond. Qin Ran sat up and looked at Jang Chun, saying, "After you have the tracker installed, then I will satisfy your sense of security. But you promised me earlier. Don't you know how serious the consequences are when married couples don't keep their word? Serious enough that—" "Stop," Qin Ran interrupted, feeling speechless and helpless. Jang Chun always liked to pressure her with moral reasoning. Jang Chun smiled and happily pulled Qin Ran out of the room. First, Jang Chun went to the fridge in the kitchen and took out a bottle of yogurt. Then he pulled Qin Ran into the adjacent room. Jang Chun sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Qin Ran standing in front of him, saying, "Not on your knees yet." "I'm waiting." Jang Chun wasn't in a rush. He was a man who knew how to live well and was full of romance. "No hurry. Slowly. Let's take our time." Qin Ran felt that if she knelt down, her Dishan, bottom line, would be trampled. Once she knelt, it might become the norm in the future. But thinking again, she realized that Jang Chun would inevitably become her husband. Since he was going to be her husband, what was wrong with making her husband happy and satisfying his desire for conquest? Wasn't that only natural? Thinking this way, Qin Ran felt it wasn't such a big deal after all. Still, she felt a bit ashamed and uneasy about it. She was silent for a moment, looking at Jang Chun, her expression turning more serious. 10 days from now, whether or not you've completed 10 blind dates, I'm installing a tracker on you." "Okay." Jang Chun agreed immediately. 10 days would be about enough. After hearing this, Qin Ran finally knelt down. Looking up slightly at Jang Chun, she asked, "Can I stand up now?" "You can only stand when I say you can," Jang Chun replied. "Qin Ran, don't go too far. I know my limits." At this moment, Jang Chun's hand fell gently on Qin Ran's head. As he lightly stroked her head, he felt his hormones stirring at that moment. "Relax," Jang Chun whispered softly as he continued stroking her head. Qin Ran had no words. Right now, everything just felt off. The scene itself looked strange. Jang Chun gazed at her and softly said, "Have you forgotten something?" Confused, Qin Ran looked at him. "When you kneel, you should call me by a certain word." Jang Chun looked at her. Chapter 58 Suing. Qin Ran hesitated for a moment mentally, thinking that since things had already reached this point and she had called him once before, besides, if she didn't say anything, Jang Chun would likely try to pressure her with all kinds of logical arguments again. like earlier, talking about how serious the consequences would be if a married couple didn't keep their word to each other. Master, Shinran finally said, feeling utterly defeated afterward. How had she become like this? How could she actually say something like that? It was completely inconsistent with her image. Hearing this, Jang Chun couldn't help but let a slight smile surface on his face. Then he opened the lid of the yogurt bottle he had brought earlier and looked at Shinran gently. Thirsty? A little. Lift your head, open your mouth. He brought the yogurt bottle to her lips. Jang Chun fed Shinran as she drank. Once this is finished, we'll be done. Shinran felt incredibly embarrassed. Did he find this amusing? Why did it feel like he was treating her like a baby? She only wanted this to end sooner. Soon enough, she finished an entire bottle of yogurt. My knees feel a bit uncomfortable. Shinran looked down briefly, then turned to look at Jang Chun. Jang Chun lightly caressed her head, speaking softly. Alright then, get up. Hearing this, Shinran finally stood up. She looked at Jang Chun and suddenly felt annoyed, her hand moving to his waist and pinching hard. Ouch! Jang Chun hurriedly removed her hand. She really didn't hold back. TSK, serves you right. Saying this, Shinran quickly slipped away. After all, they were the only two in the room. What if Jang Chun followed her to the bedroom, carefully not making any noise, afraid to wake the two kids. He embraced Shinran softly, whispering, good night. Shinran didn't say anything, falling asleep in Jang Chun's arms. The next morning when they woke up, Jang Chun kissed Shinran lightly, looking at her exquisite face. Did you sleep well last night? Alright, tired anymore? Jang Chun asked. A little. Then sleep for a while longer, Jang Chun said. Keep me company a little longer, Shinran replied. The two closed their eyes. Shinran snuggled closer into Jang Chun's chest and felt very comfortable. Until 7 o'clock. The sleepiness from both finally fully faded. Give me a kiss, Jang Chun said. So Shinran kissed him briefly. Mom, Dad, can you guys stop kissing each other all day long? Shin Jinyan couldn't help but complain nearby. Yeah, always kissing. Shin Ziyin looked a bit displeased at Shinran. Also, every time I wake up these days, I'm not in Dad's arms anymore. Always already taken by Mom. Hearing that, Jang Chun couldn't help but smile and pulled the two children into his arms. Alright now? Shin Ziyin turned her face away. Have you been kissing Mom every day recently? Does that mean you don't love me anymore? Yeah, Shin Jinyan joined in agreement. Jang Chun indulgently kissed both of their little faces. Better? Not yet, both kids replied. Smooch after smooch. After a few more kisses, finally, the two kids burst into laughter. After some playful moments, Shinran took the two girls to get cleaned up, while Jang Chun brushed his teeth and washed up, heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast afterward. When breakfast was ready, the four sat down to eat together. Mom, Dad, where are we going to play today? Shin Jinyan asked. Shinran looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said, how about the zoo? Great. The two kids were very excited. During the daytime, they basically played around the zoo all day, only returning around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jang Chun said to Shinran, I have a class reunion tonight. I won't be eating at home. Shinran leaned against his shoulder, somewhat reluctant. If possible, she truly wanted to be with Jang Chun for 24 hours straight, but she also knew that wasn't realistic. I must see you before 11 tonight, Shinran said. Jang Chun chuckled, embracing her. Getting so attached? I heard some guys dislike clingy girls. Do you hate it? Shinran asked. Jang Chun smiled. Not at all. Then good, Shinran replied. They lingered around until 5:30 p.m. when Shin Jinyan finally couldn't bear to watch anymore, blurting out, Mom and Dad, I'm hungry. Me too, Shin Ziyin added. Hearing this, Jang Chun laughed. Okay then, Dad will go cook. No, Shinran looked at him. You play with the kids for a bit. I'll cook. Just let me know when you leave. Alright, Shinran headed to the kitchen, while Jang Chun stayed to play with the two kids. At around 6 o'clock, Jang Chun told Shinran, I'll leave now. Come back early, Shinran said. Okay, Jang Chun replied. Dad, where are you going? The two kids looked curiously at Jang Chun. Dad needs to go out for something. I'll be back once I finish, Jang Chun said, ruffling the two kids' hair before leaving. He drove off toward the food court. Roughly 20 minutes later, he arrived at the parking area of the food court. Just then, his QQ message tone rang. It was from Suing. Suing, have you left already? I just arrived at the parking area of the food court. Jang Chun, I just arrived too, at the parking area. Suing, so coincidental. What color car are you driving? What's your license plate number? Jang Chun was speechless. Don't you see it when you get out of the car? Jang Chun got out of the car and scanned the parking lot with his eyes, finally settling on a tall, fair-skinned girl wearing a white long dress. She stood out significantly compared to the passersby. When the girl in the white dress looked over, she couldn't help but glance with surprise when she spotted Jang Chun. It had been 6 or 7 years since they last saw each other, and Jang Chun now appeared much more mature. And even more handsome. Suing walked over, and so did Jang Chun. You've become more mature after so many years. Suing smiled at Jang Chun, memories involuntarily surfacing of the moment they broke up. Their breakup had been rather sudden. It had been just a small argument that escalated into a fight, and in anger, they broke up. After deleting each other's contacts, she kept waiting for Jang Chun to add her back on QQ, waiting for him to soothe her, to apologize. But after that breakup, Jang Chun never added her back on QQ again. Deep in her heart, she stubbornly refused to give in first. She would absolutely not make the first move. And so, everything grew cold. At that time, she felt really hurt inside. After all, they had broken up before, argued before, yet always managed to reconcile. Why, this time, everything had ended completely. Jang Chun nodded lightly, looking at her. You've matured as well. By the way, how old is your child? Suing, 2 years old. Jang Chun showed slight surprise. From the look of it, Suing had married quite early. Jang Chun nodded again lightly. Let's go. Suing softly hummed in agreement and followed Jang Chun toward the location of the classmate reunion dinner. Chapter 59. She's probably still in his heart, right? Inside a private room at the legendary restaurant located on the second floor of the food court. At this moment, there were already quite a few people inside the private room. When Jang Chun and Suing entered the room, everyone's eyes naturally turned towards the two of them. Seeing that they had come in together, people couldn't help but start speculating. Back in high school, Jang Chun and Su-Ying had been a couple. Now showing up together, was it just a coincidence, or had the two gotten back together? Jang Chun, Su-Ying, you two look quite different after all these years, Wang Xiaoji smiled. So now you two are. Wang Xiaoji wanted to ask if they were in a romantic relationship, but he hesitated. If he asked outright and they weren't actually dating, it might get awkward. Jang Chun lightly smiled as he replied, I ran into Su-Ying by chance at the parking lot, so we came here together. Hearing that, people began thinking again. Jang Chun said it was a chance meeting with Su-Ying at the parking lot. Normally, if Jang Chun and Su-Ying were in a romantic relationship, they probably would have arranged to come together beforehand. But Jang Chun mentioned a chance meeting, which implied that they might not be a couple right now. Wang Xiaoji smiled again. Well, have a seat. Oh, by the way, Jang Chun, are you married yet? Not yet. Jang Chun smiled slightly. Yao Tingting looked at Jang Chun and smiled. But you probably have a girlfriend already, right? I do, Jang Chun replied. Hearing that, Yao Tingting glanced at Su-Ying and asked, how about you? Are you married yet? Su-Ying smiled softly. Yes, for 2 years now, and I have a 2-year-old child. Yao Tingting looked surprised. Already has a 2-year-old? You married quite early. Su-Ying lightly smiled again. Not too early. How about you? Yao Tingting smiled. I got married last year, and I finished my postpartum period not long ago. The conversation continued casually. After chatting for about an hour, Jang Chun noticed that among all the people present, nearly all the women were married, except for just one. Out of the 10 men, only 5 were married. Lu Yun, do you have a partner yet? Yao Tingting turned to the Lu Yun beside her with a smile. Among the 10 girls here today, you're the only one who's still single. If you don't have a boyfriend, we can help match you with someone. All right. Chunwei, do you have a partner yet? Remembering something, Yao Tingting turned to Chunwei. In high school, Chunwei and Lu Yun had been a couple. If Chunwei was still single, she wouldn't mind playing matchmaker for the two. Chunwei felt a bit awkward upon hearing the question. In high school, he and Lu Yun had been in a romantic relationship, and now Yao Tingting was asking Lu Yun first if she had a boyfriend, then asking him. It was pretty obvious that she wanted to get the two of them back together. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chunwei answered Yao Tingting, not yet. And you, Lu Yun, do you have a boyfriend? After hearing Chunwei's response, Yao Tingting seemed more excited as she turned to Lu Yun. Lu Yun blushed slightly. She had already figured out that Yao Tingting was trying to match her with Chunwei. I don't have a boyfriend either, Lu Yun replied softly. After hearing that, Yao Tingting couldn't help but grin, especially when she saw the expressions on both Chunwei and Lu Yun's faces. It seemed that there was indeed potential for them to get back together. You and Chunwei look like a married couple. Really, Yao Tingting smiled. All right, weren't you two dating before? Did you break up for some major reason? If not, getting back together might be a great idea. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel nervous, and faint sweat appeared on her forehead. Chunwei also felt uneasy, breaking into a cold sweat. If you broke up not for any major reason, maybe you two can get to know each other again. Wang Xiaoji grinned. Chunwei, let's switch seats. You should talk more with Lu Yun. Yao Tingting glanced meaningfully at Chunwei. Seeing that Yao Tingting had already walked over beside him and insisted on switching seats, Chunwei really didn't have much choice but to switch. So he sat beside Lu Yun. Seeing this, others began teasingly encouraging them. Chunwei, do you even have a brain? Can't you see Lu Yun is sweating? Why don't you take a napkin and wipe it off for her? No, I can do it myself. Lu Yun became even more nervous. Chunwei, you really are a pig. Lu Yun's reaction clearly shows she still likes you. Yao Tingting said in frustration, scolding him harshly. Chunwei was sweating heavily. Yao Tingting had made him extremely uncomfortable, but he, too, felt that Lu Yun might still have feelings for him. After a short pause, Chunwei took out a napkin and looked toward Lu Yun gently. Can I wipe your sweat? Lu Yun replied nervously. No, I can handle it myself. Chunwei, you're truly an idiot. Just wipe it for Lu Yun already instead of asking. Yao Tingting was exasperated and couldn't help but curse him in irritation. Chunwei looked at Lu Yun, slightly sweating. You, don't move. Lu Yun. Chunwei gently wiped the sweat off Lu Yun's forehead and face with the napkin. At this moment, Lu Yun's face turned red. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she said softly, thank you. Chunwei, do you want a girlfriend? Yao Tingting smiled at Chunwei. Chunwei, if you do, just listen to me. Kiss Lu Yun directly, and she'll be yours. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it for the rest of your life. When Yao Tingting finished the last sentence, she couldn't help glancing at Wang Xiaoji sitting across the table. Wang Xiaoji noticed Yao Tingting's gaze and fell silent involuntarily. Hearing Yao Tingting's words, Chunwei also fell silent. Everyone present were former classmates. He knew that Yao Tingting and Wang Xiaoji used to be a couple, and now Yao Tingting was married while Wang Xiaoji remained single. Was the regret Yao Tingting referring to actually pointing to Wang Xiaoji? It didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that he didn't want to regret for the rest of his life. Chunwei's hand slowly moved toward Lu Yun's, then firmly grabbed it. Seeing this, Lu Yun struggled slightly at first, but then stopped resisting. Wow, Chunwei, you're quite bold. You already held Lu Yun's hand so fast. Sun Yuan, who was sitting right beside Chunwei, saw everything clearly. Everyone turned curiously to look after hearing this. Not bad. Chunwei, very good. Yao Tingting walked up to Chunwei and patted his shoulder. Don't forget to invite me to your wedding banquet. I will. Chunwei felt truly grateful inside. If it weren't for Yao Tingting, he wouldn't know whether he and Lu Yun could have reconciled. At this moment, Lu Yun's face was flushed red. She didn't know what to say. Watching this scene, Su Ying's eyes flickered with unusual emotion. She looked toward Jang Chun. If back in the day she hadn't broken up with him, perhaps the two of them would have married and had children by now. Jang Chun probably still had her in his heart, right? If he truly didn't have her in his heart anymore, why did Jang Chun try to enter her QQ space that day? Unless she had accidentally logged into QQ and noticed a blocked visitor, she would have thought that Jang Chun had already forgotten her long ago. Chapter 60. Can I see a photo of your girlfriend? She felt that Jang Chun still had a place for her in his heart. If only she hadn't gotten married. Although during the early days of her marriage, she had truly loved her husband, since discovering that he had been having affairs at the club, a rift had grown between them. She believed that Jang Chun wouldn't be someone who frequents such clubs. Previously, when she had tried to meet up with Jang Chun alone, he had politely declined her invitation. that showed her that Jang Chun wasn't the kind of man who played around recklessly. If she had married Jang Chun instead, he would never betray her. But she was already married. Jang Chun noticed the way Su-Ying was looking at him, so he glanced at her briefly, then quickly looked away. Just then, Jang Chun's WeChat sent out a notification sound. Jang Chun glanced at it. It was a message from Qin-ran. Qin-ran, how's the class reunion going? Jang Chun, still talking. Qin-ran, don't forget, you have to be home before 11 tonight. Jang Chun, what if I can't make it back? Qin-ran, you dare? Jang Chun sent a smiley. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll be home before 11. If you get tired, go to sleep first. Qin-ran, I can't sleep unless you come back. Jang Chun, alright then, I'll try to return early. Qin-ran, not try must. Jang Chun, okay, must. Qin-ran, much better. Oh, and take some pictures of your class reunion. Jang Chun, why? Qin-ran, I heard that during class reunions after a long time apart, some classmates can't help showing off their cars or their careers. Jang Chun, no one's showing off yet. Qin-ran, that means your classmates are relatively down to earth. Jang Chun, Qin-ran, I hadn't finished speaking earlier. I've also heard that in some class reunions, romantic feelings between male and female classmates may rekindle. For example, couples who broke up but then reignited their old flame during a reunion. I want to see how many female classmates there are at your reunion. Jang Chun, Qin-ran, what's the meaning of sending ellipses? Jang Chun, I just don't know what to say. Qin-ran, take some photos of your class reunion and send them to me. Jang Chun, Jang Chun took several photos. In all of them, he deliberately omitted Su-Ying. Previously, when Qin-ran checked his QQ space, she had seen Su-Ying's photo, so if she saw it again, she might suspect something. Qin-ran, how many people are at the reunion? Jang Chun, 20 altogether, including me. Qin-ran, there's only 18 people in the photos. Even adding you in makes 19. Where's the 20th? Jang Chun, Qin-ran, let me check. Oh, the seat by the window appears empty. You didn't include that person. Jang Chun, you don't trust me. Qin-ran, I do trust you. I just want to see what that missing person looks like. Jang Chun, what's the big deal about that? Qin-ran, if you talk this much but still don't send a photo, that only raises more suspicion. Jang Chun, Qin-ran, are you going to take the photo or not? Jang Chun, fine, I'll take it. Jang Chun glanced over at Su-Ying. Previously, Qin-ran had seen Su-Ying's picture in his QQ space, but those had been taken 6 or 7 years ago, and Qin-ran hadn't stared at the photo for very long. Her memory shouldn't be too clear. Besides, Su-Ying had dressed up carefully today. Qin-ran probably wouldn't recognize her. But what if she did? He needed to be prepared for either possibility. Jang Chun then took out his phone, snapped a photo of Su-Ying from a distance, and sent it to Qin-ran. On the other end, Qin-ran stared at the photo sent by Jang Chun. It looked familiar. She thought hard, then remembered the photo she had seen one day in Jang Chun's QQ space. Although those pictures had looked younger and more immature, since it was Jang Chun's first love, she had kept a deep impression of that photo. Qin-ran's expression darkened. No wonder Jang Chun had hesitated about taking the photo. His first love was there. Was he afraid that she would suspect something? Or did he have other ulterior motives? Qin-ran glanced at her 2 daughters watching cartoons, then stood up, changed into different clothes, locked the bedroom door tightly. Then, she opened a phone application connected to the GPS tracking device inside Jang Chun's car. This tracker had originally been installed by her secretary. After she had told Ning Ruoyan not to investigate Jang Chun anymore, she had asked for the login details of the tracker in Jang Chun's car. Location, the parking lot of the food court plaza. Qin-ran left the villa, got into her car, and fastened her seatbelt. She sent a message to Jang Chun. Just make sure you're back before 11 tonight, or I will be very angry. Jang Chun, okay. Jang Chun exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Qin-ran hadn't recognized Su-Ying. Otherwise, she would have been furious again. About 20 minutes later, Yao Tingting suggested, how about we go KTV? Great idea. Wang Xiaoji replied. Sounds good. Chenwei agreed. Lu Yun. Sure. Su-Ying. Yao Tingting smiled and said, my husband is on a business trip. I can stay out as late as I want tonight. Will any of you get pressured to go home too late? Su-Ying. My husband is on a business trip too. Li Miao Miao. My husband went back to his hometown. Chen Lily. I'll stay until at most 11. Jiang Chun. I have to leave at 10:20. Yao Tingting looked at Jiang Chun curiously. 10:20? Are you cohabiting with your girlfriend? Jiang Chun lightly nodded. Yao Tingting laughed. Alright then. Let's go sing some karaoke. Everyone stood up. Su-Ying glanced at Jiang Chun, her eyes showing a bit of disappointment. So he really was cohabiting with his girlfriend. He had to leave by 10:20? After paying the bill, the group headed to a nearby KTV. It wasn't far, only 800 meters away, so they walked. Chen Wei and Lu Yun walked separately, holding hands. Yao Tingting naturally walked beside Wang Xiaoji and began chatting with him. Sun Yuan and Chen Lily walked together. Almost everyone had paired off with their former partner. In the end, only Jiang Chun and Su-Ying were left. Su-Ying walked slowly, her expression showing deep thought. She remained silent for about 20 seconds before glancing at Jiang Chun beside her and quietly asking, after we broke up from that argument, why didn't you add me back on QQ? Why didn't you try to get back together with me? Jiang Chun felt no emotion inside. He replied indifferently. Breaking up too many times was just too exhausting. Su-Ying was quiet for a moment before softly speaking. After we broke up, did you ever feel the urge to add me back on QQ? Jiang Chun, I did. But I didn't. Silence again. Then Su-Ying whispered, I'm not happy now. Question mark. Jiang Chun looked at her. After a moment, she spoke. My husband betrayed me. I'm feeling terrible. I wanted you to stay with me tonight, have a drink, chat a bit. Would that be okay? Jiang Chun slightly shook his head. I have a girlfriend now. Hearing this, Su-Ying felt a deep sense of loss inside. She had already hinted clearly. If Jiang Chun had stayed with her tonight, anything could have happened. But he declined her. Was it because she wasn't attractive anymore? Or was it that Jiang Chun truly loved his girlfriend? Can I see your girlfriend's photo? Su-Ying finally asked after a moment of silence. Chapter 61. Your girlfriend looks like the richest man in our city, Jiang. Jiang Chun lightly shook his head. There's nothing worth watching. Su-Ying didn't say anything, and Jiang Chun politely declined her again. Jiang Chun glanced at Su-Ying, but said nothing. The implication behind her words was clear enough for anyone to understand. If this was his past life, he wouldn't have minded having something happen with Su-Ying. Back then, his marriage was already ruined, so it didn't matter whether he was loyal or not. He just wanted to do whatever made him happy. At that time, facing a married woman like Su Ying would indeed stimulate his hormones. But now, things were different. Although he wasn't married now and hadn't formally confirmed a relationship with Qin Ran, in their hearts they were already boyfriend and girlfriend. Whether they officially confirmed it didn't really matter. Since he acknowledged Qin Ran, he wouldn't do anything to betray her. Moreover, if he did something that betrayed Qin Ran, and she found out, then it would be completely over between them. Although previously he had made Qin Ran kneel on the ground and call him master. But all of that was based on love. It was based on the premise that he wouldn't betray her. If he betrayed her, Qin Ran would definitely turn on him. That was beyond doubt. Jang Chun. At this moment, a voice came from behind, filled with anger and icy coldness, immediately giving people a sense of her fury. Hearing this voice, everyone involuntarily turned around. As for Jang Chun, when he heard this voice, his heart beat slightly faster. He turned around and saw Qin Ran walking toward him, her face frozen and her eyes filled with rage. Her face cold, her eyes full of icy chill. She seemed like she could devour him alive. Step by step, she approached Jang Chun, her gaze darting between him and Su Ying. She had arrived earlier and had been watching from behind. Seeing Jang Chun walk and chat with Su Ying made her extremely angry. Even if another woman had been walking and chatting with Jang Chun, she would have been upset, but not nearly as angry as she was now. She was furious because Su Ying was Jang Chun's first love. When Qin Ran finally stood before Jang Chun, she shot him a cold glance before focusing on Su Ying with icy eyes. I've seen your photo before. You're Jang Chun's first love, right? Su Ying's face slightly paled, clearly flustered. She hadn't expected Jang Chun's girlfriend to show up here. Su Ying clenched her teeth and said, I just talked with Jang Chun for a bit. Nothing happened. Plus, I'm married. I have a husband. At this moment, Yao Tingting and others gathered over as well. They looked at Qin Ran. Although she was wearing a mask, her silhouette and the bit of her face visible revealed she was a goddess-level beauty. Yao Tingting quickly tried to smooth things over. She looked at Qin Ran with a smile and said, So you're Jang Chun's girlfriend? When we were eating earlier, Jang Chun said he had a girlfriend, but I never imagined you would be this beautiful in person. Yeah, sis, it's not what you're thinking. Please don't be angry. Qin Wei chimed in. Lu Yan also added, Don't be angry, really, it's not what you think. Qin Ran glanced at them, and finally looked at Jang Chun, her eyes icy cold. Not going to explain? Jang Chun was slightly sweaty. Can we talk about this after we go home? Qin Ran stared at him and finally looked at the others. Where are you all going? Yao Tingting smiled happily. We were going to go sing some songs. Why don't you join us? Qin Ran, all right. Yao Tingting hadn't expected Qin Ran to actually agree to go with them. She had thought Qin Ran would drag Jang Chun straight back home. Yao Tingting smiled brightly again. Okay then, let's go together. Qin Ran's arrival completely changed the atmosphere at the scene. Earlier, everyone had been in couples, but now the men walked on one side and the women on the other. They dared not walk too close together, fearing another sudden appearance of someone's wife or husband. Jang Chun and Qin Ran walked at the very back. Her face was slightly cold, and it was obvious she was angry. Jang Chun looked at her and softly said, Really, I didn't do anything with her. You heard it yourself. She's married now, with a husband and a 2-year-old child. Qin Ran coldly replied. But these days, extramarital affairs aren't uncommon. Jang Chun sweated slightly. That's other people. Qin Ran, still wearing a cold expression, asked, What were you talking about as you walked together? Jang Chun wiped a bit of sweat from his brow. Let me explain first. It wasn't that I wanted to walk with her. Everyone else paired off first, leaving only me and Su Ying, so we had to walk together. Jang Chun continued. She asked me why. After breaking up with her back then, I didn't add her QQ, and why I didn't try to get back together with her. Qin Ran slightly raised her eyebrows, looked at Jang Chun, and coldly said, Earlier you said you forgot why you broke up? Jang Chun sweated a bit. Who would talk about past relationships in front of their current girlfriend? Unless one's brain is full of water. Tell me. Qin Ran said indifferently. Jang Chun hesitated for a moment before speaking. I dated her for over 2 years. During those 2 years, we broke up more than 10 times. The constant breaking up and getting back together was exhausting. The final time was over a small argument, after which we parted ways and blocked each other on QQ. At the time, I felt emotionally drained and somewhat numb, so we finally ended it completely. Jang Chun looked at her. There's nothing else, really. Don't misunderstand. If you don't believe me, I can show you the chat history. Jang Chun took out his phone, opened QQ, found the chat records with Su Ying, and then handed the phone to Qin Ran. Qin Ran slowly read through the chat history. When she saw that Su Ying had wanted to meet Jang Chun alone, her expression turned even colder. When she saw that Jang Chun had politely declined Su Ying's invitation, her mood improved slightly. After finishing reading the entire chat history, Qin Ran's face remained cool as she looked towards Su Ying's back, her eyes revealing a hint of icy coldness. Jang Chun had been carefully observing Qin Ran's expression, noticing her gaze fixed on Su Ying, showing a trace of hostility. Jang Chun placed his arm on Qin Ran's shoulder, coaxing, I'm wrong, okay? Qin Ran glanced at him but didn't say anything. By the time they entered the private KTV room, typically, the girls sat together and the guys sat together. Chen Wei and Lu Yun, who had just reconciled, were seated together. Jang Chun and Qin Ran sat together. Huh. Yao Tingting looked toward Qin Ran and suddenly felt something familiar. Jang Chun, the way your girlfriend wears her mask, she kind of looks like our city Jiangning's richest man, Qin Ran. Upon hearing Yao Tingting's words, the others couldn't help but look at Qin Ran as well. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that Jang Chun's girlfriend really did resemble the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. Earlier outside, under dim street lights at night, they had merely thought Qin Ran was very beautiful. But now, under sufficient indoor lighting, yeah, she does look quite alike, Lu Yun said. Cough. Can you take off your mask? Yao Tingting was curious to see what Qin Ran would look like without the mask. Hearing this, Qin Ran said nothing. She glanced at Su Ying sitting on the other side, and then slowly removed her mask. Chapter 62. Who asked you anyway? F** King Hell. F** King Hell. When everyone present finally recognized Qin Ran's face, one after another they couldn't help but blurt out, F** King Hell. Yao Tingting and others were now experiencing massive emotional turmoil inside. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that Jiang Chun's girlfriend was actually Qin Ran. Recently, a massive amount of personal information about Qin Ran had been exposed online. Everyone knew that at such a young age, she was already in control of 2 highly influential companies. Everyone knew that her company had developed a cancer treatment drug that was leading the world. Now, there were already huge numbers of Qin Ran fans appearing online, and they had been elevated to national goddess status by netizens. Yet they never imagined that the husband Qin Ran had mentioned during a journalist interview would actually be their classmate Jang Chun. You Qin Ran? Yao Tingting's voice was a bit shaky as she looked at Qin Ran, her eyes revealing undeniable shock. The people present were all wearing shocked expressions, their gazes focused on Qin Ran. Qin Ran made a light affirmative sound. She glanced at Su Ying, who was staring back with a stunned look, and finally felt a bit better inside. She had revealed her face deliberately as a warning to Su Ying. This man was hers, and no one was allowed to covet him. She hoped to squash any inappropriate thoughts immediately. When Su Ying met Qin Ran's gaze, she could clearly feel the warning embedded within it. Su Ying's face slightly paled. She lowered her head and remained silent. At 10 o'clock, Jang Chun and Qin Ran left first. Each drove one car back to the villa. Qin Ran's face remained somewhat cold. Seeing this, Jang Chun pulled her into his arms and asked, still angry. Qin Ran pushed him away and coldly said, sleep alone tonight. Qin Ran walked into her room and locked the door from the inside. Jang Chun helplessly sighed. He had attended this class reunion mainly because the attendees used to be couples. He wanted to see if this reunion might be somehow different from usual. He really hadn't planned for anything to happen between him and Su Ying. Jang Chun went into his room and took a shower first. After finishing, he sent a message to Qin Ran. I attended the class reunion mainly because most attendees used to be couples. I wanted to see if this gathering might differ from normal ones. Honestly, I never intended for anything to happen between me and Su Ying. Qin Ran, don't mention the name Su Ying to me. Jang Chun, won't mention. After a minute passed, Qin Ran messaged, 20 people total. I checked. 10 males and 10 females, all ex-couples originally. Jang Chun, yeah? Qin Ran, who organized this gathering? Jang Chun, the 2 words you told me not to mention. Qin Ran, during the gathering, what happened? Did any of them try to start extramarital affairs? Jang Chun slightly perspired. Felt something was off, but I don't know if they really started affairs or not. Qin Ran, from what I saw, Su Ying seemed pretty eager to have an affair. Jang Chun, but I wouldn't do anything with her. Qin Ran, why? Jang Chun, because I have you. Qin Ran, humph. Jang Chun, seriously, if I were lying, may I suffer consequences? Qin Ran, humph. Jang Chun sent a sweat-wiping emoji. Can we skip the humph for once? About a minute later, Qin Ran sent another message. Are all those guys from the gathering guys who visited clubs to receive services? She had previously checked Jiang Chun's chat records with Su Ying, where it mentioned Su's husband had betrayed her, visiting a club 3 times for services. Jiang Chun slightly perspired. I honestly don't know. Probably only a minority. Do you really think I would visit clubs? Qin Ran, how would I know? Jiang Chun, my self-control is quite strong. You should have noticed already. I had many opportunities to do something with you, but I never truly went through with anything. Qin Ran, I'm curious. Why did you kiss me, hold me, sleep beside me, yet never go further? Qin Ran didn't think there was anything physically wrong with Jiang Chun because she had clearly sensed he was normal. Jiang Chun, for fun. Qin Ran, fun? Jiang Chun, isn't it fun? Qin Ran, not fun at all. Jiang Chun sent another sweat-wiping emoji. Then why bring it up? After about a minute passed, Qin Ran messaged, come here. Jiang Chun, to your room? Qin Ran, forget it, I'll go to yours. The kid is asleep. Jiang Chun sent a grinning emoji. Alright. About 10 seconds later, the door was pushed open and Qin Ran walked in. Jiang Chun smiled at her, not angry anymore. Qin Ran's face remained slightly cool as she held out her hand. Give me your phone. Jiang Chun stared at her. What do you want my phone for? Check your bills. Let me see if you've ever consumed services at any club. Qin Ran said coldly. Jiang Chun slightly perspired. He replied, I have consumed at clubs, but not for services. I only went there to take a simple shower, do some steam therapy, maybe play some card games like Guandao with friends. After hearing this, Qin Ran's expression turned even colder. She stared at Jiang Chun and said, give me your phone. Jiang Chun handed his phone to Qin Ran. Qin Ran sat on the edge of the bed flipping through Jiang Chun's WeChat payment records. Payment, 49 renminbi at Nanjing Spa. Payment, 43 renminbi at Lishu Hot Spring. Payment, 49 renminbi at Kelly Hot Spring. Qin Ran flipped through them one by one, mainly checking payments related to clubs. But while checking the club bills, she also noticed other payments. For example, payment, 109 renminbi at City 168 Hotel. Payment, 178 renminbi at Jiangnan Inn. Payment, 298 renminbi at Vienna Hotel. Seeing this, Qin Ran's expression naturally grew colder. Jiang Chun slightly sweated again. My records at the clubs are all normal. Taking a simple shower costs 49 renminbi already. I didn't even get a body scrub. That would cost more than 100 RMB. Qin Ran coldly said, what about those hotel room charges? Jiang Chun. After a moment's pause, Jiang Chun looked at her. Is it really worth getting angry over things in the past? Qin Ran gave him a look. If it were you, would you feel comfortable? Jiang Chun fell silent. I'm very angry right now. Qin Ran, how can I calm you down? Jiang Chun looked at her. Get down on your knees so I can pat your head. Qin Ran. Jiang Chun slightly sweated and wordlessly looked at her. A man's knees are made of gold. It's not good to kneel, right? Then why do you think it's normal for me to kneel for you to pat my head? Qin Ran looked at him. A man's knees are made of gold. Kneel down and let me pat your head, and I'll give you 1 million. Jiang Chun, not kneeling. 2 million. Qin Ran, not kneeling. Jiang Chun, 10 million. Qin Ran, this isn't about money, Jiang Chun said. Qin Ran scoffed coldly. She stood up, placed her hand on Jiang Chun's head, and gently patted it. Jiang Chun looked at her. Is it really that fun for you? You mind my business? Qin Ran patted Jiang Chun's head again, and couldn't help feeling a special kind of sensation surge inside her. No wonder Jiang Chun liked having her kneel. He must feel this intense sense of control when he pats her head like this. Now that she was the one touching his head, she also felt a strong sense of dominance. Chapter 63 Buying for my husband. For some reason, she seemed to really enjoy this sense of control. Qin-ran thought for a moment. Was it possible that Jang Chun's relationship with Su-ing had made her feel insecure? So she wanted Jang Chun to become more obedient? But even so, something still felt a bit off. Jang Chun was speechless. Have you calmed down yet? Qin-ran glanced at him, then took his phone and opened QQ. She looked at him and said, delete Su-ing. Any problem? I guess she won't contact you in the future anyway. Jang Chun. Okay. Jang Chun replied. After Qin-ran deleted Su-ing, she looked at Jang Chun and said, come with me to buy some stuff tomorrow. Okay. Jang Chun responded. Qin-ran said nothing else. She tossed the phone back to Jang Chun and walked out of the room. Jang Chun. Just like that, she left. Jang Chun sent her a message. Aren't you the one who said you can't sleep unless you sleep with me? Qin-ran. That was when I said you wouldn't come back. I didn't say I couldn't sleep if I didn't sleep with you. Jang Chun. I want to hold you while we sleep. Qin-ran. I don't want to. Jang Chun. You're really getting into it. Women really shouldn't be spoiled. Qin-ran. Up to you. Jang Chun. Jang Chun. You told me to go with you tomorrow to buy something. What is it? Qin-ran. To buy you some clothes. You don't have many sets to wear. Jang Chun. Oh okay. Qin-ran. The belts I buy will have GPS tracking. I'll also buy you a watch with tracking capability. Jang Chun. Qin-ran. Any objections? Jang Chun. No. Qin-ran. If not, then go to sleep. Jang Chun got up and went to the adjacent room. He found the door unlocked and entered. Qin-ran looked at the entering Jang Chun quietly and whispered, who told you to come in? Without a word, Jang Chun got into bed and hugged Qin-ran to sleep. Qin-ran. Shoo, the child is asleep. Don't make noise and wake the kid up. Jang Chun whispered. Qin-ran. You want me to go to the other room to sleep? Jang Chun whispered. Qin-ran. No. Jang Chun. Then come here. I want to be with you. Qin-ran. You didn't take the opportunity when you had it before. I'm not in the mood now. Jang Chun. Jang Chun held her quietly without saying anything else. He simply enjoyed the feeling of hugging Qin-ran. Qin-ran also remained silent. Eventually, the two of them gradually fell asleep. The next morning, at breakfast, Qin Jinyan asked, Mommy and Daddy, where are we going to play today? Qin-ran looked at her and said, we'll just walk around the mall and buy a few sets of clothes for you. Okay. The two kids nodded. After breakfast, they drove to a nearby mall. As usual, Qin-ran wore a mask. Jang Chun and the kids didn't. As soon as they entered the mall, they began shopping for clothes. Try this one on. And this one. This one too. In an hour, Jang Chun had tried on 10 sets of clothes and was slightly overwhelmed. Pack up these 10 sets. Qin-ran told the shop owner. Upon hearing that, the owner beamed with a smile. Sure. Young lady, you truly love your husband. Personally choosing clothes for him and buying 10 sets at once. Qin-ran smiled slightly and didn't say anything. The owner turned to Jang Chun and smiled. You really hit the jackpot, finding such a good wife. Yeah, my wife is great, isn't she? Jang Chun smiled. She's not just great, she's excellent. The owner smiled and gave a thumbs up. Jang Chun smiled as well. He felt the same. After finishing buying the clothes, Jang Chun had a light sweat. His hands were full of shopping bags. Then they headed to a belt store. A salesperson came over and smiled at Qin-ran. Hello, may I ask whether you're buying a belt for yourself or for your husband? Qin-ran. For my husband. The salesperson laughed. You're doing it right. When a wife buys a belt for her husband, it keeps the pants tight and stops the husband from straying around. Upon hearing this, Qin-ran became more interested. So buying a belt for her husband also carried this meaning? Qin-ran. Do you have any belts with GPS tracking devices? Salesperson. The salesperson paused. Tracking device? Was this young lady that uneasy about her husband? After a brief pause, the salesperson quickly smiled. Yes, let me show you. 20 minutes later, Qin-ran had chosen 6 belts. 3 were for herself, and 3 were for Jang Chun. All 6 belts had GPS tracking. She wouldn't only monitor Jang Chun's movements, but also allow him to track her. After paying, they walked out. Qin-ran glanced at Jang Chun and said, throw away all your old belts later and use the new ones. Jang Chun, Mommy, you promised to buy us clothes. The two kids looked up at Qin-ran. For such a long time, she had been buying clothes for their dad, as if she had completely forgotten about them. Now let's go buy us some clothes. Qin-ran. Okay. The two kids nodded. The entire morning was filled with shopping. It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the morning that they returned home. Jang Chun then went to prepare lunch. During lunch, Jang Chun's phone beeped with a WeChat notification. Jang Chun checked. It was from his mom. Jang's mom. Tomorrow at 11, there's a blind date at Biyun building. Jang Chun thought for a moment. This would be his 8th blind date, bringing him closer to reaching 10. Jang Chun got it. His mother sent a sigh emoji. I've been so worried about this matter. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. It's not like I can't find a wife. Jang's mom. Finding a wife is easy. Finding the right one is difficult. Don't be too picky when you're on the date. If she has a good personality and you can talk with her comfortably, that should be enough. Don't focus too much on whether she is pretty or not. Jang Chun got it. Thinking to himself, Jang Chun wondered what expression his parents would have if he brought Qin-ran home and told them he already had 2 kids and they were actually biological children. Would they be shocked? Stunned? Would they even pass out on the spot? It wasn't impossible. Jang's mom. If this blind date doesn't work out either, shall I ask your sister to introduce someone? Your mother thinks some of her classmates are very polite, not bad looking, and quite nice. Jang Chun felt a bit awkward and hurriedly replied, I've met her classmates. I don't have any feelings for them. If his mom stopped setting him up on blind dates, how would he keep checking in? Also, how would he meet Luna again? Jang's mom. No feelings? Your sister's classmates are only around 21 years old, barely a few years younger than you. Jang Chun. Still no feelings. Keep setting me up. Jang's mom. Alright then. Jang Chun. Yep. Jang's mom. Are you still at work? Jang Chun. Having lunch. Jang's mom. Send me a video call so I can see. Jang Chun. Why do you want to see via video? Jang's mom. You can't show me? Slightly sweating, Jang Chun replied. I can, just wait a second. Jang Chun recorded a video, first showing the dishes on the dining table, then the 2 kids, also capturing Qin-ran in the frame, but not her face. He then sent the video over. 20 seconds later, Jang's mom sent a message. Is the woman sitting across from you your boss? Chapter 64, Don't be foolish. Jang Chun, Madam Jiang, how old is she? Jang Chun, 26 in Chinese age. Madam Jiang. After 1 minute, Madam Jiang sent a message. What about her husband? Jang Chun, she doesn't have a husband yet. Madam Jiang, then the child? Jang Chun, it's a test tube baby. 1 minute later, Madam Jiang, I've been watching short videos lately. Qin Ran, the richest man in our Jiangning city, also has a test tube baby, except she has a husband. Otherwise, Mom would think your boss was Qin Ran. Jiang Chun sweated slightly. Madam Jiang, your boss is exactly the same age as Qin Ran. What a coincidence. Jiang Chun slightly sweated. Yeah, pretty coincidental. Madam Jiang, keep an eye on things. Jiang Chun, what should I watch out for? Madam Jiang, don't be foolish. Jiang Chun slightly sweated. Got it. After chatting a bit, they stopped. Give me your phone. At this moment, Qin Ran said. Jiang Chun handed his phone to Qin Ran. After looking at the chat history between Jiang Chun and his mom, Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun curiously. If your mom knew it was me, what do you think she'd do? Jiang Chun thought for a moment. She'd probably tell me not to be foolish. Qin Ran, what are your parents like? Qin Ran asked. Not much in particular, I think. Jiang Chun considered. What about your younger sister? Qin Ran asked. Not really any special preferences. Jiang Chun replied. Qin Ran remained silent. Qin Ran originally wanted to prepare early, as she would definitely buy things the other party likes when she meets with Jiang Chun's parents. But Jiang Chun didn't know anything, which was a bit frustrating. But this wasn't urgent anyway. Qin Ran looked at him. Tomorrow will be the 8th time meeting for arranged dates. Jiang Chun lightly nodded. I know. What happens after 10 times? Qin Ran looked at him. Establish a romantic relationship? Jiang Chun gazed back. Are we not already a romantic couple? Qin Ran's expression turned a little colder. Jiang Chun felt a little sweat. He and Qin Ran were indeed now a romantic couple. What do you want to do? Jiang Chun looked at her. Marry. Qin Ran stared at him. Jiang Chun, do you really not want to consider checking me out a bit more first? Jiang Chun looked at her. Qin Ran gazed at him and simply said, after 10 dates, I'll take you to register our marriage. Jiang Chun, isn't it a bit fast? I haven't even truly experienced what a romance feels like. Qin Ran looked at him and said, that's decided. Jiang Chun, if things went like this, wouldn't he soon have a wife? He had been reborn for just over a month, and hadn't expected that in a short time he'd have a legal spouse. As for registering the marriage with Qin Ran, he didn't feel resistant at all. If registration was necessary, then so be it. Jiang Chun looked at her and said, I've noticed you've become a bit more dominant lately. Qin Ran glanced at him and replied, my attitude depends on yours. Before last night's incident, she had seemed more compliant toward him, but after that incident, she couldn't be compliant anymore. She just wanted to dominate him and make him behave better. Jiang Chun slightly sweated. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Qin Ran threw away all the belts Jiang Chun had used before. She took out a new belt and handed it to Jiang Chun. Put it on. Jiang Chun, there was a GPS tracker in the belt, but after thinking about it, he still put it on. He felt that Qin Ran currently lacked a sense of security, almost fearing that he might cheat. When Qin Ran saw that Jiang Chun had put on the new belt, she also changed into a new one. She looked at Jiang Chun and said, from now on, you can always know where I am, and I can always know where you are. Fair, right? Jiang Chun nodded. Qin Ran looked at him. Wear your watch when you go out from now on. I'll wear mine too. The locations of your watch, my watch, and the child's watch are already sharing locations, so we can know where each other is at any time. Jiang Chun nodded. Daddy, where shall we play this afternoon? At this moment, Qin Jingyan and Qin Xing asked. Qin Ran looked at them. It's too hot today. Let's just stay home. All right. The two kids replied. Dad, sit in the middle. Qin Jingyan patted the middle seat and said to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun sat in the middle between the two children, and the two leaned against him to watch cartoons. As for Qin Ran, she sat beside the kids scrolling through her phone. Over the following period, although they didn't really talk much, Qin Ran felt very calm inside as long as Jiang Chun was within her sight. If Jiang Chun wasn't within her sight, she wanted to know where he went and who he was with. Qin Ran had a slight headache. Other than her children, she had never cared about someone this much before. She felt that her possessiveness was increasing, wanting to keep a tight watch on Jiang Chun. She didn't know whether Jiang Chun would eventually become resentful or feel exhausted from this. But for now, she simply wanted to hold on to Jiang Chun tightly. Qin Ran thought for a moment, glanced at Jiang Chun beside her, and then picked up her phone to message him. Do you ever feel like you're constantly being watched by me? Do you feel restricted? Hearing the WeChat notification tone, Jiang Chun couldn't help but glance at his phone, then messaged Qin Ran back. Not really. Qin Ran, not really? Jiang Chun, actually, I quite like clingy girls. Besides, what you're doing is just another way of showing love. If your partner didn't care about you at all, that'd be boring. After reading Jiang Chun's message, Qin Ran finally felt relieved. As long as Jiang Chun didn't feel resistant inside, everything was fine. After a while, Qin Ran suddenly thought of something and messaged Jiang Chun. Come to think of it, aren't you afraid I might do something to betray you? Qin Ran hadn't considered this point before. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized she was always the one worried about Jiang Chun betraying her, yet she had never noticed Jiang Chun showing any concern about her. Jiang Chun, not at all. Qin Ran, why? Jiang Chun, I trust you. I'm not like you, always doubting this and that about me. Seeing this message, Qin Ran's expression turned slightly cold. She messaged Jiang Chun. You should have told me beforehand that your ex-girlfriend would be at the class reunion yesterday. If you had told me voluntarily, I wouldn't have gotten so angry. Jiang Chun, I was afraid you'd think too much about it. Qin Ran, it's because you didn't tell me that I ended up thinking too much. Jiang Chun, I was wrong, okay? Qin Ran, I don't sense any sincerity in your apology. Jiang Chun, in the future, I'll definitely tell you in advance about any sensitive matters. Qin Ran, don't let it happen again. If it does, don't blame me. Jiang Chun, there won't be a next time. Qin Ran, that's best. After a while, Qin Ran messaged Jiang Chun. Why do you trust me so much? Just now, when Jiang Chun said he trusted her, she had wanted to know why he trusted her so much. After all, trust was something built gradually over time. Plus, she was already quite accomplished herself, and there were plenty of people trying to get close to her. Logically, Jiang Chun should feel intense insecurity, fearing that she might be taken away by someone else. but she hadn't sensed the slightest insecurity from Jang Chun. Was he really that confident leaving her be? Seeing the message, Jang Chun replied, "It's a long story. Chinran, then make it short." Jang Chun, "Chinran, I want to know the logic behind your trust in me." Chapter 65. What is this? After a while, Jang Chun sent a message to Chinran. "You usually get home around 5:30 every afternoon. During this time we've been together, I've never seen your phone receive any calls from any woman when you sit on the sofa with the kids watching TV every night. Plus, you're pretty clingy, your energy and attention are almost entirely on me and the kids. Taking everything together, of course I trust you. Chinran." Chinran looked at the message from Jang Chun. So this was why Jang Chun trusted her so much, never worrying about her. It was all based on these reasons. "Jang Chun, you haven't gone to work for several days. Go back tomorrow. Even though you've arranged everything well, not showing up at the company for too long isn't good. Also, I want you to hurry up with the secret formula for the kidney-enhancing capsules and the happiness capsules I gave you earlier." After seeing the message, Chinran immediately typed a reply. "Getting annoyed with me? Want me out of your sight?" Jang Chun was speechless. "Once I get married to you, and we hold the wedding, I'll be exposed to the public. Think about how internet trolls will attack me if I don't accomplish anything by then. Especially those with ulterior motives who will incite others." Though these events hadn't happened yet, Jang Chun could already foresee them. Once he was exposed, and the public learned he was Chinran's husband, his personal information would soon be revealed. Netizens would judge him based on his family background and personal abilities. His family was just ordinary, and he wasn't even a graduate from a prestigious university. Working a regular job wouldn't offer much salary. Even with the experience from his past life, though he could secure some managerial roles and interviews, the pay was incomparable to Chinran's income. The gap between him and Chinran was simply too large. People online would believe he was only after her money and her looks. Not only would online strangers judge him this way, but he guessed relatives, friends, and classmates around him would think similarly too. At that time, not only he would be criticized, but his parents and even his younger sister might be dragged into the rumors. This was exactly what he feared most. Just then, Chinran sent a message. "The kidney-enhancing capsule has shown excellent results in experiments. The factory building is already under preparation, so batch production should start soon. As for the happiness capsules, experiments haven't started yet. We need hundreds of finished boxes first before testing can proceed." Jang Chun, mem. After reading Jang Chun's reply, Chinran could feel that he still cared about what others said about him supposedly chasing after her money. To resolve this situation, the only way was to start mass production of the kidney-enhancing capsules as soon as possible, proving his capability and silencing critics. "It looks like I have to go to work tomorrow," Chinran muttered inwardly. She had been spending all her time with Jang Chun lately and hadn't worked at all. If she resumed work, she wouldn't be able to see Jang Chun anymore. Thinking for a moment, she sent a message. "How about you come to the company with me tomorrow?" Jang Chun, "The kids probably won't like that idea." Chinran, "The kids shouldn't be spoiled. Even if they aren't happy about it, they must go." Jang Chun, "Alright then." Chinran, A faint smile appeared on Chinran's face at last, just as long as Jang Chun accompanied her. By 5 in the afternoon, Jang Chun and Chinran went to the kitchen to cook, then sat together to eat after finishing the meal. After cleaning up, they took a shower. When they came out of the shower, they sat back to back against the headboard, watching an animated cartoon together. Looking at the side at Qin Jingyan, Chinran felt somewhat helpless. Both daughters comfortably lay in Jang Chun's arms, watching the cartoons. As for her, Chinran turned her gaze to Jang Chun. "Want some wine? Dad isn't allowed to drink. He must stay here watching the cartoons with us." Hearing Chinran, Qin Jingyan grabbed Jang Chun's arm. Qin Zian also hugged Jang Chun's arm. Chinran looked at her two daughters wordlessly. Initially, she had thought the two were lovely. Now, however, they seemed somewhat annoying. Jang Chun looked at Chinran, showing a helpless expression. Chinran stared at her daughters, slightly raising her eyebrows. "You two love watching cartoons, but Dad doesn't like cartoons at all. Yet you insist Dad watches with you. Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" Qin Jingyan looked up at Jang Chun. "Dad, is it excessive?" "Excessive?" Qin Zian asked Jang Chun. "Not at all. Dad likes cartoons too," Jang Chun said, hugging both girls. After hearing that, the girls turned toward Chinran. "Dad likes watching cartoons too." Chinran remained silent. She gave Jang Chun a look, then pulled out her phone and sent him a message. "Aren't you going to take my side?" Jang Chun read the message and frowned slightly. "The kids just want me to accompany them. I'll stay for a while. No big deal." Chinran. A sense of heartbreak washed over Chinran. She stayed silent for a moment. Chinran sent a message to Jang Chun. "Jang Chun, what I told you during the day is all true. After you complete your 10th blind date, I want to go with you to the Civil Affairs office to register our marriage." Jang Chun, "I know." Chinran. "So you agree?" Jang Chun, "Do I have a choice?" Chinran. "No choice at all." Jang Chun. "Then there you go." Chinran looked at Jang Chun. Right now, she felt an urge to tell him about the children and give him a surprise. She typed a message. "Do you still remember what I told you before, that once we confirmed our relationship, I would give you a surprise?" Jang Chun, "Yes." "Are you going to give me the surprise now?" Chinran. Get yourself mentally prepared. I'm going to get something to show you." With that, Chinran got up and walked out. Jang Chun was slightly sweating. Was Chinran going to tell him the truth about the children being his biological kids? But he already knew that already. When she showed him the proof later, would he have to act shocked, surprised, and excited? But he wasn't a professional actor. He couldn't pull off that kind of performance. What if Chinran noticed something off about his expression and became suspicious? Jang Chun was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to act convincingly without giving himself away. First, he needed to mentally hypnotize himself, pretend to forget that he already knew the kids were his. He began to self-hypnotize. "I don't know the kids are my biological children. I don't know the kids are my biological children." 2 minutes later, Chinran walked over. She held nearly 10 pages of documents in her hand and sat beside Jang Chun. Looking straight at him, she handed him the papers. "Take a look," she said, carefully observing his reaction. She wanted to see how Jang Chun would react once he learned the truth. Would he exclaim in shock, "Holy crap"? Would he stare in disbelief at the girls? Would he suddenly become even more doting on the girls? Or maybe he would kiss her fiercely, and then kiss the girls? Any of it seemed possible. Jang Chun was slightly sweating. His self-hypnosis just now didn't seem to work. Sigh. Looks like he'd just have to improvise. Jang Chun gave Qin Ran a confused look first. What is this? You'll know once you look at it. Qin Ran smiled at him. Jang Chun turned his gaze back to the 10 pages. The title on the first page had 4 characters. Sperm donation records. Chapter 66. Surprised? Sperm donor personal information. Name, Jang Chun. Gender male. Date of birth. Education. Physical health status. Sperm donation compensation. 5,000 yuan. Full amount. Donor's signature. Page 2 title. Sperm donor confidentiality agreement. Name, Jang Chun. Looking at these documents, Jang Chun felt a bit embarrassed as well. After all, people who donated sperm were still the minority. Back then, he had donated mainly because it came with a compensation of 5,000 yuan. How did you get these? Jang Chun pretended to be puzzled, looking at Qin Ran. Keep flipping, Qin Ran said, staring at him. Jang Chun flipped through several pages until he reached a title. In vitro fertilization sperm usage record. It clearly stated that the sperm used by Qin Ran was the one he had donated. Jang Chun feigned a shocked expression as he looked at Qin Ran. You used. Surprised? Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, a slight smile forming on her face. Now that Jang Chun knew the truth, he would treat the 2 girls as his real daughters. And she, Jang Chun, and the 2 daughters could be a complete family. Jang Chun couldn't pretend anymore. Seeing the smile on Qin Ran's face now, he just wanted to pull her close and kiss her. Without saying a word, Jang Chun turned off the lights. The only light came from the television in the bedroom. Jang Chun carried Qin Jinyan to the other side, and then rolled over, pinning himself on top of Qin Ran. Without speaking, he leaned in and kissed her. Qin Ran quickly got into it, and started responding to Jang Chun. The 2 girls glanced at Jang Chun and Qin Ran, and continued watching cartoons. Seeing their parents kiss had long stopped surprising them. Half an hour later, Jang Chun whispered softly in her ear, when you asked me to look after the kids back then, what was your real intention? Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun lightly, and whispered, you are the girl's biological father. If we could be together, we could be a complete family. At that time, I wanted to get to know you more and see if there could be something between us. Jang Chun didn't say anything, just continued kissing Qin Ran. 10 minutes later, he whispered again, when the kids are asleep, let's go upstairs. Qin Ran. At this point, Qin Ran was already emotional and surrendered to whatever Jang Chun wanted. She gave a soft mm. However, she was a bit confused. There are several rooms downstairs. Why not go to the adjacent one? Jang Chun looked at her for a moment before leaning into her ear and whispering, too close to the kids' room. Poor soundproofing. Qin Ran asked in confusion, why do we need good soundproofing? Jang Chun kissed her again and whispered, you'll know when the kids are asleep. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the girls felt sleepy and went to bed first. Seeing that, Jang Chun lightly touched Qin Ran and stood up, pulling her to walk out with him. Qin Ran felt nervous. Although she had kissed Jang Chun, hugged him, and even slept together for a long time, they hadn't truly seen each other naked yet. Jang Chun took a glance at her, pulled her, and walked up to a room on the 2nd floor. The next morning, Mom and Dad, Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyin searched each room downstairs one by one, but couldn't find Jang Chun or Qin Ran. The 2 girls' eyes showed confusion. Where had their parents gone? Let's check upstairs, Qin Jinyan suggested. The 2 girls carefully walked up the stairs and reached the 2nd floor, checking each room one by one. This door won't open, Qin Jinyan said to Qin Ziyin next to her. Are Mom and Dad inside? Qin Ziyin hesitated slightly before knocking on the door. Knock 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 knock. Mom and Dad, are you inside? Mom and Dad, are you inside? Half a minute later, inside the room, Jang Chun drowsily opened his eyes. He felt extremely tired, so tired he didn't even want to open his eyes. However, the persistent knocking and the voices of the 2 girls wouldn't stop. With no choice, Jang Chun sat up, put on his pajamas, glanced at Qin Ran, who was sleeping deeply, then groggily walked to open the door. When the 2 girls saw Jang Chun, they looked very confused. Dad, why are you sleeping upstairs? Where's Mom? Qin Ziyin asked. Jang Chun didn't feel like saying anything. His eyes felt heavy. Last night, he had been up all night with Qin Ran and had just fallen asleep before dawn. He turned back and fell asleep directly on the bed. Seeing his state, the 2 girls were quite puzzled. Their dad looked really tired. The 2 walked into the room, looking at Jang Chun and then at Qin Ran. What did Mom and Dad do last night? Qin Ziyin asked. Qin Jinyan looked puzzled. She only remembered getting too sleepy watching cartoons last night and falling asleep first. I think I wet the bed, Qin Ziyin suddenly said. Qin Jinyan followed Qin Ziyin's gaze and noticed some damp spots on the bedsheet. It doesn't seem like bedwetting. It doesn't smell, Qin Jinyan remarked. The 2 kids stayed in the room for a while, but seeing that Jang Chun and Qin Ran still didn't wake up, they went downstairs to find some fruit to eat. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jang Chun's phone began to buzz intermittently with WeChat notifications, but Jang Chun was in such a deep sleep, he didn't hear them. At 10:09 a.m., Jang Chun's phone rang. Half asleep, Jang Chun heard the ringing and groggily reached out to find his phone. He looked at the screen and saw it was a call from his mother. Startled awake, he became slightly more alert. Right, today at 11 he was supposed to meet a girl for an arranged date at Bu Mansion. He answered. Hey Mom, said Jang Chun. On the other end, his mother sounded somewhat upset. What have you been doing? You don't reply to my WeChat messages, and it took you so long to answer the call. Jang Chun felt a bit nervous. I'll head over to the match soon. Jang's mom. You don't have to go anymore. The matchmaker said something came up with the girl's family. Just add her on WeChat and chat with her first. Jang Chun found this even more to his liking. If he could do the match without having to show up in person, that would save a lot of hassle. Jang Chun. Got it. I'll add her on WeChat later. After chatting for a while, he ended the call. Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran beside him, who was still sound asleep, and couldn't help but recall what had happened last night. He could only say, the talent he obtained for 10 times the satisfaction points at check-in was incredible. Jang Chun kissed her lightly, then got up and walked out. He went downstairs to the living room, where he saw the 2 kids eating snacks while watching cartoons. He suddenly remembered, the 2 girls hadn't even had breakfast yet. Are you hungry? He approached them and kissed each child. Not really. We're almost full from the snacks, Qin Jinyan replied. Dad, why did you and Mom sleep upstairs last night? Qin Ziyin asked curiously. Jang Chun sweat a little. Probably sleepwalking? What's sleepwalking? The two girls looked at him confused. Jang Chun didn't know how to explain further, so he simply said, never mind. Dad's going to make lunch. You two stay here and watch cartoons nicely. Okay, both girls said. Chapter 67, the 8th check-in reward. After preparing a few simple dishes, he called the two kids over to eat. Dad, aren't you going to call Mom down for dinner? Qin Jingyan asked Jang Chun. Jang Chun smiled and said, Mom is too tired. Let her rest. Oh, Qin Jingyan replied. Dad, why is Mom so tired? Did she not sleep well last night? Qin Ziyuan asked, her eyes full of curiosity. Jang Chun hesitated for a moment before saying, last night your mom and I watched TV until dawn. We barely slept at all, so that's why we're both so tired. What TV show were you watching that kept you up all night? The kids asked curiously. Jang Chun hesitated again before making something up. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, he glanced at the two kids and said with some drowsiness in his voice, Dad's still a bit tired, so I'm going upstairs to sleep first. You two behave and watch TV at home. All right, the kids replied. Jang Chun went upstairs and lay down beside Qin Ran, immediately falling asleep. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that Qin Ran slowly opened her eyes groggily. When she opened her eyes and saw Jang Chun beside her, she became slightly more alert. Looking at Jang Chun's sleeping face, memories of last night involuntarily surfaced in her mind. As soon as she thought about what had happened last night, she felt on the verge of breaking down. She never imagined she would act like that, especially when Jang Chun kept teasing her and laughing at her. Just then, Jang Chun also woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Ran staring at him. When Qin Ran saw Jang Chun open his eyes, she froze instantly. Do I look good? Jang Chun looked at her, his eyes carrying a special meaning. Qin Ran didn't answer. You remember what happened last night? Jang Chun looked at her. You should call me what? Qin Ran said quietly. Husband. That's better. Jang Chun said. Qin Ran. Then what should you call me? Qin Ran looked at him. Wife? Sweetheart? My lady? Jang Chun responded. Qin Ran remained silent. Where's your phone? Qin Ran suddenly remembered something and asked Jang Chun. Jang Chun took his phone over and handed it to her. Qin Ran opened her phone, found her WeChat account, and changed the memo name to wife. Then, she handed the phone back to Jang Chun and grabbed her own phone, opening WeChat and changing Jang Chun's memo name to husband. Oh right, you should also change the memo for the phone number. Qin Ran said to Jang Chun before changing it herself first. Jang Chun didn't say anything and just changed it, showing it to Qin Ran. Then he asked, what else needs to be changed? Qin Ran thought for a moment and said, we also need to change the profile picture, but wait until you finish 10 matchmaking meetings. Wait, suddenly, Qin Ran remembered something. She looked at Jang Chun and said, you had a blind date arranged for 11 o'clock today, but it's already afternoon. Jang Chun smiled and said, it's okay. My mom called me and said that something came up on her side. She asked me to add her on WeChat and chat with her first. Qin Ran looked at him and asked, did you add her? Not yet. I was too exhausted during the day. After I made lunch for the kids, I just fell asleep. It was only then that Qin Ran remembered she had 2 children. Thank goodness Jang Chun had already made lunch for them. You should add her now, and it's better to clarify things clearly on WeChat, she said. All right, Jang Chun replied. Jang Chun sat up, leaning against the headboard, while Qin Ran also sat up, resting her head on Jang Chun's shoulder. With one arm around her, Jang Chun started adding the blind date girl on WeChat. Less than a minute later, the girl accepted the friend request. Blind date girl. Hello? Jang Chun, hello. Blind date girl. Let's just chat on WeChat for now. Jang Chun, sure. Blind date girl. I have pretty high expectations for my future partner. Jang Chun, let's hear them. Blind date girl. For me, one of love or material wealth is necessary. If there's no love, then I'll demand much more in terms of material possessions. Jang Chun, like what specifically? Blind date girl. The guy needs to buy me a house for our marriage, give 188,000 renminbi as bride price, and must own a car, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi. Jang Chun, since you have such high expectations for the man, what can you offer him? Blind date girl. Doesn't a man marry to continue his family line? I can give you children. Jang Chun. So in your eyes, is marriage simply about selling children? After sending the message, Jang Chun immediately blocked the girl. Meanwhile, the blind date girl saw Jang Chun's message, and her face instantly turned dark, her eyes full of rage. She rapidly typed the message, F******. Idiot. After sending it, she realized that she had been blocked by Jang Chun. Seeing that, the blind date girl became furious enough to want to hit someone. Ding. Check in. Jang Chun immediately interrupted whatever the system was about to say. Congratulations on successfully checking in. Congratulations, you've received the check-in reward, enhanced thickness of 6 centimeters. Increased girth of 6 centimeters can be applied to various body parts such as the wrist, fingers, and so on. Please make a decision within 1 minute. Host. Jang Chun felt a light sweat. How could he use this 8th check-in reward? He thought his physique was decent enough, but applying this reward visibly on his body would look awkward. So it could only be added to. System apply it to. 2 minutes later, Jang Chun threw his phone aside. He wrapped his arms around Qin Ran and kissed her. Don't. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Qin Ran gently pushed him away. I don't mind. I said no. Qin Ran looked at the time. Her tone turned gentle. It's already past 5. Let's get up and prepare dinner. The kids must be hungry by now. All right. Jang Chun looked at her. Then tonight. Qin Ran gave him a light punch. You always take advantage of me. And do you like being taken advantage of by me? Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran. No. Your words say no, but your body tells a different story. Jang Chun said. All right, let's get up. Jang Chun laughed. The two got up and started brushing their teeth and washing up. Since they'd already been honest with each other, they no longer felt embarrassed. One took a shower while the other finished up their morning routine. Once cleaned up, they went downstairs. When the two kids saw Jang Chun and Qin Ran come down, they said, surprised, Mom and Dad, you two slept the whole day. Will you even be able to sleep tonight? Jang Chun laughed and said to the kids, No, you two play first. Dad will go cook dinner. All right, the two kids replied. Jang Chun went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Qin Ran sat beside the kids. She picked up her phone and checked Jang Chun's memo name first. She had changed it to husband. On Jang Chun's phone, he had also changed her memo name to wife. Jang Chun has already completed 8 blind dates, with 2 left to go. Qin thought, if she could, she want to drag Jang Chun to the marriage registry office right now. However, Jang Chun had said yesterday that if they revealed their relationship now, online rumors might claim he was only with her for her money. She didn't want that either. I have to go back to the company tomorrow, Qin thought. Because she hadn't gone to sleep last night, she had spent the entire day resting, unable to go to work. At that moment, she sent a message to Ning Ruoyan. How's the progress going with the new company? Chapter 68. Mom and Dad, you're absolutely not allowed upstairs today. After a minute, Ning Ruoyan sent a message. The factory is still under construction. The earliest it can be ready is in half a month. Qin okay. They chatted for a bit, and then she put her phone away. She went to the kitchen and watched Jang Chun cooking. She found Jang Chun incredibly attractive. From last night onward, Jang Chun had officially become her man in every sense of the word. Jang Chun glanced at Qin and couldn't help but ask, why are you staring at me? Don't you ever get tired of looking? Qin looked at him and softly replied, I never get tired of it. Jang Chun. Qin watched Jang Chun for about 5 minutes before finally speaking. Can I ask you a question? What is it? Jang Chun looked at her. Still watching him, Qin asked, after marriage, some couples are very sweet at first, but as time goes on and they spend every day together, they lose that sense of novelty. Some people seek excitement outside the relationship. Would you? Jang Chun didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he shot back, what about you? I wouldn't. Qin replied firmly. Neither would I. Jang Chun said. You're so sure. Qin looked at him, intrigued. She wanted to know why he was so confident. Because I know how to play, Jang Chun said with a smile. Play. Qin looked confused. Did knowing how to play have anything to do with what she was saying? Seeing that Qin didn't understand, Jang Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. He quickly stir-fried a few more things, then turned off the stove, leaving only a pot of soup simmering. He took off his apron and hung it aside. Then he locked the kitchen door and wrapped his arms around Qin from behind, whispering in her ear, what I mean by knowing how to play, is knowing how to play with my wife. If you know how to keep things interesting with your wife, you won't lose that sense of novelty. A few seconds later, Qin's face changed slightly. She turned her head toward Jang Chun behind her and couldn't help saying, don't. This is the kitchen. Is the kitchen only for cooking? Jang Chun whispered. The kids are outside. Qin said. The range hood is still on. There's already noise in the kitchen, and the soundproofing is good. Plus, the TV is playing in the living room. They can't hear anything. Jang Chun replied. 50 minutes later, the kitchen door opened. Jang Chun carried Qin in a princess hold. Seeing their dad carrying their mom like that while their mom looked completely drained, the twins worriedly walked over and looked up at Jang Chun. Dad, what's wrong with mom? Nothing. She's just very tired. She'll be fine after resting a bit. Jang Chun gave the kids a reassuring look. Okay. Qin nodded. Qin Jinyan curiously asked. Mom was only helping with the cooking. How did she get so tired like this? She's never been this way before. She's had some discomfort lately, Jang Chun said gently. So don't upset her, understood? Okay. The twins both nodded. Jang Chun laid Qin on the sofa. Looking at her current state, he felt a bit envious. She hadn't even fully recovered yet. Mom, are you feeling better? The twins stood beside her. They felt like their mom wasn't just physically drained. There was something strange about her, though they couldn't quite describe it. Qin could hear the girls, but her weakness made her voice sound breathless. After hearing that, the twins relaxed a bit. About 15 minutes later, Qin slowly regained her strength. She sat up slowly. Jang Chun was supporting her, looking concerned. Are you feeling better now? Qin turned her head to look at Jang Chun. Then her hand moved to his waist and pinched hard. Ouch! Jang Chun hurriedly pushed her hand away, exasperated. She always used this move. Who told you to bully me? Thinking about last night and what had just happened in the kitchen, Qin wanted to pinch him again. Jang Chun pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, there's more tonight. I've decided, starting now, 3 times a day. She suddenly felt the urge to go to the office tomorrow. I still have to work tomorrow. Qin tried to negotiate. Just once a day? No, Jang Chun said. At least 3 times. Qin wanted to ask, are you a bull or something? Mom and Dad, what are you two whispering about? Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian looked over curiously. Nothing. Go wash your hands. It's time to eat. Jang Chun smiled at the kids. Then the 4 of them sat down at the table for dinner. While eating, Jang Chun and Qin sat together. Jang Chun served a dish to Qin and softly asked her, shouldn't you also serve me something? Qin looked at him in confusion. Why? Jang Chun pretended to be upset and said, I worked so hard, exhausted like an ox, yet you won't even give me a single dish? How can I regain my strength without eating more? Qin's hand reached toward Jang Chun's waist. Seeing this, Jang Chun immediately pushed her hand away. Not only are you not giving me food, but you're also hitting me? After hitting me, you still expect me to work hard. Even capitalists aren't this ruthless. Jang Chun faked an angry expression. Qin shot him a look and coldly replied, when did I ask you to work hard? Jang Chun paused before continuing. Did I not do well enough? If you have any suggestions, just tell me. I can do better. Are you never going to stop? Your mouth won't even shut with food. Qin grabbed a dish with her chopsticks and stuffed it into Jang Chun's mouth. Jang Chun. Qin didn't speak, but every now and then, a faint smile appeared on her face. She felt that life from now on wouldn't just be interesting, it would be exciting. Before she met Jang Chun, her life had been plain and uneventful, always missing something. But since Jang Chun entered her home, she felt every day was changing. Now, she felt truly satisfied. Feeling cheerful inside, Qin picked up a dish and placed it into Jang Chun's bowl. Eat more. Get your strength up, so you can live a long and healthy life. Jang Chun served Qin a bowl of soup. Drink more soup so you won't get dehydrated. Qin picked up a fruit from the table and shoved it into Jang Chun's mouth. Try talking again, just try it. Jang Chun looked at her calmly and said, you dare to be mean to me? So what if I am? Qin looked at him and simply replied, tonight, I'll remember this. Jang Chun said. Qin broke into a slight sweat, as if her attitude had suddenly changed 180 degrees. Her tone softened. I was wrong. Jang Chun ignored her. Mom, Dad, why can't I understand what you're saying? Qin Jingyan looked confused. A single sentence made sense, but when put together, it seemed like something else entirely. Qin Zian also wore a puzzled expression, her eyes full of curiosity. Jang Chun slightly sweated. Nothing, just eat. Okay, the two kids replied. Suddenly remembering something, Qin Jingyan looked at Jang Chun and Qin Ran, her expression turning slightly upset. Mom and Dad, you're absolutely not allowed upstairs today. Chapter 69 Luna. Qin Ran looked at their two daughters with a smile and said, Tonight, when you two go to sleep, hold your dad's arm. That way Dad won't run away. Okay, the two kids nodded. Jang Chun. After dinner, they cleaned up the dishes and then took a shower. Once they were done, he leaned back against the headboard of the bed. The kids were watching cartoons while Jang Chun and Qin Ran scrolled on their phones. Just then, Jang Chun received a message on WeChat from his mother. Mom Jiang, the matchmaker said another one fell through. Jang Chun, she wasn't right. She wanted a house, a dowry of 188,000, and a car, BMW, Benz, or Audi. I asked her what she could give me in return, and she said she could give me children. I then asked, is it so you can sell the kid? So I blacklisted her. Mom Jiang, oh my god. Jang Chun. 5 minutes later, Mom Jiang messaged again. The matchmaker's introductions are no good. Mom will go check out the marriage agency. Jang Chun felt slightly awkward. He wanted to say that marriage agencies have even more schemes. Some conspire with the female candidates to scam the male candidates. Some are fraud marriages. Some set up the female candidate to find all sorts of problems with the male candidate during the meeting, intentionally sabotaging the chances of a match. And every time the matchmaking agency introduces a female candidate to a male, they collect an introduction fee ranging from 200 to 500 yuan. Some agencies become rich this way. Some of the female candidates are just seasoned actresses. But he didn't say this out loud. If he did, it might cause a butterfly effect, possibly preventing him from meeting Luna. Soon, he would go on one more blind date, and then he'd get to meet Luna. At this moment, he should continue along his past trajectory and avoid saying too much to his mother. Jang Chun, okay. They chatted for a bit more and then stopped. Beside him, Qin Ran had been watching Jang Chun's conversation with his mother. Her head rested on Jang Chun's shoulder as she softly asked, how much dowry do you plan to give me? Jang Chun felt a bit nervous. He asked, how much do you want? I don't know. Qin Ran replied softly. I don't lack money. I only lack one thing, whether you can offer it or not. What do you lack? Jang Chun asked curiously. I lack you, Qin Ran said. Jang Chun looked at her with slight surprise. Since when have you learned to say sweet things? Learn from you, Qin Ran replied. Jang Chun smiled and pulled her into his arms. About a minute later, he looked at her and said, in a while, I'll take you back to meet my dad and mom. We might also discuss the dowry issue. Qin Ran's head was resting on Jang Chun's stomach. She said, the dowry and the bride's dowry don't matter to me. Let's skip them. By the way, do you know the meaning behind dowry and bride's dowry? Qin Ran asked then. She had seen him on many blind dates, but during those meetings, Jang Chun had never touched upon the real significance of dowry and bride's dowry. Jang Chun paused thoughtfully before saying, the meaning varies from place to place. Some regions compete with each other over who demands more dowry, thinking it's a matter of pride if the dowry demanded is high. In some places, people demand exorbitant dowries as if they were selling their daughter. What I mean is, what do you think the significance of dowry and bride's dowry is? Qin Ran pressed. Jang Chun looked at her and said, the dowry and bride's dowry represent two families jointly supporting a new family. For example, when my sister gets married, our family will provide her with a dowry, while the groom's side will provide the dowry money. These help the newlyweds set up their new household. Qin Ran softly nodded. What Jang Chun said aligned with what she had in mind. Since she lacked for nothing materially, the dowry and bride's dowry naturally didn't mean much to her. There are still 2 more dates left. Qin Ran murmured. She had been with Jang Chun for nearly 2 months now, and during these 2 months, Jang Chun had gone on 8 blind dates. After these last 2, it would finally be over. Jang Chun nodded slightly and didn't speak further. At this moment, images of Lu Na from his past involuntarily floated through his mind. Back then, during their first meeting, he thought Lu Na was okay, polite, and well-mannered. He still remembered that the first time they had dinner together, Lu Na had insisted on paying the bill. At the time, he thought she was different from the other women he had met on blind dates. From that day on, they started chatting on WeChat. Later came more meetings and going out together. During that time, he really thought things with Lu Na could work out. But not long after, he found out Lu Na had broken up with her ex less than 2 months earlier. The reason for the breakup was because Lu Na's ex had poor family conditions, and her parents strongly opposed the relationship. They even threatened to disown her. Under her parents' adamant opposition, Lu Na's ex let go and initiated the breakup. Not long after their breakup, Lu Na learned that her ex had already become engaged to another girl, completely shattering whatever faint hope she had held in her heart. Later, under her parents' persuasion, Lu Na agreed to the blind date. Afterward, when he talked to Lu Na about it, he could clearly feel that Lu Na still had feelings for her ex-boyfriend. At that time, he felt very uncomfortable inside. He felt that Lu Na's heart wasn't fully cleansed yet, and she had already agreed to go on a blind date with him. Lu Na sensed his sour mood and told him that her ex-boyfriend had already gotten engaged to another girl, and there was absolutely no chance of getting back together. She wanted to use time to fade everything, and to forget the old love with a new one. When he heard Lu Na's explanation back then, although he still felt somewhat uneasy, he knew what Lu Na said was true. She wanted to completely cut ties with the past, and start a brand new life. Later on, he married Lu Na. For a while after their marriage, they got along quite well. Lu Na would wake up early to prepare breakfast, and when he came home tired from work, Lu Na would give him a back massage or rub his shoulders. She seemed like the ideal wife and mother. But good times didn't last long. One night, when Lu Na had nothing to do, she was watching short videos on her phone and accidentally came across her ex-boyfriend. In the video, her ex was drunk, mumbling drowsily that he loved Lu Na, and said that in reality, he hadn't gotten engaged to another girl. He told Lu Na he had gotten engaged to someone else just to make her give up completely, hoping she would finally marry someone else. Not long after that, Lu Na's ex-boyfriend was hit and killed by a speeding car. After watching the video, Lu Na broke down into tears. At that moment, as Luna's husband, he felt sympathy for both Luna and her ex, but at the same time, he also felt terribly pitiful, because his wife had another man in her heart. From that day on, Luna's mental condition wasn't good. Sometimes, even while sleeping, she would unconsciously mutter her ex-boyfriend's name. When they had marital relations, Luna would always keep her eyes closed, and he constantly felt like she was imagining he was her ex-boyfriend. As Luna's husband, how could he feel when he heard his wife call out another man's name in her sleep, and during intimate moments, imagine him to be someone else? Chapter 70. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. Jang Chun closed his eyes, deep in thought. After attending another blind date, he would soon see Luna again. But once he saw Luna, then what? He hadn't considered this question before. It was merely because Luna was his wife in his previous life. Having been reborn, he wanted to see her younger self again. Now, it was estimated that less than a week remained before he saw Luna. He had to start thinking about what he would say to her when they met. Judging from how things were back then, Luna found out that her ex-boyfriend had become engaged, and she wanted to break things off with him for good. At that time, she had also taken a liking to Jang Chun, and her parents approved of him. Luna genuinely intended to marry him and start a new life. From Luna's perspective back then, she hadn't done anything wrong. But after their marriage, she came across a video showing her ex-boyfriend's death, which deeply affected her mentally. Jang Chun felt his head spinning, and his heart grew restless. You okay? Qin Ran noticed something was off with Jang Chun and couldn't help asking. I'm fine. I'm just tired. I'm going to sleep first. With those words, Jang Chun lay down and pretended to fall asleep. Qin Ran sat up, looking at Jang Chun with a puzzled heart. Just now he had been fine. What happened? He looked like he was carrying something heavy on his mind. As for Jang Chun saying he was tired, she didn't believe it at all. It wasn't even that late. How could he possibly be sleepy? Even if he were, there would usually be a process to it. Not long ago, he had seemed wide awake. How could he suddenly become so sleepy? Qin Ran didn't say anything. She observed Jang Chun's expression. She felt that even while he was pretending to sleep, he didn't seem at ease. He seemed a bit restless. Furrowing her brows slightly, her curiosity deepened. Why had Jang Chun suddenly changed? After watching him for a bit, Qin Ran also lay down, resting her head in Jang Chun's arms. Meanwhile, the two kids were still watching cartoons. The next morning, Jang Chun and Qin Ran woke up one after the other. Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran's stunning face and gently kissed her lips. Qin Ran said nothing. She looked into Jang Chun's eyes and calmly asked, You had something on your mind last night? No. Jang Chun looked at her. Last night, I suddenly felt tired, so I slept. Qin Ran gazed into his eyes, trying to find some clue. She noticed his expression wasn't fully relaxed. It looked as if he was deliberately feigning calmness just for her sake. That made her heart sink slightly. Her expression grew a little serious. She stared at Jang Chun, her tone heavier. You can tell me if something's bothering you. I don't want to find out about it only after something happens. Jang Chun pulled her into his arms and said, exasperated, You're overthinking. I don't have anything on my mind. If I did, I'd just tell you. Still unconvinced, Qin Ran had the feeling that something was definitely off with Jang Chun, though she couldn't quite figure out why he had suddenly changed. That only made her feel more unsettled. At that moment, Jang Chun said, Let's get up and brush our teeth. I'll make breakfast. You have to go to the office later. I'm not going to the office unless you come with me. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. She had the sense that something was wrong with him, and unless she figured it out, there was no way she'd go to work. Jang Chun silently sweated as he held her. He couldn't help but feel touched. He knew that Qin Ran's refusal to go to work was out of concern for him. Not reassured yet. Afraid I'll run off? Should we just go get the marriage certificate today then? Jang Chun said, looking at her. Sure. Go back and get the household registration book, and then we can go get it. Qin Ran stared at him. Jang Chun sweat a little. Was Qin Ran really going to be this serious? What? Am I lying to you? Qin Ran's expression turned colder. Jang Chun could only keep silent. You asked if I wanted to go get the marriage certificate today. I said yes. So why aren't you responding now? Qin Ran's tone cooled even further. Fine, let's get it. Jang Chun responded, exasperated. He had only said it in an attempt to reassure Qin Ran. He hadn't expected her to take it this seriously. If they didn't get the certificate today, Qin Ran would probably be mad for a long time. Only after hearing that did Qin Ran's expression slightly soften. She said to Jang Chun, I'll get the kids ready. You go get ready too. After breakfast, you'll take me back to your house. Jang Chun silently broke into a sweat. My parents don't know about us yet. I'll have to sneak the household registration book out to get the certificate. You wait here at home. I'll wait near your house. Qin Ran said. Jang Chun was stunned. Qin Ran was determined to get married today? But damn, it was happening too fast. His parents and his sister didn't even know about this yet, and he was about to secretly register his marriage with Qin Ran. Quickly, get up, Qin Ran urged. An hour later, breakfast was finished. Qin Ran sat with the two kids in the back seat of the car while Jang Chun drove. Mom, where are we going to play today? Qin Jinan asked curiously. Qin Ran glanced at their two daughters. We're not going anywhere to play today. Mom and Dad have something important to do. Oh, the two kids replied. When they arrived at the Nanwan community, Jang Chun parked the car. He turned to Qin Ran in the back seat and said, Wait here for 10 minutes. Okay. Qin Ran nodded. 9 minutes later, Jang Chun returned to the car with the household registration book and drove toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. While driving, Jang Chun felt somewhat dazed. What was he doing again? He was actually going to get the marriage certificate with Qin Ran. Once they got it, they would officially be husband and wife. Jang Chun felt confused. This had all happened too suddenly. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Ran was also feeling a bit stunned. That morning, when Jang Chun mentioned getting the certificate, she had been upset and had taken him seriously on impulse. And now, she and Jang Chun were on their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although it was happening unexpectedly fast, deep down, she truly wanted to get the certificate as soon as possible, so she could finally feel at ease, no longer worrying every day. They arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were quite a few people already in line, divided into two rows. One row was for marriage certificates, and the other for divorce certificates. In the marriage certificate line, some people wore happy smiles, while others showed no particular expression. In the divorce certificate line, some couples wore grim faces, clearly having just had an argument. Others remained expressionless as well. Wearing a mask, Qin Ran glanced at the faces of the people in line, then turned seriously to Jang Chun beside her. I hope we won't come here again. Coming back here would mean getting a divorce certificate. Jang Chun held her hand and looked into her eyes. Okay. They didn't speak anymore, just held hands. Half an hour later, it was finally their turn. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau said to Jang Chun and Chin Ran, give me your ID cards and the household registration book, and also the photos for the marriage certificate. If you don't have the photos, go take them inside. We don't have photos. Jang Chun replied. Then go inside to take them, the staff said. Jang Chun led Chin Ran inside. The staff there looked at Chin Ran and said, take off your mask. Chapter 71. Do you want me to introduce someone to you? After hearing that, Chin Ran took off his mask. When the staff saw Chin Ran's face, they were first taken aback, and after realizing, damn, Chin Ran. Several staff members were shocked. They never expected Chin Ran to come to pick up their marriage certificate. Thanks for your help. Chin Ran was already used to their reactions. After the staff snapped back to reality, they became much warmer and kept glancing at Jang Chun while taking the photos. Is that Chin Ran's husband? Online, people had always been speculating about who Chin Ran's husband was, yet no clues ever emerged. Unexpectedly, today they saw him in person. Once the photos were done, Chin Ran put his mask back on and went with the photos to the service window. The staff took the household register, ID cards, and photos from Chin Ran and Jang Chun. Looking at Chin Ran's household register, ID, and the photo, the staff was once again puzzled. Chin Ran. Seeing Chin Ran wearing a mask, the staff said, please remove your mask to confirm your identity. Upon hearing this, Chin Ran took off his mask again. Seeing Chin Ran's face, the staff couldn't help but blurt out, damn. People behind in the queue couldn't see Chin Ran's face, but noticed the staff staring in shock. They couldn't help but feel curious. But Chin Ran quickly put the mask back on. In a daze, the staff completed the marriage certificate for Jang Chun and Chin Ran. Each holding a marriage certificate, Jang Chun and Chin Ran looked at them with a slightly dreamlike feeling. From now on, they were officially husband and wife. Let's go, Jang Chun said to Chin Ran. The two held hands and walked out, returning to the car. Daddy, Mommy, where did you go? The two kids had been in the car all along and couldn't help but ask if their parents had taken so long to come back. Chin Ran looked at the two little girls, smiled, and said nothing. Now go home. Jang Chun glanced at Chin Ran in the back seat. Yeah, go home, said Chin Ran. You're not going to the office anymore? Asked Jang Chun. Chin Ran shot him a glare. Have you ever heard of someone who just got married going to work on the same day? Jang Chun drove back home with his mind in a haze. He was extremely confused. Did he really have a wife now? This is way too fast. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Though Chin Ran also felt a little confused, she was now thinking about where to go for their honeymoon. Chin Ran browsed through her phone, scrolling through travel attractions while saying, let's travel later? How about traveling for a month? Jang Chun, slightly sweating, said, although we've gotten the certificate, my family doesn't know yet. Let's talk about it after we've sorted everything out. Chin Ran looked at Jang Chun ahead, thought for a moment, and said, you could tell your parents tonight, so they can mentally prepare. Jang Chun didn't reply. Under normal circumstances, he should indeed have informed his family. But he still had 2 more blind dates to go. One was because his system required 2 more dates to upgrade, and another was a personal matter of his own. Let me go on 2 more blind dates first. After saying that, Jang Chun checked Chin Ran's expression in the rearview mirror and saw her expression visibly darken. Jang Chun sighed helplessly. Don't be like that. Be satisfied. Also, don't forget how it was in the beginning. You said that once I completed 10 blind dates, we'd officially become a couple. But before even finishing the 10 dates, we already got the marriage certificate. Chin Ran replied coldly. This morning, you were the one who asked me if I wanted to get the certificate, not the other way around. Jang Chun frowned helplessly. Fine, it's my mistake. But really, I must finish 2 more blind dates. Just 2. It'll be quick. Chin Ran didn't say anything with a slightly cold expression. She simply couldn't understand Jang Chun's obsessive-compulsive disorder. Was it necessary to go on 10 blind dates? Would it kill him if he didn't? After a brief silence, Chin Ran finally said, fine. Jang Chun changed the subject. I'll cook when we get home. I'll make more dishes today. He looked at the 2 kids and said, what do you 2 want for lunch? Your dad will make it for you. The 2 girls had just eaten breakfast and weren't very hungry. Chin Jing muttered, not hungry now, don't know what to eat. Jang Chun smiled. When people were full, they never felt like any food was especially tasty. But when hungry, even steamed buns tasted delicious. So he decided to have lunch at 12:30 today, so they could truly enjoy the meal when hungry. Then they went to the supermarket first and bought a lot of ingredients, and after that, returned home. Back at the villa, they sat on the sofa. The 2 kids were watching cartoons, while Jang Chun and Chin Ran were still staring at their marriage certificates in their hands. After getting married, everything was completely different from before. Marriage meant taking on responsibility. Chin Ran looked at Jang Chun and said, don't tell your parents first, but maybe you can tell your younger sister. How about inviting her for lunch today? Jang Chun slightly sweated and shook his head gently. Forget it. My sister can't keep a secret. If she finds out, she'll definitely tell Dad and Mom. After hearing that, Chin Ran felt a bit unhappy. Although she had already registered their marriage with Jang Chun, his family didn't know yet. She felt a sense of incompleteness without the acknowledgement from Jang Chun's parents. You have 2 more blind dates left. When can you finish them? Chin Ran asked. Right now, she only wanted Jang Chun to finish his blind dates as soon as possible. Jang Chun thought for a moment. Within 7 days. 7 days? Chin Ran raised her eyebrows slightly. Normally, 7 days wasn't long, but to her now, 7 days felt like an eternity. Looking at him, Chin Ran said, what if I help you set up the blind dates? 10 dates a day wouldn't be a problem. Jang Chun slightly sweated as he looked at Chin Ran and said, it's only 7 days. Why the rush? If Chin Ran got involved, it would definitely give him a headache. Then invite your sister for lunch. Chin Ran stated. Jang Chun, give me your phone. Chin Ran said. Jang Chun felt a headache forming. Was he really going to invite his younger sister for lunch? If he didn't, Chin Ran would feel uncomfortable. After all, he had just registered their marriage with her today. It was a meaningful moment. Chin Ran wanted to be accepted by his family. Fine, Jang Chun said helplessly. Jang Chun took out his phone and called Jang Chin Yun. Hello, Jang Chin Yun answered. Where are you? Jang Chun asked. At home. Just got up. Jang Chun asked curiously. What's up? Jang Chun said. I'll send you a location. Drive Dad's car over. I'll treat you to something good to eat. Hearing this, Jang Chun became curious. Why suddenly treat me to something good? Are you trying to get me to introduce someone to you? Jang Chun slightly sweated. Introduce someone? He was a married man now. Jang Chun, you'll know when you come. I'll hang up now. Come earlier. After hanging up, Jang Chun sent a location to Jang Chun. Chapter 72, mind blasted again. Jang Chun immediately sent a message. Okay, what delicious food are you going to treat me to? Jang Chun, whatever you want to eat. I guarantee you won't be able to walk after eating. Jang Chun, yeah right. I'll be there in 25 minutes. Jang Chun, okay. After putting his phone away, Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran and said unhappily, now are you satisfied? TCH, Qin Ran responded. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and said, we'll go out now and wait by the entrance. After all, Jang Chun was Jang Chun's own sister, and he valued her a lot. Jang Chun stayed silent. Wait for what hammer? She probably just got downstairs. We should wait at least another 20 minutes before going out to wait. Qin Ran nodded lightly. Then they would wait for another 20 minutes before going out to wait. At this moment, Qin Ran looked at the two daughters watching cartoons and called out, Jinyan, Zian. Hearing that, the two kids turned to look at him. Qin Ran's expression turned a bit more serious as he said, later on Dad's younger sister is coming to eat at our house. Remember to behave politely. The two kids became curious after hearing that. Qin Jinyan looked at Jang Chun and Qin Ran and asked, Dad's younger sister, what should I call her? Sister? Aunt? Qin Ran thought for a moment. Just call her sister for now. If he let the two girls directly call Jang Chun Auntie, it might startle Jang Chun. And if they called her aunt, it would make Jang Chun sound older. Girls tend to care about titles. So for now, she should be called sister. Once Jang Chun finds out about her and Jang Chun's relationship, then the two girls can change their address to aunt later. Okay. Both kids responded. 20 minutes passed quickly. Jang Chun and Qin Ran, along with the two girls, walked out and waited by the south gate of Tianjin Garden. The security guards at the south gate saw that Qin Ran and others seemed to be waiting for someone, so they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Do you think who Qin Ran is waiting for? Looks like it must be someone important. Wait a little while, and we'll find out. It might be a big shot today. Several guards nodded. Whoever can make Qin Ran personally come out to wait must definitely be a significant figure. Some homeowners living in Tianjin Garden also saw Qin Ran, and their eyes couldn't help but look at Jang Chun. Others might not know who Qin Ran's husband is, but sometimes they could see Qin Ran with Jang Chun, so they could guess. Looking at the current situation, it seems as if they are waiting for someone. A few minutes later, a car slowly drove over. Inside the car, Jang Chun looked toward a spot dozens of meters away. When she saw 4 people standing there, she couldn't help but feel confused. Her older brother, and also Qin Ran, and those 2 little girls must be Qin Ran's daughters. It seemed as if they were waiting for someone. Her brother said he wanted to treat her to dinner. Could they be waiting for her? But why is Qin Ran here? There's no way Qin Ran is waiting for her. As she reached the south gate, Jang Chun got out of the car. Seeing her older brother walking toward her, along with Qin Ran and her 2 daughters, she felt both puzzled and slightly uneasy. After all, the person in front of her was recently the most talked about entrepreneur online over the past month, and netizens had even titled her the national goddess. Sister, hello, my name is Qin Jinyan. Sister, hello, my name is Qin Zian. Sister, you're so pretty. Just like my mom is pretty, Qin Zian sweetly said. Hearing what the 2 kids said, Jang Chun felt flattered and thought that their words were really sweet, like coated in honey. Hello to you all. Jang Chun smiled as she responded, then turned to look at Jang Chun and Qin Ran. She just felt something was a bit off. Hello. At this moment, Qin Ran extended her hand actively and smiled at Jang Chun. Previously, she had seen Jang Chun only through video. Now seeing her in person, Jang Chun was even prettier than in the videos. Seeing Qin Ran reach out her hand first, Jang Chun felt a bit surprised and nervous. She was also confused. What kind of situation was this? Could it be? Jang Chun thought of a possibility. Previously, in an interview with reporters, Qin Ran said she had a husband. Could it be? That person is her older brother? And her older brother invited her to dinner. Could it be that he wants to come clean with her? If that's really the case, Jang Chun felt her heart tighten, her thoughts racing. Even though the 2 daughters of Qin Ran were IVF babies, would her parents approve of this? No time to think further, Jang Chun shook hands with Qin Ran and said, Chairwoman Qin, nice to meet you. My name is Jang Chun. Qin Ran smiled lightly. I've heard about you from Jang Chun. Don't call me Chairwoman, just use my name. Jang Chun, hearing Qin Ran speak like that, was even more certain of her suspicions. There must really be something between her older brother and Qin Ran. Let's go back and talk, Jang Chun said at this moment. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the villa's living room sofa. Qin Ran brought over 2 fruit platters and smiled at Jang Chun. Have some fruit. You don't have to be so formal. Jang Chun, seeing how courteous Qin Ran was being, couldn't help but feel her mind go into a frenzy. There's definitely something going on between her older brother and Qin Ran. Dad, I want to eat watermelon, Qin Jinyan said at this moment. Jang Chun looked toward Qin Jinyan. The way Qin Jinyan called him dad was so natural, as if she had been calling him that every day. Jang Chun turned to look at Jang Chun beside her, her eyes filled with silent questions. Seeing the look from Jang Chun slightly sweated. He wasn't mentally prepared at all. It came way too suddenly. Jang Chun took a piece of watermelon and handed it to Qin Jinyan, then coughed slightly and said to Jang Chun, eat some fruit. I'll go cook first. You guys chat, Qin Ran said at this moment, then went into the kitchen to start preparing food. What's going on? Jang Chun slightly furrowed her brow as she looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun slightly sweated. The child already calls me dad. You should be able to guess, right? When Jang Chun received confirmation from Jang Chun, she felt as though her mind had been blown apart again, thrown into chaos. Her older brother and Qin Ran are actually really together. After her mind settled a little, Jang Chun looked at Jang Chun and quietly asked, our parents don't know about this, right? Jang Chun lightly shook his head. Looking at Jang Chun, he said, let's not tell mom and dad for now. I'll tell them later after some time has passed. Jang Chunyun's expression became slightly more serious. She looked at Jang Chun, her voice slightly deeper. Qin Ran's children are IVF babies. Have you considered our parents' feelings about this? To her, it was fine as long as her older brother and Qin Ran could be happy together. But when it came to her parents, she couldn't help but worry. After hearing her words, Jang Chun stood up and went to fetch the marriage certificate, along with a sperm donation certificate and an IVF sperm usage certificate. Here, Jang Chun handed the marriage certificate and some other documents to Jang Chunyun. When Jang Chunyun saw the marriage certificate, she felt as though her mind had once again been exploded. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, and she briefly lost the ability to think. She flipped open the marriage certificate. Inside were photos of her brother and Qin Ran. It even had the marriage registration date marked. July 13th, 2021. Chapter 73. You're already with my brother, and you're still allowing him to go on blind dates? When Jang Chunyun saw the date on the marriage certificate, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. Her older brother actually got married to Qin Ran already, and her parents didn't know anything about it. How would her parents feel if they found out? Jang Chunyun stared at Jang Chun, speechless for a moment. Have you ever considered how our parents would feel? You kept something like getting married a secret? Jang Chunyun couldn't understand what Jang Chun was thinking. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Look at the document in your hand, Jang Chun said. Huh. Following his words, Jang Chunyun glanced at the document in her hand and flipped to the first page. It read, Sperm donation records. Sperm donor, Jang Chun. Jang Chunyun was confused. Sperm donation? Her brother actually donated sperm years ago? Oh my god. Jang Chunyun shifted her gaze toward Jang Chun, and the look in her eyes became more complex. In her mind, her brother was a normal person, but he went to donate sperm. How awkward. Don't you think the whole process is a bit weird? If mom and dad ever found out, who knows how they'd react? Why did you go donate sperm? How could you possibly feel comfortable doing that? Jang Chunyun couldn't help but imagine the sperm donation process, which she found extremely awkward. Jang Chun, can we not talk about this? Even though he was a guy, he still felt embarrassed, especially when thinking about the time he walked out with a guy from the next room and exchanged a smile with him. Just remembering that still made him cringe. Look at what's next. Jang Chun decided to skip this topic entirely. Jang Chunyun sighed at this and turned to the second page, which stated, Sperm donation compensation of 5,000 yuan. Upon seeing this, Jang Chunyun finally understood why her brother had donated sperm. It was for this 5,000 yuan. To get 5,000 yuan, he really went all out. Huh. Suddenly something occurred to Jang Chunyun, and her expression slightly changed. She quickly flipped through the following pages. As she had expected, Qin Ran's in vitro fertilization used the sperm donated by her brother. Oh my god. Jang Chunyun looked at the document, then looked at Jang Chun. How lucky could her brother get? His donated sperm ended up being used by Qin Ran. And now they were even together. They had even gotten married and gotten the certificate. Dad and mom would be happy when they find out. Jang Chun said as he saw that Jang Chunyun had finished looking at all the documents. Jang Chunyun, since Qin Ran used her brother's donated sperm, those two children were actually her brother's biological children. Naturally, her parents would be delighted. But everything came so suddenly, she felt a bit lost and couldn't react quickly. She suddenly had a sister-in-law. She suddenly had two nieces, and two nieces at that. She suddenly became an aunt. Still a bit dazed, Jang Chunyun couldn't help but look at the two little girls. The two kids were eating watermelon. Noticing Jang Chunyun staring at them, both of them also looked her way. Big sister, have some watermelon. Qin Jingyun handed a slice of watermelon to Jang Chunyun. Jang Chunyun accepted the watermelon slice, still feeling a bit bewildered as she looked at the two kids. These two nieces looked so adorable, just like little fairies, and were so considerate and well-behaved. Her brother's luck was just incredible. Oh right, how exactly did you end up with Qin Ran? Jang Chunyun looked at Jang Chun, her curiosity growing. Long story short, love developed between us over time? Jang Chun replied thoughtfully. Jang Chunyun gave him a look. After a brief pause, she quietly asked, So, how far along are you two? We're already married. What do you think? Jang Chun rolled his eyes at her. Jang Chunyun fell silent. That meant, they've already done it. No wonder he's been coming home less often lately. He's been enjoying himself here. Jang Chun looked at Jang Chunyun then and said, Remember what I said, don't tell mom and dad for now. I'll let them know later. Why not? Jang Chunyun was puzzled. If they were already married, shouldn't they tell their family? Just don't ask, okay? Just keep it quiet. Jang Chun replied. There were some things he couldn't easily explain. Go eat something first, Jang Chun said, then stood up and went into the kitchen. Qin Ran was washing vegetables. Seeing Jang Chun come in, she asked, Did you tell your sister everything? Jang Chun nodded. What did she say? Qin Ran asked. My sister is fine, nothing to worry about, Jang Chun said. After hearing that, Qin Ran finally relaxed a bit. Looking at Jang Chun, she said, I'll keep you company. I'd like to chat a bit with your sister. All right, Jang Chun agreed. Qin Ran walked out and saw Jang Chunyun chatting with the two little girls. When Jang Chunyun noticed Qin Ran approaching, she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Qin Ran smiled and sat beside her, handing her an orange. Your brother already told you everything, right? Jang Chunyun nodded. Qin Ran hesitated briefly before looking at Jang Chunyun and asking, What do you think about it? Seeing Qin Ran asking like this, Jang Chunyun realized that Qin Ran actually cared about her opinion. From this, she could tell that Qin Ran must truly like her brother. But she also wanted to know just how much Qin Ran liked her brother. After all, judging from what had just happened, Qin Ran must have investigated her brother's background a long time ago and already knew the sperm used was donated by her brother. Her brother was likely hired with the real intention of finding a father for the kids. If it was just for finding a father for the children, could Qin Ran and her brother even develop real feelings for each other? Jang Chunyun hesitated for a moment before replying. Since the children are your brother's biological kids, and you and my brother have already registered your marriage, I definitely support you too. And my parents wouldn't have any big issues with it. But why didn't you tell my parents yet? Jang Chunyun felt confused about this. She couldn't tell whether it was her brother's idea or Qin Ran's idea. Qin Ran saw that Jang Chunyun had no objection, just as she had expected. Hearing Jang Chunyun ask why they hadn't told her parents, Qin Ran thought about it and became a bit upset. It's your brother's idea. He has obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He insists on going through 10 blind dates before settling down. Qin explained. Jiang Qingyun was stunned. What the heck? Her brother's idea? OCD? 10 blind dates? Right. Jiang Qingyun suddenly remembered that her mom had recently introduced yet another blind date to her brother, and her brother had already registered their marriage with Qin Ran. Now that she thought about it, wait, you and my brother were already together, yet he was still going on blind dates at the same time? Jiang Qingyun was shocked by her own realization. Yeah, Qin Ran confirmed. Upon hearing Qin Ran's reply, Jiang Qingyun once again felt completely baffled. You're already with my brother, and you're still allowing him to go on blind dates? You, Jiang Qingyun felt her brain couldn't keep up anymore. You're already dating my brother, and you still allow him to go on blind dates? Jiang Qingyun looked at Qin Ran, completely confused. If it were her, she would definitely not tolerate that. Either break up with Jiang Chun immediately, or make him stop the blind dates. Chapter 74. Mom set you up on another blind date? Hearing Jiang Qingyun's words, Qin Ran couldn't help but realize that she had indeed been too accommodating toward Jiang Chun. Putting herself in an outsider's shoes, if a married couple were in this situation, where the husband was still going on blind dates and the wife actually compromised, it was simply unfathomable. Thinking about this made Qin Ran even angrier. Looking at Jiang Qingyun, she asked, does your brother have serious obsessive-compulsive disorder? No, he doesn't. Jiang Qingyun replied, confused. From what Qin Ran said, it sounded like she tolerated her brother's blind dates because he had OCD. Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but frown. During this time she'd been with Jiang Chun, she hadn't noticed any OCD tendencies in his daily life. Common symptoms of OCD include, some people prefer doing things in whole numbers. For example, during meals, someone may insist on taking exactly 10 bites of food, or they may count steps and only feel at ease when they reach a certain number like 10. As far as Qin Ran knew, the only thing Jiang Chun insisted on was attending exactly 10 blind dates. She hadn't observed any other OCD behaviors. Now hearing Jiang Qingyun deny that Jiang Chun had OCD, Qin Ran felt even more puzzled. If Jiang Chun didn't have OCD, why must he attend 10 blind dates? She couldn't figure it out. Jiang Qingyun, seeing Qin Ran's confused expression, felt puzzled herself. Is my brother waiting to tell our parents about you until after he finishes his 10th blind date? Jiang Qingyun asked. Qin Ran nodded. Jiang Qingyun fell silent, now more confused than ever. She was certain her brother didn't have OCD, so why insist on 10 blind dates? It just didn't make sense. Then you agreed to let my brother keep going on blind dates? Jiang Qingyun looked at her. Seeing the look of disbelief in Jiang Qingyun's eyes, Qin Ran herself couldn't help feeling disbelieving too. How had she become like this? After thinking for a while, she found a reason. At that time, when she let Jiang Chun continue with the blind dates, they weren't officially in a relationship yet. Jiang Chun had said that once he completed the 10th date, he would confirm their relationship. That was the reason she reluctantly allowed Jiang Chun to continue. Who could have predicted that during the time they spent together, things escalated quickly. Before she knew it, they had become a couple, and now were officially married. After a brief silence, Qin Ran said, he just needs 2 more dates, and then it will be over. Jiang Qingyun stared at her, a bit shocked. Before this conversation, she always thought Qin Ran was that cold, goddess-like type. But now, she saw Qin Ran acting as if she were playing second fiddle to her brother. So much so that it tugged at her heart. I'll talk to my brother at lunch. He can't keep going on blind dates anymore. Jiang Qingyun's voice turned slightly grim, realizing now how serious the situation was. If her brother kept attending blind dates, wouldn't Qin Ran feel hurt? They might end up in a huge fight, maybe even fall apart. And they had only just gotten married. Seeing Jiang Qingyun's determined and supportive attitude, Qin Ran felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Before, she had seen some news online about mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law siding with the husband, leaving the wife feeling like an outsider. Back then, those stories made her angry. Now, seeing Jiang Qingyun support her, made her feel slightly happier. No need. Let him finish his dates. After all, there are only 2 left. Qin Ran smiled lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Qingyun couldn't help but stare at Qin Ran. She really felt that Qin Ran was acting too submissive. She also thought her brother was being completely unreasonable. You're already in a relationship. How could you still go on blind dates? He totally deserved a beating. I'm going to help in the kitchen. You can stay here and watch some TV. Qin Ran said then. Okay, Jiang Qingyun replied. Qin Ran stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Jiang Qingyun turned her gaze toward the 2 kids. From their earlier conversation, Qin Ran was clearly yielding far too much to her brother. Curious, she wanted to find out how her brother and Qin Ran usually interacted. Like, did they ever argue? Did her brother ever bully Qin Ran? Jiang Qingyun shifted her seat closer to the children and softly asked, do your parents ever argue? Nope, Qin Jingyan replied. Jiang Qingyun was taken aback by the response. They never argued? Then she asked, what do your parents usually do when they're together? Kiss and hug, Qin Jingyan replied. They kiss and hug all the time. It's getting annoying, Qin Ziyuan complained. All the time. Jiang Qingyun was flabbergasted. Not only did they not fight, they were constantly affectionate. Yep, they kiss while eating, they kiss when watching TV, and they even kiss before falling asleep, Qin Jingyan added. Jiang Qingyun sat in stunned silence. They actually seemed really loving. Who usually initiates the kisses? Dad or mom? Jiang Qingyun asked. They kiss each other. Both kids replied in unison. Jiang Qingyun, that does seem really loving. Could it be that Qin Ran is tolerating her brother going on more blind dates just because she likes him too much? Thinking back to how humble Qin Ran had acted earlier, this possibility seemed very likely. By the way, Wenyi-san, although mom and dad clearly sleep with us at night, the next day they somehow end up sleeping in the upstairs room. How does that happen? Qin Jingyan asked curiously. She had asked her parents about this before, but they never explained. Jiang Qingyun was slightly sweating. How was she supposed to explain this? They sleep in the same room at night and somehow end up in the upstairs bedroom the next morning. Even the kids probably figured it out. And there was some bedwetting too. It seemed like it was mom's, but there was no smell. Qin Jingyan added. Jiang Qingyun. Ahem, I really don't know. Jiang Qingyun quickly changed the subject. Looking at the 2 kids, she asked, since when did your parents start sleeping together? A long time ago, like more than a month ago. Qin Jingyan wasn't entirely sure. Jiang Qingyun. Actually, I don't know either, Jang Chun replied, then quickly shifted topics. Looking at the two kids, she asked, since when did your parents start sleeping together? A while ago, maybe over a month? Qin Jinyan said uncertainly. Jang Chun was astonished. They had been sleeping together for over a month? Her brother had only been at Qin Ran's place for about 2 months total, right? Which meant that they started sleeping together after about only half a month of dating? Wasn't that a bit too fast? Well, considering they were already married, maybe it wasn't that fast. At about 11:30 a.m., the five of them sat around the dining table and began eating. At that moment, Jiang Chen's WeChat notification rang on his phone. Looking at it, it was a message from his mother. Mom, are you with your sister now? Jiang Chun, having lunch. Mom, are you sure you don't want your sister to set you up with someone? Jiang Chun, no need. Mom, alright then. I've arranged a blind date for you through the matchmaking agency. I'll send you the girl's profile. Meet her tomorrow at 11 a.m. at Wanyuan Mansion. Jiang Chun sweated slightly. Again at Wanyuan Mansion. Moments later, he received the woman's profile. Beside him, Qin Ran was also glancing at Jiang Chen's phone. After looking at the details, she said, tomorrow will be the 9th blind date. Jiang Chun nodded. Hearing Qin Ran's words, Jiang Qingyun looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. Mom arranged another blind date for you? Chapter 75. It's unfair to you about the blind dates, and I want to compensate you. Jiang Qingyun's expression darkened slightly after hearing that. Looking at Jiang Chun, she spoke with a slightly heavier tone. You're already married, and you're still going on blind dates? And you even kept this from our parents. Don't you think that's going too far? Jiang Chun didn't know how to explain, nor could he explain. Seeing Jiang Chun remain silent, Jiang Qingyun's expression turned even darker. She said sternly, if you continue going on blind dates like this, I can only tell our parents about it. Jiang Chun felt a headache coming after hearing that. Earlier, Qin Ran insisted that Jiang Qingyun come for dinner, and he already knew that once she arrived, something like this would happen. One blind date tomorrow, and one more after that, then it's over, Jiang Chun finally said after a moment of silence, glancing at Qin Ran as he spoke. Although Qin Ran wasn't happy about it internally, the matter of 10 blind dates had been clearly stated from the beginning. Qin Ran thought to herself that with only 2 more blind dates remaining, after tomorrow's, there would only be 1 left. It would soon be over. After hearing that, Jiang Chun felt somewhat guilty. Normally, now that he and Qin Ran were together, he shouldn't continue going on blind dates. But he had no choice. He needed to go on those blind dates, and could only ask Qin Ran to endure a bit longer. Feeling guilty, Jiang Chun picked up a dish, and placed it in Qin Ran's bowl. Qin Ran glanced at Jiang Chun. She could sense his guilt too. After a moment of silence, she said to him, after finishing the last 2 blind dates, just live a good life together. Jiang Chun's hand touched Qin Ran's, and he intertwined his fingers with hers. Sitting opposite them, Jiang Qingyun was stunned. She stared at Jiang Chun and Qin Ran, puzzled. One was still going on blind dates, while the other actually agreed to let him continue. Your husband and wife. At this moment, Qin Ran looked at Jiang Qingyun, paused for a moment, and said, let my brother go on 2 more blind dates first. As for me and your brother, please don't tell your parents yet. Jiang Qingyun was stunned. Qin Ran was actually helping her brother, letting him keep going on blind dates, and not allowing her to inform their parents? Dad, Mom, what does blind date mean? Qin Jinyan asked curiously. During this period, he had heard the term blind date frequently, but didn't understand its meaning. Qin Ran smiled at the 2 children. It doesn't mean much. Qin Jinyan remained puzzled. What did it doesn't mean much mean? It wasn't until 4 p.m. when Jiang Qingyun drove back home. On the way home, Jiang Qingyun was still in shock, unable to comprehend why her brother insisted on going on 10 blind dates, and even less able to understand why Qin Ran allowed her brother to continue going on them. She felt her brain wasn't enough to process this. In the living room of the villa, on the sofa, Jiang Chun wrapped Qin Ran in his arms, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, it's unfair to you about the blind dates. Qin Ran was silent for a moment before softly replying, although I don't understand why you must go on 10 blind dates. Today you registered our marriage with me, and have shown your attitude. I don't ask for anything else. After the last 2 blind dates, let's just live a good life. Okay, Jiang Chun promised. After the last 2 blind dates, we'll live a good life. Qin Ran didn't say anything, only snuggling closer into Jiang Chun's embrace. Jiang Chun held her close and whispered into her ear, it's unfair to you about the blind dates. I want to compensate you. If you could finish the blind date sooner, that would be the biggest compensation to me. Qin Ran replied softly after a brief silence. Let me give you a small compensation first, Jiang Chun murmured. Then he suddenly picked up Qin Ran, carried her into a room, and locked the door behind them after entering. Right now, this was the most direct way he could compensate her. If she was happy, then no matter how tired he got, what did it matter? At 6 p.m., the 2 kids knocked on the door. Mom, Dad, what are you doing in there? You haven't come out for so long. Qin Jinyan shouted toward the room. Open the door, Qin Zian. After 5 minutes, the door finally opened. Looking at Jiang Chen's hair, which was wet, Qin Jinyan couldn't help asking, Dad, did you take a shower in there? Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 children. I haven't finished showering yet. Dad will go take another shower. You 2 watch some TV first. Okay, said the 2 children. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chun walked out of the room. Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian looked over and couldn't help but ask, why didn't Mom come out? Mom is a little tired. She'll come out soon, Jiang Chun replied. Hearing that, Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian exchanged confused looks. Tired again? You 2 watch some cartoons. Dad will go cook dinner. Jiang Chun told the 2 children before heading into the kitchen to get busy. 10 minutes later, Qin Ran came out of the room. She glanced toward the kitchen, then walked to the sofa. Before she could sit down, suddenly her legs felt weak and she fell onto the sofa. Mom. Seeing this, the 2 kids rushed over, worried to support Qin Ran. It's okay. Qin Ran sat up, leaning back against the sofa. Are you really okay, Mom? Your face is all red, Qin Jinyan said. Qin Ran. I'm fine, watch your TV. Okay, the 2 kids replied, sitting one on each side of Qin Ran and turning to watch the screen. Qin Ran didn't say anything more. She leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and rested. At 6:30 p.m., Jiang Chun reheated the leftovers from lunch, brought them to the table, and said to the 3 on the sofa, come and eat. Dad, help Mom up a bit. Qin Jingyan recalled how weak his mother had looked earlier, and couldn't help but say to Jang Chun, "I'm fine. No need," Qin Ran said. "Really okay?" Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran shot him a glance. She had rested long enough. She had long regained her strength. She got up with the two kids, and walked to the dining table to sit down. Seeing that Qin Ran looked fine, Jang Chun leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "I want to keep compensating you tonight." Qin Ran didn't know how to respond. Before anything happened between her and Jang Chun, she would have felt shy. But lately, this had been happening so often, and she no longer felt the need to hold back. Plus, she finally understood why yellow came first in pornography, gambling, and drugs. The only downside was it was exhausting. She barely had the stamina to keep up. "Eat." Qin Ran didn't reply to Jang Chun and gave him a bite of food from her chopsticks. Jang Chun also picked up a bite for Qin Ran. Qin Ran glanced at him and said, "Tomorrow I'm going with you to the blind date." Jang Chun lightly hummed in response without further comment. Tomorrow was the 9th blind date. If Qin Ran went along, that was fine. But what about the 10th blind date? After thinking for a moment, Jang Chun asked Qin Ran, "Have they produced the Chunfin Yao for the happy capsule formula yet?" Qin Ran replied, "Today my secretary messaged me. They've already produced 200 boxes of Chunfin Yao, and are currently recruiting patients for testing. The trial period will take 1 month. Jang Chun nodded lightly. "Go to the company yourself and supervise in a few days." Qin Ran looked at him. "You really want me to go to the company?" Jang Chun hesitated a moment before saying, "After finishing the 10 blind dates, I'll go out with you. You won't need to wear masks anymore, and more people will know I'm your husband." Jang Chun didn't continue. He could already imagine the countless online comments accusing him of wanting only her money. Qin Ran nodded lightly. She had planned to start overseeing operations at the company herself the day after tomorrow, after Jang Chun's blind date tomorrow. Because once Jang Chun was exposed, she could imagine there would be some negative online comments, and she didn't want to see them. Chapter 76. Things I couldn't do in my past life, I've done now. If such rumors were to emerge, say, that Jang Chun was after her money, it would definitely affect the relationship between her and Jang Chun. The only way was to get the strong kidney capsules and happy capsules onto the market as soon as possible, letting more people know that Jang Chun was actually the CEO of a company. That would help silence some critics. "You go to your blind date tomorrow. I'll go to the company the day after," Qin Ran said then. She had already registered her marriage with Jang Chun, so she no longer needed to keep a close watch on him like before. Moreover, Jang Chun had already learned that the two girls were indeed his biological children. Her relationship with Jang Chun was now quite solid and unlikely to face any sudden changes. Jang Chun gave a slight nod without saying anything. Once Qin Ran started working at the company 2 days later, he could go on his blind date with Lu Na without informing Qin Ran, which meant she wouldn't follow him. Still, a hint of guilt lingered in his heart. Jang Chun picked up a dish and placed it in front of Qin Ran, murmuring softly, "Eat more." "Dad, you don't pick food for me anymore." Qin Jingyan couldn't help but say, "You don't pick for me either," Qin Ziyuan added with a sour tone. After hearing that, Jang Chun couldn't help but laugh. He served a dish to both kids. He felt that things were actually quite nice now. Once this blind date was over, the days ahead should be rather pleasant. After dinner, when they had finished tidying the tableware, they went to take a shower first. After showering, they put on pajamas and went into the bedroom. The two kids were watching TV nearby. Jang Chun held Qin Ran close. Qin Ran was watching short videos on her phone in his arms. Neither spoke, but the silence between them felt comforting. Holding Qin Ran close, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and watching her scrolling on her phone, suddenly, Jang Chun wanted to play around a little. He pinched her cheek gently, feeling how smooth and soft her skin was. After squeezing her cheeks for a while, he gently caressed her flowing hair, then trailed his fingers down her smooth, white neck, continuing downward. Qin Ran didn't say anything the entire time, appearing very compliant and adorable. Seeing her in this cute expression, Jang Chun pulled her closer into his arms. He truly felt lucky to have found someone he genuinely loved in this lifetime. Things I couldn't do in my past life, I've done now. Jang Chun recalled the miserable marriage he had back then. When he returned home, there wasn't even anyone to talk to, and the atmosphere felt cold and oppressive. At that time, he had wanted to divorce, but the kids were still young. A divorce would have greatly affected their growth. He had endured 20 years of marriage with Lu Na purely because of the children. Without the kids, they would have divorced long ago. Just thinking about it now, he realized their marriage had been solely for the children's sake. He hadn't divorced Lu Na merely because she was the birth mother of their child. Thinking of it, it truly felt pitiful. Luckily, he had been reborn into this life, married someone he truly loved, and now had 2 sensible, well-mannered children. Jang Chun hugged Qin Ran tightly, as if he never wanted to let go. Qin Ran, feeling him tightening his grip, placed her phone aside and turned around to face him directly, also embracing him tightly. They gazed into each other's eyes for a few minutes. Gradually, the atmosphere changed slightly, as if they were silently competing to see who could maintain eye contact longer. They continued staring at each other like this. "Mom, Dad, what are you two doing?" Seeing her parents staring so intensely, Qin Jingyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing the voice of the child, Jang Chun smiled slightly and said, "Nothing." "Oh," Qin Jingyan replied. Jang Chun didn't continue staring at Qin Ran. He held her tightly and kissed her. They quickly fell into the mood and started kissing passionately. Around 9:30 at night, the two kids became tired and went to sleep first. Jang Chun was still holding Qin Ran, whispering softly in her ear, "Let's go upstairs." Qin Ran responded. The two went upstairs, locked the bedroom door from the inside, and Jang Chun, still holding her, said, "Let's try something new." Jang Chun took out his phone, opened a 51 video app, and found a few videos, then said to Qin Ran, "Let's observe and study." Qin Ran found the videos incredibly embarrassing. 2 hours later, Jang Chun carried Qin Ran downstairs in a bridal style, returned to the kids' room, and then held her while they both fell asleep. At 7:30 the next morning, Jang Chun and Qin Ran only woke up then, and after waking up, Jang Chun kissed her gently. After looking into Jang Chun's eyes for a moment, Qin Ran finally said, "You're so bad." Recalling the events of last night, Qin Ran felt Jang Chun really was wicked. Thinking back to when they had first met, she had thought he was quite decent. Never did she expect that as their relationship developed, Jang Chun would become more and more mischievous. Do you like it then? Jang Chun looked at her. So when you say I'm bad, are you actually complimenting me? Jang Chun teased. Qin Ran remained silent. The two of them lingered for a while before finally getting up to brush their teeth and wash their faces, after which Jang Chun went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Once breakfast was ready, they sat down to eat together. Dad, Mom, where are we going to play today? Qin Ziyuan asked at this moment. Qin Ran glanced at her and said, we're not going out today. Your dad and I have something at noon. You two can just stay at home. Stay at home. Qin Jinyan looked slightly reluctant. Can't we go with Mom and Dad? Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran and thought for a moment before saying, why don't you stay back then? I'll finish my blind date and come right back. After all, the kids are still young. Qin Ran pondered for a while before saying to Jiang Chun, it's fine leaving the kids at home. We can lock them in the bedroom. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan stared at Qin Ran with clear resentment. Jiang Chun was speechless. At 10:45 a.m. at noon, Jiang Chun arrived at the parking lot of Wanyuan building in his car. Looking at the building, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel amused. He was back again. Jiang Chun said to Qin Ran sitting in the front passenger seat, you go in first. I'll go in after 2 minutes. Qin Ran gave a light nod and stepped out of the car first. After a while, Jiang Chun also got out of the car and arrived at the entrance of Wanyuan building. When the waiter saw Jiang Chun, he couldn't help but look a little awkward. A month ago, Jiang Chun had been coming here frequently for blind dates. Could he be here for another blind date again today? Mr. Jiang, good noon. May I ask how many in your party? The waiter smiled politely at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, they already knew his surname was Jiang? Jiang Chun replied, 2 people. One hasn't arrived yet. The waiter smiled and said, okay, please follow me. Once inside the main hall, Jiang Chun glanced at Qin Ran, who was sitting at table A3, and then took his seat at table A4, facing Qin Ran directly. After the waiter poured a glass of water for Jiang Chun, he walked to the waiting area for the staff. There were several other waiters and waitresses there. Isn't that Jiang Chun? One waiter glanced at Jiang Chun and murmured softly, yeah, probably here for another blind date. Another waiter responded, I remember that a month ago, after Jiang Chun's blind date with that woman ended badly, he added another female guest WeChat. Waitress Momo glanced toward where Qin Ran sat, finding her familiar looking. Chapter 77. You should leave. Hearing Momo's words, a few waitresses couldn't help but recall the incident from a month ago when Jiang Chun had confronted a blind date girl and later added a female customer on WeChat, who had even invited him to her house for dinner. Look at that girl over there. Mo glanced slightly toward Qin Ran and whispered to the others. She looks exactly like the one who invited Jiang Chun to her house for dinner a month ago. After hearing that, several waitresses also turned their eyes toward Qin Ran. She looked vaguely familiar to them, though they couldn't be certain whether she really was the same girl. They only remembered that woman had worn a mask back then, so they didn't see her face clearly, and this woman now also had a mask on. Was it just a coincidence? Or was she actually the same person? It probably isn't her, one of the waitresses reasoned. If it was her, Jiang Chun and this girl should be sitting together. The other waitresses nodded, finding the reasoning logical. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Qin Ran sat sipping tea and occasionally exchanging glances. Jiang Chun stared at the documents about the blind date girl on his phone. Name, Li Shui. Age, 26. Education, junior college. Occupation, recently quit job, currently unemployed. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 102 pounds. Health condition, healthy. Along with several casual photos of Li Shui. Jiang Chun quickly skimmed through them and then stopped reading. About 10 minutes later, a girl walked into the lobby wearing a beige dress with high heels. Her figure wasn't exceptional, but still decent. Her face was covered with heavy makeup, and she had wavy crimson hair. She scanned the room with her eyes until her gaze finally settled on Jiang Chun. A glimmer appeared in her eyes as her mood visibly lifted. So his height checks out, Li Shui thought to herself. Although Jiang Chun was currently sitting, she could still estimate his height through his posture. He looks even better in person than in his photos. Li Shui felt delighted. She had thought his photos were good-looking, but seeing him in real life surpassed her expectations. This was a pleasant surprise. Looks good. Family owns a supermarket. Either way, once his parents grow old or fall ill, they can afford medical treatment. He owns a house without a mortgage and even has a car with no loan on it. Perfect. Li Shui found Jiang Chun's overall situation not too bad though not spectacular. He's a good catch. Smiling slightly, Li Shui walked over. Looking at Jiang Chun gently, she said in a soft voice, Hi. Are you Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun lifted his head and smiled. Hi Li Shui. Li Shui nodded with a smile and sat down. Jiang Chun looked at her thoughtfully before speaking. Since this is a blind date setup, shall we get straight to the point first? Then, if everything's okay, we can get to know each other better. That works. A slight smile appeared on Li Shui's face. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chun remained calm. He figured things might quickly turn sour again soon. He started, What expectations do you have for a potential husband? Li Shui hesitated for a moment, looking at Jiang Chun with a faint smile and saying, Actually, it's mostly about chemistry. Before coming, I reviewed your information and didn't see any problems. Jiang Chun blinked, slightly stunned, before replying. And what about dowry or other issues? Li Shui paused again, gazing at him. 66,000 or 88,000 RMB, which is negotiable. Normally whatever amount is given will be brought back home by me. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel puzzled. He remembered that in all his previous dating experiences from past lives, except for the last time, which went fairly well, all the others ended unpleasantly. But this girl Li Shui? So far, there's no obvious flaw. How do you feel about me? Li Shui hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiang Chun nervously. Truthfully, he replied, Pretty good. Hearing this, Li Shui relaxed a bit inwardly. She curiously asked him, How many blind dates have you had so far? This is the 9th time, Jiang Chun replied. Wow, that many? This is my first time ever going on a blind date. Li Shui appeared quite surprised by how many times he had gone on blind dates. Jiang Chun felt somewhat baffled. What was going on? Could it be this girl doesn't have issues like the others? He couldn't clearly remember all his past blind dates, nor did he recall if he'd once dated Li Shui back then. But, if Li Shui really didn't have flaws or issues, wouldn't he be wasting her time here? You rejected all 8 women you dated before this. Li Shui asked, curious. Jang Chun continued talking with her. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Qin Ran couldn't help but slightly frown. This blind date was different from the previous ones. Besides being driven by his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Jiang Chen's original purpose for attending these blind dates was mostly to tease and mock a few girls a bit. But if Li Shui was actually reasonable and without fault, Jiang Chun going on a blind date with Li Shui like this was a waste of her time and energy. As Jiang Chun was chatting with Li Shui, a young man suddenly walked into the lobby. After entering, the young man scanned the room with his eyes and finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Chun and Li Shui. When he saw Li Shui, the young man's expression instantly darkened and a surge of rage filled his eyes. He strode forward quickly, while loudly shouting, "Li Shui!" That shout caused all the customers and waitresses in the lobby to turn their heads toward them. Hearing the voice, Li Shui's face suddenly changed. When she turned around and saw the young man, her face paled and she appeared visibly flustered. "You, how come you're here?" She glanced nervously at the young man, then at Jiang Chun. She knew this time with Jiang Chun probably wouldn't work out. "How come I'm here?" The young man's face turned even darker, his eyes filled with fury as he stared at Li Shui. "I installed a tracker in your car. I've been messaging you all week, but you never replied. I called you but you never answered. Turns out you were already with another man." He turned to look at Jiang Chun, coldly stating, "You probably don't know you've been tricked by Li Shui. I'm her boyfriend." Jiang Chun remained calm and expressionless. He looked at Li Shui and spoke tonelessly. "You have a boyfriend, and yet you're still here for a blind date with me?" Li Shui's face paled after hearing that, and she hurriedly explained, "He's my ex-boyfriend." Hearing this, the young man's anger flared even more. His expression suddenly turned sharp and menacing as he stared coldly at Li Shui. "Did you officially break up with me? Were you just waiting until you found someone else to dump me? Did you intend to keep dating me until you found someone better? If it wasn't for the tracker in your car, I don't know how much longer you would have kept me fooled." Li Shui grew even more panicked. She wanted to argue back, but she knew even if she did, no one would believe her anyway. At this moment, Jiang Chun said coldly, "Leave." Li Shui felt her heart drop. She had never gone on a blind date before, and the very first one ended up with the guy she liked slipping away. Chapter 78. No flirting, no couple profile pictures. Li Shui had nothing to say. She grabbed her bag and hurried out. The young man followed closely behind. The guests in the hall finally turned their eyes away, whispering among themselves in low voices. This girl's got guts, having a boyfriend and still attending a blind date. Probably not satisfied with her ex, couldn't just dump him without a replacement. Mei Shangdao, Zai Shang Qin de Shiho Fun Shoulut. Meanwhile, the waiters in the hall were also stunned. They had initially thought Jiang Chen's blind date this time might actually work out, but it fell apart again. At the table behind, Qin Ran exhaled in relief. She turned to the waiter and said, "Pack up all the dishes we ordered earlier." "Sure." The waiter responded immediately upon hearing her voice. "Ding. Sign in." Jiang Chun interrupted the system's chattering. "Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully checked in. Congratulations, you have received language skills from various countries." Instantly, Jiang Chen's mind was flooded with languages from various countries. He felt that he could now communicate normally with people from different nations. This skill isn't bad either. It'll be useful someday, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen sent a message to Qin Ran. "I'll wait for you in the car first. Come later." Qin Ran, "Okay." Jiang Chen paid the bill and walked out. Once inside the car, Jiang Chun began to drift into thoughts. This was his 9th blind date. During the 10th date, he would finally meet Lu Na. Jiang Chun remained silent, feelings of complexity stirring inside. What would come after meeting Lu Na? He didn't know. He just wanted to see her once. 5 minutes later, Qin Ran arrived, carrying the packed dishes, and said to Jiang Chun, "Let's go home. The kids must be hungry by now." "All right," Jiang Chun responded simply. While driving, Qin Ran glanced at Jiang Chun and asked, "One more blind date left. Guess when your mom will set it up?" "Hard to say. Maybe within these few days," Jiang Chun replied. Qin Ran gave a soft HM and stayed silent. Judging from the previous frequency of Jiang Chen's blind dates, she guessed it wouldn't be long before his mother arranged the last one. After the final blind date was over, they could go shopping together without having to wear masks. They could even enjoy a meal out in the open. Being able to be themselves in public was the life she truly longed for. Back at the villa, Jiang Chun went into his room, where he found both kids giving him a look of anger before turning their heads away. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Chun chuckled and sat at the edge of the bed, hugging the 2 kids close. "Are you too mad?" Qin Jinyan gave a soft hum, pouting. "You went out without bringing us. You even locked us in that small room." "That's right." Qin Ziyuan also spoke angrily. Jiang Chun sweated slightly, trying to appease them for a while before they finally calmed down. "Must be hungry? Let's eat something." He picked up both kids and brought them to the living room, then sat down at the dining table. The 2 kids weren't particularly hungry. Before, they had already had some snacks. Under the authoritative presence of Qin Ran, however, they obediently began eating. Jiang Chun and Qin Ran sat on the sofa for now, where Jiang Chun idly browsed short videos on his phone to pass time. Qin Ran rested her head on Jiang Chun's shoulder, watching him flip through videos. After a while, she recalled something and said to him, "You should inform your mom that this blind date failed. I'm guessing she'll probably arrange the last blind date soon." Jiang Chun gave a light hum. He opened WeChat and sent his mom a message. "Today's blind date failed." About a minute later, his mother sent a message back. "Failed again? What happened this time?" At the other end, Jiang Chun's mom read his message, feeling utterly drained. "How many times has it been now? Each time ends in failure. When will this ever end?" Jiang Chun, the girl I was dating already had a boyfriend. She concealed it from him and came to the blind date with me. Today, her boyfriend showed up. Jiang Chun's mother, upon seeing the message, couldn't help but frown. She seemed cold all of a sudden. She replied, "Your mom will find someone for you again. This time, I'll make sure to verify thoroughly before setting anything up." Jiang Chun, "Okay. Also, don't pay the introduction fee this time. Since she had a boyfriend and still came to the blind date, she should pay for herself." Jiang Chun's mother, "I'm not stupid, Feng Xin." They stopped chatting after that. Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran and said, "Mom said this time she'll thoroughly confirm first before setting me up again. Probably going to take some time." Qin Ran gave a soft HM in agreement. Only one blind date remained. She wasn't anxious. By the way, should we release the news now that you're the new company's CEO? Qin Ran asked, glancing at Jang Chun. Jang Chun thought for a moment and slightly shook his head. Let's wait until the last blind date is over. All right, Qin Ran nodded gently. If they were to reveal now that Jang Chun was the CEO of the new company, there could be complications if this somehow reached the 10th blind date girl. The two remained silent after that. Qin Ran rested her head on Jang Chun's shoulder, watching him scroll through short videos. After a while, Qin Ran recalled something and whispered softly to Jang Chun, set up a couple profile picture. Jang Chun glanced at her. You're kidding, right? You still want couple profile pictures? You think we're teenagers? After hearing that, Qin Ran's face immediately fell, looking slightly unhappy. Seeing her expression, Jang Chun felt a bit nervous. Was she really this easy to anger? Just kidding, Jang Chun said. Very funny. Qin Ran looked at him with a slightly cold expression. Jang Chun looked at her, then thought for a moment and said, if you pout cutely, I'll change it to a couple profile picture. Qin Ran stayed silent. She didn't know how to act cute. She'd never done it before. She felt a bit weird doing that. No pouting, no couple profile picture. Jang Chun added. Then don't change it. Qin Ran replied indifferently. Jang Chun glanced at her. Come to think of it, he had never seen Qin Ran act cute before. He wondered what she would look like if she ever did. Jang Chun pondered for a while and thought of a way to make Qin Ran act cute. Tonight, when she was nearly reaching climax, he would suddenly stop, not letting her go over the edge. He wouldn't believe that in desperation, she wouldn't finally beg him with that sweet voice. Seeing that Jang Chun seemed to be thinking something, Qin Ran couldn't help but ask, what bad idea are you thinking about now? I'm thinking about how to make you act cute. Jang Chun pulled her into his arms and said, humph. Qin Ran gave a soft hum. You might not see that in your lifetime. You sure about that tonight? Jang Chun said as he pressed her onto the sofa, cupping her face gently. After hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but imagine. He wants to take advantage of her again tonight. Every time Jang Chun teased her like this, she wanted to kick him off with all her might. It felt like torture. You dare? Qin Ran stared at him. Let's see if I dare. Jang Chun replied. After hearing that, Qin Ran immediately bit down on Jang Chun's arm. Jang Chun didn't feel much pain, letting her bite as he said, the harder you bite, the harder I'll tease you. After hearing that, Qin Ran quickly let go. Chapter 79, be a little coquettish, just for me. Can't you stop being so mean? Qin Ran's tone softened. Back then, when Jang Chun used to bully her, she had always wanted to give him a good beating, but her strength was no match for his. Helpless and frustrated, she could only let him do as he pleased. Thinking about it still made her angry and helpless. If Jang Chun bullied her again, she might feel both furious and desperate enough to cry. Then be a little coquettish. Jang Chun cupped her face and looked into her eyes. Qin Ran remained silent. After hesitating inwardly for a while, Qin Ran felt very embarrassed. Finally, she awkwardly muttered, husband, don't do this. When Jang Chun heard Qin Ran's voice, he felt a sudden surge of hormones. So this was the power of someone acting cute towards him. One more time being coquettish. Jang Chun wanted to hear a few more sweet words. Qin Ran felt utterly humiliated. After just acting so uncharacteristically sweet, she hardly recognized herself anymore. And yet, Jang Chun wanted even more. No coquettishness? Jang Chun fixed his gaze on Qin Ran, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Qin Ran got the message. He was threatening her. But as soon as she thought about how she couldn't match his strength, she felt like bursting into tears. Just then, Jang Chun made his move, trying to lift her into the bedroom. Seeing this, Qin Ran's expression slightly changed. She quickly begged, no, don't do this. I'll give you 10 seconds to act cute. Otherwise, Jang Chun left the threat unfinished, but Qin Ran understood exactly. Hearing this, Qin Ran felt furious inside and wished she could bite Jang Chun. However, it was just a fleeting thought. If she really did that, who knew what Jang Chun would do next? After another internal struggle, Qin Ran forced herself awkwardly to act coquettish, saying softly, husband, don't bully me. Okay? After saying this, she felt her scalp tingle and shivers run down her spine. This was too cheesy. Jang Chun once again saw the coquettish look on Qin Ran's face and heard her unique sweet voice. He looked at her with a completely different expression in his eyes now. He wanted to hear her pleading voice, the sound that would completely awaken his animalistic instinct. Jang Chun picked Qin Ran up. Seeing his expression, Qin Ran instinctively tried to push him away, but lacked the strength. Jang Chun, don't do this. You call me by my name? Qin Ran paused. Husband, please. Bang. The door shut with a bang. At the dinner table, the two children glanced at each other. Just now, Mommy's way of speaking was kind of strange, Qin Jingyan remarked. Didn't the teacher say something like that before? It's called acting coquettish, Qin Zian added. The two kids recalled their teacher's imitation of acting cute, teaching the students how to speak sweetly whenever they made mommy, daddy, grandpa, or grandma angry, to apologize with coquettish voices. At the time, the teacher mimicked in a coquettish tone, mommy and daddy, I'm sorry. Don't hit me, okay? It will hurt. And also when wanting something. Mommy and daddy, can I buy a toy car, okay? Okay. Back to reality. Qin Jingyan snapped back into focus, his eyes showing confusion. Mom just said, husband, please. Did she upset Dad? Qin Zian was also puzzled. And she said, husband, don't bully me, okay? Is Dad going to bully Mom? Would Dad hit Mom? Hearing this, the two kids felt growing concern. Let's go, Qin Jingyan said to Qin Zian, and soon they rushed to the bedroom door, pressing their ears close to listen. Due to good soundproofing, they could barely hear clearly, but they did catch bits and pieces. They clearly heard their mother letting out a pained, "Ah." She sounded really hurt. Hearing that, the two kids became even more worried. They used their small hands to pound on the door urgently, shouting, Dad, don't hit Mom. Dad, don't hit Mom. Thump, 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 boom, 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 boom. The kids continued hammering the door. Inside the room, Jang Chun heard the noise and started sweating. What the hell was going on? Hit Mom. He looked down at Qin Ran. I'll go handle the kids first. Qin Ran turned her head aside. Quickly, Jang Chun tidied himself up a bit before opening the door. The two kids ran right in, rushing over to Qin Ran's side, worriedly looking at her lying in bed. Mom, are you in pain? Mom, are you okay? Seeing her two daughters looking so worried about her, warmth filled Qin Ran's heart. Having two daughters really was nice. Unfortunately, the door had been knocked on at the worst possible time. Qin Ran raised her hand and gently pinched each of her daughter's cheeks. Mom and Dad were just playing a game. Dad didn't hit Mom. You two go watch some TV now. Really? The two girls looked at Qin Ran with doubt. But the sound we heard just now sounded like you were really in pain. Qin Ran, the sound insulation in this room was truly terrible. Thinking about it made her feel rather embarrassed. Mommy doesn't hurt. Qin Ran sighed inwardly, grabbing a piece of clothing from the side and putting it on. Mom, why aren't you wearing any clothes? The two kids looked confused when they saw this. Qin Ran hesitated. I was just sleeping. Is that so? They both looked at Qin Ran suspiciously. Qin Ran had no words. After 2 minutes, they stepped out of the room. On the sofa, the two children began watching TV while Jang Chun held Qin Ran close. He whispered into her ear, the soundproofing upstairs is really good. You can't hear anything from the door. Qin Ran felt slightly tempted but thought for a moment and decided against it. She whispered softly, let's wait until the kids fall asleep tonight. But it's only 1 p.m. Jang Chun considered the time. There was still a long time until the kids went to sleep. Qin Ran remained silent. I think we shouldn't indulge in these things too often. It's not good for our mental health or your physical condition. Qin Ran regained her composure and slowly said. Jang Chun listened in silence, unsure of who was indulging now and who was seriously advising against it. Do you know about the I'll never do this rule? Jang Chun asked while looking at her. Qin Ran was speechless. I hope you don't end up proving yourself wrong, Jang Chun added. Qin Ran said nothing. Say something coquettish again for me. Jang Chun still wanted to hear Qin Ran's coquettish tone. Qin Ran glanced at him. Afraid you'll get too excited after hearing it. I have strong self-control, Jang Chun replied, taking out his phone and searching for examples of coquettish tones and phrases. He handed the phone to Qin Ran. These will teach you how to act coquettishly. Try to imitate them. Qin Ran took the phone and glanced at it, slightly baffled. On the screen, Master, please tell me what to do. Ji is waiting. Master, please take good care of me. Husband, Jinga, is it okay? Is it okay? Looking at these lines, Qin Ran felt her scalp crawling. How could normal people possibly say these things? Try one, I want to hear it. Jang Chun pulled her close, kissed her face, and imagined if Qin Ran learned to act coquettish. It was already getting really wonderful. Chapter 80. Married life isn't quite what she imagined. Qin Ran handed her phone back to Jang Chun. She had no interest in learning these things. Seeing this, Jang Chun whispered in her ear, wait for me tonight. After hearing that, Qin Ran really wanted to beat Jang Chun up, but she couldn't really do it, and even if she did, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Just thinking about it made her angry and helpless. You always bully me, Qin Ran said helplessly. If I don't bully you, then who else should I bully? You wouldn't like it if I bullied other women either, Jang Chun replied. Hearing this, Qin Ran's expression turned slightly cold. She looked at Jang Chun and spoke in a lowered voice. If you dare to do something like that, just try it. Jang Chun broke into a light sweat. I didn't say I wanted to bully other women. At this, Qin Ran's expression softened slightly. Jang Chun pulled her into his arms, kissed her cheek, and whispered in her ear. In this life, I'll only bully you. How about that? Qin Ran's hand moved to Jang Chun's waist, pretending like she was about to twist it. A bit upset, she said, can't you just stop bullying me? How exactly do you want me to stop bullying you? Jang Chun asked softly. Qin Ran had no response. Does it mean not letting you feel uncomfortable? Jang Chun continued. A faint came from Qin Ran, but I think it's really interesting. I like watching you try so hard to hold back, Jang Chun said. Oh. Jang Chun quickly removed Qin Ran's hand. This time, the pinch hurt even more than before. Just wait. Let me see how you're going to get back at me later, Jang Chun said. After hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help pinching Jang Chun again, but this time he caught her wrist. Then, he pinned her down on the sofa. Jang Chun held her wrists tightly, so she couldn't move her hands around, and he stared into Qin Ran's eyes. I originally planned to wait until tonight to bully you again, but I guess I can do it now. With that said, Jang Chun suddenly picked up Qin Ran and carried her upstairs. The two kids turned their heads and glanced at them for a moment, but didn't say anything and continued watching their cartoon. At 5 in the afternoon, in the bedroom, Jang Chun was holding Qin Ran in his arms and kissed her. Be cute for me. Qin Ran was desperate and helpless. Husband, don't do this. Be cute again, Jang Chun said. Qin Ran said nothing. Say, husband please, okay? Jang Chun prompted. You're missing a ma at the end, Jang Chun added. Qin Ran felt on the verge of breakdown, but had no choice. Husband, please don't, okay ma? That's better. Jang Chun kissed her again. Here's a little reward for you. Qin Ran looked puzzled. At 6 in the afternoon, Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran again and whispered in her ear, I'm going to cook dinner. Come downstairs when you've rested enough. Qin Ran felt too weak. Even saying the word, seemed extremely difficult. Jang Chun didn't say anything else. He got up, tidied himself up a bit, then walked downstairs. Dad, where's Mom? On the sofa, the two kids heard footsteps and turned around to look at Jang Chun. Mom and Dad were playing a game and got too tired. She's resting upstairs for a while and will come down later, Jang Chun replied. Dad, what kind of game were you playing? Why is it always Mom who gets tired and never you, Dad? Qin Ziyuan asked curiously. Jang Chun gave her a glance. Dad also gets tired. It's just that Dad has better stamina. Mom has a bit less. The two kids nodded, as if they understood. Dad, what kind of game is it? Qin Ziyuan asked again. Jang Chun thought for a moment, standing running in place. After hearing that, the two kids immediately lost interest. What was so fun about standing running in place? You two just sit quietly and watch cartoons. Dad is going to start making dinner now, Jang Chun said. Okay, the two kids nodded. Jang Chun went into the kitchen and began getting busy. At this moment, Qin Jingyan looked at Qin Ziyuan and said, let's go upstairs and check on Mom. Let's go. Qin Ziyuan agreed. The two kids went upstairs together, then entered the bedroom and saw that their mom was lying there, seemingly asleep. There's water on the floor. Is it sweat or did Mom and Dad spill water while drinking? Qin Jingyan looked at the floor. The sheets also have some. Qin Ziyuan added at this point. After hearing that, Qin Jingyan looked over as well, then turned to look at their seemingly sleeping mom. Mom, you and Dad were drinking water so carelessly, it spilled all over the floor. Qin Ran heard her two daughters' voices and felt on the verge of breakdown, but she really didn't have the strength to react. Just then, the two daughters started talking again. Overcome with frustration, she used the last of her strength to say, "You two, get out." Upon hearing that, the two kids looked at Qin Ran. Mom was asking them to leave. From the tone, Mom seemed angry. Oh, the two kids turned around and walked out. About 20 minutes later, Qin Ran finally regained some energy. She sat up and glanced around, inwardly feeling quite defeated. Back when she had first begun to like Jang Chun but was still keeping a normal distance from him, she had imagined what married life with him would be like. Back then, she thought that after marrying Jang Chun, married life would probably be quite pleasant. In her imagination, she would have been the one completely in control of Jang Chun. Who would have guessed it would be like this after getting married? She would be the one constantly overpowered and overwhelmed. Every day beyond the normal eating, drinking, and sleeping, there were several hours spent on. Just thinking about it made her feel like breaking down. Married life was far from what she had imagined. At this moment, Qin Ran picked up the phone beside her and browsed online. She searched, what is married life really like after marriage? And I chu a duo ku. After I married my wife, I bullied her every day, grinning face with teeth. Tang tang how chi. When we first got married, my husband bullied me all the time, but after 3 years, he now gets scared just seeing me, grinning face with teeth. Mr. Wei, married life is all about money, rice, oil, salt, ginger, vinegar, and tea. However, although it looks boring, you know what I mean, right? After marriage, you definitely play with your wife. Seeing these online comments, Qin Ran felt a little breakdown. It seemed that after marriage, every couple lived like this. She continued scrolling through the threads. Lonely night. How to survive. You guys are so amazing. My husband is not quite capable. Sigh. He won't go to the hospital even though I keep telling him to because of his stubborn pride. Jasmine flower. That's tragic. Upstairs. But I'm even worse. My husband is full of energy every day. I'm starting to get scared. Seeing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but question her future life with Jang Chun. No, everything must be done in moderation. Excessiveness will harm your mental state and your health. Qin Ran reminded herself inwardly. She felt she really couldn't continue like this. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jang Chun was busily preparing food when his phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat notification. Jang Chun glanced at it. It was a message from his mother, Zhang's mom. The marriage agency arranged another match for you, but this girl has been busy with work lately and doesn't have time these days. It has to wait until the day after tomorrow. After reading the message, Jang Chun's pupils narrowed slightly. The 10th match, was it Luna? Send me the details of this match first. Jang Chun quickly typed and sent the message. Chapter 81 I should thank you. Shortly after, Jang Mama sent over the information on the 10th girl for the blind date. Name, Luna. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 99 gene. Education, bachelor's degree, Jiangning University. Occupation, advertising planner. Monthly salary, over 8,000. Physical condition, healthy. Also attached were 3 photos of Luna in daily life. When Jang Chun saw the matchmaking profile sent by his mother, his mind buzzed with shock. Especially seeing the 3 photos of Luna, they stirred his memories. Before his rebirth, Luna had aged into middle age. Though still a beautiful woman, now looking at her younger pictures brought some emotions rising to his heart. Time flies. One's life seems neither long nor short, yet when looking back, everything seems like it just happened. Seeing Luna's picture, Jang Chun fell silent. At that moment, his phone beeped with a WeChat message. The pop-up window showed it was Qin Ran. Qin Ran, Lao Gong, wishing run junda for ni hao halao lak. Honey, I really want to have a serious talk with you. Jang Chun saw the message from Qin Ran and snapped out of his thoughts. He replied, what's wrong? Qin Ran, 我觉得我们不能再这样下去了，一直这样下去，会影响我们的正常生活。凡事都不能上瘾，上了瘾，省接到就很难了。I think we can't go on like this. If we keep going on like this, it will affect our normal life. One shouldn't get addicted to anything. Once addicted, it's hard to quit. Jang Chun, 你是在说你自己吗? Are you talking about yourself? Qin Ran, 我说的是你。I'm talking about you. Jang Chun, 行，那我们以后一个月只睡一起一次。Fine, then we can only sleep together once a month. Qin Ran, 我的意思是凡事不能过度，要适度。I mean things shouldn't be excessive. We should be moderate. Jang Chun, 那你觉得多久睡一次才好? Then how often do you think we should sleep together? A minute passed before Qin Ran sent a message. 除了5天的例假，一个月有25天，一个月25次，就挺好。Excluding 5 days of menstruation, there are 25 days in a month. Having it 25 times a month is quite good. Jang Chun searched online and took a screenshot to send to Qin Ran. The content, for couples aged 20 to 30, it is recommended to sleep together twice a week. For couples aged 30 to 35, once a week. For those aged 36 to 45, Qin Ran, 20到30岁之间，一星期才睡一次tutsu. For couples aged 20 to 30, sleeping together only twice a week. Qin Ran, 这应该是看身体状态的吧？每个人的体质不一样，我觉得你一个月25没什么问题。It probably depends on one's physical condition, right? Everyone's physique is different. I think 25 times a month for you is fine. Jang Chun, 我觉得一个月120没什么问题。I think 120 times a month is perfectly fine. Qin Ran, Jang Chun, 听你的，看身体状态。我现在身体还不错，不用担心。就算哪天体质变差了，也可以吃强身胶囊。Alright, depends on your body condition. I'm in pretty good shape now, no worries. Even if my physical condition gets worse someday, I can always take those kidney strengthening capsules. Qin Ran sent an emoji of a poor pitiful face. I can't. Jang Chun, Jirjua, rejected. After sending that message, Jang Chun put away his phone. He was lost in thought. Recently, Qin Ran had become too clingy, constantly sticking to him. In a few days, he had a blind date with Luna, and he absolutely couldn't let Qin Ran find out. but Qin Ran would definitely ask him when he would go on the date. And if so, it's likely Qin Ran would refuse to go to work again, sticking to him every day. Nothing else can be done. Jang Chun reached a decision. Currently, Qin Ran was still afraid of being overpowered by him. He'd just have to bully her more. This way, she might avoid him, even wishing to go to work every day. Upstairs, seeing Jang Chun's message, Qin Ran felt a bit broken and helpless. Jang Chun's physique exceeded her expectations. However, her own body was just ordinary, not particularly strong, nor particularly weak. Compared to Jang Chun, she simply couldn't match up. Helplessly, Qin Ran could only beg mercy and sent Jang Chun a message. Lao Gong, ni bu shi soa ni de zukun li, fen cheng ma? Jiu bu neng rangja wadan. Honey, didn't you say your self-control was very strong? Couldn't you just be a little considerate? Jang Chun was cooking and heard the WeChat notification but didn't look at his phone. He knew it was from Qin Ran. Seeing Jang Chun hadn't replied, Qin Ran couldn't help but wonder if he disagreed with her. Had she not been affectionate enough when she begged? Qin Ran, Lao Gong, Chuni lud, hao bo hao? Honey, please okay? Qin Ran, Lao Gong, sopa, honey, say something. Qin Ran, nubu nung ti lang xiao. Can you be a bit considerate towards me? Qin Ran, bu so ha la da, gini lamla, don't want to speak? You think I'm giving you face? A bit angry, Qin Ran sent a harsh message, but soon after she thought better of it and immediately retracted that message. Qin Ran, gong fa solug, su fa de one ti. Sent that wrong, fault of the input method. Qin Ran, Renup, where are you? Seeing that Jang Chun was still not replying, Qin Ran became puzzled. She tidied herself up and came downstairs. Walking downstairs, she glanced into the living room and saw the two daughters watching cartoons. The kitchen light was on. He must be cooking. That's why he hasn't replied to me. Qin Ran walked to the kitchen door and opened it, only to see Jang Chun cooking dishes. That's why he hadn't replied. Seeing Qin Ran arrived, Jang Chun glanced at her and said, you go sit on the sofa and rest. Tonight will still be tiring for you. After hearing this, Qin Ran felt powerless, leaning against the wall. Jang Chun couldn't help but feel speechless at the sight, muttering, is it really that bad? You seem energetic enough to me. Qin Ran gritted her teeth. Who asked you to keep bullying me? Jang Chun cast her a glance, then replied calmly, in this life, I'll bully only you. Qin Ran gritted her teeth again. Am I supposed to thank you for that? You're welcome, Jang Chun replied casually. Looking at Jang Chun stir-frying the dishes, Qin Ran sighed inwardly. She had never imagined before that Jang Chun would be this capable, but now things were already like this. There was nothing she could do but accept it. After a moment of silence, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and said, I just don't want everything else to suffer because of this. I have a company to manage, people depending on me. If things keep going like this every day, I won't even have the energy to go to work. Jang Chun gave her a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed. I told you to go to the office before. It's you who insisted on sticking around me. Now you're blaming me. Qin Ran had no words. If you go to work, Jang Chun said, then I won't bully you. Really? Qin Ran looked at him, skeptical. Jang Chun didn't look at her, continuing to cook while saying in a calm tone, I know what matters most. If you go to work, you'll need to be energetic enough. I'll make sure you get a good sleep and get up early to prepare breakfast for you. I'll take care of you thoroughly. All right, I'll go to the company tomorrow. I hope you mean what you say, Qin Ran replied. Jang Chun glanced at her. Even if I don't keep my word, what can you do about it? Qin Ran's expression slightly changed as she looked at Jang Chun. So what you said just now was all meaningless. Jang Chun gave her a brief look but didn't reply. Do you think you've got me figured out completely? Qin Ran stared at Jang Chun. She had recently realized that in their interactions, she was always the weaker one, never gaining any upper hand. Yeah, I've got you figured out. Jang Chun glanced at her again with calmness. What can you do about it? Seeing Jang Chun's smug and unbothered look, Qin Ran felt a slight urge to scare him. Like, for married couples, there's always the option of divorce. But she held back those words, saying that might make Jang Chun very angry. But, after some thought, Qin Ran sighed. Maybe it's just fate. Other than liking to tease and dominate her, Jang Chun treated her pretty well in every other way. There were details that warmed her heart. Like, when she slept, he would always tuck her in carefully with the quilt, afraid the cold air conditioning might cause her a cold. There were many such little details. Chapter 82. How about raising a cat? A while later, Jang Chun had finished preparing dinner, and the four of them sat around the table to eat. After they had finished eating, they began clearing the dishes. Qin Ran wanted to follow him to the kitchen to help clean up, but Jang Chun said at that moment, you take the kids to take a bath. I can handle cleaning up. Tonight will also be tough on you. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, feeling like punching him for a bit. Can't you stop bullying people? Qin Ran stared at Jang Chun, her tone much weaker. I won't bully you. Let's just get straight to the point so you won't feel uncomfortable. Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran. In the past, he would sometimes stop Qin Ran right when she was about to climax, which would leave her feeling frustrated. He thought for a moment. Since tomorrow was the day Qin Ran would start work at the company, he decided to pamper her properly. You're lying. Qin Ran was a bit skeptical. Jang Chun rolled his eyes. Just take the kids to take a bath. I'll clean up and then go wash up too. Qin Ran didn't say anything, turned around, and went to take a bath with the two daughters. As for what was coming later that night, she could only accept her fate. An hour later, everyone had finished taking their baths and were now leaning against the headboard watching TV. Jang Chun held Qin Ran in his arms, softly chatting. He whispered in her ear, if you had another chance to start over, would you still get a marriage license with me? I would. Qin Ran didn't hesitate and answered directly. Aren't you afraid of me bullying you, Jang Chun? Qin Ran shook her head lightly. Even though Jang Chun would bully her, she always felt a strong urge to punch him when he did. But if she had another chance to start over, she would still get the marriage license with Jang Chun. In her heart, Jang Chun occupied most of it. Even her two daughters didn't take as large a place in her heart as Jang Chun did. What about you? If you had a chance to start over, would you still get a marriage license with me? Qin Ran asked curiously. There's no reason for me not to be with you. Jang Chun whispered softly in her ear. Then why don't you stop bullying me and act more normally? Isn't that better? Qin Ran felt sweet and happy after hearing his words. All right, Jang Chun said. Qin Ran snuggled deeper into Jang Chun's embrace and whispered, hold me tighter. You want me to hold you so much? Jang Chun looked at her and hugged her tighter. Qin Ran didn't act coy and readily responded. The events of the past few days had almost made her forget what it meant to be modest, though at times she still felt a bit embarrassed. After hearing this, Jang Chun couldn't help but smile. I remember the first time we held hands. You looked a bit nervous then, and the first time I hugged and kissed you, you tried to act calm, but were so nervous that you started to sweat. Then when you covered your mouth with your hands and hid your face behind your hair, looking both shy and awkward. Now think about it. You even know how to be coquettish now. Jang Chun feigned a sigh. Never expected things to change so quickly. Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but lightly hit Jang Chun's chest. I've become like this all because of you. In the past, she never thought she would ever flirt in her life, let alone ever. After saying that, Qin Ran shot back. When I first met you, I noticed you looked a bit inferior towards me. Not long after, for some unknown reason, you suddenly didn't seem shy anymore, showing no inferiority. Even then, I still thought you were a serious person. Who would have guessed that once our relationship changed, you started becoming increasingly less serious? Isn't that very normal? Different relationship, different actions. Of course, I'd be a bit reserved if I wasn't familiar with you. But when I know you better, I act more casually and naturally. We're already dating. Surely I don't have to keep acting overly formal all the time. Jang Chun explained. You really have changed a lot. Qin Ran said. You've changed even more. Jang Chun replied gently. I remember you used to be more quiet at first, didn't talk much in daily life, and appeared calm. But who knew? Once we got into the bedroom, you completely transformed into a different person. Qin Ran, unable to respond, couldn't help biting Jang Chun's arm. Jang Chun softly muttered. What's this called again? A contrast cuteness. Qin Ran said nothing. To tell the truth, I think you're quite adorable sometimes. Jang Chun's face softened into a faint smile as he whispered. Qin Ran lightly hit him again and didn't say anything, resting her head against Jang Chun's chest like a little cat rubbing against him. At that moment, the cartoon on TV switched to an advertisement. The two kids turned their attention away and looked at Jang Chun and Qin Ran, surprised to see their mother affectionately nuzzling their father. In their memory, their mother had always been quite serious, yet here she was being this way towards their father. Daddy hug. After Qin Jinyan spoke, both she and Qin Ziyuan climbed into Jang Chun's arms. Jang Chun chuckled softly, hugging Qin Ran on his left and the two daughters on his right, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Shall we all kiss mommy together? Jang Chun said, looking at the two kids. Okay. The two girls were very enthusiastic. I'll kiss mommy's mouth, and you two kiss mommy's cheeks. After saying that, Jang Chun moved closer to Qin Ran. Qin Ran felt a bit awkward. Her two daughters and her husband were all kissing her. After playing for a while, the two girls went back to watching cartoons, while Jang Chun held Qin Ran and whispered sweetly. Qin Ran was playing on her phone in Jang Chun's arms, scrolling through short videos, and came across some clips of pet cats and dogs. She became a bit interested and whispered to Jang Chun gently. How about we raise two cats? Jang Chun was slightly reluctant. Although cats were indeed cute, he couldn't stand cat hair the most. If they kept a cat at home, there might be cat hair on the sofa or in other places. Do you really want to keep one? Jang Chun looked at her. Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but look at Jang Chun and asked, You don't like cats? Jang Chun lightly shook his head. Not that I dislike them. It's just the cat hair that bothers me. Might mess up the house. Qin Ran said, It's not that bad. Cats don't shed that much. Just don't let them into the bedroom, and it should be fine. Alright then, Jang Chun nodded slightly. If we get a cat, I bet Jinyan and Ziyuan will probably be hugging the cat all day and maybe even sleep with it. Then they can sleep in one room together, and we'll have ours. Qin Ran. So, shall we buy the cats tomorrow? Qin Ran asked. Aren't you starting work at the company tomorrow? Jang Chun replied with a slight sweat. Qin Ran thought for a moment and said, Then you go buy them, and take some pictures for me to choose. Fine, said Jang Chun. At around 9:30 p.m., the two kids got sleepy and went to bed first. Jang Chun whispered in Qin Ran's ear. Shall we go upstairs? Don't bully me, and I will. Qin Ran was quite afraid of Jang Chun bullying her. That feeling was nothing less than unbearable. I won't bully you, Jang Chun whispered gently. I'm too busy loving you to even think about bullying you. Then why did you bully me before? Qin Ran asked. Chapter 83 Humph. Looks like you really don't want to see me. I promise I won't bully you, Jang Chun said. After some persuasion from Jang Chun, Qin Ran finally followed him upstairs. At midnight, Jang Chun held Qin Ran in his arms and whispered in her ear, See? I didn't bully you. Qin Ran had become much more obedient, softly murmuring against his chest, Husband. Jang Chun responded. I love you, Qin Ran said. This is the first time you've said that, Jang Chun remarked. You never said it either, Qin Ran pointed out. I love you too, Jang Chun whispered gently. How much? Qin Ran asked. As much as you want, Jang Chun replied. You're lying, Qin Ran accused. Don't believe me? I'll prove it to you with actions, Jang Chun said. Qin Ran's face slightly flushed, and she playfully hit him on the chest, whispering, Let's sleep early. I have to go to the company tomorrow. Jang Chun agreed. The next morning, Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran. I'll go make breakfast. Qin Ran kissed him back. I'll go brush my teeth and wash up. Smooch. Jang Chun gave her one last peck before getting up. Half an hour later, the four of them sat together having breakfast. Mom and Dad, where are we going today? Qin Jinyan asked. Jang Chun glanced at her with a smile and said, Today Mom has to work, and Dad will take you guys to buy two kittens. Kittens. The kids' eyes lit up instantly at the word. Great, they said excitedly. Jang Chun simply smiled and said nothing. After finishing breakfast, Qin Ran felt a bit reluctant. These past few days, she had been glued to Jang Chun's side non-stop. Now she had to leave him to go to work. Seeing Qin Ran like this, Jang Chun felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. Was she not even wanting to go to work now? Just the other day she was very serious, saying that they couldn't go on like this every day. She had a company to run and many people depending on her. Thinking back to that now, Jang Chun was quite speechless. I have to go to work now. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun reluctantly. Jang Chun remained silent, and then, go ahead, Jang Chun replied. Question mark. Qin Ran stared at him angrily. You don't even miss me a bit. Jang Chun feigned a sigh. Of course I'll miss you, but work is more important. That sounds better. After saying that, Shinran thought again about going to work and not seeing Jang Chun until 5:30 in the afternoon. Suddenly, she didn't feel like going anymore. Jang Chun was at a loss. Was she going or not? After a while, Shinran hesitated and picked up her bag. Looking at Jang Chun, she said, "Aren't you going to see me off?" "See you to the company?" Jang Chun asked. "Well, it's not like I can't go with you," Shinran murmured. Jang Chun sweated slightly. This was just like in the honeymoon period of a relationship. He could almost feel her reluctance to part even for a second. Thinking about it, if not for having already registered their marriage, he and Shinran really were still in the honeymoon phase. "Are you seeing me off or not?" Shinran looked at Jang Chun. "Of course." Jang Chun answered. "Mom, you're going to work now and you didn't even say goodbye to us, only to Dad." The kids felt slightly displeased that Mom hadn't paid much attention to them recently. Shinran glanced at them. What was there to say? They were just kids. Afterward, Jang Chun drove Shinran along with their two daughters to the company. When they arrived at the company's parking lot, Shinran looked at Jang Chun with obvious reluctance in her eyes. Jang Chun could tell she wanted him to accompany her. "I have to get off now," Shinran murmured softly, her mood a bit sour. Jang Chun nodded. That's it." Shinran stared at him, slightly annoyed. Was that all he had to say? "Well, how about a kiss?" Jang Chun looked at her. Shinran nodded. Jang Chun leaned down and kissed her. "Go ahead. I'll come pick you up when you're about to finish work." "Okay." Shinran, feeling a bit down, picked up her bag and got out of the car slowly. After getting out, she stole several glances at Jang Chun before finally leaving, looking back every few steps. Jang Chun saw this and felt a slight bead of sweat on his forehead. Was it really that big a deal? Sighing softly to himself, he stepped on the gas and drove off. When Shinran saw Jang Chun leave in the car so quickly, she couldn't help but feel angry. She took out her phone and messaged Jang Chun. "You left really fast." "Shinran, looks like you really don't want to see me at all." Shinran, Not too far away, driving, Jang Chun heard the WeChat notification. Without even thinking, he knew it was from Shinran. He pulled the car over to the roadside before he left the company grounds and glanced at the messages. Reading the messages, Jang Chun was completely confused. Had he done something wrong now? "Jang Chun, I remember your office has a resting room. It's basically the same as our room at home. You can take a shower there, and there's a big bed, plus a TV and computer." After receiving the message, Shinran couldn't help but feel slightly excited. "Are you thinking about resting in my office?" "Jang Chun, I was just thinking, I could accompany you to work and then go to the resting room too." "Tease you," smiley face. Winking face. After seeing the message, Shinran's excitement immediately vanished. She quickly sent him a reply. "No, I'm very busy." "Jang Chun, didn't you say the chairperson isn't busy?" Shinran, "It's been a long time since I've come to the office, so it's definitely going to be busy." "Jang Chun, then maybe in a few days you won't be so busy?" Shinran, "I'll be busy these days dealing with matters for the new company." Jang Chun sent a sighing emoji. "Okay then." Shinran, "Go take the kids to buy the cats already." Jang Chun, "Okay." Shinran put her phone away, glancing at Jang Chun's car from afar, and couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. At first, she actually wanted Jang Chun to accompany her to work, but never thought that his accompanying would mean that. In the office, such things just weren't appropriate. In the car, Jang Chun's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking he could outwit her. Still a bit too inexperienced. "Dad, Mom seems really reluctant to see you leave," Qin Jingyan said. "Yeah," Qin Ziyuan added. Jang Chun smiled and said, "Never mind her. Let's go buy the cats." They arrived at a pet store. When the two kids saw the cats in the cages, they couldn't resist wanting to hold them and kept playing with them excitedly. Jang Chun took some photos of the cats and sent them to Qin Ran. "Which ones do you like?" Qin Ran quickly sent him a message. "The cat in the second photo and the sixth one." Jang Chun, "Then we'll get those too." Qin Ran, Jang Chun turned to the store owner. "How much for these two cats?" After some brief chatting, he bought the two cats, a cage, cat food, and some toys. Jang Chun figured it was still early, so he took the two girls out to wander around. At noon, they ate lunch outside. Just then, Qin Ran sent some photos, her lunch. "Qin Ran, after eating your cooking, other food seems kind of unappetizing, sigh." Jang Chun replied upon receiving the message. "I'll cook something delicious for you tonight." Qin Ran, Qin Ran, I checked your location just now, and you and the girls are eating outside? Jang Chun, yeah? Why are you checking my location for? Qin Ran, just wanted to know where you were. Jang Chun, miss me? Qin Ran, Jang Chun, then should I come to your office this afternoon? Seeing the message, Qin Ran hurriedly replied, "No, don't. I'm really busy these days, and also need to check on the new company later this afternoon." Chapter 84 Mom, you're playing favorites. Jang Chun, fine. Jang Chun, after realizing you were gone, I was actually quite bored. Qin Ran, good, I'll keep you company tonight. Jang Chun, waiting for you. Qin Ran, MMHM. Qin Ran looked at the chat history, reading through it again and again, a happy smile involuntarily forming on her lips. "Chairman, what happened? Why are you smiling so happily?" Ning Ruoyan, who was sitting across from her, spoke up at this moment. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Ran involuntarily reined in her smile. She looked at Ning Ruoyan and said, "Nothing, just chatted with Jang Chun a bit." Ning Ruoyan could tell, Chairman was clearly very happy like this. "Chairman, don't forget to treat me to a wedding banquet," Ning Ruoyan said. Qin Ran looked at her and smiled. "Still don't know when we'll get married." "You can get engaged first," Ning Ruoyan suggested. But Qin Ran already had the marriage certificate. In the afternoon, Jang Chun continued wandering around with the two kids. Almost every half hour, Qin Ran would message him for a chat. So Jang Chun walked around with the kids while chatting with Qin Ran simultaneously. At around 5 p.m., Qin Ran sent a message, "Come pick me up at the company." Jang Chun, all right. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the company parking lot, just as Qin Ran was walking over from her side. "Mom, we bought a cat with Dad today." The two kids, seeing Qin Ran, joyfully ran up to her. The company staff hadn't all gone home yet, and there were people in the parking lot too. When they saw Qin Ran, their expressions instinctively turned more reserved, and as they passed, they would call out Chairman respectfully. When they saw Jang Chun, they couldn't help but take a few extra glances. "The company's been buzzing about Chairman having a husband. Is this really him?" Must be. At this moment, Jang Chun also walked to Qin Ran's side. He said, let's get in the car and go home. Qin Ran hummed in agreement, naturally linking her arm with Jang Chun's. Seeing this, the people in the parking lot couldn't help but glance enviously and began murmuring among themselves. They entered the car and drove home. Back home, Jang Chun went into the kitchen to cook dinner, with Qin Ran joining him there, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind and planting kisses near his cheeks. Jang Chun said nothing and let Qin Ran cling to him. Honey, Qin Ran, what's wrong? Jang Chun, nothing, just wanted to call you. Qin Ran kissed the side of his face. Right now, she just wanted to be by Jang Chun's side every minute. Not seeing him the entire day made her miss him so much her heart ached. She never thought that one day she'd love someone this deeply. I'll reward you properly tonight. Jang Chun said. Don't bully me. Qin Ran. I won't. Jang Chun. Qin Ran kissed his cheek again, kissing him every now and then. Qin Ran was making Jang Chun a bit flustered. If it weren't for the kids getting hungry, he'd really like to do something in the kitchen. 3 times tonight. After a while, Jang Chun couldn't help but declare. Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun again after hearing this. As long as you don't bully me, it's fine. Jang Chun, you've changed. Do you know how you could be described right now? I know. Qin Ran knew exactly what Jang Chun wanted to say, but for her, there was no embarrassment left. They'd already gotten married and had shared everything already. How then? Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran didn't answer. Instead, she kissed Jang Chun by his ear. Jang Chun said, you're only 25 now. After your birthday this year, you'll be 26, not even 30 yet. If 30, it would be even worse. Qin Ran. She'd heard the saying before, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40 like a tiger. Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun again, whispering softly, then maybe we should exercise more often when there's time. Jang Chun felt that Qin Ran had changed quite dramatically. If another month or 2 passed, could he even handle it? Luckily there were those kidney-enhancing capsules. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive. Half an hour passed like this, and the meal was ready. All 4 sat together to eat. Qin Ran kept putting several dishes into Jang Chun's bowl, nearly filling it up. Mom, you didn't put anything for us, the 2 kids said, a little jealously at the sight. Qin Ran glanced at them and put some food into each of their bowls. Mom is biased. She filled Dad's bowl full and gave us only 1 dish, Qin Zian said with a hint of envy. Qin Ran looked at them again. Can't you serve yourselves? How old are you? Still need me to attend to you? Qin Jinyan and Qin Zian stayed silent. Seeing this, Jang Chun couldn't help but chuckle and started dishing food into the 2 kids' bowls until they were full. Dad is better. The 2 kids smiled at Jang Chun. Qin Ran saw Jang Chun serving food to the 2 girls and felt a bit unhappy. Not giving me any? Jang Chun then filled Qin Ran's bowl with food. Only then did Qin Ran's expression improve. That's better. Do you want some beer? Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran. And then have some. Qin Ran. After that, they started drinking beer. The 2 just wanted to drink something cold to cool off, not to get drunk. After dinner, Qin Ran took the kids to take a shower while Jang Chun tidied up the dishes and then went to shower as well. Once they finished showering, they all went to the sofa. The 2 kids weren't really interested in watching cartoons and went off to play with the cat. Seeing the 2 girls playing with the cat, Qin Ran nestled closer to Jang Chun. Hold me tight. Jang Chun wrapped his arms around Qin Ran. Qin Ran, the kids are playing with the cat. Should we go upstairs? You really want to? Jang Chun looked at her, pinching her face playfully. Qin Ran softly hummed. Not seeing Jang Chun all day had made her miss him deeply. Jang Chun couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. I kind of miss the old you. Back then, you were still quite innocent, knew how to be shy. Now, Qin Ran, it's all because of you. It's because of you that I've changed like this. If not for you, I wouldn't be like this. Jang Chun didn't say anything. He kept playing with Qin Ran's face, then moved to other parts. Seeing how obedient, compliant, and cooperative Qin Ran was being, Jang Chun couldn't help but feel aroused. He glanced at the 2 kids who were still playing with the cat, and said, Dad and Mom are going upstairs to exercise. Don't run around. Okay. The 2 kids replied, understanding that their parents were going upstairs to do their usual running exercise. Jang Chun suddenly picked up Qin Ran in his arms. He looked down at her and kissed beside her lips. Qin Ran also kissed Jang Chun. Then they went upstairs. At 10 p.m., Jang Chun carried Qin Ran downstairs. Dad, can we hug the cat to sleep tonight? Please. The 2 kids looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said, okay, but Dad and Mom don't like cat hair. So tonight you 2 will sleep together, and Dad and Mom will sleep together. The 2 kids hesitated after hearing this, but after thinking about it, even if their parents slept with them, they wouldn't really pay much attention to the kids. So it was better to sleep hugging the cat. Okay. The 2 girls nodded in agreement. Chapter 85. I'll spoil you for 1,000 lifetimes. Qin Ran had their 2 daughters sleep in the 3rd room on the 1st floor, making it so that they wouldn't hear each other during the night. After returning to their room, Jang Chun naturally found Qin Ran snuggling into his arms, and he responded in kind, holding her close. As Jang Chun held her, he playfully touched her face. Recently, Qin Ran had seemed unusually compliant and gentle, but still, she remained passive. Today, however, was different. Because during the day, Qin Ran had gone to work at the company, and with him absent the entire day, she had become even more affectionate, kissing him on her own initiative again and again. At the moment, she was being affectionate on her own, initiating little kisses and cuddling into his arms, yet she still hadn't spoken the words, want me, nor had she taken further initiative herself. Jang Chun pondered. How could he make Qin Ran more proactive? Before, he always had to make the first move by kissing her before she slowly responded. Now he wanted her to be the one to speak or act first. After some thought, an idea came to him. If he refrained from touching Qin Ran for a long time, she might become unable to bear it, and perhaps, become more aggressive. At this thought, a faint smile formed on the corner of Jang Chun's lips. He decided right then to no longer kiss Qin Ran first, and no longer initiate the suggestion to go upstairs. Husband, Qin Ran murmured softly, her voice melting his heart entirely. Jang Chun responded. Why haven't you said anything? Qin Ran asked, slightly puzzled. Say what? Jang Chun asked. Say anything. It feels weird when you're quiet, Qin Ran whispered. Jang Chun hesitated. Then what should we talk about? I don't know either, Qin Ran murmured. Okay. Qin Ran nuzzled into his chest for a moment before softly saying, I think we should have another baby, a boy this time. Then we'll have both a son and daughters. Jang Chun hadn't expected Qin Ran to want another baby so soon. It's not certain whether the next will be a boy or a girl. What if we have another girl? Jang Chun replied gently. If the third is still a girl, then we just keep trying, Qin Ran said. Jang Chun paused. You'll turn into a sow. Qin Ran rested against Jang Chun's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat as she whispered, If I'm the sow, then you're the boar. Jang Chun had no reply. Would you be okay with that? I want to have a son, Qin Ran asked quietly. Jang Chun considered it for a moment. Let's wait. Maybe 1 or 2 years from now. There's no rush right now. Okay. Qin Ran fell into thought and softly asked, Then what should we name the boy? What about Jiang Bai? Qin Ran lifted her head slightly to look at Jang Chun. Jang Chun's heart twitched. Jiang Bai was the name he had once chosen with Su Ying for their future son. Can we skip that topic? Jang Chun said in exasperation. Qin Ran nuzzled into him, recalling that she had once seen Jiang Chun's Q-Zone updates in which he had mentioned naming his future son, Jiang Bai. Thinking about it still unsettled her a little. There was a moment of silence. Qin Ran then whispered, Then what name would be better? Jiang Chun replied dryly. We can decide when you're pregnant. Bringing it up now is jumping the gun a little. Qin Ran obediently replied. After a while, she called out again, Husband. What now? Jiang Chun. I can't sleep, Qin Ran murmured. Jiang Chun paused. Then what? Stay and chat with me, Qin Ran said. With his eyes closed, Jiang Chun held her and softly said, I'm a bit tired. Okay. Qin Ran whispered against his chest. Did you forget something? What did I forget? Jiang Chun asked. You have to kiss me before going to bed, Qin Ran replied. Jiang Chun hesitated. Well, then kiss me first. Qin Ran shifted slightly and placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Chun's lips, then looked at him expectantly. Your turn. Jiang Chun kissed her back. Then, wrapped in each other's arms, they fell asleep. The next morning at 7, Jiang Chun sleepily opened his eyes. When he did, a very beautiful face slowly came into focus above him. But the eyes on that beautiful face were watching him in an oddly peculiar way. The sight startled him fully awake. Sitting up, he looked at Qin Ran in resignation and said, Why are you staring at me first thing in the morning? You look really nice when you're asleep, Qin Ran replied. Jiang Chun had no words. Then, Qin Ran leaned forward and kissed Jiang Chun on the lips. Jiang Chun said nothing but lay back down flat. Qin Ran kissed him again. Jiang Chun lay flat on the bed, resigned to let her have her way. After kissing him for a while, Qin Ran looked at the still eyes closed Jiang Chun and whispered softly into his ear, Husband. What now? Jiang Chun asked, exasperated. Qin Ran, do you feel like I've changed a lot? Not just a lot. Really different. Jiang Chun was speechless. Back then, he never imagined Qin Ran would turn out like this. At the time, he had only known that a woman like Qin Ran, once she set her heart on someone, would be loyal for life. But who could have guessed it would come to this? Jiang Chun couldn't help but imagine. If he suddenly left Qin Ran now and asked for a divorce, her mind and spirit would likely suffer a massive transformation. However, he would never bring up divorce. After hearing this, Qin Ran also felt a tinge of emotion. She hadn't expected herself to change so much either. And the reason she changed so much was entirely because of Jiang Chun. Husband, Qin Ran. What now? Jiang Chun. Question mark. Hearing that, Qin Ran couldn't help but turn her head and look at Jiang Chun, a bit of irritation in her expression. What do you mean what? Are you getting annoyed with me already? Who was it that used to say he liked clingy wives? Jiang Chun didn't feel like arguing. Helplessly, he said, I'm sorry, okay? That's better. After hearing that, Qin Ran's expression softened slightly. She was silent for a moment before whispering into Jiang Chun's ear. I realized recently that I've become a bit spoiled. It's all because you spoiled me. Jiang Chun almost collapsed. Now this is my fault. Qin Ran continued softly. How long will you keep spoiling me? Forever. Jiang Chun replied flatly. Forever. Qin Ran raised one eyebrow slightly displeased. Shouldn't it be for countless lifetimes? Fine. I'll spoil you for countless lifetimes. Jiang Chun sighed inwardly. Qin Ran. After a while, Qin Ran quietly said, I'll go prepare breakfast. You get up and brush your teeth and wash your face. You take care of the kids brushing their teeth and washing up. I'll make breakfast. Hearing this, Jiang Chun sat up. Qin Ran. Half an hour later, the four of them sat around the dining table, having breakfast. It was simple. 4 bowls of Yangchun noodles, 4 fried eggs, and 4 bowls of vegetable tofu soup. Mommy, are you going to work today? Qin Jingyan looked at Qin Ran and asked. Qin Ran softly hummed in response. Although she also wanted to stay home, she couldn't just ignore her responsibilities at the company. Still, thinking about it, she felt a slight reluctance. Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun. Why don't you and the kids come to the company with me? Chapter 86. Kneeling on the wooden board at home. You're sure? Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran, their eyes locking. Seeing Jiang Chun's expression, Qin Ran understood. Jiang Chun wanted to take advantage of her in her office. Qin Ran thought for a few seconds before looking at him and saying, Don't tease me. I will tease you. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said to Qin Ran, So far, we've only played in 2 places, the bedroom and the kitchen. Normally, there are still the staircase, sofa, dining table, and your office. For her, as long as he didn't go too far, she would allow Jiang Chun to do as he wished. If the 2 girls weren't home, she wouldn't mind trying those places like the sofa and staircase he mentioned. But if Jiang Chun intended to tease her, that was a different story. Whatever, you'd better play with the kids. Qin Ran thought for a moment and gave him a glare. Jiang Chun smiled slightly without saying anything. Although everything he just said would eventually happen sooner or later, he had decided yesterday that starting from that day, he wouldn't kiss Qin Ran first, nor would he make the first move towards her. He would wait until she kissed him first, and only then would he respond. He wasn't going to believe it. Could Qin Ran really hold on for a few days? Once Qin Ran became more proactive, once she made the first move, she would continue doing so in the future. Dad, Mom, what do you mean by kitchen, sofa, stairs? The twins looked at them with puzzled eyes. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback and said to the twins, We play together while cooking in the kitchen. The twins made an O sound but still seemed a bit confused. Qin Ran gave Jiang Chun a sidelong glance and said nothing further. After finishing breakfast, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. I need to go to the office now. Jang Chun replied briefly. Seeing his simple reply, Qin Ran couldn't help feeling a little annoyed inwardly and asked, that's it? What else do you want? Jang Chun looked at her. Kiss me, Qin Ran demanded. Jang Chun moved his face closer. Qin Ran was a little stunned. Did he get things mixed up? Wasn't it supposed to be him kissing her? Why did it end up being her who kissed Jang Chun? Secretly glaring at Jang Chun, Qin Ran then gave him a kiss on the face. It's your turn now. Qin Ran looked at him. Only then did Jang Chun kiss Qin Ran lightly on the lips. Drive safely, Jang Chun reminded her. Hearing Jang Chun's words of concern, Qin Ran's mood greatly improved, then got up to take her hand back. Mom, you go to work and didn't even say anything to us. The two girls saw their mom only talking to their dad, not to them, and felt a little abandoned. Qin Ran glanced at them without interest and replied, you two heard everything anyway. Humph. The twins turned their heads and snorted, a bit upset. Qin Ran ignored them and turned to Jang Chun, softly saying, I have to go to work now. Jang Chun gave a speechless look. You've already said that. Can I say it again? After hearing this, Qin Ran's expression instantly became unhappy. I can't. Feeling helpless again, Jang Chun thought. Had he been spoiling Qin Ran too much lately? Or was it because their relationship had warmed up in the past few days, and they just happened to be in a passionate period, thus leading to Qin Ran's significant changes recently? Thinking about it, maybe it really was that reason. Mom acts just like a kid. Seeing Qin Ran's manner, Qin Jinyan couldn't help saying, actually, she isn't even as good as a kid. Qin Ziyuan replied, my teacher says I am obedient, sensible, clever, and smart. After hearing this, Qin Ran angrily glared at the two girls. You two know nothing. Seeing the look on Qin Ran's face, the twins felt a bit frightened and bowed their heads without saying a word. Jang Chun felt slightly uneasy and said to Qin Ran, you go to work well. I will be taking care of everything at home. After hearing that, Qin Ran's expression finally lightened up a bit. She looked at Jang Chun and said, then I'm off. Jang Chun nodded slightly, watching her leave. Seeing that Jang Chun merely nodded his head, Qin Ran couldn't help asking, can't you at least walk me out the door? Jang Chun nearly fainted and walked up to Qin Ran, helplessly saying, okay, let's go. I will see you off. Qin Ran responded. After leaving the house, Qin Ran got in her car and glanced at Jang Chun. Also, don't stay at home all day. It's easy to fall ill from being stuck inside for too long. Take the kids out for a walk. Oh, I transferred $1 million into your bank account last night. Let me know once it's all spent. Jang Chun replied. All right. Then I'm off. Qin Ran started the car and drove away. As she left, she glanced back at Jang Chun a few times through the rearview mirror until he was out of sight before slightly speeding up. At this moment, the two girls came out, and Qin Jinyan looked up at Jang Chun. Dad, Mom acts just like a naughty little kid. Jang Chun couldn't help but smile after hearing that. He didn't say anything. Some things were simply beyond the children's understanding. Where do you want to play today? Jang Chun squatted down and pinched the two kids' cheeks. The carousel, Qin Jinyan replied. Then I also want the carousel, Daddy. Can we bring the cat with us? Qin Ziyuan asked. Sure. Jang Chun smiled. After that, Jang Chun took the kids out to play. They hadn't been playing long when Qin Ran sent a message. You didn't even ask if I arrived at the office safely? Jang Chun felt slightly annoyed upon seeing the message. I checked your location. You've already arrived at the office safely. Qin Ran. Humph, check where I am now. Jang Chun read the message, his heart slightly tense. Had he guessed wrong? *T. He checked her location again and found that Qin Ran was indeed at the office. Jang Chun responded, still feeling unimpressed. I just checked again. Your location is still at the office. Qin Ran. That word again proves that you did check my location before. I guess I misunderstood you. Jang Chun sent an angry emoji. So you don't trust me now? You're even testing me. I feel like there's no trust between us at all. Qin Ran. I'm sorry, Logong honey. Don't be angry. Jang Chun didn't reply. If he had responded immediately, Qin Ran would probably be even more playful soon. Therefore, he decided to follow Qin Ran's path and leave her nowhere to go. Moments later, Jang Chun's WeChat started ringing with notification sounds continuously. Qin Ran. I'm sorry. Don't be angry, okay? Qin Ran. I really am. It wasn't intentional. Qin Ran sent a pitiful emoji. How can I make you not angry anymore? Qin Ran sent another pitiful emoji. Can I at least let you have your way with me once? Qin Ran. Laogong, honey. Say something. Qin Ran. You prefer punishment over a toast? Don't think I don't know you're not even mad. Qin Ran. Reply to me. Then, Qin Ran initiated a video call. Jang Chun glanced at his phone, ignored it, and continued playing with the two girls. A while later, on the other end, Qin Ran's expression slightly changed. She felt a little uneasy. Could it be that Jang Chun was truly angry this time? She quickly typed out, I'm sorry. Laogong, honey. Don't be angry. Jang Chun saw the message and thought he had played along long enough. After all, it was just a joke. He couldn't let this affect Qin Ran's work. Jang Chun, go home and kneel on the wooden board. Chapter 87. If you get fat, I won't want you anymore. When Qin Ran saw the message, she hurriedly replied, there's no wooden washboard at home. Can I kneel on the pillow instead? Qin Ran sent a pitiful emoji. If I kneel on the floor, my knees will hurt. At that moment, Jang Chun sent a message. Can you do the splits? Qin Ran. Of course I can. Why? Jang Chun. Good enough. Qin Ran thought for a moment. When she realized what he might be implying, her face couldn't help but turn slightly uneasy. Jang Chun wanted to tease her again. Qin Ran. Honey, were you really angry just now? They say a real man's belly can hold a boat. Your temper isn't that small, is it? Jang Chun sent a grinning emoji. No, I was just kidding with you. Qin Ran sent 3 angry emojis. Jang Chun, focus on work. I'm playing with the kids. Qin Ran, not in a rush. Meeting starts in 10 minutes. We can chat a bit more. Jang Chun. Seeing how clingy Qin Ran was being, Jang Chun felt genuinely happy deep down. After all, one of the signs of loving someone is becoming very attached. This feeling of constantly being cared about was pretty nice. Jang Chun, don't get tired of talking? Qin Ran, not tired at all. Jang Chun, why? A few minutes later, Qin Ran sent another message. Qin Ran, my parents passed away in a car accident in 2015. After that, Some relatives tried to take control of the company. Because of that issue, I fell out with them. Since then, very few people visited during holidays, and our home became very quiet. That's when my personality began to become colder, until I met you. In my heart, you are my everything. No matter what, I won't ever get tired of you. Shinran. By the way, what did I look like to you at the beginning? Jang Chun. Mature and elegant, giving a sense of cool aloofness, that is, distant and unapproachable. Shinran. That's still how I appear to others now. Shinran. Then, how do you see me now? Jang Chun. Like a child, and very naughty. Shinran. Can you remove that last word? It's too crude. Jang Chun sent an eye roll emoji. After a minute passed, Shinran sent another message. The way I am to you now is exclusive to you alone. Jang Chun understood. In front of outsiders, Shinran remained mature and elegant, giving off that distant air. But in front of him, she was as innocent as a child. Shinran, I hope you understand what I mean. Jang Chun sent a hug emoji. I understand. I will never betray you in this life. Shinran sent a HMPF emoji. How can you prove you won't betray me in this life? Jang Chun, through time. Shinran, okay. Shinran, by the way, if I keep clinging to you too much, will you feel annoyed? Jang Chun, I can only say I haven't felt annoyed yet. It still feels good. Shinran, haven't felt annoyed yet? So you mean someday you might? Jang Chun, future's uncertain. Shinran's mood sank, and she replied with a simple Jang Chun, just kidding. Never will I feel annoyed in this life. Reading this message, Shinran felt much better. Got it. I need to attend a meeting now. Have fun playing with our daughter. Jang Chun, okay. Jang Chun stopped talking with Shinran and opened his camera, taking photos of the two children to record their growth process. When they were old, looking back at these old photos would bring back memories. Father, take a picture together, Shinji said. All right, Jang Chun replied. The two kids stood on either side of Jang Chun, each kissing one of his cheeks before taking a photo. After snapping a few photos, Jang Chun uploaded them to his Moments and his QQ space. Then he continued playing with the two little ones. It was around 11:30 a.m. when Jang Chun took the two kids out for lunch. At that time, his phone beeped with a WeChat notification. Looking at it, it was from his mother. Madam Jiang, everything's settled on their side. That girl is available the day after tomorrow evening. Are you busy that evening or not? Upon reading the message, Jang Chun's gaze stilled slightly, and his mood became a bit complicated. So he would finally get to meet Luna the day after tomorrow evening? Jang Chun, not busy. Madam Jiang, then meet at One Yuan restaurant at 7 tomorrow evening? Jang Chun, no. Let's change locations. Let's just go to the hot pot place on Dongyang Road. Madam Jiang, alright. Madam Jiang, son, good luck. Jang Chun couldn't help but laugh with tears in his eyes. If his mother knew he already had his marriage certificate and that the two girls were already 4 years old, would she give him a beating? Actually getting a beating was a small matter. It'd just be awkward. After all, he had donated sperm. Every adult knew what the process involved. If his parents ever found out about it, who knew how they would perceive him? Just thinking about it felt extremely awkward. After ending the conversation with his mother, Jang Chun's expression gradually became somewhat dazed. At that moment, Shinran sent a message, and Jang Chun looked at it. Shinran sent a photo of her lunch, followed by a pitiful emoji. My taste buds have become too picky because of you. What should I do? Jang Chun smiled and replied, dry mixed noodles with scrambled eggs. Shinran sent an eye roll emoji. Make something delicious tonight. Jang Chun, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? If you get fat, I won't want you anymore. Shinran, you dare? Shinran, if you ever dare to leave me or do something behind my back at a time like this, I'll fight you to the end. Jang Chun sweated slightly. It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Shinran, I didn't find it funny at all. Also, I did take it seriously. What I said is true. If you really dare to do anything, you know the consequences very well. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. I'm sorry, okay? Shinran, don't say things like that ever again. I will take them seriously. Jang Chun, yeah, I'm sorry. After a minute passed, Shinran sent a message. Has your mom set up a blind date for you yet? Jang Chun, not yet. Since the previous 9 blind dates all ended in disaster, my mom has become much more cautious now. She does thorough research before setting one up for me. Shinran, Shinran, I can set something up for you too, to cure your obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. Arranged ones don't count. Shinran. After a minute passed, Shinran sent a message. Once your last blind date is over, we won't have to hide anymore. We can go out without wearing masks. After reading the message, Jang Chun felt a little guilty. He replied, not too long from now, it'll be okay. Shinran, I hope so. Jang Chun sent a wipe sweat emoji. Changing the topic. You should take a nap after lunch. I'll go home and take a nap after eating with the kids. Shinran, alright. After a minute passed, Shinran sent a message. Honey, Jang Chun here. Shinran, nothing, I just wanted to call you. Jang Chun was speechless. You must be bored. Shinran sent an eye roll emoji. Then why don't you come by the company after lunch? Jang Chun sent a wipe sweat emoji. Nah, we'll just go home after eating. Shinran sent a left gung emoji. Shinran, I want to ask you a question. Jang Chun, what is it? Shinran, during the day when we're apart, do you ever get a strong urge to see me? Jang Chun, no. Chapter 88, I'll support you. Shinran, on the other end, saw the message Jang Chun sent, and couldn't help but feel upset. When she couldn't see Jang Chun, she missed him so much. Yet Jang Chun, when he couldn't see her, didn't even feel that eager to meet her. She didn't know whether Jang Chun had said that on purpose, but she had already taken it seriously. Shinran, I'm mad. Jang Chun sent an eye-rolling emoji. I miss you too. Shinran, humph, don't believe you. Jang Chun, if I'm lying, I'm a pig. Shinran, then am I the girl this pig has charmed? Jang Chun. Shinran sent a silly laughing emoji. After chatting for a while, Jang Chun messaged Shinran. I need to drive now. Let's talk later. Shinran, drive slowly and be careful, got it? Jang Chun, got it. Shinran, you drive safely. Send me a message when you get home. Jang Chun, okay. Dad, why are you always playing with your phone? Qin Jingyan couldn't help asking. In the morning while playing outside and at lunchtime, his dad had been on his phone non-stop. Jang Chun looked at the two kids and sighed helplessly. Mom keeps sending me messages. I have no choice. If I don't reply, Mom will get angry. When Mom gets angry, none of us 3 will have peace. Qin Jinyan and Qin Ziyuan listened and felt a bit annoyed, but also helpless. Having such a mom was just bad luck. Qin Jinyan looked at Jang Chun and asked, Dad, are you scared of Mom? Driving, Jang Chun smiled slightly at the question. Not really. Qin Jinyan looked puzzled and said, then why do you have to listen to Mom? Mom sometimes acts really unreasonable. Dad should discipline Mom a bit. Jang Chun smiled but didn't reply. To him, it was just fine the way Qin Ran was, making the whole family atmosphere lively and cheerful. If Mom never got upset or made a fuss, the family might not feel as warm and lively. After arriving at the villa, Jang Chun sent a message to Qin Ran. Home already. Qin Ran, MMHM. Jang Chun, don't you want to nap a little at noon? Qin Ran, I'm wide awake. Jang Chun, I feel a bit sleepy at noon. Qin Ran, then take a nap. Hug. Jang Chun, MMHM, you should nap too, or you won't have energy this afternoon. Qin Ran, got a kiss. After a minute, Qin Ran sent, you didn't even kiss me? Jang Chun replied with 3 kissing emojis. Qin Ran, that's better. Go to sleep now. Jang Chun, MMHM. Then Jang Chun went back to his room to rest. As for the kids, they went into another room to play with the cat. An hour and a half later, Jang Chun woke up groggily. He instinctively reached for the phone beside him, opened it, and saw several pictures sent by Qin Ran. Curious, he clicked to see what kind of photos Qin Ran had sent. When he saw the photos, Jang Chun immediately became more awake. In the pictures, Qin Ran wore various outfits. For example, wearing a white lab coat, hands in pockets, with glasses, she looked exactly like a real doctor. Also a nurse's uniform, with white stockings, in a schoolgirl uniform, and in an elegant white ancient-style long dress, making her look truly like an ethereal fairy untouched by the world. In addition to these photos, there were also business-style suits and the Empress's robes from ancient times. Combined with Qin Ran's slightly cold and dignified expression, she seemed exactly like a real ancient empress or female emperor. Wow! Seeing these photos, Jang Chun was greatly surprised. He never expected that Qin Ran had bought all these clothes and actually tried them on. Not only that, but Qin Ran also matched each outfit perfectly with the appropriate demeanor. She showed a doctor's aura, a nurse's presence, a pure student vibe, and even the noble coldness of a female ruler. She would have been perfect in the acting industry. What a shame not to pursue that. Qin Ran had also sent a message. Am I pretty? Jang Chun replied, pretty. Quickly, Qin Ran replied. Then what? Jang Chun guess. Qin Ran sent an eye-rolling emoji. Pervert. Jang Chun wiped sweat. If I'm a pervert, then what are you? Qin Ran. Changing the subject, Qin Ran said, I'm going to finish work early today. I'll get home around 5. Jang Chun, then I'll cook earlier. Qin Ran sent an eye-rolling emoji. Cooking so early? Won't you be hungry? Just cook around 6 in the evening. Jang Chun, alright. Qin Ran, honey. Jang Chun, Qin Ran. Tonight, which outfit do you want me to wear? Jang Chun thought for a bit. Just the white lab coat is fine. Qin Ran sent an eye-rolling emoji. Got it. Jang Chun, MHM. Qin Ran, honey. Jang Chun what? Qin Ran, nothing. Just wanted to call you grinning face. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji and said helplessly, are you really that free? Qin Ran, good I guess. Actually, most busy company bosses are busy because of social obligations. I've declined many unnecessary ones, so I'm not that busy. Jang Chun, MMHM. Qin Ran, honey. Jang Chun what now? Qin Ran, from now on, you might have to become a stay-at-home dad. Because of the 2 kids, we can't both work full-time anymore. One of us has to stay home. Jang Chun, got it. Qin Ran, I'll support you. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. I'm not poor, you know. If the strong kidney capsules and happy capsules hit the market, I could make a fortune. Bringing this up naturally sparked Qin Ran's curiosity. She had always wanted to know where Jang Chun had gotten the formulas for these 2 medicines, but previously he had avoided the topic. Qin Ran, where did you get the formulas for the strong kidney capsules and happy capsules? Jang Chun sweated lightly. After thinking for a while, he said, what if I told you I developed these formulas myself? Would you believe me? Qin Ran, I wish you could be honest with me. Jang Chun thought for a moment. If he claimed he developed them himself, it would sound very unlikely. Qin Ran would definitely ask him how exactly he did it, what instruments he used, what materials were involved in the process, and so on. Those were things he didn't understand and couldn't explain. These medicinal formulas involve some animal ingredients like centipedes, and also certain plant-based components. At this point, Jang Chun messaged Qin Ran. When I was a teenager, I met an old traveling traditional Chinese doctor. He gave me these formulas. Qin Ran, sounds a bit far-fetched. Jang Chun, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Qin Ran, it's not that I don't believe. Qin Ran, any other secret formulas? Jang Chun thought for a moment. In the future, during sign-ins, he might obtain other formulas, so he replied, yes. Qin Ran was somewhat surprised. For treating what kind of illness? Jang Chun sent an eye-rolling emoji. I won't tell you. Qin Ran sent a pouting left emoji. When will you tell me then? Jang Chun guess. Qin Ran. Jang Chun didn't want to continue this topic. Too much talk might give things away, so he changed the subject. I want to play a couple of games, okay? Qin Ran. Changing the topic again? Jang Chun, I'm not. Chapter 89 Special Recipe for Disobedient Wives. A minute passed. Qin Ran sent a message. Jang Chun, call me husband. Qin Ran, you know you're my husband? Jang Chun, what do you mean? Qin Ran, you're my husband, I'm your wife. We're married. Since we're married, I hope there's no secret between us. Jang Chun, got it. Qin Ran, so what other recipes do you have? Jang Chun, 108 recipes. Qin Ran, 108? For what illness? Jang Chun sent an eye-rolling emoji, specifically for disobedient wives. You can search online. Still puzzled, Qin Ran went online and searched. The result, Qin Ran sent 3 cleaver emojis. Pervert. Jang Chun, we can research this recipe sometime together. Qin Ran. Jang Chun, what do you think? Qin Ran, pervert. Jang Chun, you're even more perverted. Yesterday, when I was cooking in the kitchen, you wouldn't leave me alone. You kept kissing me like you were in heat or something. Qin Ran. Jang Chun, back then too, you sent me several pictures. What were you trying to do? Qin Ran, I'm not talking to you anymore, naughty husband. Jang Chun, then they stopped chatting. Jang Chun stood up, walked out of the room, and saw both kids playing with the cats. He didn't say anything, sat on the sofa, and turned on the TV. At this moment, each of the two kids grabbed a cat and came over, then lied down on either side of Jang Chun's lap. Dad, your arms are so comfortable, Qin Jinyan said. Much more comfortable than Mom's arms. Much more comfortable, Qin Ziyuan added. Jang Chun hugged the two kids and smiled. He didn't say anything. The tenfold happiness talent from his daily sign-in wasn't just for show. Anyone who had physical contact with him would feel extremely comfortable. Dad, Qin Jinyan. What's up? Jang Chun looked at her. Qin Jinyan said, your arms are so comfortable. Jang Chun smiled slightly. Then lie here longer. Okay, Qin Jinyan replied. The two kids snuggled comfortably in Jang Chun's arms. At this moment, the cats in their arms slowly struggled free. When the two cats touched Jang Chun, they couldn't help but rub their heads against him and then leaned up beside him. Seeing this scene, Jang Chun was somewhat stunned. He became a nanny now? Everyone leaned on him. At 4:55 p.m., the villa door opened. The few people on the sofa instinctively turned to look. Mom, you're off work early today, Qin Jinyan said. Qin Ran changed her shoes. She glanced at the three people on the sofa, plus the two cats, and couldn't help feeling a bit envious. She had hugged and kissed Jang Chun before. She knew that his arms really were that comfortable. And the two daughters and two cats were enjoying it in his arms for so long. While she was stuck in the office, such a difference in treatment felt like it spanned thousands of miles. Qin Ran walked over and glanced at the two kids. You've been enjoying yourselves for long enough. Let your mom rest. Humph. The two kids huffed, hugging Jang Chun's arm, and looked at Qin Ran. No way. Qin Ran gave them a stern glance. The two kids dared not meet her gaze and immediately pressed themselves against Jang Chun's body, pleading for help from their father. Dad, Mom wants to drive us away. Jang Chun chuckled as he hugged the two kids. He looked at Qin Ran and said, Tonight, you can hug me. Qin Ran was a little upset and sat down. Jang Chun was slightly sweating. She was getting angry again. He placed both kids in his right arm and gestured to the left. Come into my left arms. Qin Ran glanced at him but didn't move. Speechless, Jang Chun immediately pulled her into his arms, after which Qin Ran finally calmed down. Right until 6 p.m., Jang Chun said, I'll go cook dinner. I'll go too. Qin Ran got up. Jang Chun looked at her helplessly. Qin Ran going to the kitchen was definitely not for help, but to cause chaos. In the kitchen, Jang Chun tied on an apron, then brought over the ingredients he had prepared in advance. As for Qin Ran, she was behind Jang Chun, wrapping her arms around his waist, then kissed Jang Chun. Slurp, slurp. Besides kissing, she even licked Jang Chun's cheek. Are you a dog? Jang Chun asked, unamused. Qin Ran didn't speak, but continued to kiss Jang Chun. As she kissed him, she looked at Jang Chun who was cooking, finding him truly fascinating. No matter what Jang Chun did, she felt was incredibly charming. Jang Chun remained unimpressed, but didn't say anything, letting Qin Ran do as she pleased. After a long round of kissing, Qin Ran kissed his ears softly, whispering, Husband. What's up? Jang Chun replied. I love you. Qin Ran declared. Jang Chun responded calmly. I've only heard that men's flattery could excite women. So how about my sweet words? Exciting enough. Qin Ran smiled, continuing to kiss Jang Chun. Intoxicated. Jang Chun. Qin Ran smiled. Then I'll say sweet things to you every day, so you'll feel intoxicated every day. Jang Chun smiled slightly. Say some then. Let me hear what kind of sweet talk you can come up with. Qin Ran kissed him and whispered softly in his ear. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Corny pickup line, Jang Chun remarked. Qin Ran, I'll love you forever and always. Jang Chun, no effect. Qin Ran, I'll sleep with you forever and always. Jang Chun, that's getting a bit dirty. Qin Ran kissed him again. So do you like it? Jang Chun. Qin Ran suddenly seemed to remember something. She kissed Jang Chun again and then looked at him, asking, I heard that men will always prefer 18-year-old girls. When I get older, will you still like me? Jang Chun replied calmly. We'll find out when you get older. Hearing that, Qin Ran felt a bit down. Oh. Seeing the sadness on her face, Jang Chun sighed helplessly. Why are you thinking so much? Let me put it this way. 18 has its beauty. 25 has its beauty too. 30 and 40 also have their own unique charm. Qin Ran murmured, her mood improving slightly. Then she continued kissing Jang Chun. Can't get enough of kissing? Jang Chun glanced at her. Not at all. Qin Ran said softly. Do you know? Your presence changed my life. If it weren't for you, my life might have stayed Pandar forever. I might have lived my whole life that way. Even if you hadn't met me, you still have the two girls, Jang Chun replied. What if they get married? Qin Ran responded. Once my daughters get married, the whole house will be empty, just me. How lonely would that be? After a pause, she continued. Just imagine, if I hadn't met you, when I got older, after the kids got married, I'd come home every day to an empty house, with no one to talk to. Thinking about it feels so meaningless. Thankfully, I met you. Qin Ran said tenderly. Jang Chun gave a soft hum and didn't say anything further, continuing to stir fry. Qin Ran didn't speak again either. She continued kissing Jang Chun until he finished preparing dinner, and then finally stopped. 5 minutes later, the group sat around the dining table. Chapter 90, already sleepy? Qin Ran added some food to Jang Chun's bowl, filling it completely before finally stopping. The two kids saw this but didn't say anything. They had seen their mom do this to their dad frequently over the past couple of days and had grown used to it. Jang Chun didn't say anything either and quietly continued eating. After finishing dinner, he cleaned up the dishes and then went to take a shower. Once he was done, Jang Chun sat on the sofa first, scrolling on his phone. 20 minutes passed. Qin Ran sat beside him with the two kids. Mom, isn't that a doctor's coat? Qin Jinyan glanced at what Qin Ran was wearing and couldn't help but comment. After hearing that, Jang Chun looked over at Qin Ran as well. Jang Chun swallowed hard, reminding himself to stay calm. Yesterday he had decided, strictly no making the first move toward Qin Ran and no suggesting they go upstairs, either. He'd wait for her to take the initiative before he responded. In this way, once Qin Ran made the first move and broke the last trace of her inner restraint, she would gradually become more proactive afterward. However, looking at Qin Ran dressed as a doctor, his heart stirred with excitement. He could clearly tell that she had only worn the white coat, no undergarments underneath. Qin Ran anticipated Jang Chun's reaction, but still, she felt something was off. Shouldn't Jang Chun have pulled her into his arms by now? Yet, nothing happened. Not dwelling on it, Qin Ran took the initiative to scoot closer to him, lying flat with her head resting on his thighs. Looking at him, she softly asked, "Do you like it?" Beautiful. Jang Chun looked down at Qin Ran. Qin Ran gave a faint smile and said nothing further, closing her eyes instead, hoping to rest for a bit. Jang Chun stayed quiet, too. At around 9:30 p.m., the two kids became tired and went to bed first, hugging their two cats. Seeing this, Qin Ran turned to Jang Chun, "Go to bed." Jang Chun nodded briefly. Then they returned to their room. Inside the room were only Jang Chun and Qin Ran. As soon as Qin Ran came in, she locked the door from inside. Afterward, Qin Ran lay in Jang Chun's arms, and he naturally pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her. Qin Ran snuggled deeper into his embrace and hugged him in return. 10 minutes passed. Neither of them spoke a word. Jang Chun deliberately kept quiet, while Qin Ran waited for him to say something. Only, Jang Chun kept his silence, his behavior unusually well behaved. Inside, Qin Ran felt a bit disappointed. She had put on the white coat specifically to please him, yet Jang Chun showed no reaction at all. "You're sleepy?" Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun. "A little," Jang Chun murmured gently. Judging from his tone, he really seemed sleepy. "Then go to sleep then." A sense of disappointment filled Qin Ran's heart. In the afternoon, she had asked Jang Chun what clothes he wanted her to wear tonight, and he specifically said he liked the white coat. Now she had worn it, and Jang Chun just said he was sleepy. Besides being disappointed, she also felt puzzled. She had slept beside Jang Chun for nearly 2 months now. In these 2 months, she had come to know Jang Chun's biological clock habits. By all rights, at this time, Jang Chun shouldn't feel sleepy. He had woken up together with her in the morning. He had napped for over an hour at noon. He had slept well last night, and had not done any strenuous work during the day. From his sleep pattern, Jang Chun shouldn't be tired now. Aside from the schedule pattern, she had worn the white doctor's coat. Logically speaking, that should stimulate his hormones. Usually, when such hormones were stimulated, people tended to become more excited. Once excited, you wouldn't think about sleeping. Yet, Jang Chun claimed to be sleepy. Qin Ran couldn't understand why Jang Chun suddenly felt tired. There was no logic behind it at all. It didn't fit what was reasonable. When things didn't make sense, she would always push herself to find the answer. Only after understanding could she feel relieved and at ease. A bit obsessive-compulsive. She didn't say anything, turned over, picked up her phone, and began searching online. Search content. Why would someone say they're sleepy even when it's not the usual time for sleep? My husband told me he was sleepy. What could it mean? Someone usually with regular sleep suddenly feels sleepy several hours earlier than usual. Why? Post replies. Xiaoyu's mom. My husband once said the same. According to his usual sleeping habits, he wouldn't have gone to bed so early. Later, I discovered he had been drinking goji berry tea and seemed to be lacking energy. That's when I realized something might be wrong with his kidneys. Jeje's wife. Haha. Usually when a husband says he's sleepy around his wife, it's most likely kidney deficiency. He needs some strengthening remedies. Sister wants to be queen. Facepalm. You newlyweds are asking these types of questions? Normally in this situation, it means your husband needs some extra nutrition. Reading these replies, Qin Ran's eyes widened as if the thick clouds had finally cleared, revealing instant clarity. She recalled what had happened between her and Jang Chun the other day. Recently, Jang Chun had been somewhat overindulgent in desire, and now appeared overwhelmed and in need of rest. No wonder he said he was sleepy when she wore the white coat. This wasn't sleepiness at all. His kidneys were starting to feel weak. After thinking, Qin Ran realized that since Jang Chun was not in the right state now, she should encourage him a bit and help him relax psychologically. If she appeared visibly disappointed, Jang Chun might overthink it, thinking he was failing to give her what she needed, and this might lead to some negative feelings in him. Understanding this, Qin Ran put her phone aside. She turned around and snuggled into Jang Chun's arms. Honey, are you asleep yet? Not yet. Jang Chun softly replied. Qin Ran whispered in his embrace. Tonight should be the best sleep you've had in days. Jang Chun sounded confused. What? Qin Ran gave him a light punch and whispered. You've been wearing me out the past few days. I was afraid of you. I'm glad you're a little sleepy today. It gives me a chance to rest. Jang Chun was a little baffled. His intention was to make Qin Ran more proactive, but things didn't go according to plan. This wasn't the script at all. I'm not talking to you anymore. If we keep chatting, you might not feel sleepy anymore and start harassing me again. I'm going to sleep. Honey, good night. After saying that, Qin Ran closed her eyes and really fell asleep. Thinking about what she had said to Jang Chun just now, she believed it must have made him happy and boosted his confidence. Looks like she needed to give Jang Chun some nourishing supplements. Her first thought was the kidney strengthening capsules, but if she asked him to take those directly, it might hurt his pride. After thinking, Qin Ran decided to start with food therapy first, like adding more goji berries into the herbal chicken soup, and also braised lamb, leeks, pig kidney, oysters, and so on. Right now, Jang Chun was slightly confused. Did Qin Ran actually fall asleep already? But he himself didn't feel the least bit sleepy. Really sleepy? Jang Chun couldn't help but doubt Qin Ran. After hearing that, Qin Ran deliberately pretended to be tired and gave a sleepy hum. Jang Chun didn't know what to say. Was she really this sleepy? Okay then, good night. Jang Chun murmured and closed his eyes, pretending to fall asleep too. Chapter 91. Have you been bribed? Early the next morning, Qin Ran and Jang Chun woke up one after another. Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun on the lips and looked at him softly. Still sleepy? If so, sleep a little more. No, I'm fine. Jang Chun also kissed her. Qin Ran made a soft humming sound and didn't say anything else. She nestled closer to Jang Chun, enjoying the close contact. Qin Ran felt something and couldn't help glancing down. Seeing the situation, Qin Ran felt a little puzzled. Last night, Jang Chun had said he was tired, and she had thought maybe his kidney needed some nourishment. But looking at his current state, Jang Chun seemed perfectly normal. Could it be that after resting for a day, he had already recovered? Thinking about it, a faint smile appeared on Qin Ran's face. She looked at Jang Chun softly and said, Honey. Jang Chun looked at her. Qin Ran asked softly, What kind of clothes do you want me to wear tonight? The same one. Jang Chun replied. Qin Ran made a soft sound and hugged Jang Chun again for a little nap. Half an hour later, both of them were quite energetic and didn't feel tired. Jang Chun looked at her and said, I'll get up and make breakfast. Okay, Qin Ran responded. So she got up. An hour later, breakfast was ready. The four of them sat around the table. Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun beside her and said, Honey, I want to eat grilled oysters tonight. The ones with garlic, plus scrambled eggs with leeks, braised lamb, and yam and with ear stir-fried slices. Hearing the names of these dishes, Jang Chun couldn't help but look at her again. These were all kidney-nourishing dishes. Seeing how Qin Ran was acting, Jang Chun quickly figured it out, and a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. Did Qin Ran think his kidney had started to weaken? Okay, Jang Chun simply replied. Dad, I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs. Qin Jingyin said at this moment. Me too, Qin Ziyin added. Jang Chun smiled affectionately at the two kids. Okay, Dad will cook that for you tonight. Okay. The two kids smiled happily. After breakfast, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun a little unwillingly. Give me a hug. Jang Chun hugged Qin Ran. He felt like Qin Ran was just like a little child. After the hug, Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun and said gently, Then I'll go to the company first. Remember to cook what I want tonight, garlic oysters. All right. Jang Chun kissed her. Qin Ran smiled, and then got up, picked up her bag, and walked out. Dad, where are we going to play today? Qin Jingyan looked at Jang Chun and asked. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said to the kids, Let me take you to play VR games. What is VR gaming? The kids asked curiously. Jang Chun smiled. You'll know when we get there. Jang Chun wanted to expose the children to new things more often, which could also broaden their horizons. So he took them out to play. They also had lunch outside with the kids. During the meal, Jang Chun's phone buzzed with a WeChat message. Looking at it, he saw it was from his mother. Mom, don't forget your arranged meeting tomorrow night. Jang Chun read the message, feeling slightly dazed. It had almost been 2 months since he was reborn. Before his rebirth, he and Lu Na had been preparing for divorce. In his memory, Lu Na was still a charming middle-aged woman, while tomorrow, he would see the 20-something-year-old, vibrant version of her. Thinking about it, Jang Chun couldn't help but feel lost in thought. If he saw Lu Na again, he didn't know what he would say. Perhaps it was because Lu Na was his wife in his past life, and now that he had been reborn, he simply wanted to meet her again. What exactly he felt, he himself was unclear. Mom, where are you? Jang Chun heard another WeChat notification and came back to his senses. He replied, just having lunch with the kids. Mom, your boss's 2 daughters? Jang Chun, yeah? Mom, take a day off tomorrow and go for the arranged meeting tonight. Let your boss know. Jang Chun already did. Mom, alright then. They talked a little more, then the conversation stopped. Jang Chun glanced at the 2 kids enjoying their meal and began to ponder. If he went to the arranged meeting tomorrow night, Qin Ran couldn't find out about it. And in the evening, since Qin Ran didn't work, she would surely stick close to him. After thinking for a while, Jang Chun sent a message to Jiang Qingyun. Come out with me tomorrow. Jiang Qingyun replied quickly. Where to? Jiang Chun thought for a moment. If he left Qin Ran's side without a reasonable excuse, she might suspect something. This would require Jiang Qingyun's cooperation. Jiang Chun sent another message. Sis, help me out. Jiang Qingyun. Jiang Chun, I'm going to an arranged meeting tomorrow night. Jiang Qingyun, you're such a playboy. Jiang Qingyun, you're already married to sister-in-law. Why another arranged meeting? Jiang Chun sent a sweating emoji. This is the last blind date. Don't let her find out. Tomorrow when you and I go out, if she calls you, just say I was with you and that we were out with mom and dad. Jiang Qingyun, no way. Jiang Chun transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiang Qingyun. This is the last blind date. Just cooperate with me this once. Jiang Qingyun returned the 2,000 yuan. Why do you have to go on 10 blind dates? Don't tell me it's OCD. I've never seen you having OCD before. Even if you did, OCD comes in 3 levels, severe, moderate, and mild. You, at most, are just mild, and even mild OCD wouldn't push someone to go on 10 blind dates. Jiang Chun, this is the last one really. After tomorrow's date, it ends. If she finds out about this, there'll be a big argument, and maybe, you wouldn't want your brother to get a divorce, would you? Jiang Qingyun, I remember that sister-in-law agreed to let you go on blind dates. Then why are you hiding it from her? Jiang Qingyun, you have something to hide. Jiang Chun, Jiang Qingyun, I don't know why you must go on 10 blind dates, and I don't understand why. Even though sister-in-law agreed to you dating, you're still hiding it from her. All I know is that if you keep hiding it, and she finds out one day, you know what the consequences will be. Jiang Qingyun, do you think sister-in-law loves you so much now that she'll compromise on everything? If you think like that, then you're seriously wrong. Jiang Qingyun, here's your chance. Confess tomorrow's blind date to sister-in-law voluntarily, or else I'll send her the chat history between you and me. Jiang Chun, Jiang Qingyun, an hour. Tell her within an hour, or in an hour I will message sister-in-law myself to check in. Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Qingyun sent some chat screenshots, which were her conversations with Qin Ran. Qin Ran, did your brother still wet the bed when he was 5? Stunned. Jiang Qingyun, he wet once when he was 7 and got beat by dad. Grinning. Qin Ran, smiling face. Qin Ran, by the way, what kind of car does your brother like? I want to give him a surprise. Jiang Qingyun, geez. My brother's really lucky to have found a treasure. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't spoil him too much. If you do, he might start taking you for granted one day. Qin Ran, he dares. If he ever changes, I'll teach him a lesson. Jiang Qingyun, wiping sweat, just afraid you won't have the heart to discipline him. Qin Ran, don't worry, there's a bottom line, no touching. If he dares to try anything, I'll make sure he's out cold. Jiang Qingyun, stunned, I wish I were a guy. I'd marry you for sure. Qin Ran, stunned, I'm a girl. Chapter 92, am I wrong? Fine. Jiang Qingyun, Qin Ran, daydreaming. Jiang Qingyun, you're so good to my brother, yet he still goes on blind dates. It feels kind of unworthy. Qin Ran, he's your real brother, and you're taking my side like this. Jiang Qingyun, what difference does it make that he's my real brother? My principle is to support what's right, not my blood relatives. Wrong is wrong, even if it's my own brother. Qin Ran, thumbs up. Qin Ran, actually, the reason I agreed to your brother going on blind dates wasn't without cause. At the beginning, my relationship with your brother was somewhat ambiguous. I vaguely confessed to your brother, but he told me we'd talk again after he had gone on 10 blind dates. Qin Ran, since then, we've continued like this. While he goes on blind dates, I remain in a vague, ambiguous relationship with him. Later on, I got a bit anxious, wanting to clarify our relationship quickly, so I said to him, You go on your blind dates, and we can date each other. They don't conflict. At that time, I thought it wouldn't take long before your brother completed 10 blind dates, so I didn't think much of it. Moreover, your brother didn't go on blind dates with the intention of getting married. He just wanted to confront those blind date girls. I didn't overthink it, although I did sometimes feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Jang Chun. Dizzy. What's there to confront with those blind date girls? There are so many people with twisted values. You can't confront them all. You'll never finish otherwise. Aren't they just bored? Jang Chun. By the way, some of these blind date girls genuinely want to get married. What if my brother meets one of them while he's on a blind date? Chinran. I brought this up with your brother. Your brother made a bet with me, claiming all 10 blind dates will definitely involve problematic girls. Jang Chun. And what was the result? Chinran. So far, every single blind date has been problematic. Guess he's just lucky. Jang Chun. Chinran. What kind of car does your brother like? Jang Chun. I'm not really sure. Generally, when my brother looks at cars, he only considers ones he can afford. He never even glances at cars that are out of his budget. Chinran. Your brother is quite down to earth. Jang Chun. My brother is a realist. His mindset is very practical. He doesn't indulge in daydreams. That's actually a good quality. Jang Chun. By the way, there's something I've been curious about. How did you and my brother end up together? Chinran. Falling for each other over time? Jang Chun. Jang Chun. Perhaps. Under normal circumstances, my brother wouldn't have been with you. Chinran. Why? Jang Chun. My brother is very pragmatic. He doesn't dwell on anything he deems impossible. Initially, he didn't know those 2 kids were his. In his mind, he might have logically eliminated you, excluded you from his list of potential marriage partners, and would have kept the relationship strictly employer-employee. Besides, there's a huge gap between you and my brother. If they were together, people might talk. Considering everything, the likelihood of my brother being with you is very low. Chinran. Is my brother really that pragmatic? Even a little imagination wouldn't hurt. Jang Chun. Sweating. My brother is extremely pragmatic. Chinran. Sweating. Actually, it's okay. Being realistic is fine. His realism leans towards rationality. I think your brother is pretty good. Jang Chun. Previously I thought things were fine, but I just can't understand why, after registering the marriage with you, he still went on blind dates. From an outsider's perspective, this makes him look exactly like a jerk. Chinran. It doesn't matter anymore. My bottom line is that if he continues to go on blind dates after completing 10, I won't accept it. Jang Chun. Yeah. If he continues to go on blind dates after the 10th one, I'll tell our parents. Jang Chun looked at the chat records sent by Jang Chun. His heart felt unsettled, and a sense of guilt crept up on him. Thinking about the time he spent with Chinran recently, he noticed a significant change in Chinran, and these changes were built upon their mutual love for each other. Had either side changed, Chinran wouldn't stick to him this way, nor would they behave like a child in front of him. Just then, Jang Chun messaged him, feeling guilty? Your wife asked me what kind of car you like. She wants to give you a surprise. She thinks about making you happy every single day. How about you? Hiding blind dates from her? And you wanted me to help you keep lying to her? Jang Chun. I was wrong, okay? Jang Chun. Then what? Jang Chun. I'll tell her about the blind dates immediately. Jang Chun. That's more like it. Jang Chun stopped chatting with Jang Chun and messaged Chinran. Baby, are you there? Soon after, Chinran messaged back. Baby? That's so cheesy. Jang Chun. Jang Chun. Chinran, are you there? Chinran. Get lost. Don't call me by my name. Jang Chun. Cute baby? Chinran. That sounds worse. It's so weird. Jang Chun. Wife? Chinran. Barely acceptable. Jang Chun. Baby? Chinran. No good. Jang Chun. Speechless. Should I call you brother then? Chinran. Better stick to wife. Chinran. What? Missing me? Grinning. Jang Chun. My mom told me I have a blind date tomorrow night. Chinran. Tomorrow is your last blind date. After tomorrow's date, we'll take the kids out the day after. I want everyone in the world to know you're my husband. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. Why be so obvious? Chinran. To stop you from cheating, to prevent you from betraying me. When people become famous, they have to set boundaries everywhere. Once everyone knows you're my husband, let's see who dares to do anything with you. Jang Chun. Jang Chun. Not yet. Just after I finish the blind date. Don't let everyone know our relationship so quickly. Otherwise, those blind date girls might come forward to expose me. Some might even try to ride on the attention. It'll be bad for both of us. Chinran. Seeing Jang Chun's message, Chinran couldn't help but feel wronged. She always had to wear a mask whenever they went out together, careful every second to avoid being recognized. It felt like they were having an affair. Her biggest wish right now was to be openly with Jang Chun. She'd had enough of living like this, hiding and pretending. After a while of silence, Chinran sent Jang Chun a message. We can temporarily keep our relationship a secret, but I want to meet your parents. Your parents have to know about us. Jang Chun. Okay. Jang Chun asked. I have a blind date tomorrow night. Will you come with me? Chinran. Of course I will. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. Why do you definitely have to come? Chinran. I won't let you meet with other women alone. You're not allowed to be alone with any woman, except your mom, your sister, and your 2 daughters. Jang Chun sent a sweating emoji. What if the person is an 80-year-old grandma? Chinran. Are you poisoned? Chinran. Don't forget to cook what I want tonight. Jang Chun. Got it. Chinran. Laogong. 问你个事，现代我不是生气。Jang Chun. 好，什么事？ Chinran. 老公，问你个事，现代我不是生气。Jang Chun. 好，什么事？ Chinran. 昨天晚上你那么早就困了，是不是son？有点气了？ Jang Chun. Chinran. 你别生气，我没别的意思。我是想说，这也不是什么把柄，这样下就好了，还可以吃轻松胶囊。轻松胶囊还没上市面，但我公司有，你别有心理负担。Jang Chun. Chinran. 生气了？可怜，说好的不生气的。Chapter 93. Honey, give me a hug. Jang Chun. My kidneys are fine. Chinran. Then what about last night? Jang Chun. I just wanted you to take the initiative. Chinran. Huh? What do you mean? Jang Chun. It's always me who takes the first step. I wanted to see what you'd be like if you were the one making the move. Chinran quickly understood. Tao Yan. Why Lao Gong? Jang Chun. Grinning. So then? Chinran sent an emoji of 3 cleavers. No continuation. Jang Chun sent an evil smile emoji. Really? If you don't take initiative, I won't either. Ran sent an emoji of 3 cleavers again. You're being so bad. Jang Chun. Only bad to you, okay? Ran. And who else would you dare be bad to? Jang Chun. Only to you. Ran sent an emoji of puffing indignantly to the right. Bad husband. Jang Chun. Grinning. Dad, why are you smiling? Qin Jinyan noticed a faint smile on Jang Chun's face and couldn't help asking. Qin Ziyan glanced at Qin Jinyan and said, definitely chatting with mom. Qin Jinyan looked enlightened. Looking at the 2 kids, Jang Chun smiled and asked, full already? Full. The 2 kids asked together, Dad, where are we going in the afternoon? Jang Chun laughed. Let's go to the supermarket this afternoon. Mom wants something like braised lamb, so we need to buy some ingredients. And sweet and sour spare ribs, the kids reminded. Got it. Jang Chun affectionately ruffled their hair. Then he paid the bill and drove to the supermarket. At 4 p.m., Jang Chun messaged Ran. What time are you off work? Ran. Later today, I'll be home around 5:30. Jang Chun. Then I'll cook at 5. You can eat as soon as you get home. Ran. That's too early. I'm not hungry yet. Let's have it later. Jang Chun. Okay. At 5:30 p.m., Ran arrived home, just on the dot. After changing her shoes, she walked toward the sofa and then directly threw herself into Jang Chun's arms. Honey, give me a hug. Ran murmured softly. Jang Chun smiled and hugged her tightly. Seeing this, the 2 kids chimed in. Honey, give me a hug. Qin Jinyan mimicked. Honey, give me a hug. Qin Ziyan imitated as well. Ran turned her head and shot the kids a sideways glance. Don't copy me. Humph. Qin Jinyan looked at Ran and said, actually, mommy copied us. Before, we used to say daddy, hugged. Ran was speechless. Tired from work. Jang Chun held Ran closely and asked. Dead tired. Ran said with a soft tone. I checked the company in the afternoon. My feet are sore from walking, and my whole body aches. Lie on the couch. I'll give you a massage. Jang Chun said. Okay. Ran lay on the couch, while Jang Chun sat beside her giving a massage. Starting from the neck. Dad, give me a massage too. I want one too. Seeing this, the 2 kids couldn't help but ask. You 2 don't have much meat on you. What's the point of a massage? Ran couldn't help but say. Only let yourself enjoy, not letting us enjoy. The 2 kids said, slightly upset. Not happy. Ran. Not happy. The 2 kids said in unison. And what are you going to do about it? Ran said indifferently. The 2 kids pouted, though they couldn't actually do anything, and thought how chief they were. Dad, Mom is bullying us. The kids looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun sweated slightly, and said to Ran, why are you picking on the kids? You're on my side or on the kids' side? Ran, Dad, are you on Mom's side or on ours? The 2 kids looked at Jang Chun. Jang Chun looked at the kids with a doting smile. Of course I'm on your side. Hearing that, the kids couldn't help but smile smugly at Ran, boasting. Hear that? Dad is on our side. Ran had dark lines across her face. That's just Dad being lenient with you. Kids, then why doesn't Dad indulge you? Listening, Ran felt there was some sense to it. She turned her head and looked at Jang Chun. Explain? Jang Chun was speechless. He moved close to her ear and gave her a fierce kiss. Is that explanation enough? Ran was taken aback. After massaging for about 20 minutes, Jang Chun patted Ran's butt. It's getting late. I should start cooking. I'll go with you. After hearing this, Ran couldn't help but sit up. Jang Chun shot her a sidelong glance. Sure you're not just going to mess things up? Ran looked at him. I'm showing you affection, giving you motivation. How can that be messing up? Jang Chun. They reached the kitchen. Jang Chun began to get busy, while Ran, as usual, wrapped her arms around him from behind and kissed his cheek repeatedly. Slurp, slurp. Ran kissed him several times in succession, while Jang Chun said nothing and just let her have her way. After kissing him for quite a while, seeing that Jang Chun had a tolerant expression towards her playfulness, she couldn't help saying, honey. Jang Chun, I noticed you have a little quirk. Ran, what quirk? Jang Chun, you like it when I take the initiative, you like seeing me like that. Ran, Jang Chun glanced sideways at her. So then, what about it? Do you plan to take the initiative tonight? Jang Chun, initiative brings a different feeling. Passivity has its own sensation, and taking the lead has its own too. Don't tell me kissing me just now, on your own, didn't feel different compared to when I kissed you before. Jang Chun, Ran kissed the side of Jang Chun's face. Before, she had always hinted intentionally or unintentionally for Jang Chun to kiss her. That feeling was like setting a trap for Jang Chun, waiting for him to fall into it. But when she took the lead, there was a sense of conquest. She kind of liked taking the initiative now. After kissing for a while, Ran whispered into Jang Chun's ear. Tomorrow is your last blind date. Tonight, you should call your family and tell them about us. Jang Chun nodded lightly. Ran, will your parents dislike me? Jang Chun gave her a look. What do you think? I don't know. Ran still felt a bit worried. Though she could judge from Jang Chun and Jang Chunyun's behavior what kind of people his parents were, roughly what kind of values they held, there was always something to be said for seeing clearly from the outside. Right now, she was the one caught inside unable to think rationally. Subjective emotions were interfering. Stop overthinking. My parents are great. After saying that, Jang Chun couldn't help sighing. Though I'm probably going to get scolded. And there's also something a bit awkward about it. Awkward? Ran asked in confusion. Why would it be awkward? Donating sperm. That's why. Jang Chun shot her a look. Let's say in the future we have a son, and our son goes off to donate sperm. How would you feel about your son? That actually would be pretty awkward. Ran couldn't help chuckling a bit, and kissed Jang Chun's face. Guess your parents will gain a whole new understanding of you. Jang Chun. Chapter 94. Oh my god. Once the meal was ready, they began eating together. Ran picked up a piece of braised lamb and placed it into Jang Chun's bowl, then added 2 garlic oyster dishes in front of him, as well as a stir-fry of leeks and eggs and a stir-fry of yam, whittier mushrooms, and pork slices. Eat more, Ran said to Jang Chun. Jang Chun. Jang Chun scooted closer to Ran, then pulled her into his arms, whispering into her ear, you actually wanted to feed these dishes to me, right? These dishes have something in common. They are good for the kidneys. Were you worried that I didn't touch you last night because I thought I had a kidney problem? Ran remained silent. Jang Chun whispered again. You've changed. You've become really. Qin Ran stayed silent. Jang Chun kissed her cheek and whispered in her ear. Wait until tonight to take the initiative, okay? Huh? Jang Chun looked at her. Say something. Jang Chun murmured as Qin Ran still didn't respond. Okay. Qin Ran replied softly, blushing slightly. Though she had been more open lately, and even initiated kisses with Jang Chun, that was all. She hadn't yet tried being that proactive in other ways. Jang Chun kissed her cheek again, then picked up a piece of braised lamb with his chopsticks, holding it in his mouth. He leaned towards Qin Ran, saying in a muffled voice, eat half. Qin Ran stared at Jang Chun. Feeding her like this, one piece of lamb split by both their bites. It was quite new. Qin Ran obediently opened her mouth, taking a bite of half the lamb. Then, together, they gently bit the meat apart. The two children sitting opposite them were stunned, watching their parents with wide eyes. At that moment, Jang Chun picked up a piece of yam, putting half in his mouth and leaving the other half outside, then leaned toward Qin Ran. Qin Ran, seeing this, obediently leaned forward and bit the other half. The two kids watched silently. They were quite confused. Could eating this way really be that enjoyable? The next scene, Jang Chun took a knife and fork, carefully separating the oyster from the shell, then used his chopsticks to pick it up and place it near Qin Ran's mouth. Open your mouth. Jang Chun gazed at Qin Ran's exquisite face. Qin Ran obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the oyster. A slight smile appeared on Jang Chun's face. Qin Ran's obedience made him want to keep feeding her endlessly. We'll have a midnight snack later. I'll make something delicious for you. Jang Chun whispered with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun curiously. A midnight snack? Jang Chun whispered something in her ear. After hearing it, Qin Ran blushed, then playfully bit his shoulder. Jang Chun smiled but didn't respond. Her bite wasn't painful at all, so he just let her be. Jang Chun then ladled a bowl of yam and chicken soup. Holding the bowl, he scooped a spoonful and brought it to Qin Ran's mouth. Open your mouth, he said. Qin Ran obeyed, waiting for Jang Chun to feed her. Although this felt a little awkward, she felt sweet inside. Slowly, Jang Chun poured the soup into her mouth. How is it, he asked. It's really good, Qin Ran answered honestly after tasting it. Honey. Qin Ran snuggled closer to him, admiration in her eyes. I think you're really a genius. For example, Jang Chun asked. Top-class chef and has a perfect memory. You're a genius among geniuses, Qin Ran said sincerely. Every day she ate the meals made by Jang Chun. She never got tired of them. What impressed her most was that Jang Chun could cook every single dish to perfection. This was something even many top chefs couldn't achieve. Just that. Jang Chun smiled slightly, looking at Qin Ran meaningfully. Upon seeing the implication in Jang Chun's eyes, Qin Ran instantly understood and gently hit him, then snuggled closer. You're great in every way. In what way? Jang Chun smiled, teasing her. Are you trying to get me to talk with the kids around? Qin Ran scolded him lightly, hitting him again. Jang Chun just smiled without saying anything. He hugged her and continued to feed her. As for the two kids, one was filming the scene with Jang Chun's phone. The other was filming with Qin Ran's phone. Qin Jingyang used Jang Chun's phone to shoot the video, but she didn't use the camera app. Instead, she used the camera inside the WeChat Moments feature. She had seen Jang Chun do it before several times, so she copied the method exactly. After recording the video, she immediately uploaded it. Jang Chun had no idea that while he was feeding Qin Ran, the likes and comments on his moments were rapidly increasing. South Bay community. Inside the South Bay supermarket. 3 people were sitting behind the counter inside the supermarket. Tomorrow your brother has a blind date. I wonder if it will work out. The one speaking was a charming and still beautiful middle-aged woman. She had a great figure, stood about 167 centimeters tall, and looked very tall and graceful due to her slim build. Her curves were just right, nothing lacking where they should be full, and nothing excessive where they should be slim. Her looks were equally attractive. Though time had left some marks on her face, she radiated the unique charm of a woman her age. To maintain such a figure and facial appearance at her age was rare. Lin Shui sighed slightly, her eyes flashing a hint of helplessness. Her son had already been on 9 blind dates, and all 9 ended in disaster right on the spot. That left her speechless and made her in Buju to mutter complaints. What strange girls had her son met on those dates? Mom, why are you even worrying about him? Brother is so handsome, and our family situation isn't bad either. He will definitely find an ideal wife. Maybe in a few days, Big Brother will give us a surprise. The one speaking was Jiang Qingyun, a smile appearing on her face. Tomorrow, after her brother's blind date, he would probably come clean with the family. She wondered what reaction their parents would have when they found out her older brother already had a wife and a 4-year-old child. Would they be so excited they fainted? Or so shocked they couldn't speak? Or some other reaction? Lin Shui gave Jiang Qingyun a side glance. You really think that's possible? Anything is possible. Jiang Qingyun smiled. Lin Shui lightly shook her head with a sigh, silently praying her son's blind date tomorrow would be successful. Bored, Lin Shui pulled out her phone and started scrolling through WeChat Moments. The first post was from her son, Jang Chun. Seeing her son's video post on Moments, Lin Shui instantly perked up and tapped into the video. Then, she saw her son embracing a very beautiful woman, feeding her piece by piece. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Lin Shui couldn't help but tremble all over. Her hands shook so much she nearly dropped her phone. What happened? What happened? Jiang Qingyun, seeing her mother's reaction, quickly moved closer. Jiang Chin's father also couldn't help but move closer, curious to see what was going on. Chapter 95 Mom and Dad. Actually my brother and Qin Ran are already married. Watch this video. Lin Shui stared at the video on her phone, her whole body frozen like she had been rooted to the spot, not moving at all. What did she see? She saw her son hugging a very beautiful woman. What did that mean? It meant her son had a girlfriend. Shaken by the revelation, Lin Shui kept staring at the woman being held by her son. She could tell that this woman seemed very obedient and sweet, clearly very fond of her son. Doesn't she look like Qin Ran? Lin Shui fixed her gaze on the woman in the video, and the more she looked, the more convinced she became. Oh my god. At this moment, Zhang's dad leaned over and, looking at the video on the phone, couldn't help blurting out. His son had a girlfriend. This girl looks a lot like Qin Ran. Zhang's dad frowned slightly, eyes narrowing in thought. The more he watched, the more convinced he became. Cough. Jiang Qingyun looked at the video on the phone, surprised at first, but quickly figured it out. The videos in her brother's social media feed were posted by his two nieces. Mom, Dad, this is actually Qin Ran. Jiang Qingyun looked at her parents to gauge their reactions. Hearing this, Lin Shui and Zhang's dad both flinched slightly and turned to face her. You seem to know something. Cough. Jiang Qingyun coughed lightly. Earlier you were talking about how my brother's boss is the same age as Qin Ran, and both have undergone IVF and have two daughters as well. Actually, my brother's boss is Qin Ran. Hearing this, Lin Shui and Zhang's dad felt as though struck by lightning, their minds reeling in shock. Their son's boss was Qin Ran? The couple couldn't help but recall that a month ago, Qin Ran had told reporters in an interview that she had a husband. And now, their son was hugging Qin Ran, feeding her lovingly, looking very affectionate. In other words, the husband Qin Ran had mentioned back then was actually Jang Chun. How is this possible? After calming herself a bit, Lin Shui stared at Jiang Qingyun, her heart in turmoil. She felt happy her son had found a girlfriend. But that girlfriend was Qin Ran. Although Qin Ran had never been married, she had undergone IVF and had two daughters. If their son and Qin Ran truly loved each other, the two daughters might not be a big issue to accept. But she couldn't shake the feeling that it was risky. After all, the two girls weren't their son's biological children. Now they were in love and to be meek. Love could cover everything. But if one day they ever had a fight, the topic of the two girls could cause problems. There was great potential for future complications. Zhang's dad also stared at Jiang Qingyun, eager to hear the whole story. This was about his son's lifelong happiness and must be taken seriously. Jiang Qingyun coughed slightly before finally speaking. Let me tell you something, don't panic, stay calm. Spit it out, Zhang's dad said. Don't stall. Lin Shui snapped. Jiang Qingyun sweated slightly. Looking at her parents, she hesitated before speaking slowly. My brother donated. Jiang Qingyun suddenly felt unable to say it aloud. It was just too embarrassing, especially having to talk about this with her parents. Donated what? Lin Shui frowned, already slightly irritated. She was about to burst with anxiety, and here her daughter was being so vague. Could she just hurry up and say it already? Jiang Qingyun wiped a bit of sweat, steadied herself, and looked at her parents as she finally said, my brother donated sperm years ago. Donated what gold? Lin Shui's eyes filled with confusion. Donated gold? She couldn't understand it all. Zhang's dad seemed to realize something. He looked at Jiang Qingyun with a furrowed brow. You mean donated sperm? Jiang Qingyun's face turned slightly red. Talking about this with her parents felt incredibly awkward, and she inwardly cursed Jiang Chun to death. All for a 5,000 yuan compensation, he actually went and donated sperm. What gold? Lin Shui frowned even more deeply. Was this another riddle? Zhang's dad coughed slightly and whispered a word into Lin Shui's ear. Lin Shui was stunned silent. Her whole world felt turned upside down. Her son had gone to donate sperm years ago? Without a shred of shame? Didn't he feel embarrassed at all? Cough, continue. Zhang's dad coughed and looked at Jiang Qingyun. Unconsciously, his mind began picturing Jiang Chun donating sperm. Just thinking about it was ridiculous. Jiang Qingyun wiped some sweat and hesitated a moment before continuing. Not long after, Qin Ran underwent IVF, and she used the sperm donated by my brother. Hearing this, Zhang's dad and Lin Shui exchanged expressions that turned suddenly complex. Qin Ran had used Jiang Chun's sperm for IVF. Didn't that mean that Qin Ran's two daughters were also Jiang Chun's biological children, and thus their own granddaughters? Zhang's dad and Lin Shui felt dizzy. This was all too sudden, too overwhelming. Jiang Qingyun coughed slightly and continued. Qin Ran hired my brother to play with the two nieces, hoping they might develop feelings for each other. If feelings arose, they could be together, forming a complete family. In fact, over a month ago, my brother and Qin Ran had already gotten together. After hearing this, Lin Shui and Zhang's dad exchanged looks of realization. So that's how it was. Wait a second. Lin Shui and Zhang's dad looked at each other, then turned to Jiang Qingyun with furrowed brows. If your brother and Qin Ran are already together, how could he still be going on blind dates these past 2 months? Your brother just went on a blind date 2 days ago. This is what I was about to say next. When Jiang Qingyun mentioned this, her expression couldn't help but turn somewhat angry. She continued solemnly. My brother said he has obsessive-compulsive disorder and insisted on going on 10 blind dates. And Qin Ran compromised. What? After hearing this, Zhang's dad and Lin Shui couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Their son really insisted on going on 10 blind dates because of obsessive-compulsive disorder? And Qin Ran actually agreed? Dad, Mom, you can see the chat history between me and my brother. Jiang Qingyun opened WeChat and found the chat records with Jiang Chun. The two leaned in to look. When they saw that Jiang Chun asked his daughter to cooperate in hiding the blind dates from Qin Ran, both of them felt a surge of anger, their expressions instantly turning icy cold. He was already dating Qin Ran, yet he still went on blind dates, especially after promising to keep it a secret from them. Jiang Qingyun coughed and said, Dad, Mom, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Hearing this, Zhang's dad and Lin Shui turned their attention to Jiang Qingyun. Every word their daughter had spoken so far had shocked them. They feared that whatever she said next might shock them even further, so they braced themselves mentally in advance. Jiang Qingyun coughed again and said, Actually, my brother and Qin Ran have already registered their marriage. What? Zhang's dad and Lin Shui exclaimed in shock. Their son and Qin Ran were already married? As parents, they didn't even know about this. Mom, Dad, look, Jiang Qingyun pulled up some photos. These were taken during their trip to Tianjin Garden, and among them was a photo of the marriage certificate. Chapter 96. I guess this is fate. When Lin Shui and Jiang dad saw the photo of the marriage certificate, their faces immediately turned cold with anger, and they felt like dragging Jiang Chun over for a good double scolding. He actually got married, and didn't even tell them. He actually got married, and still went on a blind date. Filled with anger, Lin Shui picked up her phone and was about to call Jiang Chun. Mom, don't call first, Jiang Qingyun said nervously, grabbing Lin Shui's phone. Lin Shui's face was full of rage as she looked at Jiang Qingyun. Why did you take my phone? Your brother got married without even telling me, his own mother. I want to ask him if he still sees me as his mom. Jiang Qingyun was slightly flustered as she explained, my brother wanted to tell you too after finishing the blind date tomorrow. Hearing that, Lin Shui became even more furious. He already got married to Qin Ran, and still went on a blind date? Has he lost his mind to do something like this? Jiang Qingyun was also confused by that part. Jiang Qingyun tried to calm them down. Mom and Dad, calm down first. I think calling him isn't a good idea. What if we go directly to his place? Good idea. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui gritted her teeth, then went to the shelf and grabbed 2 belts, clearly with the intention of giving Jang Chun a serious belt whipping. Come on, let's take your dad and go find him, Lin Shui said to Jiang Qingyun. Jiang Qingyun hesitated. Mom, please calm down first. We're going to meet elder brother, and Qin Ran will be there too. We need some psychological preparation before meeting the daughter-in-law, right? Shouldn't we at least find out what kind of person she is first? After hearing that, Lin Shui was still angry, but realized that going directly wasn't a good idea. How can we get to know her if we don't see her in person? Lin Shui looked at Jiang Qingyun. Let's look at the chat records first. Jiang Qingyun found the conversation history with Qin Ran and handed the phone to her parents. Jiang Dad and Lin Shui naturally started to read. When they saw Qin Ran asking their son what kind of car he liked and saying she wanted to surprise him, they felt a warm feeling inside. Qin Ran really cared about their son. But then again, they thought about how their son still went on a blind date. They were so angry that they wanted to rush over and give Jang Chun a good beating immediately. Reading through the chat records and seeing what Qin Ran had said, the more they read, the more they liked her, the more Xinking, pain and sympathy they felt. They truly believed their son was being an idiot. Go, find your brother. Lin Shui's face was cold and her tone full of rage. Lead the way, Jiang Dad said. Though he didn't look as angry as Lin Shui, he was truly furious. Jiang Qingyun broke out into a light sweat. She originally wanted to stop her brother from the blind date. But judging from the situation now, her brother was probably going to get beaten. There was no way around it. A beating was coming. Thus, Jiang Qingyun drove, bringing Lin Shui and Jiang Dad to Tianjin Garden. Inside Villa 001 of Tianjin Garden, Jiang Chun was still feeding Qin Ran snacks. Daddy, your phone has a lot of red dots showing up, Qin Jinyan said, looking at Jiang Chun. Hearing that, Jiang Chun took the phone back. When he saw the moment's posts on his phone, his whole body felt off. *T. Jiang Chun nearly fainted. His daughter had played with his phone, filmed a video of him feeding Qin Ran, and posted it on her moments. There were already many comments and likes now. Seeing this, Qin Ran didn't know what to say, though inwardly, she felt a sense of happiness. She had long wanted to make their relationship public, even though she had promised Jiang Chun earlier that they'd wait a while before revealing their relationship. But now their daughter had exposed it. It wouldn't take long before most people in China would know about their relationship. Jiang Chun nearly fainted. He immediately deleted the video from his moments, then closed it. Just then, he noticed a huge number of messages in WeChat. Seeing all the messages, Jiang Chun felt even more lightheaded. Shouldn't he have heard notification sounds? He checked and found that his phone was on silent mode. Daddy, what's wrong? Qin Jinyan looked at Jiang Chun with a confused expression. Jiang Chun looked at his daughter, his eye corner twitching slightly. Nothing. Next to him, Qin Ran leaned in and kissed Jiang Chun lightly on the lips, whispering, "You'll become famous soon. Maybe during tomorrow's blind date, your date will already recognize you," said Qin Ran. Jiang Chun. At this moment, Qin Ran's phone beeped with a WeChat notification. Qin Ran looked and saw it was a message from Jiang Qingyun. Jiang Qingyun. The parents found out about elder brother's moments incident, and they're on their way to your place now. Seeing the message, Qin Ran's heart stirred and quickly became nervous. Jiang Chun's parents were coming over here. Jiang Chun, your parents are coming. Qin Ran handed the phone to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at the message Jiang Qingyun had sent to Qin Ran, and his headache only worsened. Are mom and dad coming too? Chapter 97. I want to pick a day to marry you. With his parents arriving, the blind date scheduled for tomorrow would likely be cancelled. Jiang Chun didn't say much and temporarily cleared his mind. At this point, he could only go with the flow. Previously, Qin Ran had wanted to publicly reveal their relationship and also introduce him to her parents. Now, everything was just happening a little earlier than planned. Qin Ran looked at Jiang Chun at this moment and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chun gazed at her and gently kissed the corner of her mouth, whispering softly, "Nothing. Just wondering, what's going through your mind right now thinking about meeting my parents later?" Qin Ran playfully punched him lightly. "Tell me, what kind of feeling do you think I have? Everything happened so suddenly, I haven't even mentally prepared for it." Neither was he prepared, but who asked his daughter to play with his phone, record a video, and even post it on her WeChat moments. "Stay calm. Everything will be fine," Jiang Chun said, reassuringly looking at her. About 10 minutes later, the landline in the living room rang. Usually, it would be the property management or security guards from Tianjin Garden calling. Hearing the phone ring, Qin Ran turned to Jiang Chun. "Your parents and Qin Yun must have arrived." Suddenly, she felt a wave of anxiety. Despite being the chairwoman of the company and having seen much of the world, facing Jiang Chun's parents now still made her slightly nervous. Their relationship came as such a surprise to Jiang Chun's parents. She didn't know exactly what Jiang's parents' real intention was for coming here. Jiang Chun sweated slightly. His parents were coming, huh? He didn't know how things would go once they arrived. Would it be pleasant? Exciting? Thrilling? Let's go downstairs to meet them, Jiang Chun told Qin Ran. The two walked over, and Qin Ran picked up the phone. "Hello, Miss Qin. There are 3 guests who wish to visit you. Saying their names are Jiang Qingyun," said the security guard from Tianjin Garden. Qin Ran replied, "Let them in. From now on, if they come, there's no need to call and inform me first. Just let them in directly." "Yes, Miss Qin," the guard acknowledged. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran couldn't help but grow even more nervous. She looked toward the 2 daughters sitting by the dining table and beckoned them over. "Come here. Soon your dad's parents, and your aunt, will arrive. Remember to be polite, and greet them properly." Qin Jinyan looked puzzled. "Dad's parents? Are we supposed to call them grandpa and grandma?" Qin Ran nodded. Upon hearing this, both girls were filled with curiosity. They had met Aunt Jiang Qingyun before, but hadn't yet seen their grandparents. Meanwhile, many of their classmates at kindergarten were often picked up by their grandparents. Excitedly, the 2 girls hopped over. Qin Ran took both girls' hands in hers. She looked at Jiang Chun beside her, clearly showing slight anxiety in her expression. "Let's go out and meet your aunt and uncle," Seeing Qin Ran's nervous demeanor, Jang Chun couldn't help but smile. What are you so nervous about? My parents aren't tigers. Qin Ran gave him a disapproving look and said irritably. It's my first time meeting your parents. How can I not be nervous? Especially in these circumstances. Okay, Jang Chun said as he hugged Qin Ran close. Come on, let me take you to meet the in-laws. Qin Ran. She gently pushed Jang Chun away. Behave yourself in front of elders. Don't keep your arms around me. Jang Chun looked speechless. Was it really that big of a deal? Shortly after, Qin Ran held Qin Xian's hand while Jang Chun held Qin Jinyan's as they walked outside together. As soon as they opened the front gate, they saw 3 figures approaching right in front of them. When Qin Ran saw these 3 people, her nerves automatically tightened, and her heart pounded faster. She glanced at Jiang Qingyun and gave a slight nod in greeting. Then she looked towards Jiang Chen's parents. The sight of them startled her a little inside. Jiang Chen's father was handsome, while his mother still had an elegant charm that hadn't faded with age. Chapter 98. The first whip, for not showing me and your mother proper respect. Even in middle age, he still exuded charm. Uncle, auntie, hello. Qin Ran felt 4 parts nervous inside, but only showed 2 parts nervousness on her face. Xinyan, Xian. Qin Ran looked at her 2 daughters, signaling them to greet the elders. Hearing their father's voice, the 2 kids slightly raised their heads to look at Jiang Qingyun. Auntie, they said. Then, they turned to look at Jiang Ba and Lin Shui. Grandpa, Grandma, the 2 kids said. When Jiang Ba and Lin Shui heard their voices, their hearts almost melted. These past 2 years, they had longed for grandchildren, urging their son to settle down sooner. Yet, their son kept failing to find a match through arranged meetings, which made the 2 increasingly anxious, unsure when Jiang Chun would finally get married. But now, their son not only had a wonderful wife, but also 2 obedient, well-mannered, beautiful, and adorable daughters. Hearing Qingyun's words, your names are Qin Xinyan and Qin Xian? A faint smile appeared on Lin Shui's face. Jiang Ba's face also carried a soft smile. I'm Qin Xinyan, Qin Xinyan said. I'm Qin Xian. Don't mix us up, Grandpa and Grandma, Qin Xian added. Alright. Grandma won't mix you up. Lin Shui's smile grew wider. Jiang Ba's face also brightened, as he looked at the children and said, Grandpa won't mix you up either. Okay. Both girls nodded, then looked at Jiang Ba and Lin Shui curiously. Grandpa and Grandma, why haven't you come to our house before? Jiang Ba and Lin Shui exchanged a glance, uncertain how to respond. Let's go inside first and talk. Qin Ran interrupted her daughters. Looking at the 3 of them, Jiang Ba, Lin Shui, and Jiang Qingyun, she said nervously, Uncle, Auntie, Qingyun, let's go in first. Right. Jiang Ba and Lin Shui nodded. Then they looked at Qin Ran. Her beauty was undeniable, truly a 1 in 10,000, even a 1 in a million. Such rare beauty was uncommon in real life. Besides her looks, Qin Ran's social status and wealth were leagues beyond their son's. Compared to her, their son was simply not in the same league. On the way here, they believed that their son must have used up 8 lifetimes worth of blessings to be with Qin Ran. As they looked at Qin Ran, they recalled seeing her chatting with their daughter and finding the chat records between Qin Ran and their son at the supermarket. Qin Ran had wanted to surprise their son, even planning to buy him a car. They also realized that Qin Ran had endured a lot of vaidship, bitterness/unfairness, being with their son. Just thinking about it made them ache inside. Thinking of this, Jiang Ba and Lin Shui couldn't help but turn their gazes to Jiang Chun. Instantly, their expressions turned cold, filled with anger. They entered the house. Lin Shui handed a belt to Jiang Ba, who took it and then stretched it out. Jiang Chun felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he saw this, looking at his parents, puzzled. Auntie, Uncle, Qin Ran, witnessing this, felt her heart skip. She looked at Jiang Ba and Lin Shui. Jiang Qingyun stood quietly watching the scene unfold. The 2 children looked at Jiang Ba in confusion. Slap. At that moment, Jiang Ba moved. He gripped the belt in his hand and struck Jiang Chun hard across the back. The sharp, crackling sound of the belt hitting his body felt as though it had split the air, incredibly loud. Jiang Chun was wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, and the heavy blow left him in immense pain, many times worse than when Qin Ran had pinched his waist. Holding the spot where the belt had struck, he felt the burning pain and looked silently at his father. Because he realized, his parents were furious. Qin Ran was stunned by the scene before her. When she first saw Jiang Ba pull out the belt, she had suspected that he might hit Jiang Chun. But she had never imagined it would be this brutal. She could clearly see that Jiang Ba had used his full strength just now. Qin Ran quickly regained her composure, stepping forward to stand in front of Jiang Chun. She looked at Jiang Ba and Lin Shui, her face slightly pale. Uncle, Auntie, Dad. Instantly, the 2 kids burst into tears, rushing to Jiang Chen's side, full of worry. Dad, are you okay? Qin Jinyan cried. Dad. Qin Xian's tears streamed down her face as she wept. Jiang Qingyun, who had been silently standing there before, was now also stunned. She had known her parents might discipline her older brother, but never this severely. Dad, that was too harsh. Jiang Qingyun couldn't help herself from blurting out. At this moment, Jiang Ba wore a cold expression, emanating an air of authority. His eyes, slightly cold, locked onto Jiang Chen's as he spoke in a calm tone. Today I will strike you twice with this belt. The first strike is for not showing me and your mother enough respect, for getting married without our approval. After hearing this, Qin Ran's face turned even paler. She looked at Jiang Ba and Lin Shui, inhaled deeply, and said, It was my idea. I forced Jiang Chun into getting the marriage certificate. It's not his fault. Jiang Ba glanced at Qin Ran, then returned his gaze to Jiang Chun. The second strike is for marrying Qin Ran, yet still going on blind dates. If you accept your punishment, step forward willingly. Jiang Chun looked at his father silently, holding his gaze for several seconds before quietly speaking. I accept the punishment. Jiang Chun tried to gently push Qin Ran and the 2 children aside, but the girls kept crying, clinging tightly to his legs. Qin Ran stood firmly in front of him, refusing to move. Take your sister and niece aside, Jiang Chun said to Jiang Qingyun. Jiang Qingyun slowly approached, whispering in Qin Ran's ear. If Dad doesn't land this strike today, he probably won't stop. Qin Ran still refused to step aside. She looked at Jiang Ba, her face pale. Please, can we skip the second strike? Lin Shui then walked over, took Qin Ran's hand, and held it. Gazing at her, she felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She said, my son married you, yet still went on blind dates. He let you suffer. That second strike must land today. Lin Shui gently pulled at Qin Ran, who could not find words. She felt deeply moved that Jiang Chen's parents were willing to punish him for this. But that first strike had already been too brutal. She saw the mark left by the belt on Jiang Chen's back, faint traces of blood barely held back. Though she hadn't experienced that pain herself, her heart ached terribly. If the second strike landed on Jiang Chen again, she couldn't bear to imagine it. Lin Shui tugged at Qin Ran again. Though reluctant, Qin Ran realized that if this second strike didn't fall today, it might fall on him again in the future. Unwillingly, she took the children and stepped aside. Slap. At that moment, Jiang Ba moved. This strike was even harsher than the first, as if he had gathered all his strength, focused it entirely into his arm, and unleashed it fully onto Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 99. Do I have a grudge against you? This whip didn't land on the same spot as the last, but because he focused his strength, it hit harder and hurt Jiang Chun more than before. Jiang Chun didn't utter a word and silently lowered his head slightly. Seeing the second lash land on Jiang Chun, Qin Ran hurriedly walked over to check Jiang Chen's injuries. Both the first and second whips left Jiang Chen's back bright red, looking extremely painful. I'll go get some ointment. Qin Ran quickly fetched medicinal oil, made Jiang Chun lie face down on the sofa, and started rubbing the oil onto his wounds. The two children stood nearby crying, looking at Grandpa Jiang angrily, shouting, why did you hit Dad? Seeing the two children cry like this, Grandpa Jiang also felt quite uncomfortable in his heart, but those two lashes had to be given. Perhaps the first lash could have been avoided, but the second one must be done. He and Lin Shui had heard some infuriating things from their daughter Jiang Qinyan. Their son, during his romantic relationship with Qin Ran, and even after obtaining the marriage certificate, still insisted on going on blind dates. They also knew that because of this, Qin Ran had been emotionally hurt. As Qin Ran's future in-laws, especially in this situation, they had to side with Qin Ran and could not let her feel hurt and cold. Guessing that Qin Ran might have blamed their son before, to ease her pain, he absolutely had to give Jiang Chun a harsh punishment. Now looking at Qin Ran's current condition, it seemed her grievances had indeed been somewhat relieved. Don't yell at Grandpa. Qin Ran scolded her two daughters as he saw them shouting at Grandpa Jiang. Hearing this, Grandpa Jiang gave a slight smile on his face and said to Qin Ran, it's fine. It's normal for children to act this way. Jiang Qinyan approached the two girls, pulled them into her arms, and softly said, because Daddy did something wrong, so he must be punished. What did Daddy do wrong? The two girls cried as they looked at Jiang Qinyan. Jiang Qinyan quickly thought for a second before replying, Daddy almost left your mother. Hearing that, the two girls turned toward Jiang Chun lying on the sofa, crying out, Daddy, is what Annie said true? Do you really not want Mama anymore? Jiang Chun helplessly glanced sideways at Jiang Qinyan. When did he ever reject Qin Ran? No, Jiang Chun replied, looking at the two girls, still denying it. Hearing this, Lin Shui immediately turned cold-faced, glaring at Jiang Chun in anger. Then tell me why, after marrying Qin Ran, you still made me arrange blind dates for you? I don't know if your brain was kicked by a donkey. The child is your own flesh and blood. Qin Ran is so beautiful and excellent. What part of her doesn't match up to you? That was simply incomprehensible to her. As for the reason their daughter had conveyed, that their son had only gone on blind dates to provoke the women a bit, and due to obsessive-compulsive tendencies, she just couldn't believe it no matter how she tried. Beside her, after hearing that, Grandpa Jiang again felt a surge of anger. Gripping the belt and shifting slightly, he clearly looked like he wanted to lash Jiang Chun again. Noticing this, Qin Ran's expression changed slightly, instinctively protecting Jiang Chun with her body as she looked at Grandpa Jiang. 2 lashes are enough. After hearing this, Grandpa Jiang gave Jiang Chun a stern look, then finally put the belt away. Looking at Jiang Chun with a gloomy expression, he said, if you ever pull another stupid stunt like this again, I'll whip you 100 times. At this moment, Grandpa Jiang turned toward Qin Ran, his face softened. With a tone that showed the affection of a doting father, he said, if this kid upsets you again, just let me know. I'll stand up for you. Okay. Qin Ran felt warmth in her heart. Previously, Jiang Qinyan had supported her. Now, even Jiang Chen's parents had stood by her side, giving her the feeling of having her own parents backing her. At this time, Grandma Jiang pulled out her phone and called the matchmaking agency. They spoke for a few minutes. After hanging up, Grandma Jiang gave Jiang Chun, still lying face down on the sofa, a cold look and said, tomorrow night's blind date is cancelled, and there won't be any future dates. If I ever catch you going on one again, I'll make your father whip you once. Jiang Chun, I know. Ding. A sense of your unwillingness toward blind dates has been detected. To motivate you to complete one final date, this system has specially added a bonus reward. Once the host completes this last blind date, 2 check-in opportunities will be awarded. Just moments ago, Jiang Chun had thoughts of not going on dates and just living peacefully with Qin Ran. But now the system. Jiang Chun thought for a while. Since just one last blind date would allow the system to level up, and after leveling up, there would be no need for more blind dates. He was curious about how the system would change after the upgrade. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Chun decided that he wouldn't pursue blind dates anymore, but he would go to the dating street. Yet, it would be a bit different from before. Essentially, it would just involve showing up at the casual dating stalls along the roadside and yelling at those blind date women a bit. That would be it. In a way, it could even help men fight back a little. And this could also allow the system to upgrade faster. Besides the matter of system upgrade, after applying the medicinal oil on Jiang Chun, Qin Ran went to pour some water and said to Jiang's parents, Uncle, Aunt, please have a seat and talk. Jiang's father and Lin Shui nodded, looking at Qin Ran with increasing fondness. At this moment, Qin Ran took out some pills and handed the cup of water to Jiang Chun, saying, take these. They'll help with inflammation and pain. Jiang Chun replied. Seeing this, Jiang's father and Lin Shui felt even more pleased. Qin Ran was quite caring indeed. But just thinking about how such a wonderful girl had encountered their son, who even after obtaining the marriage certificate still insisted on going on blind dates, their hearts couldn't help but grow angrier again. Lin Shui looked at Qin Ran and asked, Has this kid done anything else to hurt you besides this? Jang's father added. Tell me, I'll stand up for you. Qin felt warm inside and replied while looking at Jang's parents. Other than that, there's nothing really. Jang's father said. If he ever makes you angry again, tell me. I'll beat him up again. Okay. Qin face showed a light smile. Then she looked at Jang Chun, her eyes slightly smug. Jang Chun remained silent, feeling speechless at her look. Oh, uncle and aunt, have you eaten yet? Qin suddenly remembered something and looked at Jang's parents. We've eaten. Lin Shui smiled at Qin. Jiang Qingyun rolled her eyes at her mother. You haven't eaten. Lin Shui shot Jiang Qingyun a sharp look. Jiang Qingyun didn't care. Though this was only her second time meeting Qin, they had added each other on WeChat after their first meeting. They had been chatting daily and were already quite close. Since they hadn't eaten, why not have something? Let her older brother get up and cook. After hearing this, Qin stood up immediately. I'll cook something then. No need. Both Zhang's father and Lin Shui hurriedly waved their hands. Then Jiang Qingyun said, how about letting my older brother cook? His cooking is amazing. Last time when she ate here, it was like discovering a new world. She never imagined her brother could cook so well. Hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but turn his head toward Jiang Qingyun, thinking, do I have a grudge against you? I'm injured now, and you still want me to cook? Chapter 100 Uncle and Aunt, you don't know my husband either. Well, not exactly. Jiang Qingyun noticed Jiang Chun glancing her way, so she turned to look as well. Seeing the slightly resentful look in Jiang Chun's eyes, she thought to herself, serves him right. He already got married to Qin and yet still went on a blind date. If she were Qin, she would have broken up with Jiang Chun long ago. After hearing that, Father Jiang couldn't help but look toward Jiang Chun. His face darkened slightly, and his voice still carried some anger. Your sister says you're good at cooking. Then go cook. Jiang Chun. He couldn't help feeling like he wasn't very welcome here. Technically speaking, after registering their marriage with Qin, he shouldn't have gone on a blind date anymore. But from the beginning, he had told Qin he wanted to go on 10 dates. Who knew their relationship would progress so quickly that they got married before finishing those 10 dates. Jiang Chun was about to get up, but Qin stopped him. She looked at Father Jiang and Lin Shui and said, let me cook. It only hurt a bit at the beginning. Now it's okay. Jiang Chun whispered to Qin and sat up. Although his back still burned a little, it was bearable. Father Jiang and Lin Shui didn't say anything. Although those 2 lashings had indeed been harsh, the pain wouldn't last long. Now that Jiang Chun could still endure it, they thought it was good. Besides, they had already been upset and wanted him to suffer a bit so he would learn a lesson. When Jiang Chun walked toward the kitchen, Qin followed immediately. Once they reached the kitchen and closed the door behind them, Qin looked at Jiang Chun with concern. Let me cook. You just stand nearby and watch. Jiang Chun gave a slight smile and a reassuring look. It's fine now, not that painful anymore. If you really care about me, then just... Qin looked at him with confusion. Kiss me. If you kiss me, I won't hurt anymore. Jiang Chun smiled at her and gently brushed his hands through her hair on both sides. Looking at Jiang Chun, Qin felt slightly speechless. Even after being lashed twice, he was still being silly like this. Nonetheless, she complied. Standing behind Jiang Chun, close enough but careful not to touch his injured back, she moved in and gently kissed near his ear. Jiang Chun felt as if the pain had actually gone away, perhaps due to hormones making the pain seem less noticeable. After a while, Qin whispered in his ear, still hurts. Jiang Chun, much better. Hearing this, Qin kissed more eagerly, brushing her lips along his face. As she kept kissing, she gradually began to lick his face. A while later, she whispered again in his ear, how about now? No pain anymore, Jiang Chun said as he cooked. He turned slightly and kissed the corner of Qin lips, then continued cooking. Qin said nothing and continued kissing his face. They continued for about 15 minutes until Qin looked at Jiang Chun's profile and whispered in his ear, you still have one more date left. Wanna go? Jiang Chun lightly shook his head. No more dates. But I'll visit the blind date street and just say a couple of words to one of the girls, then it's done. After hearing that, Qin couldn't help but feel exasperated. It seemed that Jiang Chun indeed had a serious case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Alright, when you go, tell me. I'll go with you, Qin said. No anger. Jiang Chun turned his head slightly to look at Qin. Qin gave him a kiss on his cheek and whispered, why would I be angry? Earlier I was mainly upset because we hadn't made our relationship public and your parents didn't know anything about us. Back then, I just wanted you to finish those dates as soon as possible and then it'd be over. Qin continued, but now it's different. Your parents already know about us and have accepted me. Plus, the real purpose of your date now is just to tease a girl or two. So technically speaking, it doesn't even count as a real date. Jiang Chun had no words, didn't know what to say. He kissed the corner of Qin's lips, then whispered in her ear, tonight, I'll make sure you feel good. Qin rolled her eyes at him and muttered, you're injured like this, and you're still thinking about that. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. I have no choice. To make my wife happy, I can only endure the pain and move forward. Qin was speechless again. Jiang Chun chuckled and said nothing more, continuing his cooking with a warm feeling in his heart. Once he visited the blind date street tomorrow and teased just one of those flawed girls a bit, the system would upgrade. There would be no need to go on more dates after that. Then, he could settle down with Qin and live a simple happy life. Qin didn't speak either, remaining in her position, gently leaning against Jiang Chun's back as she kissed near his face. 15 minutes later, Jiang Chun finished 7 dishes, 4 of which were leftovers from last night's dinner, simply reheated. Then he carried the dishes to the dining table and served several bowls of rice. The aroma of the food awakened Father Jiang and Lin Shui's appetites, increasing their hunger slightly. But soon they seemed to realize something. As Jiang Chun's parents, they knew exactly how his cooking skills were. Their son's cooking was just average, not particularly delicious, but not bad either. Yet the dishes on the table looked appetizing, with vibrant colors and wonderful aroma. The vegetables were neatly cut and beautifully arranged, clearly not something Jiang Chun could have made. Father Jiang's expression darkened as he stared at Jiang Chun sternly. I told you to cook. Did you let Qin cook instead? Jiang Chun remained silent. Qin looked at Father Jiang and Lin Shui. Uncle, Aunt, these dishes were all made by Jiang Chun. Father Jiang and Lin Shui listened, still somewhat doubtful. They half believed her because they trusted Qin Ran. But the other half of doubt came from knowing their son's cooking skills. There was no way he could have reached this level. Grandpa, Grandma, these are definitely Daddy's dishes. Mommy's dishes are not as pretty or as delicious as these. Qin Jinyan looked up at Father Jiang and Lin Shui, declaring confidently. Oh, Father Jiang and Lin Shui turned their gaze to the two children. Their expressions seemed completely normal, and naturally, the couple assumed that since the kids were young, they wouldn't be able to lie without showing any guilt. Their doubts faded a little. Still, they were confused. When did their son's cooking become so good? Mom, Dad, these are really brother's dishes. I've seen him cook with my own eyes before. Jang Chun added at this moment. Hearing this, Father Jiang and Lin Shui couldn't help but turn to look at Jang Chun, their eyes filled with question marks. Could their son really cook this well? Uncle, Aunt, you also don't know my husband's, no. You also don't know Jiang Chun's cooking skills. Qin Ran, in the middle of speaking, subconsciously called Jiang Chun husband, then realizing her slip of the tongue, felt awkward and couldn't help but blush. Father Jiang and Lin Shui heard Qin Ran call their son husband unintentionally. Seeing how embarrassed and flustered she now appeared, the two couldn't help but smile. The anger they had held earlier now largely disappeared. Father Jiang said, I really didn't know this kid's cooking had gotten this good. I remember a year ago he cooked once, still just average, except for the dishes he personally liked eating, which actually tasted pretty decent. Chapter 101. Letting you be happy every day. Jiang Qinyun also chimed in. That does seem strange. Before, my brother could only cook a few really delicious dishes, the rest were just average. I never expected that after more than a year without tasting his cooking, his culinary skills have improved so much. Jiang Chun explained calmly. I've been living in a rented apartment for the past year, so I've had to cook for myself almost every day. Naturally, I've gotten more skilled. Jiang Qinyun nodded thoughtfully after hearing that. Jiang Dad and Lin Shui didn't say anything and sat down to taste the food. After one bite, both of them looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. The meal was delicious, more enjoyable than food from many restaurants. What do you think? Jiang Chun smiled at his parents. When Jiang Dad and Lin Shui saw the smile on Jiang Chun's face, their expressions involuntarily turned slightly cold. They recalled that Jiang Chun and Qin Ran had already registered their marriage, yet he was still going on blind dates. And now it was as if nothing had ever happened. Jiang Dad remarked coldly. The taste is nothing special. Jiang Chun remained silent. Jiang Dad let out a light hum, feeling somewhat displeased. With a tone of authority, he stared at Jiang Chun. You and Qin Ran have gotten married, so now you are officially a couple. You should know what's appropriate and what's not. If you ever lose your judgment again and make such a foolish mistake, you won't get off with just 2 lashes. Jiang Chun replied quietly, I understand. Lin Shui shot Jiang Chun an annoyed glance before turning to Jiang Qinyun, who was happily eating, and snapped, add your sister-in-law to the family group chat. Okay. Jiang Qinyun replied as he continued eating and took out his phone to invite Qin Ran to the family group. Once Qin Ran joined the group, she looked at the group name, A Loving Family. Now that she had Jiang Dad and Lin Shui's approval, she was part of the family. Jiang Dad looked at Qin Ran and his expression softened slightly. He said, if this kid ever bullies you, just let me know. Alright. Qin Ran responded softly before turning her gaze toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun simply had no words. At this moment, Lin Shui said, since you two have already registered your marriage, maybe we should decide on a good date and have a wedding ceremony? Upon hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but imagine what her wedding would be like, standing next to Jiang Chun in a wedding dress. Jiang Chun gave a light nod. Since they were already officially married and their families already knew about their relationship, holding a proper wedding ceremony was indeed appropriate. Lin Shui looked at Qin Ran and asked, what do you think? Hearing this, Qin Ran snapped out of her thoughts. She looked at Lin Shui and said softly, that's fine. Lin Shui's face brightened slightly with a soft smile. I'll go home tonight and check the almanac to find a good date. An hour later, Jiang Dad noticed that it was getting late and said, we'll head back first. Once we get home, we'll check the almanac and choose a good date. We'll tell you tomorrow. Uncle, Auntie, it's already so late. Why don't you stay the night? Qin Ran suggested. Jiang Dad smiled and waved his hand. It's only a little past 9. It's not that late. It's only a 20-minute drive home. Both Jiang Dad and Lin Shui knew that tonight, their son and Qin Ran probably had a lot to talk about, wedding plans and other personal matters. Staying over tonight would be a bit inconvenient. After repeated efforts to convince them to stay were in vain, Qin Ranjok sent off Jiang Dad and the others at the door. Only after the car disappeared from sight did Jiang Chun look at Qin Ran beside him. He wrapped an arm around her waist and softly said, let's go inside, wash up, and go to sleep. Qin Ran nodded. They returned to the villa. After chatting for a while, Qin Ran took the 2 daughters to take a bath, while Jiang Chun went to bathe alone. Once finished bathing, the 2 kids each held a cat and went to their room to sleep. Jiang Chun and Qin Ran were alone in another room. Jiang Chun found it hard to lie down. The moment he did, he felt pain from his wounds on his back. Seeing this, Qin Ran sighed helplessly. She said, then maybe you can sleep on your stomach or your side. Jiang Chun lay on his side, hugging Qin Ran. He partially leaned on top of her, gazing at her beautiful face before kissing her lightly on the lips. The kiss grew into a deeper one. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chun looked at Qin Ran helplessly. I originally wanted to please you thoroughly tonight, but now that my father whipped my back, things are a bit inconvenient. Qin Ran looked at him with a light smile. We'll wait until you're healed. Jiang Chun estimated. I guess it might take about 5 or 6 days before I'm completely healed, but by the 4th day, it probably won't hurt much anymore, and then I can properly attend to you. Qin Ran snuggled closer to Jiang Chun, murmuring, I'll take care of you these days. Jiang Chun looked at her, puzzled. How exactly are you going to take care of me? Qin Ran lightly punched him once, then after a silence of several seconds, whispered softly, you sit on the edge of the bed. Jiang Chun had long guessed what Qin Ran had in mind, but still, if he were to sit on the edge of the bed, Qin Ran would have to kneel on the floor. Jiang Chun was silent for a moment before placing a kiss on Qin Ran's forehead. How about a 6'9" position? It's not fair for only you to take care of me. I should take care of you too. I don't want to see you uncomfortable. Qin Ran. 6'9". While watching those 51 videos together with Jang Chun, she had learned what 6ix9ine meant, but she had never actually tried it before. Shin-ran hesitated for a moment before softly agreeing. Let's do it with me lying on my side, Jang Chun suggested. Shin-ran replied. An hour later, Shin-ran and Jang Chun went together to the bathroom, rinsed off quickly under the shower, and then held each other before falling asleep again. They remained silent for a while before Shin-ran softly asked from within Jang Chun's embrace. Do you think we should have a Western-style wedding, or one from ancient times? Western weddings are too common. Let's go with the ancient style. You're tall, with a great figure and beautiful face. You can definitely pull off a phoenix robe. I bet you'll look like a real empress once you wear it. Jang Chun couldn't help but imagine what Shin-ran would look like in the traditional attire. Absolutely stunning. Okay. Shin-ran also thought that a Western wedding was too common and preferred the traditional style as well. For a while, neither of them spoke. Though they said nothing, everything felt natural. This kind of quiet companionship was just perfect. After a pause, Shin-ran spoke up. Everything that happened today feels like a dream. Just when Jang Chun was still feeding her affection, who would have thought their daughter would post that scene on her moments, causing Jang Chun's parents to find out. Then came the beating, followed by the discussion about getting married. Most likely tomorrow, she'd know the exact wedding date. Shin-ran couldn't help but recall how she had first started investigating Jang Chun, their very first meeting, the gradual bonding, and now, everything they shared. In just over 2 months, her life had changed completely because of Jang Chun. Husband, Shin-ran gently called out while wrapped in Jang Chun's arms. Jang Chun looked at her. I love you for lifetimes to come. Shin-ran spoke softly, her voice filled with genuine emotion. How exactly do you love me? Jang Chun tightened his embrace around her. I'll make sure you're happy and comfortable every single day. Shin-ran replied gently. Chapter 102. What if we send the daughter to your parents' place first? What if I want to be comfortable right now? Jang Chun pulled her into his arms and whispered into Shin-ran's ear. In his embrace, Shin-ran softly said, You sit on the edge of the bed, I'll take care of you. Jang Chun, sitting feels a bit tiring. Shin-ran thought for a moment. Then like just now? Okay. Jang Chun agreed. Then the two got intimate again. An hour later, Jang Chun was sleepy, and so was Shin-ran. Shin-ran felt her jaw getting sore and didn't feel like saying a single word. Combined with their exhaustion, the two continued in that position and slept the whole night like that. The next morning, Shin-ran woke up first. When she opened her eyes, her vision was blurry, and she saw something strange in front of her. Once her sight became clear, she finally recognized what that strange thing was. Shin-ran. Speechless, Shin-ran realized that she and Jang Chun had both fallen asleep last night still in that position. At that moment, Jang Chun also woke up. His vision was also blurry at first, making the scene before him strange. Once his eyesight became clear, he finally saw what was in front of him. Jang Chun looked at Shin-ran on the other end, and saw that she was also looking at him. Switch positions, Jang Chun said. Shin-ran flipped around, and leaned into Jang Chun's arms. Jang Chun wrapped his arms around her, and gave her a strong kiss by her lips, then didn't speak or do anything else anymore. He closed his eyes, wanting to rest for a while. About half an hour later, both of them opened their eyes and looked at each other. Shin-ran nestled closer to Jang Chun and softly said, Hold me tighter. Jang Chun pulled her tighter, whispering, After breakfast, come with me to the matchmaking street. Shin-ran, okay. Yesterday, Jang Chun had said that he would go to the matchmaking street to find a matchmaking woman and argue with her a few words, just to pretend that he had matched 10 times. Jang Chun had also promised her that once he went to the matchmaking street today, he wouldn't go on any more blind dates. Get up, Jang Chun kissed her as he said. You take the kid to wash up first, I'll make breakfast. Shin-ran softly hummed, wanting to get up, but then suddenly remembered something and looked at Jang Chun, asking, When I go out with you today, do I still need to wear a mask? Jang Chun kissed her lips gently and whispered, Wear it for now. Once I argue with the last matchmaking girl, you can take it off. Okay. After hearing this, Shin-ran felt excited. Before, when she went out shopping with Jang Chun, she had to wear a mask and even a hat. That feeling of hiding from others, as if sneaking around behind someone's back, made her feel quite uncomfortable. But now, once she no longer needed to wear a mask after Jang Chun finished confronting the final match in the morning, that feeling of being completely public and free from any secrecy, she really wanted to savor it. Oh right, if we're going to the matchmaking street, should we bring our daughter? Shin-ran suddenly remembered and couldn't help but ask. Jang Chun looked at her. Do you want to bring her along? Shin-ran, not really. Why not? Jang Chun asked. I want to go out alone with you. When the daughter is around, she feels a bit of a hindrance, and I have to constantly keep an eye on them to make sure they don't get lost. Shin-ran replied. Hearing this, Jang Chun couldn't help but laugh, looking at Shin-ran and saying, When the daughters grow up and know how much of a bother you think they are, who knows what Nianji and Ziyuan will feel inside. Shin-ran, then what if we send the daughter to your parents' place first? Okay. Jang Chun agreed. Jang Chun picked up his phone and called his mom. Mom, Shin-ran and I want to go out for a bit, so we'll bring the kids over to your place first. Jang Chun said. Sure, when are you bringing them over? Lin Shue's voice carried obvious joy. Jang Chun, we'll go after breakfast. You two come over for breakfast. I just got up, I'll wash up and make breakfast. Lin Shue said. Alright, Jang Chun said. After hanging up, Jang Chun turned to Shin-ran, saying, Let's brush our teeth and wash our face first, then we'll go to my mom's. Shin-ran thought for a moment. She felt it wasn't appropriate to just go empty-handed. She looked at Jang Chun and said, It's my first time visiting your home, so shouldn't I bring something along? Jang Chun was speechless. My family owns a supermarket. We've got all kinds of nutritious products. Besides, we're already officially married. Why bother with such formalities now? Shin-ran still felt uneasy. Thinking for a moment, she asked Jang Chun, Does your dad drink? He does. Jang Chun answered. I'll bring over 2 bottles of Louis XIII then. Shin-ran thoughtfully replied. There were a few bottles at her house, and bringing 2 over for Jang Chun's father to taste made sense. Jang Chun, alright. What is your mom like? Shin-ran asked again. Jang Chun, not sure she has any particular favorites. Shin-ran thought for a moment. There are 2 unopened cosmetic sets at home. I'll bring them over, one for your mom, one for your sister. Jang Chun, best daughter-in-law. Qin Ran lightly punched him, saying with a slight frown, "It's just a formality. After all, it's my first time visiting your home." All right. Let's just get up, brush our teeth, wash our face, get ready then go," Jang Chun said. Qin Ran nodded. Then they got up. Qin Ran helped the two daughters brush their teeth and wash their faces, while Jang Chun did the same. Jang Chun finished his quickly, while the two kids and Qin Ran were a bit slower. It took about half an hour before they were all ready. Then they left and got into the car. "Dad, where are we going to play today?" Qin Jinyan asked curiously. "To Grandpa and Grandma's house." Jang Chun, driving, smiled. It was rush hour, and traffic was a bit heavy. It took a full 20 minutes before they arrived at Nanwan Community. After parking the car, Jang Chun grabbed the 2 bottles of Louis XIII, while Qin Ran carried 2 cosmetic boxes containing complete sets of cosmetics. They then took the elevator upstairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, Jang Chun let the kids knock on the door. "Grandpa, Grandma, open the door." Qin Jinyan shouted. "Auntie, open the door." Qin Ziyuan echoed. "Knock, knock, knock." The kids knocked while calling out. Soon the door opened. There stood Jiang Dad, Lin Shui, and Jiang Qingyun. When Lin Shui saw that both her son and Qin Ran were holding gifts, she couldn't help but feel slightly upset, saying, "You came, and that's already good. Why bring anything along?" Lin Shui felt both a bit upset and truly happy inside. It was different because the gifts came from her daughter-in-law. "Quickly come in, quickly come in." Jiang Dad went over and took the cosmetic box from Qin Ran. Jiang Chun saw this and said with an unamused tone, "I was also carrying 2 bottles of wine. My arms are tired too. Why didn't anyone take anything from me?" Jiang Dad snorted without even glancing at Jiang Chun. "You're a grown man. Can't you even carry 2 bottles of wine?" Jiang Chun fell silent. Once inside the house, the entire atmosphere instantly changed, becoming more lively, filled with cheerful laughter from time to time. Jiang Dad and Lin Shui really liked the 2 kids, and their faces were continuously lit up with smiles. "Dear, go bring the food over." Lin Shui continued playing with the 2 kids, then called out to Jiang Qingyun nearby. Chapter 103. Video title, Qin Ran's husband feeds her. After hearing that, Jiang Qingyun went to bring the food. For breakfast, they had noodles and dumplings. As everyone sat down to eat, they chatted casually. "Last night we checked the almanac." Lin Shui glanced at Jiang Chun and then said to Qin Ran, "The 9th day of the 9th month is an auspicious day for the wedding, symbolizing lasting love." Qin Ran gave a light nod. "Then we'll get married on that day." "Great." Lin Shui and Father Jiang both smiled happily. Once the wedding was officially held, it would make the marriage officially recognized. "Who's getting married?" Qin Jinyan, who was eating a dumpling, asked with a slightly muffled voice. Lin Shui patted her head, smiling. "Mom and Dad are getting married." When Qin Jinyan and Qin Xing heard this, they looked puzzled. "Aren't Mom and Dad already married?" Lin Shui smiled and explained, "We haven't had the wedding ceremony yet." The 2 children made an "oh" sound as if they half understood. The wedding date was set for the 9th of September. It was now mid-July, meaning there were less than 2 months left before the wedding. After breakfast, Jiang Chun took Qin Ran to the blind date street. The blind date street was about 15 minutes away from the Nanwan residential area. Jiang Chun drove Qin Ran to the parking lot near the street, and they got out of the car. Qin Ran, wearing a mask, held on to Jiang Chun's arm. She turned her head and looked at him. "So in a few hours, I won't need to wear the mask anymore?" Jiang Chun thought for a moment before replying. "If we're lucky, within an hour. If not, then within 3 hours." "Okay," Qin Ran simply replied. The 2 walked along the blind date street, where many people gathered. On both sides of the street, middle-aged men and women sat with signs in front of them. Each sign contained information about their children. For example, name, Zhang Min, age, 30, height, 168 centimeters, education, master's degree, monthly salary. Jiang Chun and Qin Ran strolled down the street, casually glancing at the signs along the roadside. "That guy looks like Qin Ran's husband." A girl nearby happened to see Jiang Chun and casually said to her friend. Her friend also turned to look at Jiang Chun, then at Qin Ran beside him. Although Qin Ran was wearing a mask, judging by her figure and the bit of her face that showed, she was almost certain it was really Jiang Chun and Qin Ran. "Yes, it's really Qin Ran and her husband," the girl said confidently. Come on, let's see if we can get a photo." The girl's friend was visibly excited. If she could take a photo with Qin Ran now, then when Qin Ran became a billionaire in the future, posting the photo would surely draw massive envy from others. The 2 girls quickly approached Jiang Chun and Qin Ran. Excited, the girl softly said to the masked Qin Ran, "Qin Ran, you're our idol. Can we take a photo with you?" Qin Ran looked at them. "I'm wearing a mask, and you still recognize me?" In theory, unless someone was frequently seen on camera, people wouldn't remember their faces well. As long as she wore a mask, people who didn't know her well usually wouldn't recognize her. Shaking her head like a drum, the girl denied. "No, we recognized your husband." Both Qin Ran and Jiang Chun exchanged glances after hearing that. Jiang Chun looked at the girl. "Recognize me?" The girl smiled at him. "Yeah, last night I was browsing short videos and came across one of you feeding Qin Ran. It was so sweet. I'm really jealous of you too." Jiang Chun immediately asked, "Can I take a look at the video? I also browsed some videos this morning but didn't see it." "Sure." The girl pulled out her phone, opened the short video app, and found the clips she had seen the previous night. Then she handed her phone to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun and Qin Ran both looked over curiously. Video title, Shocking. Qin Ran's husband feeds her. The video already had over 100,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments, meaning that for every 10 likes, there was at least 1 comment. Jiang Chun clicked into the comment section to see what people were saying. The comments read, "Holy crap, my goddess has fallen. Crying. Wow, I thought Qin Ran was this bossy female CEO type, but now she's turned into a softie? Come on, that doesn't make sense. She wasn't like this in previous interviews. Heartbroken. My goddess has fallen. Judging from this look, she must really like this guy. Who the hell is he? Crap. My heart is shattered into pieces. My goddess is actually this sweet and obedient. Oh, I'm going crazy. Tell me, who the hell is this guy? And how did he turn Qin Ran into such a softie? Who is this guy anyway? What does he do?" Jiang Chun browsed through the comments, feeling slightly relieved. What he feared most was that netizens would accuse him of being a kept man or suspecting him of being after Qin Ran's money. However, at the moment, no one online seemed to know his family background or what he did for a living. Perhaps subconsciously, people assumed he was a wealthy person, or maybe an heir to a fortune. A few seconds later, Jang Chun's expression suddenly changed. He realized something. The popularity of this video would keep rising, and the women he had previously met through blind dates might end up seeing it. If they did see it. Thinking about that, Jang Chun's heart sank. Beside him, Shin Ran, who was watching the comments on the video, was in a good mood. Although she wore a mask, you could tell her eyes were smiling. The girl beside them said, "There are other titles too. Try scrolling down." Jang Chun swiped downward and found the same video, but with a different title. Video title: Shin Ran's husband has finally revealed himself. He opened the comment section. The comments read, "What the hell? This is so frustrating. Every night I dream about Shin Ran, yet here she is acting so sweet and obedient with this guy. My heart is shattered into pieces. I really feel like punching this guy. Who is this guy? Never heard of him before. Considering how rich Shin Ran is, could this guy be after her money? Does anyone know who this guy is? Want to know what he does?" After reading the comments, Jang Chun's heart sank slightly. Judging from the situation, it wouldn't be long before his personal background and private information were exposed to the public. And once that happened, then what? Jang Chun said nothing, his mood turning heavy. He handed the phone back to the girl. "Thank you." The girl waved her hand cheerfully. "No problem, goddess. Can we take a photo with you?" "Okay." Shin Ran had seen the two videos and was feeling quite happy. Besides, the girl was deliberately lowering her voice to avoid being recognized by people around, which also helped prevent unnecessary trouble. "Let's go somewhere with fewer people," Shin Ran suggested. Okay. The two girls nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. They moved to a less crowded spot and took several photos. "Goddess, we'll be going now." The two girls waved goodbye with smiles to Shin Ran and Jang Chun. Chapter 104, System Upgrade begins. After the two girls left, Shin Ran looked at Jang Chun. Noticing that Jang Chun seemed unhappy and lost in thought, Shin Ran couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Jang Chun remained silent for a moment before replying. "Most likely within 2 days, maybe even tonight or tomorrow, my personal information will be exposed. Then, many people will probably accuse me of being a kept man." Shin Ran hugged Jang Chun and, looking straight into his eyes, said, "Then I'll announce that the secret formula of the new company's kidney strengthening capsule came from you, and you will be the new company's top executive. That will shut those people up." Jang Chun gently shook his head. "It's not that simple. They will judge based on my family background and personal circumstances. They won't believe you got the secret formula from me. They'll assume it was developed by your company. Plus, those women from the blind dates are likely to hold a grudge. I'm afraid it won't be long before they reveal the fact that I went on dates with them. Also, they will try to ride this wave of popularity to gain attention themselves." Jang Chun looked at Shin Ran. "This is also one of the reasons I didn't want to go public with our relationship earlier." Shin Ran thought for a while and then looked at Jang Chun. "Actually, it's not a big deal either. This kind of hype won't last long and will soon be forgotten." Jang Chun nodded lightly. "Anyway, let's not think about that for now. Let's just find a matchmaking woman and exchange a few words," Jang Chun said. "Oh, by the way, do you have an extra mask in your bag?" Jang Chun asked. "I do." Shin Ran took out a mask and handed it to Jang Chun. After putting it on, Jang Chun continued strolling with Shin Ran. After walking for a while, Jang Chun stopped. His gaze landed on a sign held by a middle-aged woman. Name, Ho Jiaqian. Age, 28. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 96 pounds. Education, vocational secondary school. Occupation, cosmetic sales advisor. Monthly salary, over 4,000 renminbi. Attached to the board were 3 photos of Ho Jiaqian. Beside it were her dating criteria. Must be over 180 centimeters tall. Must weigh less than 150 pounds. Occupation, business owners or entrepreneurs only. Regular employees not considered. Annual income must be over 500,000 renminbi. Must pay a dowry of 990,000 renminbi. The note also clarified that this dowry is given to the woman's parents, and not a penny would be taken back. Jang Chun walked over and looked at the middle-aged woman. A dowry of 990,000 renminbi, without providing any bride price at all. "I've walked around and your requirements seem the most unreasonable." Hearing this, the woman's face immediately turned cold. She stared at Jang Chun and sneered. "It cost us nearly 100,000 to raise my daughter, and considering the labor cost, that amount is nothing compared to 990,000. Is my asking for 990,000 excessive?" Jang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly while looking at her. "What exactly are you treating your daughter as, merchandise?" The woman's face turned icy as she stared at Jang Chun. "This is both my opinion and my daughter's. A married daughter is like water poured out. It won't return." Jang Chun's expression darkened a bit. He looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "But after marriage, your daughter will still call you mom, right? During festivals or holidays, wouldn't your daughter and son-in-law visit you? When they visit, wouldn't they bring some gifts? And when you grow old and fall ill, don't you think your daughter and son-in-law will take care of you?" The woman's face grew darker. At this point, Jang Chun continued, "Moreover, if you and your daughter are treating her like merchandise, according to the current laws, once she is married, it's not a one-time deal anymore. Divorce is possible. What can guarantee that your daughter won't file for divorce after marriage? How can you guarantee that your daughter will completely sever all ties with you after marriage?" The woman's face turned even darker. Jang Chun said calmly, "Since after marriage your daughter will not completely cut off contact with you, and you cannot guarantee that she won't get a divorce, don't you think asking for 990,000 renminbi as dowry is too much?" The woman glared at Jang Chun, her face dark with anger. "You already have a girlfriend but are asking all these questions. This place doesn't welcome you." "Ding. Host has scored a point for men. Congratulations, you've earned 2 sign-in opportunities. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in," Jang Chun silently replied, feeling truly relieved in his heart, relaxing his entire being. Starting from now, he no longer needed to go on blind dates ever again. "Ding. Host has successfully signed in. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent of 10x Enhanced Attraction. Congratulations, you have obtained the beauty secret formula. 10x Enhanced Attraction Explanation. When any person or animal makes physical contact with the host's personal attractiveness will increase tenfold, making the other party unable to resist getting drawn in. Beauty secret formula explanation. After consuming the beauty capsules for 21 days, harmful toxins will be expelled from the body. Skin impurities both inside and out will be eliminated. Melanin production will be effectively inhibited. Skin will become soft and fair, with significant effects on acne, pimples, freckles, and other skin conditions. At this moment, Qin Ran, who was holding Jang Chun's arm, suddenly felt that Jang Chun had become even more handsome. She felt a strong urge to kiss him, and even more. But it was still broad daylight, and there were so many people around. Qin Ran felt speechless in her heart. How could she be thinking like this in broad daylight? But Qin Ran pulled Jang Chun while saying, "Come with me." Just after Jang Chun heard the system announcement, he saw Qin Ran pulling him, leading him into a secluded alley. Qin Ran directly took off both her mask and his, then suddenly pressed her lips onto his. Jang Chun, smooch, smooch, smooch. Qin Ran, smooch, smooch. Honey, kiss me, quick, Qin Ran said. Jang Chun stared as Qin Ran was acting like a lovesick puppy. Could it be that the 10x enhanced attraction talent has taken effect? But this is way too exaggerated. First came the 10x pleasure point talent, and now the 10x attraction talent. These two talents had taken full effect on Qin Ran. As Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun felt a bit flustered. This kiss was a little too passionate. After a while, Jang Chun coughed and whispered, "Someone is coming." Qin Ran stopped kissing but kept glancing at Jang Chun. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jang Chun asked. "Because you're handsome," Qin Ran replied. Ding! The host has scored a point for men in the 10 blind dates. Phase 1 mission has been completed. The system will begin upgrading in 10 seconds. Upgrade requires 24 hours. System entering upgrade mode. Hearing the system announcement, Jang Chun couldn't help but wonder curiously, what would the system be like after upgrading? Just then, Qin Ran kissed his cheek again, snapping him back from his thoughts. He looked at Qin Ran helplessly and said, "We might be entering a crowded area soon. Are you sure you want to keep kissing like this?" After a brief hesitation, Qin Ran realized that kissing like this in public would be inappropriate. Besides, now that she didn't have to wear a mask, it would be easy for someone to take photos and upload them online. Chapter 105. Heartbroken. Where should we go later? Jang Chun asked Qin Ran. Qin Ran looked at him. "Wherever you go, I'll go too." Jang Chun. Why does he feel like Qin Ran? "Call me Gugu, big brother," Jang Chun said. Question mark. Qin Ran looked at him with some confusion. "Why do I need to call you Gugu?" "I want to hear it," Jang Chun replied. Qin Ran felt it was a bit strange, but somehow it also felt exciting in a different way. "Then you need to hold me first," Qin Ran said. Jang Chun pulled Qin Ran into his arms. "Hold me tighter," Qin Ran said. "Tighter," Qin Ran continued. "Just a little bit tighter," Qin Ran said. Qin Ran leaned in and kissed Jang Chun. After about 5 minutes, she licked the side of Jang Chun's face and slowly moved to his ear, whispering softly, "Gugu." Hearing this, Jang Chun felt his hormones stimulated. He started kissing the side of Qin Ran's face. Meanwhile, Qin Ran licked along Jang Chun's ear, gently blowing on it, her voice soft. "Gugu." Jang Chun. "Gugu, kiss me," Qin Ran whispered. Jang Chun. Jang Chun felt that Qin Ran was really something else, stunningly beautiful, so cooperative, and so obedient. Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran gently, and from time to time, she would softly call him Gugu. Then they started using variations. Jang Gugu, Chun Gugu, How Gugu, good big brother. Nearly 10 minutes passed when Jang Chun whispered softly into Qin Ran's ear. "Do you know what you're describing yourself as right now?" Qin Ran kissed the side of Jang Chun's face and whispered, "I know." Jang Chun. And then. Qin Ran. There's no, and then. Jang Chun. What about your sense of shame? Qin Ran. You took it away. Jang Chun. You should be ashamed. Qin Ran. Only because you took it from me. Jang Chun. I actually like girls who know shame. Qin Ran opened her mouth and bit Jang Chun's shoulder. Jang Chun whispered into her ear, "You really like biting people?" Qin Ran. "I only bite you." Jang Chun. "Tonight I'll let you bite your fill." Qin Ran. "Okay." Jang Chun asked. "Ah." Qin Ran murmured. "Let me feed you something more," Jang Chun said. Qin Ran. "Okay." Jang Chun pressed. Qin Ran lightly hit him. "Okay." Jang Chun asked again. "Ah." Qin Ran sighed softly. So obedient. Jang Chun looked at her and kissed the side of her face. After hearing that, Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun's face and whispered into his ear, "We are now legally married. Our relationship doesn't have to hide anymore, and you don't have to keep going on blind dates. For me, I'm already very satisfied. I just hope that in the future we can live a simple, peaceful life together." Qin Ran continued softly. "As long as you don't cheat and don't betray me, I can give you the life you want. I will give you everything. If you just want me to call you Gugu, I will. As long as it's not excessive, you can do whatever you want." Jang Chun kissed the side of Qin Ran's face gently and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to betray you." Qin Ran said, "I heard that after a few years of marriage, couples no longer feel anything when they see each other. Some want to cheat, seeking excitement, while others get pleasure from seducing other people's wives, thinking it's exciting." Jang Chun. "I'm not like that." "Why?" Qin Ran asked. Jang Chun answered, "People are different. Some feel excitement by seducing other men's wives. Others feel stimulated by mentally torturing their partners. For me, I prefer a mutual resonance, mentally and physically. And to achieve that kind of connection, it must be built on mutual affection, love, and trust. So I won't betray you. You once made me kneel on the ground and call you master. How do you explain that?" Qin Ran asked. Jang Chun. Qin Ran. "If other women are willing to kneel on the ground and call you master, would you betray me and have an affair?" "No," Jang Chun said. "Why?" Qin Ran wanted to hear his logic. Jang Chun fell silent and whispered in her ear, "For me, I only feel this way with you. I only want to mess with you." Qin Ran lightly hit him. "You always like to bully people. And are you willing to be bullied by me?" Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran. "Willing or not?" Jang Chun asked again. "As long as you don't betray me, anything's okay," Qin Ran replied softly. "Don't think too much. From many perspectives, what you're saying won't happen," Jang Chun said. "If I ever do something behind your back and it gets exposed one day, first, my family won't let me off the hook. Second, Our relationship is already public, soon more people will get to know me. Once a person becomes famous, it's hard to keep anything private. Qin ran, and them. Come on, let's go for a walk. Jang Chun said. Let's go shopping at the mall, Qin ran replied. The matchmaker street was mainly for matchmaking, not suitable for casual shopping. Alright, Jang Chun agreed. The two walked out of the alley and into the crowded area, quickly drawing attention from passersby. Whoa, Qin ran. Whoa, isn't that Qin ran and her husband? I saw a short video of them last night. Whoa, when the pedestrians saw Qin ran, one by one, they couldn't help but feel shocked. They looked at Qin ran and Jang Chun. Seeing Qin ran clinging to Jang Chun's arm, a blissful smile appeared on her face, looking as sweet as honey. Damn, heartbroken. It feels like my heart's been pricked by a needle. Some of the bystanders felt upset inside. Just over a month ago, Qin Ran's company had developed an exceptionally effective cancer treatment drug. As chairman of that company, she practically became an overnight sensation. Gradually, Qin Ran became a source of national pride. Because the drug developed by Qin Ran's company surpassed any other cancer drug in the world, outperforming them in medication, the entire country felt immense pride. On top of that, she wasn't old, and her appearance was in its prime. She became the goddess of the hearts of millions. However, since the press conference where Qin Ran announced she had a husband, many people already felt uneasy. But that uneasiness couldn't compare to what they felt now. Because now, seeing Qin Ran clinging to a man's arm, looking so happy and sweet, broke their hearts completely. Some passersby had seen the video of Jang Chun feeding Qin Ran. Their hearts shattered even further. From that video alone, it was clear how much Qin Ran liked Jang Chun, acting like a little lamb, pliable and delightful at his hands. But Qin Ran only showed that soft side in front of Jang Chun. In the eyes of others, she remained the goddess who was only meant to be admired from afar, never touched. Dude, I'm done for. What the hell? Did I get this wrong? I went on over a dozen blind dates and never found anything. And now while I'm just strolling through the matchmaker street, I get fed a mouthful of dog food. Man, let's just go back. Dude, I just came out for a random walk, and I still get fed dog food. Chapter 106. I'm full of dog food. Many people were mentally overwhelmed, while many others took out their phones to record videos, which were later sent to group chats, moments on social media, and uploaded to short video platforms. Jang Chun noticed many people staring, which made him a bit uncomfortable. But he had no choice. It was inevitable sooner or later. He could only wait until people got used to his presence, and eventually stopped taking photos and videos. Qin Ran, on the other hand, felt quite pleased instead of uncomfortable at all the people recording videos. The more people filming, the faster her relationship with Jang Chun would be exposed. Just as Jang Chun had said, once a person becomes famous, it becomes difficult to do anything secretly. She hoped Jang Chun would become famous as well. Once he was, doing anything secretly would become nearly impossible. That would make her feel more secure. It couldn't be helped, because she truly felt Jang Chun was very charming. Although his previous matchmaking attempts had all ended in failure, she still felt that he was quite popular, possibly just unlucky. Almost all the women he met through matchmaking had issues. Inside the car, Jang Chun finally relaxed. He disliked being stared at by so many people. It felt unsettling. During the morning, Jang Chun and Qin Ran walked around the mall. While strolling through the mall, many people recognized Qin Ran, leading to another round of photo taking and video recording. Only after receiving a call from Lin Shui reminding them to come back for lunch did Jang Chun and Qin Ran drive back. Arriving at the Nanwan residential complex, they parked the car. Around the parking spot were several elderly men and women who couldn't help but stare a bit at Jang Chun and Qin Ran getting out of the car. Little Jiang, is this your girlfriend? An old man who knew Jang Chun couldn't help but ask. Jang Chun smiled. My wife, we've already registered our marriage. The old man was surprised. You've already registered the marriage? But we didn't hear about any wedding banquet, didn't even notice a thing. Little Jiang, your girlfriend is really beautiful. A middle-aged woman glanced at Qin Ran, then smiled and praised Jang Chun. Jang Chun chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Elder, grandma. Qin Ran politely greeted them. The elderly lady smiled and nodded, exchanging a few casual words. F***CK? Qin Ran. Just then, a couple walked by and upon seeing Qin Ran, couldn't help but blurt it out. The husband of Qin Ran. The young woman looked at Jang Chun and recognized him. Seeing the shocked expression of this young couple, the elderly couple felt puzzled. The old man asked, do you know little John's girlfriend? The young man nodded and explained. She's called Qin Ran, and she's the chairman of a company that has developed a groundbreaking cancer treatment drug. Hearing this, the old man and old lady couldn't help but stare at Qin Ran in shock. They suddenly remembered, recently their children had mentioned that China had developed a world-leading cancer treatment drug. Back then, they were thinking, since they were getting old, one day they might fall ill. Now that a cure was available, they felt much more at ease. Never in their wildest dreams. That little John's girlfriend was the chairman of that company. Chairman, wasn't that the highest position in the company? Little John, your wife is truly amazing, the old man praised. Jang Chun smiled, chatted a bit, and then said to the elders, we should go back now. All right. The old man and woman smiled warmly as the pair left. The young couple also watched Jang Chun and Qin Ran's figures fade away. The girl said enviously, I saw a short video last night. It was about Qin Ran's husband feeding her. It was so sweet, felt so happy. The young man rolled his eyes. Her husband's so nice. Are you nice? You want to die? Why wouldn't I be nice? The girl huffed. When Jang Chun and Qin Ran arrived home, the two kids ran up excitedly. Dad and Mom, where did you go to play? Jang Chun gently patted their cheeks, smiling. We went to the mall. You went out to play and didn't take us. Hearing this, the kids immediately looked unhappy. Jang Chun lovingly patted the kids' cheeks again and smiled. Next time for sure, we'll bring you too. The kids were easily pleased and quickly brightened up. Jang Chun then looked toward the kitchen and went over, only to see that his father, mother, and sister were already cooking. Qin Ran also walked over. She wanted to help, but found that everything was nearly ready, and there wasn't much left she could assist with. You two quickly go out. Dinner's almost ready, Lin Shui said with a smile when she saw them. Qin Ran replied, let me get the bowls and chopsticks. Jang Chun helped take the tableware to the dining table, and scooped rice as well. A little later, the dishes were finished and brought to the table, and everyone sat down. Unlike yesterday's seriousness, John's father now had a smile on his face and cheerfully said, "Eat. Eat more." John's father picked up a dish with his chopsticks and placed it into the bowls of the two children. The kids quietly ate their rice, feeling that the food wasn't as delicious as what their father cooked, but it was still quite tasty. During the meal, they chatted casually, and from time to time, smiles surfaced on their faces. Jang Chun, on the other hand, was scrolling through short videos while eating. She came across a video of her brother feeding Ran. Jang Chun felt speechless. Even during a family meal, she was being force-fed couples propaganda, and now even her short video feed was filled with it. At that moment, Dad Jiang picked up a piece of chicken heart with his chopsticks and placed it into Lin Shue's bowl. Jiang Chun knew that her mother loved chicken heart. It was normal for her father to give it to her mother. It's how things usually went, and she was already used to it. But in today's atmosphere, it somehow made her feel a bit sour inside. Then, Jiang Chun picked a chicken leg and placed it into Ran's bowl. "This is your favorite, big chicken leg." Seeing this scene, Jiang Chun nearly lost her composure. Her dad and mom were feeding each other couples propaganda. Her brother and Ran were doing the same, and she was all alone, without even a boyfriend. Jiang Chun sighed, lowered her head to eat, and continued scrolling through videos. But, as if the algorithm had picked up on it, the videos that appeared next were such that out of every 10 videos, 7 were about her brother and Ran. For example, they had gone to the matchmaking street today, then to the mall, and were recorded while they were out playing. Throughout the entire video, Ran was holding onto Jiang Chun's arm, and from time to time, a smile would appear on her face. When they ate street food, Ran took a bite, then her brother took one. Jiang Chun had the urge to spit blood. She was already full of dog food. Jiang Chun gave up scrolling through short videos and randomly found a drama series to pass the time. She hadn't watched for even a minute when a message popped up on her QQ from her dorm mate. The message was a video. Jiang Chun took a look. When she saw that the video was again her brother feeding Ran, Jiang Chun completely lost it. She felt like she'd die from being fed this dog food today. A while later, as she was watching the drama series, a browser news notification popped up on her phone. The headline read, "Viral video online shows Ran's husband feeding her." Jiang Chun was utterly devastated. Again? Chapter 107. Brother Hao, now that you're with Ran, don't forget about me, okay? Jiang Chun and Ran stayed until 7:30 p.m., only returning home after having dinner. As for the two kids, they didn't go back with them, but stayed at Grandpa Jiang and Lin Shue's place for a few days. At this moment, near the south gate of Tianjin Garden, two young men dressed in suits were standing there chatting. "Brother Hao, do you think Ran will divorce Jiang Chun after seeing the videos of him going on blind dates?" The one speaking was Chun Yuan. The young man called Brother Hao coldly snorted after hearing Chun Yuan's words, his face icy. Ran publicly announced she had a husband over a month ago, and from the videos I collected, Jiang Chun went on several blind dates in the past month alone. Which means, while he was with Ran, he was still going on blind dates. Tell me, once she finds out that he was going on blind dates while being with her, do you think she won't divorce him? Chun Yuan nodded lightly, thinking it made sense. If Ran found out about this, knowing her personality, it was highly likely that she would indeed divorce Jiang Chun. Chun Yuan grinned at Lin Hao and said, "Brother Hao, once Ran divorces Jiang Chun, you'll get your chance. If you can get with her, the entire Qin pharmaceutical group will belong to you." Lin Hao glanced at him as if looking at an idiot. Even if Ran divorced Jiang Chun, there was little chance she would end up with him. Although there was a tiny sliver of possibility between him and Ran, it was too small for him to hold much hope at the moment. He had come here to wait for Ran mainly to tell her about Jiang Chun's recent blind dates. His only goal was to make sure she divorced Jiang Chun, to get revenge for that day. Just recalling how at the entrance of the kindergarten, Jiang Chun kept kissing Ran in front of him on purpose, provoking him to no end, made Lin Hao's head go fuzzy with rage. He felt that had Jiang Chun kept it up for just a little longer, he might have collapsed from anger. Since that day, whenever he returned home at night, even in dreams, and sometimes during the day, he would recall Jiang Chun's provocations. Every time he thought of that scene, he felt like chopping Jiang Chun into pieces. In the past few days, seeing the videos of Jiang Chun feeding Ran, and how obedient and gentle Ran appeared before Jiang Chun, it made his heart nearly explode from fury. In his original impression, Ran was the type of aloof woman who could be approached for business discussions, but was uninterested in casual chatting. He had interacted with her for years prior. Nearly every time he invited her to have dinner alone outside, she politely declined. Their talks were mostly held in public, and usually she would bring her secretary along. She had always kept a distance from him. Crack. Lin Hao's expression darkened slightly, and his fists involuntarily clenched tightly. He just couldn't understand. He was handsome, came from a better family background, attended a better university, and was clearly more capable than Jiang Chun, so why couldn't Ran see his value while favoring Jiang Chun? What part of him was worse than Jiang Chun? Thinking of Jiang Chun again just infuriated him further. However, a thought crossed Lin Hao's mind, and his lips slightly curled upward into a cold smirk. Once Ran sees the videos of Jiang Chun going on blind dates recently, she's sure to divorce him. And then, Jiang Chun would fall back to his original lowly state. He was very much looking forward to seeing what expression Jiang Chun would wear when that happens. Would he beg Ran tearfully not to divorce him? Just thinking about that scene brought Lin Hao a sudden sense of pleasure. "Brother Hao, once you're with Ran, don't forget about your old buddy here," Chun Yuan said, trying to cozy up. Lin Hao lightly nodded and patted Chun Yuan on the shoulder. "If I really end up with Ran, I won't forget you. Rest assured." "How brother, how lord," Chun Yuan happily called out several times. A little later, a car drove over. When Lin Hao saw the vehicle and its license plate, his whole spirit lifted instantly. He quickly stepped forward and blocked the car's path. Inside the car, Jiang Chun and Ran looked forward. Ran's expression slightly darkened as she said unhappily, "What does Lin Hao want this time?" Jiang Chun remained calm and said to her, "Let's get out and see what's going on." They both stepped out of the car. Lin Hao and Chun Yuan immediately approached. Lin Hao cast a glance at Jiang Chun, a flash of malice flashing in his eyes. He longed to beat Jiang Chun up right on the spot, but his rationality told him not to do it. Lin Hao shifted his gaze to Qin Ran, his expression serious. I'm here to tell you something. Qin Ran looked at him and asked, what is it? Lin Hao unlocked his phone, found several videos, and handed the phone to Qin Ran after playing them. Qin Ran watched the videos. These were clips of Jang Chun going on blind dates. She immediately understood. Lin Hao wanted to use these videos to separate her from Jang Chun. However, Lin Hao had miscalculated. Qin Ran had already known about this long ago, and even participated in some of Jang Chun's blind dates. Jang Chun also looked at the videos on the phone and understood Lin Hao's intention when he saw the clips of himself on blind dates. However, Lin Hao had miscalculated. At this moment, Lin Hao's expression turned serious, mixed with a trace of anger, as he said to Qin Ran, when you were with Jang Chun, he still went on blind dates, even dated multiple women. I suspect he wants to get your money and then be with another woman. Lin Hao continued, although you're exceptional, those two children of yours are test tube babies and not Jang Chun's biological children. Deep down, Jang Chun must have some issues with your daughter. Chen Yuan, standing nearby, added, Jang Chun is only after your money. Hurry and check whether Jang Chun has embezzled your funds, or if you've ever given him money, get it back quickly, then immediately file for divorce. Qin Ran's expression remained calm as she looked at Lin Hao and Chen Yuan, uttering indifferently, my family matters don't need your concern. After hearing this, Lin Hao and Chen Yuan couldn't help but stare at Qin Ran in astonishment. Why was she so calm? Shouldn't she have slapped Jang Chun first, then a few more times? This reaction wasn't right. Jang Chun glanced at the two, realizing Lin Hao's intention to break him and Qin Ran apart, then try to step in and take over. Jang Chun knew Lin Hao liked Qin Ran, and also coveted the two companies she controlled. Thinking for a moment, Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran with a smile, and said, you aren't upset about my blind dates, right? I was just doing it for fun. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun, seeing something else in his eyes. Jang Chun wanted to provoke Lin Hao. Understanding his intention, Qin Ran started playing along. She leaned into Jang Chun's arms and kissed him softly, whispering, not upset, but next time you play around with blind dates, you have to tell me first. Got it. Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran again. Lin Hao. Chen Yuan. Seeing the two in such a display, Lin Hao and Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel stunned. That's it. What the hell was that? Common sense. Just like that, she actually believed Jang Chun? Wife, kissy kiss, I love you. Jang Chun said again while kissing Qin Ran. Husband, I love you too. Qin Ran responded affectionately as they continued to kiss each other. Chapter 108 Even if I'm deceived by Jang Chun, I'm willing. Lin Hao saw Jang Chun kissing Qin Ran again. Especially Qin Ran, whose IQ seemed to have dropped to zero, actually believed Jang Chun's nonsense so easily. Lin Hao's expression instantly turned gloomy. Watching the two kissing passionately, Lin Hao couldn't help clenching his fists, wanting nothing more than to smash Jang Chun's mouth to pieces. With a dark expression, Lin Hao said coldly, you actually believe him so easily? He's deceiving you. After hearing this, Qin Ran turned her head to look at Lin Hao, replying coldly, my husband wouldn't deceive me. He said he participated in blind dates for fun, then it's just for fun. Also, you don't need to worry about my personal affairs. After listening, Lin Hao was so angry that he almost exploded. Stupid. He had never seen such a stupid woman before. She might even help the person who sold her count the money. Yet recalling the time he had previously spent with Qin Ran, during which she seemed quite sharp, made him even angrier. Why could she seem so intelligent in front of him, but in front of Jang Chun, she was like a complete fool. Lin Hao's face darkened as he stared at Qin Ran, and said solemnly, if you still don't wake up, your money and your company might all end up belonging to Jang Chun. Qin Ran responded indifferently, my husband and I are a married couple. What's mine is his, and what's his is mine. What's the difference? Lin Hao's face turned increasingly grim after hearing her words. He had never thought that Qin Ran could be this stupid. At this moment, Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran lightly and whispered, in a while, you can hand over the company's management rights to me. You can just stay at home and take care of the kids. Earning money outside will be my job. You just need to stay beautiful and manage the household. Okay, honey. Qin Ran became gentle again, kissing the corner of Jang Chun's lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression drastically changed. So Jang Chun had already begun plotting to take over Qin Ran's company. Staring at Qin Ran intensely, Lin Hao emphasized heavily, Qin Ran, under no circumstances should you hand over the company's management rights or shares to Jang Chun. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. After speaking, Lin Hao shifted his gaze and sharply fixed his eyes on Jang Chun with icy coldness. I don't know what nonsense you fed to Qin Ran, but you think plotting for a company will be this easy? Don't forget, the company isn't solely hers. There are other shareholders in that company too. Before Jang Chun could reply, Qin Ran had already turned to Lin Hao with a cold expression. In a few days, I'll transfer all of my shares to Jang Chun. Also, this is my personal matter and none of your business. Even if I'm deceived by Jang Chun, I'm willing to accept it. You, Lin Hao, upon hearing Qin Ran's words, inwardly cursed. Stupid, extremely stupid. Perhaps in the entire world, there was no other woman as stupid as Qin Ran. Even saying she was willing to be deceived. Sweetheart, kiss kiss, let's go home. Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran again at this moment. Okay. Qin Ran once again became gentle. Qin Ran entered the car first. Jang Chun then looked at Lin Hao, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his lips. The affairs between my wife and I don't concern you. And you can rest assured, I won't divorce Qin Ran. After all, Qin Ran is still very beautiful. Other men probably wouldn't divorce her either. Just think, how beautiful she is, how wealthy, and how kind she is. Only a fool would divorce her, right? Lin Hao stared at Jang Chun with a grim expression. What Jang Chun said was true. Other men probably wouldn't divorce Qin Ran either. But that wasn't the point. The point was that today he had come intending to separate Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Yet things had turned out like this instead. Seeing the faint smile on Jang Chun's face only made him even more desperate to beat him to a pulp. But if he acted directly, he would surely be the one to suffer. Lin Hao quickly thought for a moment, then fixed a cold gaze on Jang Chun, saying icily, that you can make Qin Ran so devoted to you indeed is impressive. But I wonder if you are equally impressive in every other aspect. Jang Chun looked at him with a smile, lightly saying, if I weren't impressive, how could Qin Ran be so devoted to me? At first, Lin Hao was puzzled, but soon, he realized what Jang Chun's impressive referred to. Just imagining how in the evenings Qin Ran was dominated by Jang Chun made his heart even heavier. Lin Hao was so furious he struggled to speak coherently. Staring at Jang Chun, he said icily, "Is that so? I'd like to ask you to teach me some martial arts techniques. How are you at that? Are you bold enough?" Upon hearing this, Jang Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. The world-class martial arts skills he had acquired through past check-ins had only been used once. It seemed he would get to use them again today. He turned around and gestured to Qin Ran inside the car. Qin Ran got out of the car and came to Jang Chun's side, softly asking, "Honey, what's wrong?" Jang Chun said, "Lin Hao wants to spar with me in martial arts. I'm afraid I might hurt him. You can record the video with your phone. I'll have a few moves with him under the pretense of sparring." After hearing this, Qin Ran pretended to look worried, grabbing Jang Chun's arm and saying, "No, don't spar with him." Jang Chun kissed her forehead gently and said softly, "Don't worry, your Laogong is very capable. Since Jang Chun is so confident, why not let him try?" Lin Hao suppressed his rising anger. The sight of Qin Ran constantly kissing and cuddling with Jang Chun was infuriating. Later, he would definitely make Jang Chun suffer a brutal beating to vent his anger. "Honey, don't spar," Qin Ran pleaded. "Don't worry." Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran. "You need to be good and obey me, understand? Otherwise, I won't want you anymore." "No, I'll obey you already," Qin Ran said with a pretense of chick. "Can we hurry up?" Lin Hao's face darkened. He couldn't bear watching this any longer. If it continued, he felt he would die of anger. "What's the rush?" Jang Chun glanced at him, then asked Qin Ran to step aside. Looking at Lin Hao, he said calmly, "I'll let you make the first move." "Fine." Hearing this, Lin Hao felt his blood boil. His entire body became extremely excited, and in the way he looked at Jang Chun, there was a hint of ruthlessness flashing briefly. Lin Hao summoned all his strength and launched a combo attack, aiming heavy punches from left and right at Jang Chun, but Jang Chun skillfully dodged them. Lin Hao then attacked with his legs, each kick packed with full power. Pong! At that moment, Jang Chun moved. His foot came like lightning, producing a sound cutting through the air as it landed instantly on Lin Hao's thigh. After a loud prong, Lin Hao didn't even have time to scream. His entire body flew backward 5 or 6 meters. "How good!" Seeing this, Chen Yuan quickly rushed over. Lin Hao fell limply onto the ground, covering the thigh he'd been kicked in with both hands. He felt as though his thigh muscle had been torn apart. It hurt terribly. Lin Hao let out a loud howl, partly trying to suppress the pain, but failing to hold back. "Call 120. Lin Hao's scream alerted the security guards inside the security room. They had been watching everything at the gate through the monitors, thinking Jang Chun and the others were merely chatting casually. They hadn't expected a fight to break out so suddenly. Soon, several guards came out. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Qin." The guard looked at the two of them, then glanced at Lin Hao groaning not far away. Qin Ran calmly said, "He was sparring martial arts with my husband. Just call an ambulance." "Okay." The guard looked slightly baffled. Was sparring martial arts this brutal? He didn't quite believe it. "Honey, you're so amazing." Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun on the lips. A few meters away, hearing Qin Ran's voice, Lin Hao nearly fainted from rage. Qin Ran glanced toward Lin Hao, then said to Jang Chun, "Let's go back." Jang Chun agreed. Then, the two of them returned together. Chapter 109, Online Bombardment. Back at the villa, Qin Ran and Jang Chun sat on the sofa first, chatting. Qin Ran said, "Lin Hao won't bother us again." Jang Chun nodded slightly with a smile. Lin Hao had feelings for Qin Ran and also wanted to take over her company. Seeing Qin Ran act so naively trusting towards him, and witnessing the intimate moment between them, Lin Hao must have suffered a massive emotional blow. Lin Hao probably won't show up again. If he still does, he might have masochistic tendencies. "Take a shower?" Jang Chun looked at Qin Ran, kissed the corner of her mouth, and said, "Come to think of it, we've never taken a shower together. Let me wash every inch of you thoroughly." Qin Ran kissed the corner of Jang Chun's mouth. Then, Jang Chun carried Qin Ran toward the bathroom inside the bedroom. 2 hours later, Jang Chun once again carried Qin Ran out. Lying in Jang Chun's arms on the bed, Qin Ran closed her eyes and softly murmured, "Husband." Jang Chun responded, "Nothing. I just wanted to call you that." Qin Ran said. Jang Chun kissed her forehead and didn't say anything. Qin Ran nestled closer into Jang Chun's embrace, a slight happy smile forming on her lips. Now Jang Chun no longer needed to go on blind dates. Their relationship was publicly acknowledged, and the wedding banquet date had been set. There was nothing troubling her mind anymore. Life from now on would be peaceful and simple. "You wanted to tease me, right? I'm in a good mood today, so you can go a little overboard." Qin Ran recalled suddenly, murmuring softly. Perhaps because she was too happy today, she wanted to pamper Jang Chun thoroughly. "That's what you said." Jang Chun wrapped his arms around her and kissed her forehead. Qin Ran replied. Seeing Qin Ran in such a submissive state, Jang Chun didn't say anything, only tightening his embrace. He could feel she loved him even more now than before. Previously, although Qin Ran loved him, she wouldn't let him go too far, but today she said she'd let him do something more. Perhaps because their relationship had now become public. After a while, when Qin Ran noticed Jang Chun hadn't moved, she opened her eyes and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Jang Chun gave her a sidelong glance. "We just finished. How can I recover so quickly?" Qin Ran almost forgot. Afterward, there was a recovery period, approximately 15 minutes to half an hour. 20 minutes later, Qin Ran sat up and then knelt on the floor. She looked at Jang Chun and said, "Sit by the edge of the bed." Jang Chun sat up and looked down at Qin Ran. "You're different today." She glanced at him. "Back then our relationship wasn't public, and you were still going on blind dates, which made me feel a bit upset. Now everything's settled, and there's nothing to be anxious about." Jang Chun. Then, Qin Ran got busy. An hour later, Jang Chun looked down at Qin Ran. "Go wash up." Qin Ran shook her head slightly. "Jang Chun, you don't want to sleep like this, right? You'll stain the pillow and everything." Qin Ran, "I'm done." A while later, Qin Ran stood up. The two embraced each other again. Jang Chun felt that right now, if he asked Qin Ran to do anything, she would do it. She had become very obedient. Qin Ran didn't say anything and just leaned against Jang Chun's chest with her eyes closed. Jang Chun held her and reached for his phone. "Fuck, When Jang Chun unlocked his phone, he found several missed calls and a large number of WeChat messages. Looks like I shouldn't set my phone on silent mode in the future. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Qin Ran couldn't help but open her eyes, and seeing Jang Chun staring at his phone, she looked over as well. When they saw the messages and videos from Jiang Qinyun and Lin Shui in the group chat, both Jang Chun and Qin Ran's expressions changed slightly. In the video clips and screenshots were Jiang Chun's personal information, videos of him attending blind dates, and misleading content, guiding viewers to maliciously speculate that Jang Chun was after Qin Ran solely for her wealth. Jiang Chun switched to a short video platform and browsed a few videos. The first video he saw contained his personal information. Jang Chun, 24 years old, graduated from Jiangning University, second-tier undergraduate program. Family runs a small supermarket. Belongs to a moderately well-off background. After revealing his personal details, the video featured a man saying Jiang Chun's background was incomparable to Qin Ran's. He added that logically, Jiang Chun and Qin Ran came from different worlds and should have had absolutely no chance of crossing paths. So how did they meet? Why did they end up together? And what unique advantages does he possess that make Qin Ran so obedient and loving, so completely smitten with him? Looking at the video, Jiang Chun saw that the number of likes had already passed 1 million, and this video was uploaded only a few hours ago. In just a few hours, this video gained over 1 million likes. The comments had already reached more than 50,000. Jiang Chun looked at the comments, his expression slightly darkening. He had anticipated this day would come, and now it had finally arrived. Most of the comments were filled with malicious speculation, envious and resentful remarks directed at him. In the video comments, his conditions are just average, yet he's got Qin Ran completely under his control. Seems like he's got some real skills. Ha! Jiang Chun must have ulterior motives. He definitely wants Qin Ran's fortune. I saw Jiang Chun's blind date video before. He was still going on dates while being with Qin Ran. I also came across Jiang Chun's blind date videos. How disgusting. He's already with Qin Ran, but still goes on blind dates. He probably wants to scam her money and then run off with another woman afterward. Vomit. WTF. This is huge. I used to see videos of Jiang Chun pampering Qin Ran and felt jealous, but now I know Jiang Chun is a real jerk. Damn it. Damn it. Jiang, you jerk. I wonder how heartbroken Qin Ran would be when she learns about Jiang Chun's blind dates. Judging from the earlier videos, she must have already had deep feelings for Jiang Chun. A classic jerk getting exposed. Sitting on a bench watching this unfold. Damn, Jiang Chun, my junior high classmate. Replied someone downstairs. LOL, I was Jiang Chun's high school classmate. Actually, I already knew he was with Qin Ran, but I never expected that even after being together, Jiang Chun still went on blind dates. Sigh. Haha. The moment I saw those videos of Jiang Chun pampering Qin Ran, I knew he was no ordinary guy. Who is Qin Ran? Although I've never met her, managing such a big company means that she must be very capable and strong-willed. Yet she appears so obedient in front of Jiang Chun. This clearly shows Jiang Chun's skill. 666. What can I say? I guess Jiang Chun and Qin Ran are probably arguing now, and within a few days, they might split up. Jiang Chun stared at the video, his face growing increasingly grim. At that moment, Qin Ran leaned closer and kissed Jiang Chun's lips softly. She whispered, "Tomorrow I'll hold a press conference to explain everything." Explain what? Jiang Chun asked. Qin Ran replied, "Previously, I told reporters you were my husband, but at that time, our actual relationship wasn't real. I only said that because I feared it might affect the child. I can just tell the truth now." Chapter 110 Boasting? Narcissism. Qin Ran continued. As for your matchmaking incident later, that can be covered up as well. Also, I will announce tomorrow that the secret formulas for the new kidney-enhancing capsule and happiness capsule were provided by you. Jiang Chun lightly shook his head. They'll just think the formulas were developed by your company. If you say they were provided by me, they'll think you're only trying to quell public opinion, that you don't want netizens attacking me online. Then they might even say I've wrapped you around my finger, praising my methods and abilities. Qin Ran looked at him. I've already thought about that. Even though I'm the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical, there are other shareholders in the company. If a new drug were developed in the company, although I'm the chairman, I wouldn't be able to separate the drug completely from the company. Other shareholders wouldn't agree. It would mean cutting into their profits. Qin Ran continued. Precisely because of this, they won't believe the secret formulas for the kidney-enhancing capsule came from my company. Jiang Chun nodded slightly and switched to the next video. The next video was of his blind date. It had over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. He clicked on the comment section. User, big news. Jiang Chun went on a blind date while he was with Qin Ran. User, this girl on the date is drunk. Jiang Chun roasted her perfectly. User, wow, I had a blind date with this girl before. I was almost driven crazy by her. Haha, Jiang Chun roasted her so well. User, guys above, is your focus slightly off topic? The main issue here is that Jiang Chun is dating Qin Ran and still went on a blind date. User, humph, a typical cat. Looks like he wants to scam Qin Ran's money and be with another woman. I guess Jiang Chun minds Qin Ran's 2 daughters since they're not his biological children, so he plans to swindle money from Qin Ran before having his own child with another woman. User, 666, what a major train wreck. Jiang Chun's face remained serious as he browsed these comments. Qin Ran nestled closer to Jiang Chun's chest and whispered softly, don't worry about this. They claim you're trying to scam my money and then have a child with another woman. But if I produce evidence, proof that the IVF treatment and the sperm used were yours, along with your sperm donation records from back then, these people will naturally shut up, and their logic will fall apart. Qin Ran added, just think, I'm high in looks, wealthy, and kind-hearted, and the child is truly your own flesh and blood. From a logical perspective, you'd have no reason to break up with me. People will think the same. Jiang Chun shot her a sidelong glance. Boasting. Narcissistic. Qin Ran. No need to worry anymore. I'll handle all of this. Qin Ran kissed the corner of Jiang Chun's mouth. Tomorrow, the review of these videos will be extremely high. Perfect timing to promote the kidney-enhancing capsule and the happiness capsule. Jiang Chun. Noticing that Jiang Chun's expression had slightly improved but still looked a bit sour, Qin Ran coquettishly snuggled into his chest like a kitten. Honey, don't be angry anymore, okay? Honey, don't be angry. When you're angry, my heart hurts too. Qin Ran purred. Then why don't you just bully me a lot? Today I'm giving myself to you entirely. You can bully me however you want. Qin Ran continued. Jang Chun rolled his eyes at her, but pulled her closer. Not too bad. Honestly, I had anticipated this situation when I first started dating you. Seeing these comments just feels really uncomfortable. Don't overthink. The direction of public opinion will change after tomorrow. Qin Ran kissed his lips gently and whispered sweetly, Honey, won't you bully me a little? Jang Chun, holding her close, felt a warmness inside. He murmured, I won't bully you. I know you're trying to make me feel better. Just your intention makes me feel very happy. I want you to bully me. Qin Ran insisted. Jang Chun, you're toxic. Poison you to death. Qin Ran smirked. Jang Chun chuckled. Honey, are you going to bully me or not? Qin Ran started kissing him passionately. Jang Chun held her tightly and said, No bullying. Don't worry, I'm feeling a lot better now. Qin Ran looked at him and said, I don't know why, but since you came back from that blind date today, I find you even more attractive. I want you to dominate me. I guess because now you won't have to go on dates anymore, and we don't need to hide anything between us. Jang Chun, perhaps. Beyond emotional reasons, Jang Chun also knew this had something to do with the tenfold increase in attraction from his check-in ability. Honey, I love you to death. Qin Ran planted a heavy kiss on the corner of Jang Chun's mouth. Jang Chun smiled. He found an old video. He had just taken a family photo with Qin Ran, and there was also a video of the first time they played Truth or Dare and kissed each other. He said to Qin Ran, Look at this video. Back then, you weren't like this at all. After watching the video, Qin Ran realized that she had changed significantly. Almost as if she had become a different person. Honey, let's stop watching the video, okay? Qin Ran kissed Jang Chun again. Just now I took care of you, but you haven't taken care of me yet, Qin Ran whispered. Jang Chun, can we do it a little later? I need to send a message to my family first, Jang Chun said. Okay, Qin Ran replied. 15 minutes later, after reassuring his family, Jang Chun finally pulled Qin Ran into his arms and looked into her eyes. What should you call me? Honey, big brother, Jang Gij, Chun Gij, my dear older brother? Or, master, he teased. Qin Ran kissed him on the corner of his mouth and softly whispered, Except for daddy. I can accept anything. I'd even call you my master if I wanted. Jang Chun felt a bit flustered. Didn't you say calling you master would be a bit psychologically twisted? Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran gave a soft hum. That's what I thought at first, but not anymore. Why not? Jang Chun asked curiously. If we didn't like each other and had no feelings between us, then calling you master would be perverted. It would just be, really twisted, she said. But, she continued, since we genuinely like each other and have real feelings, doing this kind of thing is just ginger romantic play. Want to hear it? Qin Ran asked, looking at him seductively. Jang Chun. Ahem. Never mind, forget it. Jang Chun lightly shook his head. Let's just go to sleep. You're not sleepy, are you? Qin Ran replied softly. Fine. Let me take care of you then, Jang Chun said as he pulled her closer and started kissing her. An hour later, Qin Ran was snuggled in Jang Chun's arms as he held her close and whispered, Are you tired? If you are, go to sleep first. Not really. Are you? She whispered. Not yet, Jang Chun replied. I'm fine too, Qin Ran said. Jang Chun murmured softly. Chapter 111. What else can we do? Qin Ran whispered softly. Honey, I love you. Jang Chun. He had heard those words many times before. Why aren't you saying anything? Qin Ran asked. I love you too, Jang Chun replied. Qin Ran said with a bit of irritation. You sound so emotionless. Have I said it too many times until you're tired of hearing it? Not really, Jang Chun said as he held her in his arms. I understand how you feel. Qin Ran continued. Now that I think about it, I haven't heard much sweet talk from you. Do you like hearing it? Jang Chun asked. Qin Ran replied. I feel like after hearing sweet words, I get really excited. Feel like I can do anything for you. Jang Chun smiled slightly and asked, If I was really like what people online say, cheating your money and being with another woman, would you die of anger? Qin Ran thought for a moment before answering sincerely. I wouldn't die, but I would seek revenge for my entire life. So harsh, Jang Chun muttered. Nonsense, Qin Ran snapped. You destroyed my entire life. Of course I'll seek revenge on you for life. Am I supposed to let you just enjoy yourself while you ruin me? Jang Chun gently patted her back. Don't worry. In this life, I may hurt others, but never you. That's better, Qin Ran whispered softly in his arms. I will never do anything to hurt you either. Jang Chun nodded. Honey. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun. I want to kiss you. Jang Chun chuckled and said, You already own me entirely. You can kiss me whenever you want. Qin Ran leaned toward Jang Chun and kissed him. Jang Chun didn't respond, but let her kiss him as she pleased, covering his face with kisses. After a while of kissing, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and softly said, Honey. What's up? Jang Chun asked. I want to have a boy, Qin Ran said. Then have one, Jang Chun replied. How can I without you? Qin Ran gave him a sideways glance. We've been careful before, though there's still a chance of pregnancy, but I want to stop being careful now. I want to have a boy. Tilda, Jang Chun responded. Let's wait until after the wedding. Qin Ran agreed. Jang Chun suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Ran. Do you know that a man normally drinks from 2 people in his entire life? Immediately understanding, Qin Ran thought about it. One was at birth, needing to drink mother's milk. The other was after marrying, drinking from his wife's. Jang Chun smiled slightly as he said, When you get pregnant, thinking about this might be kind of interesting. Qin Ran. Thinking about it again, Qin Ran also found it somewhat strange. After chatting for a while, Qin Ran sent a message to Ning Ruoyan. Tomorrow, I will hold a press conference. I have something to announce. 5 minutes later, Ning Ruoyan replied. Alright, Ning Ruoyan. Chairman, after you got together with Jang Chun, did he still go on other dates? Qin Ran. I already know about this matter. Don't think too much about it. Ning Ruoyan. Understood. They chatted a bit longer before ending the conversation. Qin Ran put her phone down and snuggled into Jang Chun, whispering, Honey, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Jang Chun kissed Qin Ran and held her as they fell asleep. The next morning, when Jang Chun and Qin Ran woke up, they exchanged a few words first, then picked up their phones to browse some short videos. They found that the previous short video had received over 10 million likes in just one night. Videos that reach 10 million likes are not many, and those reaching such numbers overnight are even fewer. The two looked at the comments below the video. The comments were basically the same as last night's, saying that Jang Chun wanted her money and had skillfully manipulated her, and so on. They also checked other places, news sites, independent media, and even the #1 trending topic, all discussing their story. At this moment, Chin Ran received a message on her phone. Looking at it, it was from Ning Ruoyan. Ning Ruoyan, the press conference has been arranged for 8:30 a.m. today. Chin Ran, alright. Ning Ruoyan, I have already smoothed things over with these reporters. They won't ask inappropriate questions. Then, Ning Ruoyan sent more information about the press conference, what questions reporters might ask. After briefly checking, Chin Ran messaged Ning Ruoyan, no need for any restrictions. Let them ask whatever they want. Ning Ruoyan understood. They talked a bit more before ending the conversation. Chin Ran put her phone down and kissed Jang Chun on the lips, saying, Honey, I need to get up. I have to go to the company later. If you're still tired, go back to sleep at home and wait for my good news. Jang Chun kissed her, go wash up. I'll make breakfast. Chin Ran, Then, Chin Ran went to wash up while Jang Chun prepared breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Jang Chun also washed up, and the two sat together to eat. Once they had finished eating, Chin Ran kissed Jang Chun on the lips. Be good at home and wait for my good news. Jang Chun, he couldn't help but feel that, in Chin Ran's eyes, he seemed like a child. Be good at home. Drive safely, Jang Chun reminded her. I know. I do value my life, you know. If I were to accidentally die in a car accident, you'd have to marry someone else. Just thinking about it makes me upset, so I will definitely drive carefully. Chin Ran kissed Jang Chun again, then picked up her bag and left. Jang Chun responded silently. When Chin Ran arrived at the company, she saw that the other shareholders were already there. Chairman, your relationship with Jang Chun has greatly impacted the company. If today's press conference isn't handled properly, the consequences will be very serious, said a middle-aged woman, looking at Chin Ran with a serious expression. Beside her was another middle-aged man. He glanced at Chin Ran and spoke with a slightly heavy voice. If this matter isn't resolved properly, I think we can only... He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Chin Ran glanced at the two of them, her expression cold. Only what? The middle-aged man slightly lowered his head under Chin Ran's gaze. She held too large a share in the company. She had the final say. Her shares accounted for 69%. Even if all the shareholders joined together, they still wouldn't match her shareholding. One could say that Chin Pharmaceutical was entirely under Chin Ran's control. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman's expression slightly changed. Forced to smile, she looked at Chin Ran and said, Chairman, my brother didn't mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. At the word uncle, Chin Ran felt a wave of disgust inside. Back when her parents died in a car accident, these relatives had tried every excuse to seize control of the company from her. Her voice remained cold. In the company, there's no such thing as family ties. Yes, the middle-aged woman quickly replied. At this moment, Secretary Ning Ruoyan walked over. She leaned close to Chin Ran and whispered softly, The reporters have all arrived. Chin Ran nodded lightly, then followed Ning Ruoyan into an office. When the reporters saw Chin Ran, they each had many questions they wanted to ask, but they had already been informed beforehand. There would be no restrictions on the questions asked today. They could ask anything during the press conference, so nobody rushed to ask questions first. Chapter 112 Press Conference. Chin Ran stood at the front, facing numerous reporters and members of the company's board of directors. Calmly, she said, There have been some bad news online recently about me and my husband. This press conference is held to clarify things. If you have any questions, feel free to ask directly. A female reporter from Jiangning Television looked at Chin Ran and asked, Right now, there are numerous videos online showing your husband participating in blind dates. These videos have already been verified. According to them, your husband went on blind dates even during the time when you two were in a relationship. How would you, Chairwoman Chin, explain this point? The eyes of the reporters and board members all focused on Chin Ran, eager to hear how she would respond. Chin Ran replied calmly to the Jiangning Television reporter. More than a month ago, I mentioned in an interview that I had a husband. But at that time, my relationship with Jang Chun was only a regular employer-employee one. I said I had a husband because my two daughters always regarded Jang Chun as their father, and they called him dad regularly. Chin Ran paused for a second, then continued. Back then, teachers at the kindergarten and even the other children there knew that Jang Chun was the father of my two daughters. If I had said in the previous press conference that I didn't have a husband, this matter might have become known among the kindergarten teachers and other parents, possibly resulting in a negative situation that could adversely affect the growth of my two daughters. She paused for 2 seconds, scanning the crowd, then calmly continued. That means Jang Chun dating other women at that time was completely normal and there was nothing wrong in his actions. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of sudden understanding. So that's how it was. At this point, a reporter asked, May I ask what exact kind of employment relationship you had with Jang Chun back then? Chin Ran looked at him and calmly replied, I was busy working during the day and didn't have enough time to take care of my children, so I hired a nanny. I hired Jang Chun to play with my two daughters. Everyone on the scene felt stunned. Jang Chun was actually hired by Chin Ran as a nanny. Had they fallen in love after spending so much time together? No one had ever imagined that Jang Chun and Chin Ran got together because of this. At that moment, a reporter asked Chin Ran, You hired a nanny. Why did you hire a man? Didn't you fear Jang Chun might have improper intentions towards you? Chin Ran calmly responded while looking at him. At that time, there was also a female nanny at my home, so I wasn't worried that Jang Chun would have any bad intentions toward me. The reporter continued, In theory, you should have prioritized hiring a female nanny. So why did you choose to hire Jang Chun? Chin Ran met his eyes and answered calmly. One time when I was out with my daughter, she fell while walking, and Jang Chun happened to be passing by. He helped my daughter up. From that moment on, my daughter really liked Jang Chun. That's why I hired Jang Chun to come to my house, to play with my two daughters and make them happier in daily life. Many reporters nodded slightly, as if understanding. At this point, the reporter from Jiangning Television asked Chin Ran, Right now, many people online claim that your husband is merely after your beauty and your money. What are your thoughts on this? Chin Ran calmly replied while looking at her. First of all, Jang Chun wouldn't do such a thing. I trust him. Secondly, although Jang Chun's personal circumstances are ordinary, when he was in his teens, he met an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who gave him several secret recipes for curing diseases. Currently, I've partnered with Jang Chun to establish a company mainly involved in the medical field. The secret recipes he provided, strong kidney capsules and happy capsules, have been proven to have excellent experimental results. With these two formulas, Jang Chun will make a lot of money in the future. Qin Ran paused thoughtfully before continuing. Some people online have suggested that my two daughters aren't biologically related to Jang Chun, and perhaps he intends to swindle my money and then find another beautiful woman who hasn't yet given birth. I'd like to clarify this point today. She took out a document from her bag and held it up. Facing the reporters and board members, she spoke calmly. For years ago, Jang Chun donated his sperm. For years ago, when I underwent IVF, I used Jang Chun's sperm. In other words, my two daughters are biologically Jang Chun's. After Qin Ran spoke the last sentence, all the reporters and board members on site were stunned. Jang Chun donated his sperm? Qin Ran happened to have used precisely Jang Chun's sperm 4 years ago for IVF? Was it really this coincidental? Can we look at the documents you're holding? One reporter asked. Qin Ran nodded slightly. You can freely take photos of these documents and post them online. The reporters quickly gathered around to take pictures of the documents. After taking the photos, the journalists began to murmur among themselves in low voices. No one expected today's press conference to turn out this way, nor had anyone expected that Qin Ran's two daughters were biologically Jang Chun's. If that's the case, isn't Jang Chun forming a complete family by being with Qin Ran? The children are biologically Jang Chun's, and Qin Ran is so outstanding. As long as Jang Chun isn't out of his mind, he wouldn't divorce Qin Ran. After all, where else could one find such an extraordinary woman? At this moment, a middle-aged man stood up. He looked at Qin Ran with a slightly gloomy expression and spoke in a deep voice. Chairwoman, I know something about the strong kidney capsules and happy capsules. But now, I suspect these formulas were actually developed by the company. As soon as he said this, the numerous reporters on site immediately fell silent, all of them turning their gazes toward the middle-aged man. A reporter from Jiangning Television stepped forward and asked calmly, Excuse me, may I ask who you are? The middle-aged man looked at the reporter and answered calmly, My name is Qin Yuan. I'm one of the company's shareholders. The reporter from Jiangning Television looked at Qin Yuan and asked, Why do you think the formulas for the strong kidney capsules and happy capsules were developed by the company? Do you have concrete evidence? Qin Yuan kept his eyes on Qin Ran as he spoke in a slightly heavier tone. Chairwoman, you said Jang Chun provided the formulas for strong kidney capsules and happy capsules? You said he got these formulas from an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Then where is this old practitioner? Can he come forward to verify this? Qin Ran's expression turned slightly colder as she looked at Qin Yuan, replying with a slightly colder tone. You suspect these two medications were developed by the company? As one of the shareholders of Qin Pharmaceutical, you should know what kind of medical research the company is conducting. Besides, the secret formulas for these two medicines were brought into the company by me, and the company's researchers conducted experiments based on them. There is a clear trail. Qin Ran's tone turned even colder as she continued looking at Qin Yuan and said, Without concrete evidence, if unnecessary incidents occur due to wild speculation, there will be a price to pay. Chapter 113 System Upgrade. After hearing that, Qin Yuan felt a sinking feeling in his chest. As one of the company's shareholders, he naturally knew which projects the company had launched. Some projects had started many years ago, and none of those involved research on male urology or gynecological diseases. However, Qin Ran said that the formulas of strong kidney capsule and happy capsule were provided by Jang Chun. This point alone was something he found hard to believe no matter what. Jang Chun's personal information had already been made public. Based on Jang Chun's family background and his major, there was no way he could have come up with those two formulas. As for what Qin Ran said, that the formulas were given to Jang Chun by an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor when Jang was a teenager, that was even more absurd. In short, he would never believe it. But if someone claimed the formula had been developed by the company, he thought that was also unlikely. Could it be that Qin Ran secretly worked on these two kinds of diseases over the years? That was not entirely impossible. The journalists present looked from Qin Yuan to Qin Ran. What exactly was going on now? Qin Yuan suspected the company secretly developed these two drugs. Qin Ran said again that the formulas were given to Jang Chun by an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. A reporter from Jiangning Television looked at Qin Ran and asked, Do you know where this old TCM doctor is now? Qin Ran looked at her and replied calmly, My husband said when he was a teenager, that old TCM doctor merely passed through Jiangning, met my husband, liked him, and gave him several secret recipes for curing diseases. Hearing this, all the reporters present didn't believe it, but what Qin Ran said couldn't be verified. Several company shareholders didn't believe it either, but said nothing. Based on the information they had, the formulas for strong kidney capsule and happy capsule should not have been developed by the company itself. As to where exactly those formulas came from, likely only Jang Chun and Qin Ran knew. On the stage, Qin Ran's expression remained calm. She knew the people present wouldn't believe her. It didn't matter whether they believed her or not. All she needed was to state her side publicly. If anyone wanted to investigate the origin of the formulas, to track down that old TCM doctor, it would be completely impossible. Jang Chun had told her that the old TCM doctor had already passed away. She had asked Jang Chun about this as well, asking where exactly the old doctor lived before he died. Jang Chun's answer had some loopholes, so she had always felt something mysterious about it. But she didn't push further, hoping that one day Jang Chun would tell her the secret himself. As for now, she just said the old TCM doctor merely passed through Jiangning when Jiang was a teenager, like Jiang, and gave him several secret healing formulas. She just wanted to cover up the loopholes so that no one could ever trace the identity of that old TCM doctor. At this moment, a reporter from Jiangning Television looked at Qin Ran and asked, Strong kidney capsule sounds like a medicine for treating kidney disease. May I ask what kinds of kidney disease does it mainly treat? Qin Ran looked at the reporter and answered calmly, Let my secretary introduce these two medicines in detail to you all. Qin Ran then glanced at Ning Ruoyan, who stood 2 meters away to her left, and gave her a meaningful look, signaling Ning Ruoyan to come up. Ning Ruoyan's face slightly turned red. Although in recent years she had seen many big scenes and performed very gracefully in various occasions. Standing up in front of so many journalists and board members to explain the strong kidney capsule and the happy capsule, she still felt somewhat embarrassed. Most importantly, she hadn't even married yet. Her face wasn't that thick-skinned. But the chairman had asked her to go up and give the journalists a detailed explanation of the two new drugs, so she had to pretend to be calm and composed. Ningran walked onto the stage, facing the reporters, and in a formal tone, began. The strong kidney capsule mainly treats male sexual dysfunction, for example. The reporters present, the board members, everyone watched Ning Ruoyan. Her tall figure, good looks, and young age, merely 25, made it strange when she stood on stage talking about the symptoms treated by the strong kidney capsule. The reporters present had never expected that the formula of strong kidney capsule provided by Jang Chun would actually be like this. At this moment, one reporter asked, then what diseases does the happy capsule mainly treat? Ning Ruoyan felt a bit overwhelmed. She took a breath and calmly replied, the happy capsule mainly treats female indifference in marital life. The principle of this medicine is to enhance nerve sensitivity, thereby curing this condition of indifferent dysfunction. After hearing this, the reporters present couldn't help but look at Qin Ran. Now they understood why Qin Ran didn't want to introduce these two drugs, truly a bit embarrassing. At this moment, a reporter turned to Qin Ran and asked, other than these two formulas, are there any other secret formulas? Qin Ran didn't completely close the door on future possibilities, in case Jang Chun still had other secret formulas that might be difficult to explain later. She looked at the reporter calmly and said, there are other secret formulas, but they will remain confidential for now. Hearing this, the reporters present couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of diseases would those other formulas target? 10 minutes later, the press conference ended. Qin Ran returned to the chairman's office. After sitting down, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Jang Chun. Done. She waited for 30 seconds, but received no reply from Jang Chun. She sent another message. Where are you? Another half-minute passed, and Qin Ran made a video call, but Jang Chun didn't answer. A sudden unease gripped Qin Ran's heart. She checked Jang Chun's location, first using his phone's GPS, then his watch and car, finally the tracker on his belt. All the location signals were at Villa 001, Tianjin Garden. Qin Ran slightly raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit annoyed. If he wasn't replying to messages or answering calls, even if he was sleeping, he should have been woken up, right? What was Jang Chun doing exactly? 2 minutes passed. Jang Chun still hadn't replied. Qin Ran couldn't help but worry. Could it be that something had happened to him? Had he gotten electrocuted due to carelessness with electricity? Or something else? Qin Ran checked Jang Chun's vital signs and found everything normal. That meant Jang Chun was fine. Then what was he doing? Qin Ran, where did you go? Reply to me when you see this. After sending the message, Qin Ran suddenly remembered there were hidden cameras installed at home. She just hadn't used them much these past 2 months and had nearly forgotten. Immediately, she checked the living room surveillance feed. She saw Jang Chun sitting on the sofa, eyes open, but his gaze distant, as if lost in thought about something. Daydreaming in broad daylight. Qin Ran thought helplessly, her heart finally at ease. As long as nothing had happened to Jang Chun, everything was fine. She dialed again. Jang Chun's phone on the coffee table began ringing, but he remained in that distant, thoughtful state. This made Qin Ran both angry and speechless. At the same time, she was completely unaware that Jang Chun was currently listening to the system upgrade completion notification tone. Chapter 114 Dog Food Check-In System. Inside the villa's living room, Jang Chun's ears were filled with the system's voice notification. The system upgrade will complete in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 2, 1. Ding. System upgrade successful. System has been upgraded to version 2.0. The dating check-in system has been renamed to the dog food check-in system. The host can display affection with his wife, feed others dog food, metaphor for public displays of affection, and awaken others' longing for beautiful love. Awakening 1,000 people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 10,000 people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 50,000 people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 100,000 people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 500,000 people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 1 million people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 5 million people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 10 million people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 50 million people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 100 million people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. Awakening 500 million people will grant 1 check-in opportunity. When the awakening reaches 500 million people, the mission of this system will be considered complete. Upon completing the system's mission, the host can receive the ultimate reward from the system. The ultimate reward relates to extending lifespan and delaying aging. Your current awakening number is 0, still 1,000 people short of gaining a check-in opportunity. Jang Chun stared at the system panel. Before the system upgrade, he had already married Qin Ran, and they deeply loved each other. To him, even after the system upgrade, its role in his life would only be supplementary. After reincarnation, he wanted to marry someone he loved, and that wish had already come true. With his wish fulfilled, whether there was a system or not no longer mattered much. He simply wanted to spend peaceful days with Qin Ran. As for the system's mission, he would try to accomplish it. But now things were different. The system's mission was no longer just something to strive for. It was something he absolutely had to complete. Because the system said, as long as he completed the system's mission, he could obtain the ultimate reward, and this ultimate reward related to extending life and delaying aging. When he was in his teens, his grandparents were still alive. His grandfather passed away from stomach cancer, and during those days when his grandfather was dying, his grandmother had cried so much she nearly fainted several times. For the next 2 years, his grandmother had lost her appetite and was in a poor mental state, often holding her grandfather's photo, murmuring to herself, frequently talking about dreaming about her grandfather at night. In the 3rd year after his grandfather's death, his grandmother died from illness caused by longing and a generally weak physical condition. Whenever he thought of how his grandmother had looked when missing his grandfather, his heart ached. Seeing her lifelong companion suddenly gone, his grandmother must have felt extremely sad. He put himself in her position and thought, when he and Qin Ran grew old, if one of them passed away first, he would feel unbearably sad. And if he passed away first, Qin Ran would also feel unbearably sad. He didn't want to see such a tragedy happen. Thinking this, Jang Chun's eyes gradually became determined. He must complete the system's mission and obtain the ultimate reward from the system. Only in this way could he and Qin Ran be together forever. Plus, he still had his parents and other relatives. He also hoped his parents could live long lives. At this moment, the ringtone of a WeChat video call rang out on the coffee table. Jang Chun came back to his senses, picked up his phone, and saw it was a video call from Qin Ran. He answered the call. On the video screen appeared Qin Ran's stunning beauty. Qin Ran said with slight anger, "I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. I called you several times, but you didn't answer. If I hadn't checked the home security camera and saw you spacing out, I would have thought something happened to you. What were you thinking just now?" Jang Chun glanced around the room, then looked up, but couldn't spot any cameras in the hall. Curious, he asked, "Where's the camera in the hall?" Qin Ran, "There are several hidden cameras on the top. You can't see them." Jang Chun slightly perspired. "Why did you install so many cameras at home?" Qin Ran, "When I used to work during the day and couldn't accompany the child, although I had hired a babysitter, I was still a little worried, so I installed cameras." Jang Chun, "Qin Ran, what were you thinking about? You spaced out for such a long time." Jang Chun smiled slightly and said, "Thinking about you." Qin Ran didn't believe him. The way Jang Chun was spacing out couldn't possibly be about thinking about her. If he was really thinking about her, wouldn't he have just called her for a video chat? Trying to change the subject, Jang Chun asked, "How's your side going?" Qin Ran gave him a glare. "If I'm involved, can I not handle it? Wait until you see the news tomorrow. The public opinion will weaken a lot, and perhaps the direction of the public sentiment will change significantly by this afternoon." Jang Chun softly hummed in response. He didn't say anything, but quietly gazed at Qin Ran through the video call. The longer he looked, the stronger his desire became to obtain the system's ultimate reward. Only then could he and Qin Ran stay together forever. Otherwise, perhaps when they reached 80 or 90 years old, Qin Ran might pass away. Under normal circumstances, men usually live shorter lives than women. If he passed away first, Qin Ran would probably feel immense grief. "Will you be busy later?" Jang Chun asked Qin Ran softly while looking at her. Qin Ran replied, "A bit busy." "What? Do you really miss me?" Jang Chun softly hummed again. Though he didn't speak much, from his expression, Qin Ran could tell he genuinely missed her. Qin Ran thought for a moment. "Then should I go home now and accompany you?" Jang Chun gently shook his head. "No need. Work is important. What do you want for dinner tonight? I'll cook for you." Thinking for a moment, Qin Ran said while looking at Jang Chun, "Cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, winter melon and kelp soup, garlic oysters, and stir-fried yam with ear mushrooms and meat slices." "Okay," Jang Chun responded. Looking at Jang Chun on the video call, Qin Ran always felt something was a bit off. He seemed to care about her even more now. Could it be that Jang Chun was genuinely thinking about her when he was daydreaming? Qin Ran stared at Jang Chun through the screen. "Then I'll hang up first. I have work to do." After hearing this, Jang Chun felt slightly annoyed. He frowned and said in a deep voice to Qin Ran, "Don't say the word hang up first." Qin Ran slightly sweated. "Then you hang up first." Jang Chun was stunned. Looking at Qin Ran, he asked, "Trying to make me die earlier?" Qin Ran said, "I meant ending the call." Jang Chun sternly said, "You're never allowed to use the word hang again." "All right, got it, honey." Qin Ran felt warm and sweet inside. "Then I'll get to work now." Qin Ran said looking at Jang Chun. Jang Chun replied. After ending the call, Jang Chun started contemplating how to accomplish the current mission of the system, feeding Qin Ran and others dog food, metaphorically meaning PDA, and awakening others' longing for love. To complete the system's mission as soon as possible, it seemed that the only way was to open a short video account with Qin Ran and then create content that displayed their loving moments. This approach would lead to quick exposure and many viewers, possibly allowing some of their videos to awaken people's yearning for love inadvertently. After making this decision, Jang Chun planned to discuss this matter with Qin Ran once she came home from work. Chapter 115, The Label of a Kept Man. At 10:30 in the morning, news outlets, trending topics, and short video platforms began circulating new content about Jang Chun and Qin Ran. Browser pop-up news headlines. Shocking. Qin Ran's 2 daughters are actually Jang Chun's biological children. Shocking. The secret recipes for Kidney Boost Capsule and Happy Capsule were actually provided by Jang Chun. Explosive revelation. When Qin Ran underwent IVF, the sperm used was donated by Jang Chun. In an instant, there were countless comments appearing beneath the news articles. What the F*******? Is this real? Did Jang Chun donate sperm 4 years ago? And did Qin Ran undergo IVF using that very sample? Then now, 4 years later, Qin Ran hired Jang Chun as a nanny? Bro above, are you out of your mind? Of course Qin Ran must have known all along that Jang Chun is the biological father. That's why she hired him to spend time with the kids. Holy crap. It seems like I'm only one sperm donation away from becoming rich. If only a rich widow used my sperm and then asked me to marry her, I'd hit the jackpot. Reply to the comment above, and then a 60-year-old grandma comes for you with a smile, evil grin. Whoa. The complete footage of a journalist interviewing Qin Ran appeared on the short video platform. The video was gaining likes at an astonishing speed. It already had over 300,000 likes, with more than 20,000 comments. Within the comments section, wow, so that's how it is, damn it. Jang Chun really is damn lucky. Even when he donated sperm, it got used by Qin Ran. Pure luck. If Qin Ran hadn't used Jang Chun's donated sperm for IVF, the two wouldn't have ever crossed paths in their lives. Plus, even though they now form a so-called family, they're on entirely different levels and mindsets. They'll definitely divorce soon. Don't flame me, but mark my words, within 3 years, they'll split. Reply to the above, same feeling. Jang Chun is just lucky. Spending time together for a while, they'll eventually find nothing in common. Their current affection is only temporary. Oomph. The secret recipes of Kidney Boost Capsule and Happy Capsule were supposedly provided by Jang Chun. Probably some old Chinese doctor gave it to him. Who actually believes that nonsense? It's obvious they're saying he provided them just to silence public opinion. To stop people saying he's a kept man. I'm saying it out loud. Jang Chun is a kept man. Reply to the above. Agree. I'm envious, but it's the truth. I've seen the videos of Jang Chun feeding Qin Ran. I can't help but think he has some tricks to keep her wrapped around his finger. And now, she even claims those 2 recipes were from him? Haha, come on, we all know what's going on. Kept men, damn it. I don't want to work hard anymore. Any rich woman want to keep me? Green with envy, aren't we? The king of kept men, Jang Chun. 666. You thought you could counter the rumors with that? It's already out of control now. From now on, whenever Jang Chun's name is mentioned, he'll be tagged as the king of kept men. Well, I misunderstood before. I thought he was planning to take Qin Ran's money and run off with another woman. But since the 2 kids are indeed his, he no longer has a reason to leave Qin Ran for someone else. Still, I don't know. There's just something about it that makes me feel like he's not worthy of her. Deep down, I dislike the idea of a man living off a woman. Reply to the above. Same here. Right now, it seems like Jang Chun and Qin Ran do love each other. Considering how outstanding Qin Ran is and the kids are really his, he has no reason not to love her. However, I still feel like Jang Chun is not good enough for Qin Ran. It just doesn't feel right for them to be together. Other than being decent looking, in what way is Jang Chun better than Qin Ran in terms of background, education, or ability? He's just good at pampering women. Exactly. Even though it looks like they truly love each other right now, I still don't think their marriage will last. They might separate in a few years, or maybe stay married for the sake of the kids, but end up living a life of empty companionship. Not worthy of Qin Ran. Not worthy at all. I feel a little sour. If Jang Chun were genuinely excellent, I'd just be envious. But now, I'm just jealous. On the sofa in the living room of Villa 001, Tianjin Garden, Jang Chun was reading the news on his browser. After finishing the articles, he turned to reading the comments on the short videos. Seeing people online call him a king of kept men, Jang Chun felt a little uneasy. Although he had expected this from the beginning and prepared himself mentally, seeing these comments still affected his mood. At that moment, his phone screen lit up with a video call from Qin Ran. He answered the call. Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun through the video call. Seeing his expression looked somewhat uneasy, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "You've seen the news online, right?" Jang Chun replied softly. Feeling a bit nervous, Qin Ran gazed at Jang Chun on the screen and reassured him, "Don't think too much about it. The reason people online are calling you a kept man is because they don't believe those 2 secret recipes were really from you. But I don't think you're a kept man at all." Jang Chun lightly hummed in response, unsure of what to say. The system had just upgraded not long ago, and to awaken others' longing for love, and thus complete the system's mission, he needed to check in. Yet judging from the current situation, the public's sentiment toward him was quite negative. They viewed him as a kept man and believed he was unworthy of Qin Ran. In such circumstances, showing affection toward Qin Ran would not only fail to awaken people's aspirations for love, it might backfire, making them dislike him even more. To change their opinions, he needed to prove to the world that he was truly excellent and fully worthy of Qin Ran. Only then would his public displays of affection succeed in awakening people's yearning for love. "I finished my work at the company. I'll head home for lunch now, and I'll be with you this afternoon," Qin Ran said through the video call, noticing Jang Chun's low spirits caused by all the online criticism calling him the king of kept men. At a time like this, all she could do was be there beside him and offer comfort. "You start cooking first. I'll be back soon after finishing up," Qin Ran told Jang Chun. Jang Chun replied. After a few more sentences, the call ended. Jang Chun then went to the kitchen to get busy. Half an hour later, all the dishes were ready. Jang Chun checked Qin Ran's location and found she had already reached the main gate of Tianjin Garden. He brought all the dishes to the dining table, along with 2 bowls of rice and a bottle of cold beer. At that moment, the villa door opened. Qin Ran came in, changed her shoes, and walked over. Seeing the gloomy look on Jang Chun's face, she leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the lips. "I need a hug." Jang Chun embraced her briefly and said, "Eat first." Chapter 116. If you were a woman, who would you most want to marry? Qin Ran's body was practically pressed against Jang Chun's. She picked up a dish with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth, biting off half before turning her head toward Jang Chun. Jang Chun leaned in and bit off the other half, then began eating. Still upset about the online rumors calling you a kept man? Qin Ran glanced at Jang Chun before serving him a dish with her chopsticks. "Jang Chun, I do feel a bit uncomfortable." Qin Ran leaned forward and said, "Think of it this way. You're the only one eating a soft meal while others can only dream of it. It's bound to frustrate them." "Jang Chun, I'm not that shameless." After a brief pause, Qin Ran looked at Jang Chun and said, "The heat hasn't reached its peak yet. More people will call you a kept man later on. You can't let that affect your mood, or it'll disrupt our life together." Jang Chun nodded softly and gave her a reassuring look. "I'll adjust in a couple of days." Qin Ran softly hummed in agreement and then picked up a piece of Chinese yam, bringing it to Jang Chun's mouth. Jang Chun didn't say anything, just ate it. Qin Ran then picked up another piece and placed it at Jang Chun's lips again, and he ate that one too. By the end of the meal, Jang Chun had eaten all the pieces of yam. After finishing the meal and putting the dishes away, the two sat on the sofa. Qin Ran turned her head and kissed the corner of Jang Chun's mouth, which quickly turned into a deeper kiss. As they kissed, Qin Ran leaned over and pinned Jang Chun back onto the sofa, cradling his face as she kissed him. After a long while, Qin Ran looked into Jang Chun's eyes and softly asked, "Do you think I'm good?" "Good," replied Jang Chun. "Where exactly am I good?" Qin Ran asked. "Everywhere," Jang Chun said. "Superficial," Qin Ran lightly murmured. She kissed the corner of his mouth again and then leaned over to lie on his chest. Whispering in his ear, she said, "Sometimes I even think, if I were a guy, I'd definitely marry myself." "Why?" Jang Chun softly asked. "Gentle, considerate, good-looking, wealthy, and caring, knowing how to pamper a husband. If I were a man, I'd definitely marry myself," Qin Ran whispered. "Narcissistic," Jang Chun muttered. Qin Ran whispered in his ear, "Think about it. When you felt unhappy before, didn't I always comfort you? Aren't I trying to cheer you up now? Feeding you, lifting your mood, letting you boss me around later. Am I considerate enough? Just think about where else you could ever find someone like me." Jang Chun gazed into her eyes. When he had first been reborn, he thought marriage should mean someone to discuss problems with when something came up, someone to chat with when you're bored, Someone to sit together at a small table and have dinner after a long day. Someone to accompany and comfort you when you're in a bad mood. And now, all of this had come true for him. Jang Chun smiled slightly, cupping Qin Ran's face and looking into her eyes. Then if you were a woman, who would you most want to marry? Marry you, Qin Ran said as she also cradled Jang Chun's face. Marrying me means I'll bully you every day. Are you still willing to marry me? Jang Chun asked with a faint smile. I guess I'll have to accept my fate. Even if you bully me every day, I'd still want to marry you. Qin Ran kissed the corner of his mouth. Jang Chun, right now, I want to bully you. Qin Ran kissed him and whispered in his ear, softly blowing on it before murmuring. You're in a bad mood today, so you can do whatever you want. As long as you feel better, you can bully me however you like. Jang Chun wrapped his arms around her and whispered into her ear. I want to see you trying to hold back. Qin Ran's heart quivered slightly, but she still replied. If it makes you happy. Let's take a shower first, Jang Chun said gently, then sat up, pulling Qin Ran toward the bathroom. Because of the slower pace, it took much longer. 20 minutes in the bathroom, 20 on the staircase, 20 on the sofa, 20 on the dining table, and 20 in the kitchen. It seemed like they'd enjoyed themselves everywhere in the house. At 2 p.m., Jang Chun held Qin Ran in the shower for a quick wash, then carried her into the bedroom and onto the bed. Jang Chun held her in his arms as Qin Ran closed her eyes and leaned against his chest. He could feel that she was exhausted but said nothing, letting her rest for a bit. Half an hour later, Qin Ran regained some energy. She opened her eyes and lightly punched his chest, always taking advantage of me. Jang Chun held her close and murmured, I want to tease you again later. Is that okay? Qin Ran just remained silent. Then Qin Ran said, anything that makes you happy. So considerate. Jang Chun kissed the corner of her mouth. You're my husband. If you're feeling down, of course I have to make you happy. And if I ever feel bad one day, you must spoil me, give in to me, and comfort me too. Qin Ran nuzzled closer to Jang Chun and softly said, now that you're in a bad mood, you can bully me however you want. Keep bullying me until you feel better. Jang Chun kissed her lips and said nothing, though his mood had clearly improved. With a wife like this in his life, what else could he possibly ask for? Actually, there was something more. That was the system's ultimate reward, extended lifespan and youth preservation. Only with those could he stay with Qin Ran forever, both of them remaining youthful and full of vitality. Honey, what do you want me to call you? Qin Ran asked softly. What do you want to call me? Jang Chun asked in return. I really want to call you husband the most, but if you have other preferences, I can accommodate you. Qin Ran whispered. Just call me husband. Jang Chun thought for a moment and said, Husband, have you recovered? Want to keep bullying me? Qin Ran asked. Jang Chun smiled and pinched her cheek. I'm feeling much better now. Let me check what's going on online. Qin Ran agreed. Jang Chun leaned against the headboard while Qin Ran snuggled into his arms, watching the short videos on his phone. After several hours, the short video had already surpassed 10 million likes and received hundreds of thousands of comments. Most of the comments still believed Jang Chun was a kept man, slapping him with the label of soft meal king. They also thought Jang Chun was unworthy of Qin Ran. Qin Ran nuzzled into his chest and whispered, Don't pay attention to these things. After some time, once the hype dies down, everything will get better. Jang Chun gave a soft hum and said nothing. Although the hype might die down in time, whenever people brought him up again, they would still think of him as a kept man. And if they went shopping together, others would still look at him with judgment. After thinking it over, Jang Chun had already made a decision. He had the gift of perfect memory, world-class martial arts skills, and superb culinary abilities. These were exactly the skills he could now make use of. As for the other rewards, the tenfold happiness perception, the tenfold attraction boost, and similar perks, they mainly only worked on Qin Ran. Only these 3 skills could actually be put to use. Chapter 117, Filming Short Videos. Jang Chun held her close and whispered, I want to make short videos, just filming our daily life. Qin Ran's eyes lit up slightly after hearing this. She said to Jang Chun, you can showcase your cooking skills, your martial arts, and your gift of photographic memory. Then everyone will think you're amazing, and no one will call you a rice husband again. Jang Chun softly hummed in agreement. His initial intention for making short videos was to prove himself, while his later motivation was to display affection and fulfill the system's mission. Jang Chun said, just film me while I cook tonight. Qin Ran nodded. Shortly afterward, Qin Ran completed the real name authentication process for a short video account, changing the profile picture to a group photo of her, Jang Chun, and their 2 daughters. She also renamed the account, My Husband is So Amazing. At around 5:30 p.m., the two went into the kitchen. While filming with her phone, Qin Ran asked Jang Chun, Honey, what are we having for dinner tonight? Jang Chun looked natural as he glanced at Qin Ran and replied, Tonight, I'll make braised radish threads with vermicelli, red braised carp, and red braised chicken pieces. Afterward, Jang Chun washed a radish first, then peeled it. The process of peeling the radish was extremely impressive. It was done in one smooth, continuous motion. Then came the cutting of the radish into thin strips. Jang Chun's knife skills were both visually appealing and highly practical. His speed and precision while cutting the radishes were exceptional, making the radish truly resemble silky threads. They filmed for 40 minutes. Once all the dishes were finished and placed on the table, Qin Ran continued filming. Looking at the dishes before her, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Everything looked extremely appetizing. I'm done filming. I'm hungry. Qin Ran stopped recording and sat down. Jang Chun smiled but didn't say anything, sitting down with her and beginning to eat together. While they ate, Qin Ran edited the video on her phone, finishing after about 10 minutes. You've worked hard, Jang Chun said as he picked a dish for her. She had been filming, editing, and managing company affairs all day. It was exhausting. Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but smile. She leaned over and kissed Jang Chun gently on the lips. Hard work? No, I'm actually enjoying it. I feel great. Jang Chun didn't know what to say. His heart was filled only with deep gratitude. He fed her bites of food, then spooned some soup for her, and gently wiped her lips with a nap. At that moment, Qin Ran uploaded the edited video to the short video platform and paid extra to promote the video for quicker exposure. There, today's video is done. Qin Ran turned her head and said to Jang Chun, From now on, we need to cook different dishes every day, keep filming, and also film your martial arts. Jang Chun hummed softly in agreement. After finishing their meal and cleaning the dishes, the two went to take a shower. Once done, they stayed in the bedroom watching the short video they had posted earlier. Because Qin Ran paid for promotion, which increased the video's exposure, and also because the ongoing hot topic was their relationship, the video gained a tremendous amount of attention. In just the time it took them to take a shower, the video already had over 100,000 likes and thousands of comments. In the comments section, whoa, is this actually Qin Ran's account? Jang Chun's cooking skills are indeed very good. He has precise control over heat and knife techniques. I've been a chef for 30 years. I'm giving an objective review of Jang Chun's cooking. Please don't flame me. So handsome. Not only is he good looking, but he also has amazing cooking skills. Even if he is a rice husband, I'd be willing to accept it, because at least he has the ability to be one. Most people online are just so damn envious. That's all. Did you get called a rice husband earlier today and feel like you're not worthy of Qin Ran? Now you're trying to prove you're good enough? By showing your cooking skills alone? If being a good cook is all it takes to deserve Qin Ran, there'd be millions of people qualified. By the way, I'm guessing you can only cook a few signature dishes, right? Compared to professional chefs, you're still far behind. After seeing this comment, Qin Ran replied, my husband can cook all kinds of dishes, whether it's Huayang cuisine or Sichuan cuisine. He's capable of all the major Chinese culinary styles. You guessed wrong. As the video was under heavy exposure, once Qin Ran replied, new comments appeared quickly below. Whoa, I was only one comment away from the goddess. Definitely a wife who fiercely protects her husband. Well then, you should have your husband cook other dishes and prove it with facts. After reading this comment, Qin Ran replied, from now on, we will change the dishes every day and try different culinary styles. Oh, and my husband said he can also cook international dishes. We will upload videos of those too. Very quickly, many new comments appeared below. He can cook international dishes too? Your husband is really that good. He can cook all the different Chinese cuisines? Just this point alone is something probably very few chefs in China could achieve. Be careful not to crash and burn. People online began to express doubts, feeling that Qin Ran had become a fierce defender of her husband, believing that no matter what, her husband was simply the best. Along with the doubts, there was also a tinge of bitterness and jealousy deep in their hearts. Could it be that Qin Ran truly believed in Jang Chun so completely? Had she lost her clarity due to love? It sure seemed like it. Stop looking at it. Check it again tomorrow, Jang Chun said, pulling Qin Ran close as he saw her slightly annoyed expression. Qin Ran placed her phone aside and snuggled into Jang Chun's arms, saying, wait until tomorrow, when you cook new dishes every day, proving yourself with facts. These doubts will slowly disappear. MMHM, Jang Chun nodded. The next morning, after finishing their morning routines, Jang Chun and Qin Ran went into the kitchen. Qin Ran held her phone to film while Jang Chun prepared breakfast, soup dumplings, wontons, spring noodles, and fried eggs. They spent some time recording the video, edited it, and then uploaded it onto the short video platform. The caption read, my husband made my favorite spring noodles, wontons, and soup dumplings. After posting the video, Qin Ran didn't look at it anymore and began chatting with Jang Chun while they ate. Just then, Jang Chun received a video call on WeChat from his mother. After answering, two little faces appeared on screen. Dad, when are you coming to pick us up? Qin Jinyan asked. Jang Chun smiled at the two children and said, isn't it fun staying at Grandma and Grandpa's house? Qin Jinyan replied, we haven't slept with you and Mom in a long time. We want to go home. Qin Ziyuan said, Dad, can you come pick us up? Jang Chun chuckled and adjusted the camera angle slightly before speaking to the kids. Your dad and Mom are having breakfast now. After breakfast, we'll go pick you up, okay? Okay. Both children said in unison. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Jang Chun then said to Qin Ran, you head to the company first, and I'll go pick up the kids. Qin Ran looked at him and said, I've made up my mind. For now, I won't go to the office. Ruoyan's in charge at the company, and everything's under control. I'll stay with you for the short video project, and try to change the public's opinions about you. Chapter 118. Alright, Jang Chun thought for a moment. As long as it didn't affect company matters, it didn't really matter if Qin Ran didn't go to the office. After a while, the two went to the Manhwa community, stayed there briefly, and then picked up the two kids, and brought them home. On the sofa, Jang Chun was hugging the two kids playfully. On the side, Qin Ran watched and said to Jang Chun, the third floor is the gym area. Why don't you train there? I'll record a video for you. Jang Chun considered for a moment and lightly nodded. Alright. Then the four of them went to the gym area on the third floor. Qin Ran had already started recording. Qin Jinyan looked up at Jang Chun and asked curiously, Dad, why are we here? Jang Chun chuckled, ruffling her hair. How about Dad shows you how to cut through a watermelon with a playing card? Okay. Qin Jinyan became very interested after hearing that. Qin Ziran was slightly confused as she looked up at Jang Chun and asked, Dad, can a playing card really cut through a watermelon? Jang Chun smiled and replied, yes, it can. I'll show you later. Okay. Qin Ziran looked at him with anticipation. While recording, Qin Ran overheard that Jang Chun wanted to cut through a watermelon with a playing card, and couldn't help but feel surprised. She looked at him and said, you know how to do this too? Jang Chun simply smiled without explaining. He had previously signed in for world-class martial arts skills, which included techniques such as killing with a single leaf, so cutting through a watermelon with a playing card was nothing. Moreover, the ability to cut through a watermelon with a playing card wasn't unique to him. A few people online could do it too. Jang Chun went downstairs to fetch a watermelon and grabbed a deck of playing cards. He placed the watermelon 10 meters away. Jang Chun glanced at Qin Ran, then said to the two kids, watch carefully. Don't blink. Dad is going to show you how to cut through this watermelon with a playing card. The two kids immediately fixed their eyes open wide, not daring to blink, waiting for their father's performance. Qin Ran was also very excited as she recorded. Jang Chun pulled out a playing card, ace of spades. Without any preparation, he casually flipped the card straight toward the watermelon 10 meters away. The card flew like an arrow, making a shio sound. When it hit the center of the watermelon instantly exploded. The two kids stared, completely shocked, their mouths wide open at the sight of the bursting watermelon. Qin Ran was also stunned by the sight. 10 meters away. She had previously seen online a child throw a playing card into a watermelon, and the card would embed halfway into it. But that child was very close to the watermelon. no more than 2 meters. By her estimation, Jang Chun had flung the card from 10 meters away and literally smashed the watermelon apart. This could surely be considered the most incredible performance on the internet. Jang Chun turned to the two kids with a smile and asked, "What do you think?" Still shocked, the two kids heard Jang Chun speak and turned to look at him, their eyes full of admiration. "Dad, you're so awesome." Seeing their expressions of admiration, Jang Chun felt a strong sense of achievement. He ruffled their hair, smiling. "Dad will show you something even more difficult now," throwing multiple cards at once. Yes, yes, yes. The two kids became excited again, jumping around energetically, full of anticipation. Jang Chun smiled and turned his gaze to Qin Ran, only to see her staring at him intensely, her expression filled with admiration. His sense of accomplishment became even more intense. What could possibly give a man a greater sense of achievement than the admiration of his wife and children? Ready to record, Jang Chun reminded Qin Ran. Coming back to her senses, Qin Ran lightly nodded at Jang Chun, keeping the camera of her phone fixed on him. Now, Jang Chun took out 9 playing cards, held them in his hand, made no preparation, and directly flung them all at the target on the wall 10 meters away. Shio shio shio. The 9 cards flew like arrows through the air with sharp whistling sounds, directly embedding into the target 10 meters away. And all 9 playing cards were clustered around a single red dot. Seeing this, the two kids once again widened their mouths in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Qin Ran's heart quivered slightly. She was completely stunned, staring at the target. All 9 cards from Jiang Chen's hand had hit their mark, and all concentrated in the same spot. This meant that Jiang Chen's accuracy was extraordinarily high. Jiang Chun turned to the two kids, and, seeing their shocked expressions, gently ruffled their hair and smiled. "What do you think?" They turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with pure admiration. "Dad is amazing." Jiang Chun laughed. He looked at Qin Ran and saw her walking toward him. Then she directly ran into his arms and hugged him tightly. "What's wrong?"